I'm ready.
Based on regional rumble, click 1.
Hello guys, my name is Jason. I'm competing in the regional rumble. I haven't played this map since so long. I mean, it's really good for aim practice because it's really like realistic, I would say. Okay, 71 hit, 44 missed. I know Epicwell has like really good tracking, so might be hard to beat him in this. Five. There's too many targets. I don't know who to focus on. I think I could have done way better. Just if I had more time, I think, to practice on this. But I think the NA guys will do better than me. Maybe with the zombie MK tracking, I might have done better. I'm sorry I disappointed you guys.
My name is Bizzle. I'm representing NA East in the Regional Rumble. I'm going against Tayson and Epic Whale. Personally, I think I'm gonna win. I am ready, and if anything, Tayson might give me a little bit of a challenge. All right, let's go. 50 meters time trial. I've never played this before. This is the one thing I'm supposed to be good at. Oh Lord, 61. That's bad, right? That's definitely bad. Went awful. I felt so bad. 61, there's no way I won. If I won, I'll be very surprised. Let's go. 50 meters horizontal. I should win this. I'm missing too many shots. I need more headshots. Yikes. Six? Is that right? All right, that should be fine. I'm feeling confident with that. Maybe. Not really. All right. All right, we got Skeet. Let's go. Why is the background black? I can't see anything. Spawn. All right, 66. That's okay. There's no way we'll win. I should win, I think. Probably not.
This mouse pad is tiny, bro. It's all good. All right. Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Epic Whale, and today I'm going to be representing NA West in the Regional Rumble. First one's 50-meter Ranger. Starting it up. All right. It's more like a flicking map. Hit 64, not bad. I don't really know, hopefully that's a good score. It's not used to this setup, so we'll see. We got 3 eliminations, all right, that's solid. Ran out of mouse space a few times, but we good. All right, 62, solid. I feel like that might have been my best one. Either this one or the first one, I don't know. That second one was pretty tough. The first one was a more flick map, like almost like shotgun aim kinda. The second one was mostly just hard tracking, and then the third one was like a combination of the two, where you're kind of flicking at moving targets and tracking a little bit. Personally, I'm pretty like even. I don't have like one's not way. My tracking isn't way better than my flicking, and my flicking isn't way better than my tracking. So.
Yo, what's going on, Fortnite fam? What's that sound? That's right, Fortnite fam. This is the new set for the FNCS. Adam, Kelly, how you feeling?
I mean, it's not bad, it's okay, it's fine, but you know what, this is actually ridiculous. So good to be here, Kelly.
I'm ready. I know my team's ready. Chat, are you ready?
They're always ready, Kelly. They're never not ready. The question is, are you ready to watch all the action unfold here in EU?
Well, also, NAE is coming your way as well. 6 p.m. ET, the boys are ready to go. Isn't that right? Let's go, boys. It's coming your way.
And of course, we've saved the West for last. That's right, guys. 6 p.m. PT, do not miss it.
It's time to get this all started. The battle bus is warmed up, so let's get this popping, baby.
Woo! Beep, beep.
Last time on FNCS Europe, Scram and Hellfire need a big performance just to make it through to semifinals. But what about skipping semis and hopping right into the finals? That's what they did last week, securing the top spot in Qualifier 3. Vino and Aqua showed that they are better droppers and came second, besting Thomas and Trippern at Command Cavern. Will Thomas and Trippern come back with revenge in the finals? 15 duos already took their places in the finals. Now it's time to find the remaining teams. Everything counts, both victory royales and consistency. Who do you think will qualify? Find out now on FNCS Europe Semifinal 1.
Oh, man, I'm glad the camera's cut away from just a moment because I had to get emotional. I know for a lot of us, this is a very emotional moment, right? The return to the set. And for you longtime followers, I mean, we're back, baby. We're doing this, taking it to a new level. But of course, I can't do this alone. I need some help from my friends. Let me introduce Reese Hub and Mini Miner. They'll be our analysts here for all things EU. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. I'm seeing you guys in person. You're real.
Physically.
I know,
real.
it's real.
You guys are both real.
We're both real. How do you feel? This is the set, right?
It's unbelievable. This is the real deal, isn't it? We are on set, we are in person, and I still can't get over it. You guys aren't pixels on a screen. I mean, what is this?
And we're not trapped in a box anymore, you know? We're
no more box.
free. We're free at this point. It's a bit better than my bedroom.
Yeah.
Just a bit. Yeah, just a bit.
Just a bit. Guys, well, there's a lot of things we have to talk about, so let's get ahead and start the show. Why don't you come with me? We'll talk about the broadcast schedule. So, longtime viewers, you already know what this looks like, right? We've come from 3 qualifiers. Now, we're here. Semi-final action. But next weekend, we're going to be looking at the finals, okay? We're talking prize money and the new acts of champions all on the line. But how do we get there? Let's toss it on over to Reese.
Look, like we said, we're in the semi-finals right now, which means we've got a graphic to explain here. We've already gone through the qualifiers. We've got 15 teams already through to the finals, which this is where all the money is, right? So that's where all our teams here are trying to get to. We are currently in session number 1. There's 5 matches you can see under there, and the top 6, I can do that, all right, one with my hands, the top 6 will qualify through. But not only that, every single Victory Royale out of those 5 games will also auto-qualify you through to finals. So there's going to be, if you can do the maths, 11 teams qualifying today through to the finals. And guess what? We're going to do it again tomorrow and again on Sunday as well. But if you want to get into those kind of top 6 on the leaderboards, Mini, what are the points like?
You're gonna need some points, and of course, things are a little bit different for the semi-finals. You might notice 1,000 points for a Victory Royale. Yes, that is right. Of course, that automatically qualifies you right the way through to the finals next weekend. But for the teams that are looking to be a little bit more consistent and go for the placements, we see 28 points for second place, all the way down to 35th, where you get 1 point. The cascading placement points, of course, starting at that 25th 5th spot. And if you divert your attention down to the bottom left, we are seeing that each elimination is being worth 3 points. So some of the higher elimination teams today, Zeke, they can pop off.
I mean, they can, but why don't we talk about some more of those teams like you just mentioned? Let's take a look at our qualified player list.
Now here we go. This is the top 50 players, the top 25 teams. We'll get to the other ones after. Tons that stand out. Some of the best names in the region somehow haven't made it through to the finals yet. We'll come back to that. Guys like Floki, Clement, I drop at the top with Jurki. But the one I'm going to point out right here, right at the bottom, conveniently placed right next to me. Look at that. Pink and a Nas at the same time. Guys who are honestly a team that I thought should have been through in the finals. Like, let's be real. Like, these guys have placed 8th last season. They look really, really good throughout kind of last season generally, basically winning 2 of 6 games in whatever 6-game format they had. But this season's been a little bit more rough.
It has been a little bit more rough, but what I really like about these guys is the way that they play Command Cavern. Of course, they land there. They have so many of those coolers, 25 in fact, and we see them carrying those chug splashes all the way to endgame, allowing them to play sort of the Storm in the first moving and then take the high ground and get the dub. But we are seeing Floki and Clement. Reese, you touched on them a little bit before. A very, very OG duo. One of my personal favorites, actually. They've been playing together since Chapter 2, Season 2, Reese. They're definitely a different sort of team, though, aren't they? They play a little bit low ground and go for those eliminations a little bit different.
Absolutely. Like, realistically, I call these guys the opportunists, right?
Yeah.
Because they're always trying to take whatever opportunity they have. Right now, you can see they're playing low ground, right? No team really, I would say, in EU plays low ground that well. You know, and I think they're taking that opportunity because it's kind of relatively free in comparison, and they do play it so good. But obviously, the problem is their drop spot. Are they going to be able to qualify through while being contested?
It's going to be tough. It is going to be very tough indeed.
Yeah.
But we're going to move on to the next page, Reese.
Yeah, we are indeed. Host of other names, the other 50 players that we have here. The one that I'm looking at, the one that's standing out to me right here, again, convenient, right? DKS and Bad Sniper. Now, they're a team that if we watched last season at all, it's all about Tilted, right? It's all about Tilted. And Bad Sniper, obviously one half of this duo, has been landing in Tilted Towers since 2019 World Cup. So basically, this is his drop spot. Now, obviously, we've seen it change a bunch throughout this season. It's a little bit less loot on it, but I think that's going to benefit them.
I think it will, and of course, being uncontested at the north side as well, it'll definitely benefit them. Even though there's less loot there, they have all of that loot to themselves almost, Reese. So it's going to be interesting to see how they develop throughout today. But from one French team to another, we're going to be talking about Snazy and Podesai a little bit as well. Two of the Vitality boys there, they know how to play. And of course, this duo is definitely an interesting one because we saw Podesai playing a little bit this season. He has won a solo Cash Cup as well. So definitely two very good players. And with combined with the sort of experience of Snazy, I think they have a sort of recipe for success today, Reese.
I would agree with that, 100%. And they're two players that, in all honesty, haven't been at their best since, I think, Chapter 2, Season 6, in my eyes. When you look at the placements, you know, Podesai is like a staple name on the region, yet he's only made one FNCS finals, and it was back then. True. Similar to Snazy, like, at that time, for a couple kind of seasons before then, he was popping off repeatedly in kind of the final situations, and it's slowed down a bit. But now, this season, looking really good, so this could be the one.
It really is. I'm particularly excited to see how that duo do, but we're going to throw it over to Zeke because what's up next?
Well, thank you so much, Mini Miner. And of course, Reese, for breaking down all the games and the duos, of course. But why don't we take a little bit of beat here and hang out with some of the players? This content piece is called Where in the World?
Right, guys, let's play a game. Basically, we get showed a picture and we have to drive there. Whoever gets there first gets 1 point. Whoever gets the most points wins.
Okay.
Okay. Yep. Get me. Move, man.
Wait, I hope it's this way. I have no idea.
It would have been smart to take the road. Nah, GG. It's wraps.
I have no fear as well.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm not even sure if it's over here, because I can see the blue thing.
How are you not out of fuel?
Because I'm crazy. Okay, I'm here. I found it. This is too easy.
Bro, where is that, bro?
How do you know that? It's impossible to know.
No, it's not.
Bro, I know where that is.
No, bro, I don't know where to find this thing. There's 5 million buildings.
It's impossible.
I don't even remember what I have to find. Oh, I know.
Bro, looked at my screen and then said, I know.
No, I know.
It's impossible.
I find it.
I got it first. It's coming out.
Where is that?
Wait.
Where should go? No, it's done one.
But I know where it is, but...
I know.
Don't crash, guys. Drive safe.
No, I'm full speeding.
I might be wrong.
We're in the wrong POI. No way, bro.
Yeah.
What else could it be?
Ping, you're not really good at this.
I know where it is, but I have no fuel, bro.
No, it's not here.
There is no way. I'm gonna see it.
It's not here.
Yep, I got it. Right there, Rocky of the Rails. Drive in Theta. Look at this. I think, let me triple check. Yep.
Oh, yeah, I know where that is.
Isn't that Holly Hedges, man? Oh, wait.
How can I know that?
Bro, it's so... That one is the easiest one that's been... I'm already here.
Stop looking at my screen, bro.
Bro, I'm already here. I'm here, Pink. It's fully over for you.
Yeah, bro, you don't know where it is, though.
I pretty much know. Like, I'm pretending here. Okay, I'm here. Bro, I'm dying to bots. But I was here.
So far.
Yeah, that is very far.
It's actually crazy how we all know this one.
Yeah, and actually the subs know this one, then we know it's easy.
Maybe I can do a little bit of this. Oh, and there's bots, yep. Grab a little jetpack.
If someone's faster than me, then they are full psychos. They suit us. How much fuel you on?
I'm gonna win.
But yeah, my car's blocking. It's over, it's over.
There's no way you guys have enough fuel, bro.
No, Dan is winning. Dan is winning. They suit us, you're throwing. No.
Is this. I won. I was here first.
GG's, boys. Well played.
Yeah, GG.
GG.
There you have it. That is where in the world. Now, let's shift gears right back into duos. These are some duos we have eyes on as we prepare for semifinals day number 1. Let's talk about Thomas HD and Triprin, please.
I will indeed. I'll fill you in on all the juicy gossip that you need to know about this team. Now, if you watched last season, you might be thinking, Thomas HD, where's Tayson, right? Well, at the start of this season, they ended up splitting, right? And let's be real, I think Triprin's proved himself in this duo so far.
I mean, he definitely has. We saw a great solo clutch in Qualify 3. Wasn't quite enough to qualify them to the finals, but they are still landing at Command Cavern Reese. But there's a slight change to this side of the map, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean, the slurp truck's gone, right? So the slurp truck was kind of the usual play to kind of 50-50 on that side with a bunch of other teams who were there, grab the loot, try and win off spawn instantly. But firstly, the teams who are contesting them have all qualified through at this point. So right now, it seems like Thomas HD and Triprin are uncontested. But similarly, you know, that slurp truck not being there takes away a couple of the reasons you'd actually want to land on that side.
Yeah, that's very true. But this is, of course, a very top team. We know how good these guys are at solo clutches. They're very, very good individual players. But I think, Reese, if they bring it all together today, if they can make the sort of chemistry and the recipe work today, I think they're on for a winner.
I mean, I was going to say we've not seen it yet, but we've not seen it in FNCS yet.
True.
We've seen it in the Cash Cup this week. They won the Cash Cup with this kind of altered drop spot this week. So it's like, I hope they can put it together now, because let's be real, this weekend's when it matters for these guys. If they're not able to do it, I'll be very worried. I'm not that worried about them. No, let's be real. They're one of the best
very
teams.
good. Yeah, they are very good. But another duo that is, of course, very good is Hen and Queasy. Now, it's a bit of a surprise, Reese, that these guys aren't already qualified into the finals. It's like, what are they doing here? Should they already be in finals? What's gone wrong?
They should. Right. Yeah. They should. They are the reigning FNCS champions from last season. You would think, realistically, that they would have gone through in Qualifier 1 similar to the last season, because they are just one of the best teams, but unfortunately, they just haven't. Yeah. And, you know, I predicted them twice.
You have.
Yeah.
And I think you got it wrong, if I'm
Yes, I have indeed. Thank you for the reminder at the same time. It's okay. But they've struggled, right? Let's be real. And it's very common for teams who win FNCS the next season to have a relatively, I don't want to say subpar season, but not equal to what you've just had.
Yeah, not at all. They sort of start the season really, really well. I think vehicles is the big talking point for this duo. We know all about the vehicles being removed. They've sort of gone in different stages as well. So at the beginning of the season, they were on fire, winning 2 Cash Cups, I believe, in a row, which is incredible. Then they sort of took out the vehicles, or half of the vehicles, and they ended up getting 2 12ths in a row, which is not too great for this team. But now all the vehicles have gone. The playing field is even. They came on Wednesday. They came 2nd on NA East and 3rd on EU. So I think when the playing field's a little bit more level, Reese, I think they're on for a winner.
Yeah, absolutely. And let's be real, they're game winners as well. And I think this is the situation. If you win a game, you go straight through to the finals.
Yep.
So fantastic for them. Speaking of game winners, Juriki and iDrop, a team again that is statistically, we'll say statistically, the best team in the lobby, right? They have the most series points, 1730. That is #1 on top of the leaderboard right now. And they placed 6th and they've placed 7th. So just out of the qualification slot so far. So they're going to be a little bit, I don't want to say upset, but they're just probably doing it for the extra practice.
I think they are, you know. They're getting that little bit of extra practicing. Oh, we just missed out. Oh, no, it's okay. We're going to practice in the semi-finals, and that's exactly what they are doing. But, of course, you mentioned they came 6th and 7th. That would qualify them today. It's not just about getting the victory royale. If they can get those consistency points, that will, of course, qualify them into the finals, which is a great point. But this duo are very, very exciting, and I'm excited to see what drop spots we're going to be talking about.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see them at Logjam, right?
Yeah.
Start up. We'll see them in Logjam initially, but after that, I'm kind of wondering, right? Like, when other teams start to qualify through, is there a team who will come through even if they don't make it through today, like tomorrow, that's going to contest them through?
True.
Realistically, I think these guys are qualifying through in probably the first 3 games. Will I curse that? Maybe.
I mean, I hope not, but let's toss it over to Zeke, who has some thoughts on the drop spots today.
Thank you so much. You guys are just absolutely crushing it right now. Why don't we shift gears once again and talk about drop spots? So we just saw the Collider hit the game. Now we've got Mr. Savage up against Janice. Now, how can we expect these duels to fare? Because I know this POI is kind of brand new to the game. Have these guys had enough time to properly prepare for this new drop spot?
No.
Or maybe.
Or maybe.
That's another one.
No is going to be my full claim, right? So there's 2 little differences. You can see from the map straight up that Janice and Vortex and Benji Savage are both landing here. I think they're both going to be kind of going to that northwest side because there's actually 2 other teams still going to the southeast side. But with it only coming out this week, it's like you have limited time to figure out the strategies for this. Like,
that's very true. That's very true. But of course, you mentioned that Janice and Vortex have been screwing. They've been practicing. They've been
2v2s off spawn.
2v2s off spawn at this new drop spot. That's probably the best way that these teams can practice, right?
Absolutely.
Getting that practice in off spawn against probably similarly ranked teams.
Yeah.
And to go up against Mr. Savage and Benji, it's not going to be an easy task today.
It's not, but we're not seeing peak Savage and Benji right now.
That's true.
You know, we've watched this through the entire FNCS so far. They're not putting in as much work as some of the other teams right now, which is a shame to see because they're some of the most talented players out there. And Janice right now, like I said, like kind of practicing off spawn, grinding those 2v2s. We're seeing effort in the way of Janice's team right now when it comes to this off-spawn fight. But hey, maybe Savage and Benji have been doing it at the same time, off-stream, not kind of flexing about it. Let's be real.
Maybe. This is one of their last weekends, right, to try and make it to the finals, so they kind of have to do it
this
now.
is their last weekend.
Well, yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's flop on over to the Grove, Greasy Grove happening right here, right now. We got Flois versus Nano. So let's kind of talk about this. This, I think, is going to go a little bit differently. Like, we had a chance to talk about this, Reese.
Yeah.
So what information do you have?
All the juicy bits, right? So when it comes to both these teams off spawn here, like, we've seen not great success rates for both teams so far, right? In different drop spots so far. Yep. So far, Flois' team has basically only won 33 or 1/3, essentially, of their games off spawn. So that's not great. However, at the same time, and I think it was qualifier #1, those 2 games they got off spawn, second and second, 10 elims, 12 elims. So it's like, if they get off spawn, they have momentum to go super deep into the game and get tons of points.
Yeah, and in a similar way, Nano and Lou, maybe you guys haven't really heard of them before, maybe it's an unknown duo in the scene, but a little stat from Kings Analytics, so shout out to him, was that when these guys do make it off spawn, they actually make it to endgame in 93% of their games. So we're seeing 2 duos that, if they make it off spawn today, they can go on to do great things.
Yeah, I'm still off spawn. I'm still giving it to Flois' team.
I think so.
Straight up. They're the more experienced team, just in every way, basically, at this moment. But maybe Nano's team's going to come in with something that will surprise us.
I mean, there's 3 days, right? Anything can happen. And again, we just need the victory royale, and then we can move on through to the finals, right? Thank you guys so much. Why don't we shift gears? I like to do this a lot. Just change it all up. Let's take a look at this content piece. You know, and you've seen these before. This is in the lobby, but this time, we're in the lobby with Thomas.
What's up, everyone? My name's Levin2K, and I'm in the lobby with the one and only Thomas HD. Yo, it's a pleasure to have you with me, Thomas. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great.
There is nobody in the history of Fortnite that is better with a sniper rifle in their hands. How are you so good?
I don't know, I can't explain it. I'm just too good, I guess.
You've genuinely been one of the best players in the region for such a long time. You've achieved so much. So many people quit and they can't maintain that high level, but you've done it for seasons and seasons and seasons. So how have you done it?
When I enjoy playing the game, I'm like grinding every day, and sometimes you need breaks as well. So you have to like take breaks like when you know it's time. The breaks are like so important.
You don't actually switch up your teammates much, right? You always stick with people, you're quite loyal. Is that because, you know, you pick players who you want to have fun with and who you can have fun with?
It's like important to have fun with your duo or trio. Like that's 100% like the best part.
Obviously, you're playing with Tayson now and you guys are doing, you know, really well together. Do you guys sort of realize like we are two of the best Fortnite players ever? Do you use that sort of when you go into games?
Yeah, I think, but the matter is like we have to get off spawn and then like mid-game fights and stuff, we don't lose that. We just have to get to late game.
Yeah.
Like the main problem is like off spawn because it's just most likely 50-50.
Yeah. You guys obviously did really well last season. You've always come very close, but you know, you're still yet to get that victory royale in the FNCS. Why have you not won an FNCS yet?
I feel like I've been unlucky in the last like games in the big tournaments, and it's always like so close.
Was there one FNCS where you really just thought you had it?
With Anas and Flick. We were like second last game, and we died like pretty early in the edge zone, and Janice and them won the game.
Thomas, where can the people find you if they want to, you know, check you out, check out some of your gameplay? Where can the people find you online?
Thomas HD everywhere.
Thomas HD everywhere.
Every socials.
You guys know where to find him. Thomas, it's been a pleasure. It's been in the lobby with Levin2K and Thomas HD.
Once again, just a huge thank you to all the players who participated in Media Day. We're getting awfully close to launching that battle bus, so we got to talk about predictions next. But we're kind of here together for the first time, so I'll tell you what, why don't we introduce our fellow casters? That's right, it's Shy Wager, it's Levin2K. Come on out, fellas.
Yeah.
It feels good.
It feels good. What do you guys think?
We're so excited.
What do you think of the set?
It's nice, shiny, sleek. A lot of good S words.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's been a long time coming, right?
Yeah. I think the first time we finally got to meet Levin in person, he was like, Zeke, hey! Oh, all right, little buddy. There you go. It's fine. I'm not worried about it. Guys, why don't we take a moment to talk about predictions? This is going to be a crazy one because we get to do this in person and together. So let's go ahead and put these up on screen and we will talk through it. So if I'm correct, it looks like me and Mini Miner, we're going with eyedrop and jerky. There we go. I got it out.
Yep. I don't know about who you've gone for.
Yeah. I know. So I feel like eyedrop.
Yeah, I think so.
We're doing it. We're working through it. Eyedrop and jerky. I mean, look, they've won 2 games in qualifier, right? So they've known the success of winning already, right? So I think you just have to do. Okay, you have 3 days to get a win. Okay, that's not a problem, right?
Yeah, these guys are winners. They know how to get victory royales. And in fact, the last time that we saw them in FNCS, let me just remind you guys, they actually ended with a 16 elimination victory royale. That was qualifier 3 for those wondering. And they are just brilliant. And I think we've made the correct decision.
They did it when it was too late and didn't mean anything. Fair play. Yeah.
They wanted to practice. They wanted to practice.
I want to correct you. That's the big drop to you once again, right? Not eye drop. Look, these guys are obviously a great duo, but, you know, are they on the same page? They were uber aggressive in that final game. Are they going to come with that same approach now? Are they going to switch things up? Percy, a duo that I know we're both very confident about, Thomas, Trippin. I don't have any doubts. I know what I'm getting out of these guys, right? It's not an even playing field because these guys have command cavern. They have 2 launch pads every single game. Yep. They are going to win a game. It's inevitable.
Yeah, don't be tripping on Tripper. Straight up. And then after that, Thomas is involved as well. I mean, you saw it in Qual 3, the clutch plays. You think of the word clutch, they could just rename themselves to that word. I mean, they have to win 1 game. It can be done on the first day in game 1. I'm kind of reading the script right now.
Okay. All right, Reese, we saved the best for last.
We did, of course. Yeah.
I wonder who it could be. I wonder who it is.
We're going with the reigning FNCS champions. Come on.
Okay.
Hen and Queasy. And look, we've been talking about game winners. You're talking about eye drop. Okay, sorry, the big drop. My bad. The big drop. We don't want to get that one wrong. My bad. The big drop in Juriki. You're looking at Thomas, but we're talking about the real game winners here. Hen and Queasy.
Okay.
They're winning.
They've let you down a couple times though, bro.
They have, but they've still won a game.
Okay.
I'm not counting on these guys for a top 5. They're winning a game.
What I like is you mentioned reigning FNCS champions. I see the reign in different ways, right? Just on the cheeks, the tears when it's a South Zone rotate. So, you know, car's gone now.
No, one of their wins was a South Zone.
Okay, one of many, Levin. Many chances.
One of many. They have many chances,
One of many. Guys, this is incredible. This is a lot of fun, but it's about that time to get the battle bus ready and prepped for us. So as we prepare, don't forget, find yourselves a nice little seat on the bus, grab some popcorn, because we'll be here for 5 games. Let's get ready to run it. Casters, over to you.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Mini, Reese. I mean, Levin, nice to see them, but for you, my friend, I mean, we need a little bit of this. Yeah, it's nicer to see your face. I mean, FNCS semifinals, Europe, big region, big players, big games ready to
It's
go.
the moment we've all been waiting for, right? Quite literally for us in studio, but very much for the players. They've had 3 qualifiers. Some of these guys haven't been able to make it through. This is their final chance to do so.
Yep, and we're starting it off 5 games today. Lots more over on the weekend as well. I mean, 11 for them. This is just do or be done. This is the time to really put everything they learned into this day.
Yeah, and if you're a player, you want to get that out the way in that first day, right? You don't want to be going to day 2, day 3. It's already been nerve-wracking enough. You want to get it out of the door as soon as possible.
Yeah, and big stakes changes. I'm not talking meat. I'm talking the actual pie of the game so far. If you win one, you're going straight over to the finals. That'll change the way these guys play, too. It'll change surge strats entirely. Might be a bit more passive. Might be angry right off the rip.
Yeah, I think that sort of mesh of the different sort of ideologies behind the game. Are you going to go for an efficiency style where you are just thinking about the long game? Or are you thinking, no, we're in, we're out, soon as possible. Let's get the win and get out of here, right?
Yeah.
What that thought process is going to be so fun to see across all the different teams.
Yeah, lots of thinking to do, but there's also an elephant in the room with Cavern in the business. I mean, we're fanboying on some favorites in there as well. We've been tuning in qual after qual to this POI, and even with the Collider taking away a few teams, it's still kind of hustly and bustly overall.
Yeah, and I guess we're going to jump right into that hustle and bustle. Game 1 of the semi-finals right around the corner.
Game number 1, one more step towards those finals in the FNCS. It's Europe. Welcome if you're just tuning in. If you win games, you'll be moving on. If you get top 6 as well, by the end of the day, you will also have a ticket straight towards those premium seats, Levin. And right now, Mr. Savage, Benji, they're back. They're ready to go. But their story also ending right before it starts.
Yeah, we haven't spoken much about Mr. Savage and Benji, but a team that people definitely had as an outsider pick to possibly qualify. But if they can't make it off spawn, then those hopes are right out the window. Benji has a tough task on his hands.
Trying his best to maybe just survive for a little bit. It's Genesis and Vortex, who have been in, I think, many different POIs. I want to see a stat possibly. Are they the most moved team on this EU map? I'm not sure what it is, but they're at the Collider now. It's set and ready to go. They can fly out as well. Huge rotations, but many teams to take down before they can really play the game.
Yeah, I think that's one of the biggest concerns, right? A lot of the teams who are at the Collider are teams who just haven't really had a home this season, right? It's the reason why they've all been so attached to the Collider. They see it as a new opportunity to gain new land, and we're seeing already things aren't that easy, right? You have to fight for it. Benji having to do that as well. He gets out just by the nick of his teeth, and he'll be able to sort of maybe wrap around and try see if he can pick up Savage later.
Yeah, Benji on screen, DKS Bat Sniper in the feed. Feels like another day in EU. They're picking up a few picks. It's Magute all the way in Tilted Towers. Looks like no one can really stop DKS and Bat Sniper as they're moving around this map over and over in the quals, Levin. But why haven't they just really made it to finals yet? Like, what's going on with these two?
I think another case of a team that very much has, you know, almost unfinished business at a POI that really has just almost been hindering them. Of course, Tilted Towers had its changes, but that's definitely a team that very much people expect to be on it.
Absolutely. Greasy Grove also activating. We talked about it a bit in the segments on the pre-show. Lou and Nano up against Mappy and Flows to see exactly what they can get done. It's about momentum, I feel like, in these fights. Whoever gets that first shot landed, they get to dictate how things go right now. Flows going to be completely taken over. Boss all the way down towards the bottom as this fight also breaks down over at the Cavern. Tripper and actually active and picking apart a few people off the truck. Looking good for them, and Flows lands a very crucial shot. Not maximum damage so far, but he'll run it through it after. A Sidewinder pump a big shot past that, and Mappy's with him too. Now they have the pressure on all sides, but haven't really locked this fight down just yet.
Yeah, Flo's getting really creative with the angles, right? Finding any opportunity to find a shot. They pick up the knock onto Nano. The job's not finished, and now they have that win off spawn. Reese gave it to them. He said they have more experience, and that experience coming through. And a brilliant start to the game. Flo is picking up both of those eliminations, but as you saw in the distance, the job isn't necessarily finished, right? There are still players in this general greasy area.
Now, I'm wondering if Flows is on the set with us right now. This man looks like he's in a different setting overall.
Ooh.
Aware of everything, gets one pick immediately. Next player finishes the fight, immediately sniping the third party before they shoot. This man's fast today.
Yeah, he's on it. I think it's going to be a big deal for them how they sort of start off, because we talked about players moving and changing settings. This is another team, right? We've not just seen them here at Greasy. You know, we saw them at Coney a couple times, right? Today it's Greasy. How can they do at this POI? I think the big thing will be that composure. When you're going up against someone off spawn, can you almost get into your opponent's head, right? Can you rattle them a bit?
Yeah.
You know, get them second guessing. We've seen teams will leave, right? If you force them to leave, they will leave. So we'll see how that fight develops at Greasy off spawn.
We'll have a little less time today because it is just 5 games. If you're going to be all-inning off spawn, over and over. Got to make sure everything's efficient. And efficiency-wise, Hen and Queasy, I feel like that is the name of their game. They have to keep timing proper. They have to keep rotations proper. They need one game today, but now everyone's on their wavelength on trying to win.
Yeah, I think they are very happy about the fact that vehicles are sort of completely removed, right? It gives them a level playing field, one that they feel will very much put them back into contention for winning it all. And right, that's what their names deserve to be. You have Queasy, who's one of the biggest brains in all of Fortnite. Hen, a phenomenal player. He can pull out something at any moment that will just surprise even the best of the best players. And that combination of players definitely is one you expect to see in the finals. And the same could be said for the team you see on our screens here. Thomas and Trippin, you already mentioned Trippin picking up an elimination in the feed. Ooh, getting back on Benji. Ooh.
Benji's gone.
I was going to say, Benji's back, but for how long? He goes down. Vortex is the one to take him out as well. So already we're seeing, you know, that fight at the Collider, how that's sort of playing out. All these different off-spawn fights really setting the tone for how these games go.
Thomas and Trippin still have a lot more to do. Waffler up in the business still. Will they find him as they move through these builds? Will he spring a trap? Looks like Trippin's seen something. Thomas is still chilling. Cavern, still the strongest, then?
Well, it depends on who you ask. I think a lot of people feel like the Collider is something to really behold in regards to just how teams are actually able to get so much loot, so much materials from it, right? You know, watching the Cash Cup earlier this week, I saw Tayson and Chapix, who aren't playing today, but they were landing there, and they were stacked, right? And being a mid-map POI, we've always known how strong those can be. Ask Cammy and Seti about mid-map POIs, right? They'll tell you how much they love them. So, you know, the fact that you get 2 guaranteed pads there, similar to what you get at Command, all the great materials, the loot, it is very strong. Some would argue maybe it's even better than what we have at Command right now.
Yeah, I mean, might be the wave to switch over, but for some reason, the big teams just want to rain for Command Cavern. They want a spot in those finals that is, you know, completely free. And Austin Pink, rocky relationship with Spawn so far up in the quals. They're still here in the semis, though. Confident in them winning a game, or is it more so a top 6?
I'm very confident in them winning a game, because I think given the right circumstances, given the opportunity, we will see them at height at some stage. When you talk about efficiency in terms of play style, they are probably the epitome of it, right?
Yeah.
That is their goal. You know, they're the kind of team where you'll see them in the final moments of the game and they've only got 1 elimination, right? And it's not because they're not capable of getting eliminations, but their game plan is one that very much mitigates the need for refreshes and eliminations, right? Which is very different from what we see from other teams. So a very efficient team. The problem with that is that when there is maybe a bit of a hitch along the way, that's where we get the games where we don't see them for quite too long. And you could probably argue the same for this team we have on our screens right here, right? Yeah. Ajop and Juriki, the big drop. Up on this hill towards Shifty, where they want to be, very much a strong sort of position when it comes to Storm Surge tags. Of course, you can see right now in the general area, there aren't necessarily many people rotating in this way. I believe that is partly in terms of sort of the zone being north. A lot of the teams in this general area know if we walk past that hill, there's going to be a team up there taking shots at us, right? So can we get as far away from it as possible? And that's a concern for them, Shire, because if there aren't teams rotating through here, how do they get their tags, right? How do they get their Storm Surge damage up? Something that remains to be seen as we move throughout this game.
Absolutely, for Queasy and Hen. Surge also never really an issue. It's just the timing on dipping in to get it. We mentioned this word a lot as well, Storm Surge. Sometimes people skip up on the quals. They come through on the semis, Levin. Explain to me in basic terms, what is Storm Surge?
Well, there's a lot of players in the lobby, right? And the lobby, it's a grumpy lobby, right? And it doesn't like too many players being in the lobby. And so everybody is forced to sort of do a certain damage threshold, right? You have to try to get as much damage as you can by a certain timing, and the timing sort of will accumulate. And we'll notify you of those, right? But if you haven't done as much damage, if the server isn't at that player threshold once the time hits, the lobby gets angry and it starts to do a lot of damage, right? And so if you find yourself below that threshold, the lobby's going to be doing damage at you. If you find yourself above that threshold, you've done a good job.
Absolutely. You want to see the players active. As Levin says, deal damage or get damage done to you. You'll see it in a second. It'll pop up right above the mini-map. We'll see lightning striking from the skies. Past that, though, in the Sanctuary, not much always ends up going on. It's kind of chill towards that side. Trulex Chicho, or tell me is it Chicho?
It is Chicho.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of people say Chico. I understand. I said Chico at one point. My eyes were opened. And his name is Chicho.
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a hot minute.
Yeah.
What's been going on?
I think the big thing with them is that, of course, they were very impressive last season. They showed themselves to have a very consistent game plan in the early and mid game, and this season things have sort of gone awry, as my friend Shirewager would say. And it's weird because Trilix is this very experienced player, someone who I think very much is trying to prove to the world that you know he is a great mind, similar to his former teammate Queasy. Of course, they played competition together, did very well, but Queasy is often seen as the genius, in that tandem, and he's trying to show, look, I'm the guy as well, right? Like, trust me. And Chicho, very much an up-and-coming player, somebody that has shown a tendency to be very electric in certain moments, but in some of the bigger moments can maybe shy away, and so overcoming that barrier is a big thing for him.
Nisha right now will tune in with Milo as well. It's either Gabix or Tyson who's playing. We have to, it's Gabix? Yeah, okay, cool, nice. Making sure. It's nice for you to be able to mouth that to me. Face to face, you know what I mean? Nice change of face. Cisse trying to bust through the doors, but not really much going on here. This is once again for just having damage under your belt. At the same time, this can be done from range. Maybe these guys are trying to upgrade their loadouts entirely, but I see a pad in Cisse's inventory. It's a big risk to keep on taking this fight. They do have a knock though rolling in onto Schmecky. Maybe time to go really aggressive. Fight for this pinch. They're giving this man too much space to work with.
Yeah, I think the big thing, right, is that where they are on the map, the far northeast, they're going to know, look, if we don't do damage to this team, there's not going to be many teams in our general area to do damage to. We need to get ahead on that threshold. Things are sort of going on now, right? Gabix is down, and they'll try and fish that loot in. I think the ultimate priority is maybe seeing if they can pick up Schmecky as well. As a solo, there's not going to be much he can do, but he'll try his best for sure.
I feel like I'm watching like 8th zone. What's going on here? This is an easy box fight. Turn around and like get in. You know when sometimes it happens in movies sometimes. Oh no, like I'm drowning. It's like, I can't swim. And it's a shallow water. Just stand up, just walk around for a box fight. Like, what's happening right now?
I think Schmecky's taking your advice. He's just realized that maybe I should just get out of here. 200 below surge though isn't going to be good. Okay,
we gotta wait. We're excited.
I lost my cool there. Yeah. You gotta wait for it to update. But he's 169 above, and as a solo, I don't think he'll even be too bothered about that right now. I think the big thing for him is, how do I get my teammate back into this game? What is the pathway to making it to endgame and trying to get some points up? The reboot will be the best option for that. But ultimately, 186 above, it's not a comfortable, damage threshold to be at, right? You want to be pushing a bit higher than that. So once he does get Gabix back into the game, they're going to have to start thinking about how they do some damage and get their loadouts back to a suitable place.
Also going to just keep working. Meanwhile, across the map, people still just setting up these bases. It's not just to pass by some time and wait till the end game. It's more so to dictate how people move around the map. It's to stop certain rotations. It's to get your tags all the way up. And Cosmo and Jay, they're here in the right spot. They're just not really doing the full work so far. 52 below, so Jay is landing a few shots left and right. 8 people need to go down right now for Surge to stop. We're looking at that lobby count going down to 70 almost. See exactly what these guys can do.
Yeah, we'll see how they deal with that sort of pressure, right? One of the biggest things to look at when you're almost analyzing teams and watching players is, who are those players who show up in the big moments, right? Who can deal damage when it matters the most? You see Diox trying to be that guy right now. He's got to be careful. Not many builds, not much HP, very much below on Surge, and the armored walls are just slowing them down.
Diox, one of the first people to go down this game in Cavern, so already him and Waffle are so behind the pack in time, they have to be forcing these fights. Meanwhile, though, as they try to, Waffle is being picked apart left and right. He's losing arms, legs, and everything without even wanting to fight. Diox, too, edited down, taken out. They're trying to be the aggressors here, but they just pitfallen into a trap. This is so unfortunate for them. Very good defense on the side of this team on screen.
Yeah, they got way too big for their boots there. You saw how well those guys dealt with that aggression. They just let them walk into them, right? They said, you guys can keep losing your heads, right? We will just allow you to walk into our crosshairs and take you out rather simply, right? They made that look very, very smooth.
There's gonna be a huge difference today as well, just in the way the game is played. We're talking about Pick and Nos, Thomas Tripper, and Hen Queasy, Jerky Eye Drop, these big players are looking for the win, right? Let me give you a mini analogy right here, okay? Suppose there's one door, and that door is high ground. A lot of the times, just in quals, a few people will run for that door. Maybe 2 people can fit in there, right? There's some respect. The other 4 teams, they might just let everyone walk through the door. It's fine. We'll let 2 people fight. Today, when you're going for the win, when it's not just consistency, top 5, that door is going to be shouldered up, my friend Levin. It's going to be like 10 teams not stopping, going straight for the win. It's a very different mindset towards the end game. I don't think a bunch of these players are ready for that.
Yeah, I think that's very interesting in terms of that dynamic because, like you said, a lot of these players will be aware of the other ones who are great high ground teams, and so does that element of respect go there? Because if you're a top high ground team like, say, a Nas and Pink on our screens here, if Queasy and Hen on high, you can guarantee it's going to be very well enforced. It's going to be a very strong high hold, and so they see that. Do they see that and go, we're not going to be able to take this, it's not going to be worth our time, let's try go down low? Or do they go, no, heights out, we're going for it, no matter what,
they're pushing their shoulders through that door right, man. There's no way, like, it happens every time, especially in game 1.
It's a decision that they're going to have to make, and it could be a decision that is very costly, right? You know, especially in the case of Pink and Ash, you never know how many games you're actually going to get, right? Maybe someone decides to rock up to come on, Kevin, and give you some problems. Maybe not in this lobby, but for sure, that's a decision that these teams will be forced to make.
One big thing, too, we talk about the winning checklist, the win conditions for some teams. We started to have a little bit of a joke with Hen and Queasy. It was always, what is it, get zone or get an IO vehicle? What was it?
Get zone, get a pad.
Get a pad, that's what it is. I always think it's a vehicle, but those obviously not here right now anymore. Get zone, get a pad. I haven't seen a pad so far in their inventory, but zone, Sleepy Sound, they have a chance.
Yeah, well, look, we'll find out whether or not they can actually get that going, but we got a quick update from our boy Reese Hub, so we'll throw him right in there.
Here we go. Here we are. Here we go. This is one of the things we wanted to talk about earlier. These guys did a great job setting up the win condition, but so is Hen, right? These guys managed to get here so early. In fact, after 4 minutes in the game, they were already in the winning position, which has now led them to be center of third zone. We also can see iDrop and Jerky attempting to do the exact same thing, but unfortunately, the zone RNG necessarily wasn't the same.
That's huge, right? That's huge in terms of understanding now how the trajectory of the game goes for those two teams. In the case of Queasy and Hen, right, things are very much looking good. You can see Zone now isn't a far distance whatsoever. They've already sort of marked their positions of where they want to maybe look to get to. In the case of iDrop and Jerky that we've seen in the previous qualifying weeks, where if they don't get, you know, that sort of optimal zone and that better positioning, things do start to look a bit dicey for them.
Absolutely. I feel like sometimes, too, they know what we know, right? They need that zone, they need the pad. They have both, as we mentioned. When they're in that position, they feel a bit too comfortable, right? You mentioned that they're in here, they get a little bit dicey in the spots anyways. They sometimes seem way too happy. I kind of like them when they're in Rocky Real sometimes, really struggling, because I feel like they care more, they're more in tune with what's going on. Sleepy's where I've seen them mess up the most.
I think that is in regard to, like you said, not being able to get enough surge damage, right?
Yeah.
So that puts them in uncomfortable positions for sure. I think there's a happy balance, there's a mid place, right? And I'm sure I'm sure any fan of them watching at home will be hoping that this game they are in that sort of middle place. Podesai and Snazy, definitely a team to watch out for. Alele Blue, I always have to say whenever I see a French team, always. So
absolutely.
We'll be rooting for them.
All right, all about the zone clocking in as well. You can kind of sense the slower pace of this game overall. A lot of the times, it is a little bit more itchy, a lot more action, and a bunch, or just clusters of players falling over and over again. Right now, the lobby seems like it's bleeding a little bit. They're just going for the damage. Everyone's just itching for that first win. They're really trying to make it all the way towards the end.
Yeah, and look, in the case of Janice and Vortex, how do they make it to the end? 16 above isn't great, but forget that. Look at Janice or Vortex's builds, right? 39 builds at this stage in the game. That's not great. That is not great whatsoever, and so definitely going to be looking to set up for a refresh at some point, but fortunately, Vortex is the kind of player that very much can do that. A big powerhouse, but can they get to zone? You can see being forced again to use builds to actually get into zone, so the builds and the HP dwindling. There's now a team in his face, and so Vortex goes down. Janice having to look backwards and see if he can avenge his teammate, but he might need to just focus on himself right now. You can see trying to do everything he can to keep him up, but
there's no way.
Ultimately, the aggression from the other teams coming in is just going to be too much, and he's eventually going to be forced to switch to wood, and at that point, they're going to really start to rain in on the pressure. He's in their top. What can he do? He's trying everything he can, dancing around, but eventually, the zone damage is just going to keep ticking away at him. It's so difficult for Janice, but he's doing so well. He picks up a knock as well. Vaniac caught asleep. And if you can get the finish, that alone would be brilliant. But you know Janice wants a bit more than that. It's going to be so hard, though. The time is ticking, 2 HP and down. Doesn't get the finish either. but you saw how things just went from good to bad so quickly in the case of Janice and Vortex. That's how fast things can turn in these games.
Not even just for him, everyone around him too. And I'm looking at things going bad possibly for the lobby. An ominous villain on the high ground, Thomas Trippern, looking down at their food basically, spilling mats, getting ready for maybe even that game 1 win.
Yeah, definitely setting up to do that, right? We talk about how these guys will have the launch pads as well. Those will always be great for securing good position once the moving zones kick off, and we're starting to see us get to that point. Vettel and Lotix now trying to find their way. They wanted a recycled pad, but that didn't come through, and so now they're just gonna have to do a dash all the way across the zone. Max Pool, teams looking at them all across the board. Surge burning down on their skin as well. It is not looking good.
Fighting the terrain, fighting players, fighting lightning. This is gonna be tough and shocking almost for Vedlet. And Lotix kind of just moving all the way in. Not much right now. This is just depressing almost too. They have to make sure they're on their feet, keep it up the speed, but then also stop and take these minis. Lotix falls right beside him. I'm looking at a black and white, you know, war reenactment from the way back 1800s. This is so sad too, the music.
Oh, no.
My man is down in the zone. That is just a tough way to go.
Yeah, you just walked right into the build. The Surge said, Hen and Queasy looking a bit better, right, than what we just saw across the board. Much more healthy on the material side of things, especially.
Queasy with that pad, he's going to be the one to kind of dictate where these guys go and then set Hen loose.
Yeah, and that's the big part. You saw there Queasy just opening up the edit, looking at what the situation up on high ground is.
10 seconds too till we pull all the way towards the north. Who has the advantage? It's Zested and Hookah all the way up towards that side. Thomas and Tripper trying to see exactly where they are for the moment. Kind of more central overall towards the back. They can dictate who's going to be in the air. Nice team spray from Freezy and Hen as well. These guys look like they're both in tandem, actually synced for now. That has to be the key for them in endgame. Don't let Hen just go absolutely too crazy.
Yeah, getting a refresh at this stage in the game is typically one of the signs of a team that is ready to go out and win the game. And you can see now already the pads coming through. Thomas and Trippin, we know they have pads, but they're looking to recycle them. And that's exactly what they will try and do as they pick out their position in the zone. They have to pick wisely because ultimately, as you can see on the screen, they are below. They need to do some damage, but I won't doubt Thomas to be able to rekindle that as soon as possible.
Yeah, I thought we were just going to wait on an update and go all the way towards the top, but also Thomas looking for that sniper rifle. He's going to have one portion of his inventory also down. Now the back ball falls through, and Tripper's going to be just scratched in the back, not in the most comforting, massagey way. He's going to be not happy about that one. They had a lot of metal builds, a lot of investment here, but they still need to move. They're not in zone just yet. Thomas! What a shot from long range. This man's aware of every layer around him. He finds a few more people passing right by him. The timing is perfect, and they find two. How's that even allowed? This man has a mini-map in his brain. It's just too easy for this duo.
Things were looking absolutely dire for them, but ultimately, they've been able to fight their way back in the game. But it might not be a fight for much longer, right? On high ground, and that's Pick looking up against iDrop and Juriki. The fight for height continues, and we knew this would eventually happen. Queasy and Hen looking to get involved in the front side as well. It's getting shot from below. They need to secure high ground as soon as they can. Queasy realizes it's hard. They're on one build. Hen up there trying to fight for his life. He needs to hit a crucial shot, and it seems like he has. Queasy and Hen trying to fight for it. iDrop, you need to get down. You can't last this fight against Queasy. And he ultimately will be forced to scurry away. Queasy and Hen take height for themselves in game one.
Huge cost, so look at their mats. They have to possibly just chase one of these elims straight down below them, find one of the bodies, and looking for a side hop jump. It's not going to be possible. Queasy lands a shot, but at the same time, big defense with this person on second height down below. iDrop now down. Trulex also taking away the feed. This is going to be so unfortunate for some of these second height teams. Queasy and Hendo just have to stay alive up here. 3 builds for Queasy, 2 now down to 1, almost none. Has to maybe find Hen, get a little bit of a refresh. Look at all these just jungle type of builds all around. They have found each other on wood both at the same time. This is going to be tough for them. Pink picking up a few as well inside the feed. Snazy 06 Shady down all the way on low ground. Put aside now taking out. Flowis is popping off. Look at the beams from Snazy too. They have a little bit of an inkling of height. They have control.
Snazy has control all by himself. But how much longer can you do this for? When will somebody realize that he is just a solo up there? Pink and Nas relegated down to low ground, but he will remain relatively comfy there. Flames Flowis cannot say the same though. He is trying to find some sort of space, but they're not going to let him have it. Snazy just applying constant pressure. He's scared of his height being taken.
7 teams, 11 players are almost going towards solos. All with the clutch right now. Some of the teams that are actually surviving and have their teammates thriving are in the middle, in the low ground. Snazy once again is pushing straight towards the skies, looking for more beams and angles. Can't find much. Doesn't really have a teammate to put the pressure down. Is now even out of builds. His time might be over. He needs a vital elimination and needs to jump down for those mats as well. Gets a few. How many? Just enough to keep breathing. Flois now down. Samuel taken out. Pink and Anos are still alive, and they turned the world on its head. Just reversed it. Sometimes have height. This time it's all on low. The mats also dwindling away, but they're one of the only teams that still have both players alive. They're ready for the next shot. It's coming through straight quick. Still have control. Looking to end this game.
You can see how they're closing out low ground. Marco. So anybody on that layer has some issues, but you can see Marco and Kimberly are on a fight, on a race course into a very sticky situation. Marco doesn't even make it to Pink's crosshairs, but he will get the refresh nonetheless. And now you can see things ultimately breaking out into just an all-out war. Snazy dropping down, and he actually is able to take Pink and Anas out. How has he done that all by himself? Snazy with 8 eliminations, none on the side of Poda's side. He can win this game out as a solo now. It's a phenomenal start for Snazy, and start to finish, things didn't look possible, but he made them possible, and he's qualified for the FNCS finals.
That's how you do it by yourself. Poda's side taking him like a rocket to the skies, detaches the engine, and he gets that win. Insane from Snazy. He ran in the match like 3 or 4 times. I still can't fathom what happened.
I cannot believe my eyes, Shia Wager. How has he managed to hold height as a solo? Podesai watching in the back, kicking back. Easy as can be, didn't even have to do anything. But Snazy puts the team on his back and qualifies them through. What a performance from him.
Absolutely. I mean, there's so much to break down for that game specifically. We need Zeke, Mini, and Reese to really show us what we missed in that one.
Oh my goodness. Game 1 of semifinals was absolutely crazy, Mini.
It was unbelievable. We saw so many teams going for high ground all at once. They all wanted it. They were all battling over it. And it was the high teams that we saw do that, wasn't it? It was a lot of the high teams. And then just Snazy, sneaking up the back. He thought, you know what? I'll take high ground and win it all on my own.
I mean, well, that's the point, right? We mentioned all of the height teams we have here, and all of them were on height at some point, right?
True.
We had Queasy's team, we had Pink and Anas, all of these different teams going for high ground, and it created like a complete mess up there. We can see, obviously, at the start of moving zones, this is where they took advantage of that, right? No one's claiming it at the front side. They've managed just to tarp on, create a huge area for them up, and that's claimed them high ground at the start. But obviously, we saw how this game ended for them.
We saw it go pretty crazy. I mean, we saw Heading Queasy, of course, rotating to the front side of zone and then going for a little high ground take on the front, and that was a spectacle to behold. It was unbelievable. We saw a team going up on the front side, team going up on the south, on the back side as well. But Pink and Anas, we saw them playing low ground towards the end here because they sort of run out of steam.
I mean, they definitely have the capabilities to play all of these different playstyles now. Like, that's one of the things I've been really impressed with these guys, where they took height early and they were attempting to obviously try and win from there on out, but they understood when there were so many different teams just being messy going up for it that okay, it's a lost cause at this point. We need to go down, we need to play low, we need to stick together, we need to start fragging out, and that they did. Again, not picking up the Victory Royale, of course, unlike Snazy did.
That's very true. And of course, they're going to be playing for those placement points as well to maybe just get them through the sort of consistency. It's not just about the Victory Royales today. If you can play consistent, if you can keep your games consistent into that top 3s, top 4s, it's really where the points start to stack up. And for these teams, it's just the starting point for those that didn't get the victory.
Yeah, and I think, too, we cannot forget that now because this duel wins, that means that they don't have to play anymore, right? That they're completely out of semifinals. They're going right into finals. So they could be now, if they're contested, that means that this other duo now has freedom to operate, right?
Absolutely.
There's so much other avenues that now opens up because they've qualified.
It does, right? So there's a drop spot free at the same time for another team probably to go for height. Let's be real.
Yep.
But, one thing I actually want to look at, again, and we're talking about height a lot, and I'm going to stick with it, right? Thomas and Tripper. I was looking, and usually in duos, what Pink and Anas were doing looked solid. Going for it at the end of that first move, and they saw an opportunity. But again, another opportunistic team right here was Thomas HD and Tripper. This was significantly early. They were up on height in the 4th zone, managing to claim it from then. And obviously, we saw them get a complete max distance pull, which meant they had to drop down, which gave Pink and Anas the opportunity that we just saw there. And, it ended up in kind of a classic Thomas HD and Tripper play at the end.
Yeah, it did. And they just sort of used all their mats way too early on, didn't they? They didn't get enough of that refresh to keep themselves afloat, to keep themselves going into the end game. And unfortunately for them, it just resulted in them going down a little bit earlier than they would have liked here. Of course, 18th, maybe 17th place for them. So really not ideal for this duo, which we really expected big things of in the pre-show.
I'm curious to see how many duels will play for the Victory Royale versus how many will say, like, well, I don't need the Victory Royale. If I can just get teams out, my time will come then.
I mean, realistically, you've got 3 main height teams, and then towards the end of the tournament, everyone else becomes a height team.
Yeah,
that's kind of what happens.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. I like that. Well, let's take a look at our standings. So remember, it is the top 6 that we'll go through at the end of the day. So that's what we're fighting for right now. I mean, currently, Flois, after that game, holding down 6, at least for now, right, Reese?
Yeah, I mean, this is the position that I don't want to see him in, though. I want to see Flois go all the way up into 5th and above where they're in that qualification. This is game number 1. So, you know, I'm not concerned. I think I say this every single week at the same time. But they obviously managed to win off spawn. We said that up at the top of the show. They managed to win the Battle of Greasy Grove so far. But again, 4 more games. I was going to say 5. I'm too comfortable with 6 games. There's only 5 games today. You know, if they lose one off and they kind of that similar performance again, they may drop further down the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's very true. And of course, the mental boost that that'll give to these teams as well. When you win off spawn in game number 1, it really sets a standard. It sets a statement for those teams that are around you. You know, it's like, okay, we're dominating this one off spawn. Of course, coached by Hellfire as well, Flois and Matthew, so they know exactly how to navigate that off spawn situation. And it's something that we were expecting to see them do a little bit better maybe in game 1, but plenty of games to go.
Exactly, but off-spawn situations, when we're talking about. There was another one we talked about earlier.
There was.
I mean, there's one that's always messy. At every FNCS we talk about it. Floki and Clement going up in Chunkers Speedway, right? They managed to win off-spawn, which is a cheat, right? So they actually managed to get set up at this point. But then, as you can see right here, getting a little bit over-aggressive at this moment. They obviously saw an opportunity to get to the team who has ended up pushing them. And look how this ended up working out for them.
Yeah, just got a little bit greedy, I felt like. You know, 3 eliminations at this stage is pretty good. They got 2 off spawn, but then, of course, they wanted to push for that extra fight. Maybe they wanted to try and get those early eliminations to sort of settle themselves going into the end game, thinking, okay, we're in a good position. Game number 1, I think they wanted to take a few more risks because we know there's plenty more games to come.
Yeah.
Let's take a look here. I mean, again, I like what you kind of said, Reese. This is game 1 of day 1, right? Nothing too crazy at all because we still have another 6 games tomorrow, 6 games on Sunday. But this is a good kind of like way to set the stage. It's chaotic. People are going to fight for the high ground because they know they can win from there, which means everyone's fighting for high ground, trying to win from there. So we'll have to see how kind of teams like hold on, right? They just say like, we want the high ground, yeah, but maybe now's not the right time.
I'll tell you when the right time is, right? As late as possible.
As late as possible.
As late as possible. Everyone hear that in the lobbies? Because as we saw, how many height exchanges do we see? 5? 6?
So many.
So many. Obviously, Snazy ended up winning because he took advantage of the fact that it was a mess, right? And the teams who do that, even as a solo, if you're in a solo and you're up there and you go for that, you can still win at this point. So timing is everything with your height retakes.
Yeah, that's definitely right. We saw Snazy just be really opportunistic. You talked about it earlier, Reese, how opportunistic these teams are. And Snazy did just that. He's one of the more experienced players, maybe not performed too well recently, but he's showing what he's made of there and coming out with a victory royale in game number 1. I mean, he can go and have his dinner, he can have a cup of tea, you know, he can relax now. He's vibing.
That's right, man. Thank you guys so much for that. But we have more games on deck, so let's send it back on over to the casters to get it started.
All right, we have game number 2 fresh on the way, Shayo. I'm looking forward to it because game 1 did not disappoint.
Not at all. I mean, the hype fights, too, that we're just talking about, it seems like so much gas expended towards the skies. They had nothing left in the tank for the rest of the game.
Yeah, we questioned whether or not teams would all in for it. It definitely seemed that way, right? Teams were going all in for high ground and Snazy being the one to take it at the right moment, right? Who's going to be that one to do that in game 2?
Yeah, he was incognito the entire time. My man was not seen by anyone working in the shadows near the sun. Kind of oxymoronic, but I like it. He's out now, 1 less team 11, but the intensity is rising.
Yeah, and I think him being out definitely is a good thing for the rest of the lobby because he was going off as a solo, getting elimination after elimination. 1-man army. We're heading into game 2. Don't want to miss it.
All right, a second chance for some of these teams to maybe just run it straight back. It's all about making sure you fix some of those mistakes in game 1. You see what the entire scope of the land is looking like. We kind of hinted at it. How will height look? How will the end game look? Will there be respect? There was a lack of some, so to speak. Right now, inside these semifinals, everyone is jumping towards the skies. The more teams height fighting, the less mats you have to maintain control after the fact. I'm talking about the end game. The game's just starting. Benji Savage taking off of Rip last time. Janus Vortex active fast. Savage once again being picked apart. Janus, though, taking a few clicks of damage towards the backside. They looked good for a second, and now they combine, they have about 60 HP.
Yeah, I think Reese was saying that Vortex and Janus has basically spent like the whole week practicing their drops, right, making sure that they will be in the best possible position to land every single game. This game didn't quite go that way. Fortunately for them, it's not cost them their game, but they're gonna have to get up on the resources and the HP as quickly as possible. I spoke too soon. Vortex is already down now.
Janus has to try for something to stay alive. This is like a 7-10 split for him for the moment. Can mine this rock to get builds, but if he does, gives away his position. We'll take the chest. We'll take some of the Siphon loot as well. Lots of mats to work with now. And can mine that rock. Benji Savage is going to be the ones to really come out ahead, it looks like, or maybe just passively sneak away as well. How are they getting bullied is my question. Looks like Jackson is the one to rock in and rock out on everyone. We talked about delaying a little bit of the pressure that you have. That's exactly what Benji Savage has done, taking a bit of a breather to get a few items, then rack the damage down. Benji with a nice snipe, but past that, he has nothing to really follow up with. Now he switches off that sniper rifle for the Ranger Assault. And Janice, who just got back into the game, is sent straight to bed.
Yeah, it's not looking good, right? We talked about how powerful this POI is. And therefore, right, there will be teams fighting for it. We were only expecting the 2, but you can see there are a couple more teams who want to get involved, and understandably so. This POI is so strong and it is so fresh and new. Everybody wants that shiny new toy, right? You can't blame them in that sense.
And there were ways to just jump across the entire map. That was gone. Now it's just about controlling a new space, going for a few of these chests, making sure you have your stamp. What seems to be a really big, powerful spot. Cannon also here as well. Savage missing a few trees.
Landing the tree.
Oh, okay, he's good.
It's the worst feeling, man. Landing in a tree, drop down, couple HP lost for no reason whatsoever. What do we have here, though? A replay. That's always a bad sign when I see Pink and Anas on the replay.
They have control. There's no way this goes bad. They're fine.
Famous last words.
Hold up.
Oh, no.
Oh, 2v1, they split apart. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
That is like that. I'm at a loss for words. They had the 2v1. Pink had the drop down from the top as well, and they're gone this game.
Didn't we literally joke about somebody potentially contesting them the next game, so them not having a game to play out?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yo, one less on the day as well. Now they're what, down to 3 games just kind of left?
Yeah. Yeah, we only got 5 today,
Yeah.
right? So.
Hey, the one good thing, Snazy Bodasai not going to be here to steal hype for them after the fact, right? I'm trying to...
The silver lining,
The silver lining, yeah. And maybe one of these hype fighty teams, Hen Queasy, I Drop Jerky, Thomas Tripper, and they won't be there either, but I doubt that. I feel like the egos today are going to be just at a maximum till I guess about game 5.
Well, yeah, especially in regards to them, right? You know, you can sort of understand how much they put into that high ground fight when before the moving zone started, they were set, right? Yeah. They had so much materials, literally max materials. They looked comfortable. They had a pad and everything. And then all of a sudden they have height. They are completely drained of anything, right? That just shows how much that they've sort of put into that. We'll see if they go with that same approach this game. Flois and Mappy, you might be thinking, hold on a minute, I was watching game 1, these guys are on the other side of the map. What are they doing over here at Coney? Well, Flois and Mappy, who won their off-spawn fight at Greasy Grove, have just decided, no, we're coming back to Coney. We don't really like Greasy. So this will be a fight to watch out for all day long. Let's see if that was the right decision, though, because they won over there at Greasy. Right now at Coney, things are looking very, very dicey for them.
Up against Benji and Savage as well.
Who weren't supposed to be here.
Yeah, you know. So their entire, like, you know, mega plan B game plan is like just completely tossed in the trash.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not much to say after that. We're pacing ourselves. We're waiting to see exactly what happens.
I'm sure he'll feel vindicated about coming back to Coney because he has got a launch pad in his inventory. That is often like the language player speaking. Yeah, that tournament went bad. I only had like 1 pad the whole event, you know? You had 26 pads the whole event. How didn't you win, you know? That's typically how people speak. So he'll be happy he's got a pad this game, but will he be able to even do anything with it? They've got to win out this fight, or if not win out this fight, they need to get out of this fight because Benji and Savage, given the opportunity, will pounce. That's never a good thing for their opponents.
Cost for this is just insane. As Vortex tries to run away once again, Vico will just claim them both, Dennis and Vortex. Yo, Vico Jackson, I feel like you put these guys on a new POI, you put them on Tilted. You can't ignore them anymore. They're not just, you know, that new duo rolling in the lobby or the repeats over and over again. Now they're like, I don't know, the business.
Yeah, they are sort of like that sort of mid-tier boss that you have to do, and it's like you will eventually like beat the level, but you do have to like redo the level sometimes.
Yeah.
You know? And that's the sort of vibe I get from them, because they will roll through some games and just take out your favorite team casually, like nothing. You know, like we'll just take them out.
It's that boss that's like, you know, it doesn't have the biggest health pool, but like the moment you make a mistake, max damage.
Can't make a mistake.
Max damage.
Yeah, you can't.
Start of the game. Cannot make a single mistake. So yeah, if you claim you have the best glide in, you claim you have the best drop, this, that, you know, best teammate, semi's easy, whatever. Where are you at? I see all these collider teams are not in the colliders.
Clearly they don't want that smoke at the collider. It's not been the easiest of fights. It's a POI with a lot. When I landed there, it felt kind of small.
Yeah.
But then it's very deceiving in that sense. Like it looked small, it felt small, but there's a lot to it. And I think it makes those fights sort of very close quarters, which players aren't often comfortable with, right? They want to sort of keep things at their own pace. They want to keep their distance at times. And so for a lot of these teams, the best option is let's just get out of there, right?
Yeah. I wish Lecce and Swilliam had words like get out of there, disengage, switch things up in their inventory, Levin, because I look at them, I see Chunker Speedway. I'm not sure if we're watching live broadcast or Qual 1 gameplay right now.
Honestly, I think Swilliam and Lecce here at Chonkers is one of the few like consistents that we've had in like FNCS from like this season to last season.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's not against Clement and Floki this time. It's against arguably an even scarier duo to fight at times, right? Yusri and Axforce, the Swedes who have been on fire of late, hitting shot after shot, can never really be stopped at times. Not an easy fight.
Yeah, not even stop on the boards. I think they're one of the teams that came sixth, I believe in Qual 1, Ziandi beating them out to one of those way later runs. I think it was him as a solo all the way towards the back. And yeah, look at their types of damage right now. Getting the first call answered in terms of the fight, but then Swilliam responds right after that. We're very close to qualifying so far, and the semis will have to try to run it back.
Yeah, we'll see what Swilliam can do. Definitely a player who feels like he has a lot to prove in the region, right? Obviously, wasn't originally an EU player, moved over from Asia, right? And so it's still yet to maybe make his mark in the region, yet show everybody why it was so worth it for him to move over, but this is his opportunity to do so. A clutch here would propel them into a much better position, and an opportunity, of course, the zone pulling all the way up towards that northeast now.
Oh my goodness, this is so bad for Axforce and Swilliam. I mean, go all the way up to the bugle with the zone. A fight that might have seemed worth it because things were close by is now just in absolute trouble. They've got the keg and the med mist as well on the bottom side on Swilliam's inventory to maybe last things out, but he has to be on heal mode right now. Axforce can just break things and get in. He can just play with the time, but he's not really pressuring too much for the moment. This storm fight, I mean, they have so much to get past after this moment. 4 more teams in the way, all the way towards Bugle. Swilliam is just looking up towards the skies for some help and also to keep track of Axforce.
At this point, he's literally just going to the outhill, but both of these guys have some stuff to work with, and the zone doesn't tick much, so you know, they'll be here for a minute or so extra.
A minute and 12 even, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe way longer than that. Axforce is trying his best, man. Chonkers as well, you have a lot of metal to be able to be farmed here. 166, bop down on the head, treating Swilliam like a Goomba, and he also falls down. That's the fall damage, that's done.
His best was certainly enough in that moment. Hit a max pump, it seemed. I talked about how they hit their maxes. Axforce, call him Max Force instead.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Rolling in way more than even, you know, the 95s when it comes to Max Force. He's gonna be looking way good up at 166. Thomas as well, tripping. They'll roll. Let's see what Minnie's got for us so far.
Thank you, Shia. Now, yes, we did talk about it going into this game. We saw these two duos, of course, rotating into Coney Crossroads. We talked about it. Snazy and Podestar, of course, winning game number 1. It freed up a drop spot. Coney Crossroads is now free for any to enter. Now, Flois and Mappy saw that opportunity and they took it. We talked about opportunistic duos as well, but another team that thought the same was Benji and Savage. They both rotated into here, and we saw a little bit of a fight go on, a little bit of a scuffle, but it did, of course, fizzle out. And this is what we could be seeing today. When teams go through to the finals, we could be seeing other teams rotating into their drop spots and potentially scuffing out like this.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the more interesting angles to follow throughout the days, right? When someone qualifies through, who will be the ones to jump insta, right? We talked about how there were a lot of teams, especially the Collider teams, right? Those are the makings of teams who maybe don't feel comfortable somewhere on the map, right? And so instantly you go, you qualify that, Coney. You qualify that, come on. Maybe we roll through there, right? Let's try copy the game plan, the strategy, right?
Yeah. No, it's definitely a wave to be able to roll in with, to take over. But yeah, if multiple teams do it, it's like rock, paper, scissors, but you never know what your opponent throws at the same time. Now we'll see a little bit more of a clash. Skies go up in the business as well. They got close to the top 10 kind of finish, or usually I think the last qualifier was like towards the 25th. They're trying their best on the north side of the map, but not really locking it in so far in the quals.
Yeah, we'll see how they deal with this situation because, of course, just a tiny bit below Surge, but there's not necessarily an easy avenue to get that damage right the way up. There's a team below them, but I'm telling you, Skyzoo and Jox, I was going to say, might want to keep that distance, but they're below as well, so they actually want the fight. And this might be great for both parties, but it doesn't seem like the other guys are ready for it whatsoever, because Jox and Skyzoo are rolling through like a battering ram, take them out swiftly. Wow, that was literally in, out, shake it all about.
Hey, two Elims at the same time, synchronized swimmers. That's what I like to see. I mean, that was literally at the same microsecond. Love to watch that happen. Talk about a fizzling fight. Talk about Mr. Savage in kind of flight mode right now. It's gonna be tough for him. Maybe trying to wrap back, because this is not even against Mappy and Flois. This is Perchawa, and he's just rocking it.
Yeah, he's giving them a real issue, right? He's got 4 flops, and so he can literally just wait Savage out. Savage is low. Like, you don't need to fight this. I don't know if he realizes that. He doesn't need to fight this. He'll want to do the damage for the surge and whatnot, but Savage is about to go down at any moment now. He can just keep building.
Is this man the fish connoisseur? He's got the jellyfish and the floppers ready to go. He's really rocking it.
All types of fish, man. All types of fish. Yep. Savage goes down. He hears the cue. And so now he can maybe put his fish to use as he walks towards zone ult. Yeah, always got to throw one of those in, right?
Yeah, hey, last one for me, this entire thing, fishy business. That might be a little bit too on the cheek, you know, but I'll leave it at that. More fish too, that's crazy.
Like, he's stacked up on the fish, man. Get yourself a rod, a harpoon, and get to work.
This is the other side of Coney, the good side, the surviving side.
Yeah, this becomes interesting, right? Because you see that they got a bit of a ways to go to get to zone, but there's a lot of teams in between them and the zone. They're gonna have to move eventually, of course, as well, over to the left or a bit further north. There will be a team sitting up on the Bugle Volcano as well that may have a line of sight. So they're probably gonna have to commit some materials there, which they'll look to get back via refreshes later on. But that's the start of, this is the point in the game, right, where you really do have to think about your resources and how you sort of map that journey out for yourself.
Absolutely, and talk about a map that's been charted for us already. Lou and Nano, the 93 percenters, the 83 percenters in terms of making endgame.
Yeah.
Will the stats check?
Well, it remains to be seen. I believe, mainly because I don't, you know, ever not listen to Reese. Like if Reese says something, like I trust it. Oh no, it wasn't even Reese. It was Mini.
Yeah.
Mini via Kinch Analytics.
Yeah, look at this.
Family tree I just hear something smart just to see it's Reese.
We have to get used to 2 smart men now. Mini's in the business too.
Yeah. Mini. Shout out Mini, man.
Yeah.
Look, Queasy and Hen back again. Will this be a different story for them moving forward? Bad Snap and DKS on your screens there a moment ago. They didn't have the best of game ones. Definitely a sleeper pick, maybe a dark horse pick for a potential team to make it through. Maybe not even via a win, but you know, through the consistency as well. Of course, missing out that first game in terms of a deep run will hurt, but still plenty more on the way.
I feel like for a bunch of these teams, like that win, the format being like if you win, you go to the finals, it's like a dark force that kind of looms above them for the entire endgame. Thomas Strippen probably chilling for majority of the time. That win kind of calls to them. They have to stay true to themselves. I feel like these guys just play consistent. They qual. The only thing that stops them, I don't even think it's off spawn. It's some of these end games where they try too much, see a moment to take too much control, and fall short.
Yeah, and we talked about this, right? Where, you know, as a player, what ideology do you come into it? Because obviously us, as the casters, go for the win. We want to see the win, right? The win's all that matters. Go for the win. You get the win, you qualify. But ultimately, right, if you don't allow that to sort of rattle you and shake up your mentality, you play, you know, 5 relatively consistent games, you're probably going to sneak your way into that top 6 and qualify anyway.
No, it's just being able to stay on that mindset. That's just the trickiest part because, you know, height seems good. Height, if you win the game, it seems very, very good. But like everyone is trying to win the game, so you can't trip. That's the only thing. And the medium drop right now, I only say it because I see 18 points. I have to toss respect to the situation.
The medium
I have.
drop?
He's not even on high ground, bro.
Wow.
When can you call him the medium drop? Never?
That's straight disrespect.
Is it? Is it?
If you don't qual, you can call him the medium drop.
Okay. I'm just trying to set the rules.
Yeah,
you know?
okay.
I feel like, you know, when you're in these situations, you make the mistake first and then you ask for forgiveness. You know, that's the most efficient way to get to the rule being set. So apologies, the big drop.
I don't know how forgiving I drop is. So, we'll have to see that.
Listen, he forgives me, I'll give him a zone. That's the deal.
That's a fair trade.
That's a fair trade.
Certainly a fair trade. We'll see though, right? Because we talked about whether or not they'd be back on them aggressive W key vibes. I spoke to Jerky, he wanted to do that. He wants to be back on the W key. Let's go for a 30 bomb in this game type vibe. Our drop wasn't the same vibe. He was like, nope, we're gonna play consistent, play our game. No funny business. So maybe there'll be a clash there in terms of personalities, but.
You know what this game seems to me like right now?
What?
Were you a troublemaker in school? Yes or no?
Yes, I was at times.
A little bit.
My younger years.
Nice. Okay, Marco and Clenberry still popping, doing the best out of everyone. My bad for getting off tangent real quick. Did you have like that one class, strict teacher or like nice teacher, you troublemaker a little bit too much and they snap, they bang the desk, and the vibe changes?
Yeah.
Did you ever make a joke after that though, or did you kind of stay in line?
If I was with a certain group of friends,
you made the joke, man.
Making the joke.
So I think that game 1, the triple height fight, and everyone losing mats is the teacher getting mad, right? Like, why did you do this? Everyone, you're out.
Yeah.
And so now they're in that position again. The class is silent. Are Hen and Queasy gonna make the joke again? Will they go for height again? Will they try to get a little bit of a laugh, or are they consistent now? That's what I'm looking at.
If you know anything about Hen's personality, he's definitely the kind of guy to make the joke again. So I expect to see them right back up in the battle for height once again. Trust me on that one.
Let's see if Height, aka the teacher, will be kind. Honestly, I don't think Hen's gonna be learning much so far game to game. I think it'll be Queasy kind of dictating how things primarily go. We need Hen, I feel like, in that boat, in that aggressive side, maximum confidence being tempered from the side of Queasy.
Yeah, and in terms of tempered aggression, there's not much of that. When Surge comes calling, Puka loses Destiny, might lose his life as well, gets taken out. Again, we might just have to start compiling montages of all the eliminations Surge gets, right? The Surge is partly responsible for.
Imagine finals, last leaderboard, it goes all the way up to second, first, Storm Surge.
Yeah. Storm Surge would win all these events, I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
It would. Queasy and Hendo, look, this is nice, right? Setting up already potentially for height. Obviously, 5th zone is a bit early. I'm sure Reese is shaking right now, thinking, lads, you can't park there now. You gotta wait a bit.
Oh, look behind them. Look at that ramp. I think that's just the pad being ready, set, go from Vanya and Carmi. Looking at who's below them as well. Quidwell sometimes likes to contest height all the way from those lower mid-ground positions. This is concerning, though. Why is this so bolstered? Why do we need this much of a big spot? Our tag's really that much of an issue. Double ramped up as well. I think the pad actually gets assisted and helped with that big ramp there. I'm not sure what the move is here from Hen and Queasy.
No, I think they're just looking to make sure that they have that elevation, right? That advantage of the elevation.
Oh, no.
Hen's looking for the shots. He's got to be careful, right? The trade. In this instance, we'll see whether or not it's worth it if it deters them for looking for height, but the zone pulls towards the west. And so we'll see if they'll be able to actually hold it out, if that will even be the ultimate goal for them. They've already committed quite a bit to it, and so it certainly seems that way, but there will be teams below, teams by the name of Thomas and Trippin in particular, who very much may look to have a say in that.
They're not looking to make the joke again. They're looking to stay quiet this class. Just move all the way on this max zone. It might pull up all the way to Bugle, so in terms of map management, The team's using a lot of materials, might be in trouble. Hen and Queasy not going to be holding on to height just for right now, just pressuring and finding one of the pads, staying all the way back. Chunk splashing in the zone and getting all the way up. They launch pad in. Meanwhile, on the low ground, Ryzen, Pena, they're going to be rocking in very, very just turbulent tides. Matt's kind of running low a little bit. Thomas HD finding a huge pad, but loses Tripper, and that's a very tricky one to take. And as a result, that top team once again fragmented down.
Yeah, we talk about Thomas and his solo clutch ability, and now he's going to have to try put on a show for us. This is going to be a very difficult one to do. We already seen some crazy ones in previous weeks and even from Snazy last game, but Thomas certainly has a tough task in his hands and one that he won't even be able to handle. Way too much for him to deal with. He goes down. But Hen and Queasy, they won't be looking to go down now that they're up here. They have height. They're going to be pressuring everybody that even takes a look at it, a scope at it, as they continue to try win out this second game.
The lighting on the server turns dark, and Hen and Queasy feeling evil all the way on high ground, looking to beam stop any team below them by any means. Past that float axe right below, I don't see any threats below this high ground build. No one really trying to take the skies. As a result, this might be a complete wrap-up for Hen and Queasy. We have to look towards the low ground. Anyone really popping off, gaining control, having a lot of space. It doesn't seem like it, Levin. There's too much space. They've split the control they have on height. This man's held up by one wood ramp. No one is looking at the clouds. Hen and Queasy have free reign.
Like you said, nobody on second height even giving them some sort of a challenge. At this point, they're just waltzing their way through to the FNCS finals, it seems. But like you said, will there be any duo on height that maybe has the power, maybe has the force to really give them a challenge? You can see all the way back in the zone, Trulek trying everything he can. If he even tries this as a solo, that would be an absolutely crazy attempt. But he needs to focus on what's going on in front of him right now. He's a player in his box. He needs to edit, like you see the shot, he can't, he goes down, but they don't even get the refresh from it. They pad their way into zone and they're looking for height up against Queasy and Hen. They've got to be careful. Queasy and Hen will hold it in the meantime. They don't go down. Horizon and Pena on some lower levels need to start thinking about how they can give those guys a challenge.
Breathing room gotten as the zone bounced back, and it's almost exactly where everyone just came from. Teeters off a little bit. Rise and Pena have a little bit of time and a lot of damage to deal down. Both players also surviving, blocking from Ryzen as well. This man's completely aware. They might be that low ground team to focus on to really take this challenge, this survival type of situation all the way towards the end. Meanwhile, though, Hen Queasy kind of running a little bit low on mats. They seem completely relaxed. The composure, it's there, and they're still just in control.
The zone pulling back through old builds, it makes it so much harder for them to get those eliminations. They'll be able to stay up on height just that bit longer, and this is very good for them, right? Pena seems to have gone down. Ryzen now, as a solo, having to do everything by himself. He spots Neko and Dan, but that might be the wrong door to knock on. We'll see if he can hit the shot. He's looking for the sort of angle to hit it, but Neko and Dan just staying in the zone, and he's probably thinking in his head, where have they gone? They just cost me my game. I walked into another duo's box, and he goes down. Absolutely tragic stuff there, but DKS and Bad Sniper, they will love that for them.
A storm starting to close in, and rain's also starting to form down in the shape of bullets from Hen and Queasy. They quieted down for just a little bit of a second. Queasy just, I don't know, is this a construction simulator or are these guys playing the FNCS? They've just been building, bolstering, reconnecting this high ground domination since the 5th zone almost the entire time. Journey and Kiro splintered a few duels apart all the way on the low ground. 5 teams now left. 8 total players. Kiro taken down as Jordy tries to hide, has a little bit of that heal game available. Marco Quinberry just doing so good today overall. Still have to be that first place consistency team to focus in on. Looking to keep those points all the way up in the business. I see a few more people all the way down below. There's Bad Sniper, Jordy. I was in the same box. I don't really see. There he is. DKS looking for another shot as well. They need to get this refresh in fast. No time for delay. There's going to be high ground on the way. There's the beam. There's the big pump. But Bad Sniper has gone down. A maximum cost to this fight. Now this might be an absolute fright for everyone else. There's a very, very mean duo up top. DKS is absolutely insane. But it's time to face the final boss. Time to face the music. And the track is just too loud. The bass too high. Hen will now drop down. Low on materials, but he doesn't really even need them. Looking for a few shots left and right. The pressure's there. Queasy will be waiting, and he will take his ticket straight to the finals. Formulaic, organized, and easy for Hen and Queasy.
Easy as pie, Shio Asia, for that duo. a brilliant, brilliant win for them. They didn't seem to have many struggles whatsoever. The zone pulled back and it sort of looked like they'd struggle to get some eliminations, but nevertheless, it just allowed them to be more ruthless, plan that out, very vicious in their approach, and they close things out very, very cleanly. The reigning FNCS champions will be in the FNCS finals once again to defend their championship, and what a way to make it there as well.
Absolutely, it felt like they already knew it was happening. It was so easy. They were planning a lunch, talking about their finals drops in the 6th zone, and I like that. I want to see the vibes from Zeke, from Minnie and Reese, because that game just felt like a nice little break from the big action.
Okay, all right, Reese, that's your prediction. You did it. You pulled it off. Well, how'd it go?
I mean, you say I pulled it off. Let's be real. Henry Queasy pulled it off.
It's because the Castle Curse finally worked in reverse.
No, it's because they had to win a game. That was
okay.
it. Like,
My apologies.
You know, Levin said earlier, he was like, I want to see the win. And clearly, I mean, so did Henry Queasy at this point.
Yep, and they came out on top. I mean, we haven't seen it too much, but, you know, they do win games. That is what we talked about earlier, Reese. They are game winners, and they know exactly how to do it. They really bolstered their high ground really, really early on as well. They invested so many materials, particularly in that half-and-half zone, and then they don't pull first moving for it. So for a lot of teams, they'll be thinking, okay, maybe we'll just play a little bit lower, but this is Hen and Queasy. They know exactly how to play this, and these eliminations were absolutely crucial in keeping them afloat here.
This is what makes me say, like, these guys want to win, right?
Yeah.
They got a max distance 5th zone, as we saw there. Just full launch pad on height. Don't care.
Easy.
We're winning this, right? They get a max distance 6th zone first moving. They don't care. We're landed on height. We're winning that. It's like these guys aren't playing, or I say weren't playing because now they're done. They've obviously qualified. They weren't playing to do well on the leaderboard. These guys were playing to take height, win the game, and look, plan perfection.
Yeah.
This is why I asked you, too, at the start of the show, right? If some duos would look to play for either the win or for that consistency factor. And for them, they just like, hey, we just need to play calm, right, Minnie? Just let everything else play out. And in fact, even sending Hen down, or was it Queasy that went down for those materials, and then just like casually walks back up to his own builds, right? That's crazy.
They got a huge refresh in that as well. I think they switched up a few strategies going into game number 2. We saw them cranking up to high ground in game number 1 on the front side. Now they thought, we're going to stay back, play the Storm, the Chugs, and then pad onto front side of zone, and they did it to perfection, didn't they?
Absolutely, Neil. One height team now out of the game.
Dude.
The height team.
Yep.
You know,
I was gonna say
I've said it multiple times.
Yep.
The height team now out of the game at this point, which means what happens to some of the other height teams, right?
Yep.
This game, we had Eyedrop and Jerky not necessarily do so well.
No, my boys. No,
Our prediction.
Your boys.
Our prediction, yes, of course. They just didn't have too great of a day. They got held in zone into the 4th zone. Of course, they couldn't quite make that rotation happen. And I think it was just the timing of the rotate, Reese. They just couldn't quite make it happen. And this is the result.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of problem, right? Obviously, so they're a logjam team, right? So they're on that west side. This is a fully east zone. And they wrapped around the north side to get in. And again, there were so many teams in that area because Bugle's right there, right? So they're being held this entire time. And it just comes to this point where, you know, they've taken their time. They go so slow at this point. They get stuck behind everyone, end up going down in the injury zone.
Yeah, and that was the thing. We saw a lot of teams basing up on top of the Daily Bugle. That is the power position, but then we saw the zone not pull there. So a lot of teams had to rotate on and down, and that's unfortunately the downfall for Eyedrop and Jerky in that time.
100%.
Tough to see. I mean, as well as Bad Sniper and DKS taking a look, jumping all the way up there in 4th place. I mean, remember, we're looking at the top 6. They will be the ones that do qualify in after the 5 games that we have today. With only 3 games left to go, how is it for Bad Sniper and DKS?
Oh my, it's looking good. I'm not gonna lie to you right now. This is looking pretty good. It's in all honesty, we kind of looked at and said up at the top of the show that these guys are doing so well off Swan because they're not contested anymore, right? And that plan seems to be paying out in perfection, right? When they're getting into endgame, it's just they are fragging out right now. 8 eliminations at this point already.
Yeah, definitely. There was a moment here where I thought DKS was about to do it. I was thinking this could be the clutch of the century, but no, it couldn't quite happen. I was so disappointed with that. But they'll be happy. They are in the top 5. They are in the 4th position, and they'll be happy because if they keep up this sort of consistency, particularly when they're uncontested off spawn, I think they can do it, and that'll qualify them to finals.
I definitely think so. And another team that's in there, Pena and Raisin as well, right? Team only 4 points away from first right now. And, you know, Raisin in particular, last season impressed me with his just level of aggression, right? He actually has the Raisin classic, where, I mean, as I say that, it shows on screen. Basically, just run in the box with SMG as it's named, and he owned, like, this is the highlight reel for Raisin right now. This is what we're gonna see for the rest of it, but it's working. This guy frags out with this. He has aggression like no one else in the region right now.
Yeah, that's very true. We saw them take out Floki and Clement as well. One of the sort of low ground teams that we would expect to be taking out these guys on that sort of their home in the low ground, and it didn't really quite happen for them in that current time. But looking at the leaderboard right now, it's still all to play for, but remember, we only have 5 games today, which is going to make things a little bit more difficult for the teams that are going to try and play a little bit more placement.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be teams who are down on the bottom of the leaderboard who are sitting thinking, we got 3 games left. We're not doing so hot. We just need a win, right? So we've just seen, like we mentioned, Hen and Queasy, the best high ground team, the best. Come on, I'll keep saying that. High ground team now removed from the lobby. So there's a little bit more action of availability up there on the top of the lobby.
That's right, man. Just need the victory royale, right? That's all it takes. And then you can find yourself in the finals. We're getting ready to jump back into all the action. So we're going back onto the casters for our next game.
Ooh. Game number 3, the game for you and me, Levin. I think that's the tag I'm going to give this one.
I know we can see each other now, but you ain't gonna get all, you know, romantic with me here. Look, I'm looking forward to it. Honestly, based on what we saw in that end game, right? Whoever takes height early, that's a good height team. Sleep, walk into the finals easy, right?
Yeah.
Because there didn't seem to be anyone second height really giving them a challenge in that game.
I think people were ready to kind of role play, being pros, being consistent in game 2. I think desperation might seep in. Some people being like, we're 50-50 off spawn, there's no chance, let's go height and win. I think sleepy time might be over.
Yeah, I like that, right? In terms of like the idea of role playing pros, right? Because that would be my approach. If you just chucked me into like an FNCS lobby, I would just be like, look, in this game, I'm Queasy and Hen, I'm just gonna copy what they do, right? And go about that, right? We talked about that in terms of POIs being sort of claimed. Will anybody go north sleep? I know they do well out of it, but would you want to go there, right? Put yourself to that test in that game? Like, I don't know in that regard.
Not at all. We'll see exactly what game 3 holds. We can theorize about it, but let's just watch it instead.
Game 3 on the way. We've already had 2 very fun games. We've seen what people can do once it gets to those final moments. People really putting their serious caps on, ready to get into the business. And it looks like we're ready to hop into a fight. We've seen in the previous 2 games, but this time, things looking a bit different. Benji and Savage seemingly having the better jobs. Janice, you right, mate? You want to come down, son? Don't think you want to stay all the way up at the top of the collider. Maybe you do, because somebody else is going to take out Benji and Savage for you. Vortex is grounded, though. Chilling on the boat.
He stole the whip, and they're going to have this side. I don't understand. Like, once again, I was about to say I understand after I don't understand, but I get that it's a new drop. Things are, you know, mini changing here and there, but this seems more scuffed for both these teams than what their previous drops were. Less control, more third-partying. Is this even worth it?
Look, Shy Wager, we are in the semifinals of FNCS.
Yeah.
You are thinking logically. You need to throw logic out the door.
My sorry.
Especially when there's a new POI in the game.
Yeah.
Throw all logic out the door, and you just fight, regardless of whatever makes sense.
Understandable. Understandable. Have a nice day.
Yeah.
We got what? 18 games, right, overall?
Well, that's the thing, right? Because we keep talking about how like today's shorter, right? And it is because it's just 5 games today. But like, there's plenty more games of this potentially on the way. Do you think though, like, after like a shocking day at the Collider, you know, you go to bed, you know, you call up the old duo, mate, I'll be honest, like, it's just not working out, is it? You know, maybe we do just got to switch up. I know it's a new fancy POI, you know, there's pads, there's loot, there's all the shield in the world, but I don't know if it's gonna bang for us here, bro. Like, we gotta just maybe just get all the way out. Like, that has to be the conversation you have tonight, especially if things continue like this, where it is so messy. Savage going down. Benji looks like he's gonna follow him. Oh,
wow.
The knock onto Vortex wasn't enough. Janice cleaned things up.
When is this messy? Some of the, you know, what we were calling them, kind of the mid-game or the medium-level bosses, that type of beat, those players is what I kind of straight go to when a POI is that messy off the rip. You got to remember, this is Janice fighting Benji. You give him a little bit of an inch, he'll go way more than a mile. That SMG spray, I don't think any other player could have been that more focused, ready to deal damage, trade those blows, and get that fight won.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned that, right? Because a bit of a side tangent, but this is a two-time FNCS.
That's all I'm saying.
I feel like he don't get the ratings for that he deserves, you know? Like, this is a top guy in the region. He's obviously played the past couple seasons with Vortex, somebody who very much has been seen as like the new gen of top German players. Like, they are a serious dude. They showed last season what they could do. I think the hope is that when they do win at the Collider, right, and they do have access to a pad or two maybe, the elevated loot, better positioning potentially because of where they are on the map, they should, in theory, have a really good game.
Yeah.
Right? And so maybe they won't get wins. Maybe it's not like straight Malibuca mustache, you know, qual vibes, but you'd expect them to have a similar sort of trajectory and arc in that sense.
I think one good thing, too, about just staying in that spot is you get a lot more practice, pressure, and conditioning against Benji and Savage, right? You get a lot more just damage overall psychologically against the team off spawn. It might be better for them to, you know, not qualify and stay here and keep fighting and then just get in towards that last day and change other people's minds about being there. That sounds
that's a risky game, bro.
That's a, you know, completely risky call. Lazen, happy, I believe, about the play that just rolled in on screen.
Yeah.
I was looking at you and talking, so I'm making a completely risky call. But yeah, he's alive. Thank God.
Smiling after being eliminated, man. Like, finally, we get to go back to the lobby and wait. Good stuff. No, but this is nice. They obviously win their fight off spawn. A brilliant feeling. One that we've all experienced, regardless of what level of Fortnite you play at. You could be playing, you know, no builds. You could be playing regular solos. You could be playing trios.
Some build.
You could play some builds, no builds.
Some builds, no builds.
Wherever you're playing, winning your fight off spawn, mwah.
It's a good feeling.
Brilliant feeling.
I would trade lunch for that feeling.
I'm a big man. I don't trade lunch for anything.
Actually, I'm going to take that back. I'm not going to trade lunch for that feeling.
Good. I'm with you on that one. We're back on the same page. Trippen, Thomas. What needs to change for them, Shayo? I think it's not been the kind of start you would have expected. I think you would have hoped that they would knock it out in the first two games. You know, get it over and done with. You're the command team. There's that big expectation on you. Again, if we're talking in terms of the language of the pad, per se.
The language of the pad,
The language of the pad. 4 pads today already?
Yeah.
Come on, you got to win a game with 4 pads, you know?
That's true. I feel like for them, they understand that we're here. They're giving us specifically a show.
Okay.
They're waiting for that banger game 6 or game 5 for today. But realistically, I think what needs to change is just some of these teams leaving. I think just with this qual format, there's just no room for them when wins are this valued, for them to play their mind game, for them to delay, to stay in the shadows. There's too many people in all the spaces they want to be. Hen and Queasy gone, right? That's done. Game 1 winner's gone as well. They'll be able to just chill in and now fill in one of those roles.
Yeah, the psychological aspect of how a lobby plays out is very underrated, and I think that's what you're hitting the nail on the head on, right? Where as they start to see some of these names go through, like once you know now, Queasy and Hen out of the lobby, oh, maybe, you know, Pink and us out of the lobby, as these names just start to continue to pile up and leave the game, you start feeling as a top players that Trippen and Thomas are, you start feeling, I'm just in the lobby with whoever, man.
Yeah,
I'll just roll through and do what I want to do, you know?
Exactly, yeah. So, I think Snazy winning that first game might actually be bad for them overall then, because not saying that Snazy isn't a top name, but the thing with Snazy is that him is, and whoever he's actually just playing with in general season to season, they're never seen on the map. They get these kind of hidden wins. It's always the last zone. It's not like height control completely, right? Correct me if I'm completely wrong.
No, I get you. I get you. Snazy ain't the hype pop dog.
Yeah.
For sure.
That's what I think Thomas and Trippen want, is if they're not winning, one of those hype dogs should just take away a game. I'm not sure exactly if things go good on day 2 and day 3 for them in semis. Because being a Command Cavern, I feel like, you know, Randy, Andy, and, you know...
Andy.
No, not Andy. I was about to say Randy, Andy, and Thomas, like random names, but 2 of them are players. Like, you know, the up-and-comers coming in might just want to choose Cavern. Like, you know, if there are 7 teams there and it is going to be fully chaos, let's jump in and see what we can do there and maybe win a game.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be a concern as more and more teams pile in, right? Of course, the teams who will qualify throughout today will be replaced by teams who are further down on the series point leaderboard, and so that's going to be something to watch out for as we move forward. Bad Sniper and DKS trying to find a position now to maybe deal some damage. There is a team sort of on the rise, and so he'll drop the chug, or the shield keg down, sorry, I almost said chug cannon. That's not been in the game for a while.
Let's see exactly what happens. Sometimes, you know, when it comes to duos calming to each other, the mics are kind of hot, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sometimes you're thinking about a replay as well when it comes to you and your duo mate, like a play that just happened. And that type of play lives very fresh in your head, very hot in your head. It's just open. It's just open for you. So
For sure.
you want to close that sometimes, keep things completely nice and clear between your team, make sure things are good. If we did get as Bat Sniper, I don't know what it is for them. They just seem like when I'm picturing them playing, it's in tuxedos, full three-piece suits. My man's mentals are fine, and they have to be based on their history of POIs and the FNCS. So they wouldn't be here. I feel like they would have quit.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because where they are on the maps right now, right, in terms of just being at tilted, the nature of the way the zone is closed up means that like they're like max distance, right? Like they've got to go a long way until they get to zone. So we'll see if that sort of hampers them in their journey to getting up. It seems like we are going back towards that sleepy area. So we'll see what iDrop and Jerky can do this time round.
This is like a game that's kind of put into their seats, into their hands. This has to be them in control. We're talking about these big hype dog teams rolling in. They have to be trying to win. A bunch of these guys who are very consistent, kind of lower towards the board. I was expecting a bunch of these hype dogs to be contested by some teams trying to go for the win. A lot of them now, like Clement, Rising, they're up in the boards. They're looking good up in first place. Their journeys, though, and a bunch of journeys for different players. Let's see how they've gone so far. We got Reese with a few updates on the game.
Look, mid-game and early game is everything right now. You're just seeing some people sitting, taking shots, and you think, what is the real reason? Why are we showing you this right now? But it's because, again, this is a North Zone. There's so many teams surrounding Anas and Pink. We keep talking about North Zones every game because, guess what? They keep happening. So it's good RNG for these guys. That means that these guys can just like sit up on the elevated positions that they have right here, and it looks slow. But these teams down below, look how much materials have been invested by this other team because of this. And Nas gets some easy tags, which hopefully will lead to another win later.
Nice. I mean, it's all about dropping pressure on everyone around you. And after kind of taking those tags that Reese just showed us, they go right back in the cavern. You can spend a lot of time here. So many chests, so much utility available on heals specifically as well. But as we were talking about before, a lot of these hype dogs now being challenged or not being challenged by some of the up-and-comers kind of leaves them to be consistent completely. For people like Anas and Pink, Thomas and Tripper, and it's a little bit, you know, easier for the day.
Yeah, and we'll see if that is the way forward for them. You can see them going through Logjam, Lumberyard. I think the big thing with Zone being towards Sleepy, being in that north, there's not really going to be anyone here, and that's fine. They'll be okay with that because you can see they're 300 above. They'll be comfortable. They've got a very clean rotation. As long as they continue to go north, that will be the case. If they get too close to that massive shifty hill, there will be a team sitting up there. It's like the best hill in the game, right? Yeah. So they need to keep going north, and you can see I think they're trying to go around this hill, getting some shots on the way as well. That extra bit of damage doesn't hurt whatsoever. So in the meantime, mid-game's looking very nice and easy sailing for Thomas and Trippin, which is good news for us too.
Yeah, absolutely. We want to see that win. I mean, we can't really influence it, and we don't control, you know, what we see. So the bias is contained in a nice little bubble. We will get excited though when it comes towards the end game. Yeah, specifically for Cleanberry, Ryzen, and Pena, I think it's just stay business as usual. It's really nice that they're already ahead. Just make sure you're up on Surge. That's the only thing. I think this is the most challenging zone and the biggest check for both these teams. Pena and Ryzen have not made the proper check just yet. We've seen so far in games both 1 and 2. When they're rolling in, it looks really good in box fights for Ryzen and Pena specifically. When it comes to these tags, might not have the best spot on the map starting off overall on their POI. Might not have the best base built to go for them.
Yeah, they want close quarter engagements.
Yeah.
Right. In terms of their current positioning, they were never really going to get many tags here, right? You can see Ryzen looking for opportunities, so they're going to have to start thinking about Surge, you know, relatively soon. And it'd be a shame not to see these guys, right? They showcased a brilliant display, you know, on sort of mid and lower layers in that last end game, setting up for refreshes incredibly well. And so I want to see them get back to that stage, of course, very high up in the leaderboard. So even if they aren't getting a win, continuing to just make their way deep into these games will entrench them in the journey to making that finals.
4 syllables, longevity. That's what a bunch of these teams are looking to stick with. A lot of them on the bottom left side of the map right now. Pain and Rise are going to be alongside the majority of the lobby, trying to move in. And they will just go first. They don't even care. 132 below. This is danger zone. They're gonna use chuck splashes to keep ahead, but they're looking for that close quarter engagement. It's all about that fight. Already on defense is the team they're pushing right now. Heine down bottom. Pain has to get into position to start to take these walls. Has one of them. Big triangle edit in the way, looking to get the crust of these builds, but not gonna find much after that. Gets denied. Ryzen now desperate, looking for one pump shot. He's gonna get denied too. When you're making all the moves, when you're sending the DM first, you can get blocked, you can get ghosted so easy.
Yeah, they need to be careful. The way they set up for that fight wasn't necessarily bad, right? They were very conscious of their angles, where teams could maybe see them from, but they just weren't able to do the damage quick enough, right? Maybe they make that play faster next time, things go a bit better. But you see now where they're sort of worse for wear. The zone is constantly just hitting away at them, right? The storm isn't giving them that itch to breathe. They're trying to out-heal it, but eventually they just have to start doing damage.
This is just so sad. You have your hotel booked, the destination's there, you know, waiters are waiting in your room, the towels are hot, but you can't get past really the airport. Pain of those trying to get on that flight. They've got pads, they had shields, med mists, an entire inventory to work with, but they just can't get past this check. They can't get past customs. The damage threshold was just too high to hit.
And look, boarding time is very, very soon. The zone's about to start moving, and instantly now, time is ticking. 4 below, a bit better than what they were at before, but ultimately Ryzen's gone. Pain is down to no shields, and he's only got a couple of use left in that med mist. It's not looking good at all.
Needs to start running with everyone as well. If you lag behind in this zone, everyone will turn around and just start to bully you. That's not even a full pad either, just a half one. Pain can't really touch the ground, but has to. Forced to fight, looking for a little bit of damage. It's perfect to have the drum shotgun in this situation. And he finds another pad and lots of mats, almost max. Pain is back in this game, but with a sliver of HP still. I just saw a Storm Surge strike. I think that might just be a visual ting. Yup, 93 damage above. It's fine for him for the moment. He'll keep rolling through, but he has a whole hill to climb in this game.
When people talk about having a clutch gene, that's it. He needed to hit a shot in that moment, and he did, and it was the perfect opportunity as well. We'll see how much that will actually matter for, because players are aware he's a solo, and when people know you're a solo, they usually don't stop spraying. Commits a bit of the builds. He does have some, and quite a bit, right? Some good amount of hard mats, and so if he's able to stay in this game, that will be brilliant. That could be tournament defining for this duo.
All about longevity for that duo specifically. They're not even looking for wins. They're staying consistent, being in that top 6. If the win happens, it's good. Blueback Fury, another one of the duos on the left side of the map. They're also kind of landing towards Cavern, maybe on that top side next to Pink and Anas. Not really sure what's happening in this game. Maybe just trouble in Surge. Whenever these sleepy zones roll in, the north side has a little bit of a tough time getting that damage down. Fury gone. Blueback will be there on the other side and get a little bit of a trade. That's on eye drop. That really changes the way this late game looks. Jerky's gonna be a tough opponent to fight. I think Blueback knows that. That's why. That was a second of a breather, and they're gone.
And eye drop actually might be able to be picked up here.
Wow, Jerky.
That's brilliant from Jerky. The armored wall instantly going down. He didn't lose his head. He didn't get too excited in the moment. Dropped the armored wall, gets the revive, and this game is not over for these boys.
Not at all. I saw that, and usually even from a mental standpoint, it's so tough. Jerky's doing everything. Defense on the right after as well. This man has 8 eyes on his head. He sees everything. Another duel is also rolling in. This might be a huge situation. Eye drop's also back. Remind you who this entire duo is, not just this player on your screen. It should not be messed with, and the angrier eye drop gets, the scarier his shot looks as well.
The big drop and Jura King.
Okay.
He's been upgraded now. Absolute ice in his veins in that moment. What a way to do that. Thomas actually getting picked off by Pink and Anas. And we talk about engagements that change the outlook of a lobby. That certainly is one of them.
Look at both these engagements though. Anas and Pink, the momentum of feeling, you know, Thomas and Tripper, we just took them down. Height looks nice, right? And it's just Thomas actually. Tripper's still in the business.
Yeah.
So they'll still be confident to maybe be a little bit more aggressive. And I think Jerky and Idrop as well. That specific spot, I don't usually see them there. They're usually contesting second height somewhere at some point. They just win a 1v8 almost and survive.
Felt that way.
They're probably feeling really confident. They might even start getting a little bit crazy here too, but for this team, it's gonna be tough. A head and surge for everyone, but they're the ones actually who are splintered and down.
Yeah, we'll see whether Trippin can regain his form from previous qualifiers. We've seen him with some crazy clutches before. This would be an even more difficult hill to climb for him, but certainly one that isn't impossible. Bimbery, Marco, trying their best to stay in this game. The harpoon will come in clutch and getting them some material, but they'll also want to deal a bit of damage as well. Just trying to find their way into the zone and committing some metal, getting on a bit of a high elevation will be the way to do that. Doesn't come without a cost though. Some shields will have to be burned. But they just need to hope that people stop spraying at some point, because if this continues, there'll be no such thing to even discuss. They're fortunate with the zone. And so hopefully the sprays will stop now as people realize they have zone, they can chill for a moment. That seems to be what happened. The shield comes through as well to get them all the way back up in that regard. And all of a sudden, things aren't looking too bad for our first place team.
Yeah, but the cost to just have that type of build is tough, and looks like Tripper will be put to the same test. Unfortunately, though, doesn't have a dual partner to stay beside him as he flies in the skies. Gonna be rolling in, and he is fine for now. Down to wood builds, though, 200 to his name. Talk about a tough spot.
I swear, man, I hate to make this about me. If that was me, I'd just get shot at the sky. I swear, pros, yeah. Obviously, he did wiggle around a bit, right? He made it a bit more difficult for them, but very fortunate to still be in this game.
I mean, we saw him in Qual 3 do something absolutely crazy in terms of the style of win Tripper had, the 1v2 towards the end on low ground. Thing is, though, he kind of lost Thomas and lost the base that he had in terms of builds, shields, and pressure as a duo a little bit later into the game. This man starting as a solo in 5th zone, not even fully closed yet. So the task at hand, the ask for Trippin right now, almost unrealistic.
With a very low material count.
Yeah.
Right. So this is Shambles City for him, and we've seen him be the mayor of this city before. But again, like you said, Shire, it's just so much more difficult.
It's tough. DKS bad sniper, the only team kind of away from everyone and on low ground with what seems like just a menacing control. They're looking at perfect spots to be able to pressure a little bit of lobby focus as well. DKS looking for the off build to shoot down. Both teammates just spraying right now, hoping that a few of these tags will land. Froggy picking up Astro. This is like the 3rd Elam, I think, or at least knock Froggy's gone for. Him and Astro have been just bullying one side of the lobby completely. Astro now will be taken down. Kiro taking out Michael as well. So, yeah, this is mid-ground that's getting a little bit more action, and Tripper's right there by his side. Naku as well, during the 5th zone closing, during Surge. A lot of Elams given to him, so he was popping off. Swilliam also getting a few before he went down. Now we're looking at Tripper, though. Let's focus on who's really just still alive. Launch right up in the sky. For him, it's all about getting as many points on the board. The win will be so difficult to kind of come in. How much placement can he get? 180 from Tripper, and it's on the Kroggy, it's on the Kovacs, and he will go down. Another box, not going to be his. Backside, 180 degrees of pressure, and he gets cooked.
His former duo coming back to avenge Kovacs in that moment. For a moment, it really looked like there was a glimmer of hope for him, but everything shut down. Still a nice little shot there for us as well. But this is where the action really ramps up. This is where things get crazy on the left.
Pink.
You can see the battle for high ground. Pink and Nas, they're looking over their shoulders. Diox and Waffler, who are you guys? We don't want you to have it. But they need to wait a moment just before. Diox and Waffler doing a brilliant job to hold on to it for now. In the bottom right, you can see the Shambles fighting going on. Vico having to try hit some big shots. He goes down as well. And now, can Diox and Waffler hold it out from here? We saw Queasy and Hen do it in the game before. They just need to make sure they pressure second height, because there's still some powerful height teams in this game.
And this is so important for them specifically. Look at their points, 20 right now. They're basically 3 games behind the rest of the lobby. Going to be so tough. For the moment, though, on height, going to be a fight. Pink going for it. Anas up top as well. Pink has a little bit of control. We'll just maybe melt in the zone. Anas is down. This has gone horribly disastrous for this team. They'll have to skip it over. Jerky and Eyedropper here. The king and the big man ready to take over.
Churiki and Eyedrop, this is exactly where they want to be, and they're looking a lot stronger than some of the other teams we saw on it. Can they hold on to it now? It seems like Pink isn't going to have the power to do so. Chicho and Trulex as well being forced down. Diox still trying to take a peep at it, but it won't look like he can even get an inch of space on it, and so it might let you be there for the taking. Pink now as a solo, what can he do? Typically, Anas is by his side, but now he has to try hit some big shots on his own. Chico and Trulex as a duo below. Can they be a force to be reckoned with in this lobby?
Much stickier game, a lot more teams alive towards the 8th zone. Pink will hit one really big shot in the box and go back and forth, edited on that ramp, but the player he's fighting just too smart on defense for the moment. I drop Jerky will be so high up in the sky, but they're chopped down. They will fall in a second. No chance to really reconnect. Who's really going for it? No one currently. There will be a height fight as we watch Bad Sniper ready, looking to see what he can do inside this feed. Jerky's match now down to almost 0. Misses one of the pumps and now is caught from both sides. Jerky and the big drop are down.
They get taken out, and it's Darkies and Mr. Satan who will roll through and take Cat. We talked about taking it late, and this might be the latest as possible. And it might be the perfect timing. Bad Sniper and DKS on low, doing what they do best down here, claiming walls, Malabuka style it seems, and hitting shots like him as well. But can they get to the front of the zone? They're scuffled in the back right now, and they need to try find some space. The armored wall will stop that from happening. DKS walks into the wrong crosshair, and so Bad Sniper now in the back of the zone has chug splashes to stay alive, and maybe it is just about thinking about the placement. You're in second place. Can you stay in this game for as long as possible? Cover your top and stay in the game. The armored wall will add that extra bit of protection, but there's players behind him as well. Chicho will be the one that he takes down. Those extra points are huge right now. Bad Sniper doing such a brilliant job. Can he get a refresh? No, he gets taken out.
Lad Shady down below. Trulix now left as a solo. Norxine Eclipse. Another take all the way on height. It seems like it's so volatile, so slippery. Do they have the rubber boots to just kind of hold on up here? Zroggy lost Zroggy so long ago. Xerox will be in a position to just maybe hold on to this pressure, drop down below, but the builds are still blocking Shady. And Milad, it's going to be fine for him to live for a few more seconds. Everyone kind of has their lanes. Who will clash for Xerox looking for the edits? He wants to be a little bit more proactive, watches people just go down in front of him in the feed. There's a duo down below, but I'm not sure that he knows that entirely, so might have to just wait a little bit of a second. 3-way fight right now in total. Clips and North Sea trying to make it a long distance fight. Vlad and Shady attached, clingy. They want to take it close and personal. Looking for the next drop and shot, but the zone still has a lot of time to keep moving. 1 minute for these players to make a decision. Eclipse and North Sea are not staying down. They're not being quiet, unfortunately. Xerox gets just wrapped up. A nice third place overall, though. And now cries towards the sky in the form of bullets. They're looking for a few tags or a little bit of space to see exactly what's happening above them. But Shady doesn't see much just yet. Who will be forced to attack who right now? Because we're still bouncing back on a lot of builds. There's so much room for this high ground team to be able to just not even use any mats, but stay alive. The advantage right now is to Eclipse and Norxie up top. In 4th place entirely. They can just clinch a ticket straight to the final. They have the HP advantage. They have the shot advantage. They have the damage advantage. Eclipse has the swag advantage as well. Going for the final shot. It's not going to land just yet, but Norxie, his teammate is there, and they're straight through to the finals.
What a win for those guys. We talked about all the height takes. They came through, they rolled in at the final moment and did what they had to do. You talked about how difficult it was in the end as well, going through all those old builds, but they stayed calm, they stayed composed, and they win out the game.
That was just nice from them overall. It's all about taking it later when chaos is there, staying true to just your craft overall, choosing the best option, and for them, it's just hold on and do as much damage as possible.
Yeah, Noxie at the end was the insurance, right? For a moment, you thought maybe Eclipse has gotten a bit too excited at the end, but no, they win out the game very securely. Game 3 goes to them, and they'll be going to the FNCS final now.
Yeah, I mean, better haircut, better damage, better height take ratio for the rest of the lobby, pretty much, right? You like to see it.
Ratio, I love you throwing in that bit, though. Look, I love what you've had to say, but I want to hear what the wonderful analysts have to chime in with as well, so we're going to kick it to them.
Thank you guys so much. Man, I'm still not used to that. We're on a set.
Bright,
oh
man.
my gosh, the studio looks so nice. My goodness, game number 3. So once again, we're just seeing the calm within the storm, right? The storm that is the chaos happening all around. These duos are just looking for that high ground, right? They just play back. They let everything happen, and they're like, okay, go time. We need to initiate. We need to go for it. Talk to me about it.
I mean, exactly. Norx and Eclipse took perfect advantage here. These are the guys who waited. They were patient. We saw so much mess on high ground, right? We saw take after take after take, and it was when Jerky and I dropped, and I said in the back, I was like, these guys are winning this game after we saw a little bit of clutch earlier on, but they fumbled because Eclipse and Norxie managed to pick that one up for them.
Yeah, they did. And they picked up eliminations to go along with it as well. Maybe not too many to take the high ground this late on, but what I noticed was Norxie was primed and ready with the chug splashes on the high ground if it was to go for a heal off. So what they did was they timed it perfectly, and they didn't really get too involved with any of the other players around them because they thought, you know what, we'll pick up these refreshes, we'll chill for a bit, and we'll wait our time, and they timed it to perfection.
Yeah, a play that I really liked there was the fact that to win it, we saw one move further back as Norxie went ahead of the zone to distract and get like a full pinch in endgame. Beautiful. Another beautiful play, though. Juriki and iDrop.
Oh, yeah.
We saw iDrop go down early on, right? We saw him have to pick up, get the res. And, you know, it was looking rough for them. It honestly was. But Juriki, man, this man is known for his mechanics, right? He's known for his mechanics. He's known for his aim. And this is absolutely why.
Yeah, this is absolutely textbook stuff from Juriki. He was able to pick up this revive onto iDrop, and he picks up eliminations to go along with it as well. Look at this, so much. The beast control going crazy. People coming in left, right, and center, and he picks up so many eliminations on his own. This is another one of the reasons why I chose this duo to do well, and they were primed for success. Reese. They had everything going into this endgame, but it didn't quite work out for them.
No, and we can call these clips right here. I'll make it my own segment, Reese's Pieces.
Oh, I like that.
This guy is absolutely fragging out. Juriki is playing absolutely phenomenal today. Obviously, so is the big drop.
Yep.
He's upgraded from the mid drop, whatever we called him earlier at that point. He's definitely big. But of course, he went up, managed to take the high ground, but this was it. Almost like a little bit of an over-aggression, right? You saw the drop down, and that's like #1 mistake. Obviously, because they had low materials, he kind of had to at that moment, but they kind of went for the extra materials that were down there. Badly timed, lost height, and of course, Norx and Eclipse were able to take advantage of that.
Yeah, well, they were, of course, only in wood as well. So the teams down below, DKS, Badstein, but they looked up, they thought, yes, they are not looking too good up there. Let's just shoot a few shots up there and see what happens. And unfortunately, it was my pick, let's be honest. They fell. They couldn't quite make it happen. But I think they can keep up this consistency. They can get into that top 5.
We have 2 more games today, right? Still possible. And then the 6 tomorrow, 6 after that. Still plenty of time. Let's take a look at our standings. Remember, once again, top 6 will make it through at the end of today. So that's what we're trying to aim for if we can't get ourselves the victory royale. Kroggy, Zroggy, they're popping off right now, okay? And even the solo clutch from this last game, that's why they're in 6 right now.
I mean, you know, so Trippern and Zroggy, aka Zrox, they used to be teammates, right? And we saw in that in-game, Trippern as a solo pick up Kroggy, aka Kovacs, and then that left Zrox to play as a solo for like the entire endgame. I think he ended up in like the top 5 somewhere. Didn't see the exact placement that he was in, but he's just clutched up massively there.
Yeah, he really has, and you can see that's why they're all the way up on top of the leaderboard here in 6th place. They're looking very, very good, and it's these solo clutches that can really elevate a team. You know, if your teammate goes down a little bit early, there is still that potential for the solo to clutch. This is duos. You've only lost 50% of your power, whereas, you know, in other modes, you might have lost to some other people. You might be left as a solo versus trios, for example. It's just a lot less likely to happen.
Yeah.
But we've seen it again, solo clutches coming out on top, but not quite enough to get the win.
Not yet. No. But we're talking about wins here.
Yeah.
A team I want to see a win. Pinking it out.
Yeah, true.
We're going to see it. I'm calling. We got 2 more games left. Thank you for the visuals. The visuals.
Yep.
I got you.
I appreciate it.
Yeah,
right?
glasses. Yeah.
Like we saw early on, right? The kind of refresh that they got onto Thomas HD, which was fantastic. Now, for these guys, I don't want to say they're struggling because they're in 9th place, but at the end of the day, like, these guys have to start picking up a win or picking up the pace.
Yeah, and what these guys did is they really used that sort of positioning really, really well. They were able to be a little bit more patient, go for the high ground. They used their chug splashes that they, of course, get at command cap, and plenty of them as well.
Yeah.
And able to use that to their advantage going into the storm, you know, using a few chug splashes and then going for the pad. They tried it, didn't quite work out for them, though, in this time.
I didn't like, you know, it was an ass that ended up landing both at the edge side there. Just lost the fight. 50-50, lost it. Can't win them all.
It's very true.
Once again, we still have plenty of time, right? Things can still happen. They can still go our way. But right now, it's time to jump back into more action from the FNCS. This is the EU region. We only have a handful of games. So let's get back up to it. Shy Wager, Levin, over to you.
It's time for another one for now. Let's see exactly what EU has rocking so far, 11. It's a bunch of these consistent teams and the height gods kind of struggling to maintain control.
Yeah, it was weird, right? Because you go from sort of the game prior where Queasy and Hen win and nobody really seemed interested in height whatsoever. Turn to that game, every team in the lobby wants high ground, right? Will we get the same in this game here, or will it be another dominant height team having it for free?
That's the big question right now. In terms of the board as well, in terms of that, you know, top 6, if one of those teams win, that changes things up for a bunch of those, you know, kind of small ballers trying to get towards up the big leagues. So we'll see exactly what drops down. A few more to go on the day 11, and right now it's just really nice action.
Well, that's the ultimate hope, right? If you're one of the teams who's not quite in that top 6, please, a top 6 team win a game. Just give us an extra spot. We'll see if that happens as we roll into game 4 right here.
All right, semifinal number 1, game number 4. Everyone will be rocking in. Put aside Snazy, Hen Queasy, and Norxy in the clip so far. I've just popped off and gotten these wins. I mean, these games are going so fast today, 11. I'm surprised we even at game 4. I thought it was the end of the day.
Yeah, I'll be real. We are rolling through them thick and fast. And a fight we have seen be so fast at times. Mr. Savage, Benji Fishy, Vortex Janice. Now, someone needs to call Reese up, bruv. Are you sure these guys practice their drops? You know what? Like, Janice is actually my guy in it, so I hate to say this. Like, I don't even want to sound like it's a roast or nothing, but...
Ref's guard's playing today, by the way. I just wanted to ask.
You didn't see him earlier?
I did not see him at all.
Ref God's out here, bro.
Oh, man. I want to see my boy succeed. I need to see some top-tier Ref's guard gameplay. Unfortunately, off spawn right now having a bit of issues. Janice and Vortex looking much better in terms of just overall heals available. Not sure exactly what the weapons will be so far for them on the left side of the collider, but yeah, Tuna now in the business. It just seems like Vico and Jackson are the owners of this drop so far. My goodness, Mr. Savage. That is not normally. Someone check his PC. That is just that. That was nuts.
Yeah, that's what Savage does, bro. You don't know about Mr. Savage?
I mean, not in that sense, man. That we gotta, you know, fourth zone. He wakes up, his third eye opens, and that happens. But that was too much.
Well, first time I've seen Mr. Savage be doubted. Oh, high choke.
Okay.
Did he just like bend behind the bullet?
This man, like, he raised his arms and he got his head down below. That was nuts. Oh, man. Now we wait and see what's up past that on this POI for the collider. It's just mini slow burn. Always nice to see exactly what the map's also saying. You know, right now, so far, there's a third-party team on the south of the collider. So far for Benji and Savage as well. Hope is not lost in this type of format, right? What do they specifically need? There's a nice off-spawn win, and then a nice game win. Not too much to ask.
They need everything.
That's not too much to ask, right? That's very easy. You bop, and then you bop, and then you win the game.
They need help from the Lord. That's what they need. Especially if Janice has a line of sight like that. Oh, as I say that, Vortex caught with his pants down. Now being forced to heal. Savage was on it. He was ready to bounce back.
You know what I'm thinking? To make off-spawn fights very interesting?
Go on.
You can edit anyone's builds before the second zone. What are your thoughts?
Seems to remind me of something that's happened before. I can't
just before the second zone, you know? Or friendly fire enabled. I'm just throwing things at the wall.
You don't want to be a popular person in the Fortnite community, do you?
No, see, because the thing is, if people are just tuning in, right? Because the people who know I joke, they might think that I'm you. So you basically take all the hate, you know?
So if you are going to make a hate thread, it's not Levin2K who is proposing these ridiculous ideas. It is none other than Shio Asia. So, yeah.
The Axe Force will have to basically pull a Z Andy here, it feels like. Get that last game win. Right now.
Nice, good call back there.
Yeah. They were in that qual week too. I have limited information, but I will say it many times.
Yep. Life of the caster.
What's the GOT for Lecce stand for?
Giver of tags.
Giver of tags.
Since he just runs around and just gives everyone free.
Okay, so I was wondering which side you're gonna go with on that one. I wish he just had Chonk in his name. Lecce Chonk.
Lecce Chonk?
Yeah, I think he'd win off spawn if that was the deal.
Yeah, but like, that would be so weird, you know?
Yeah.
Like, would you change your name to Shio Canada? Like, or Shio Can?
No, I would change my name. You know my drop.
Well, no, but I'm talking about because you're, you know, what is your drop?
Log Jam. I mean, Shio Jam. Yeah.
All right, Shio Asia. Thanks. Cheers, mate. Appreciate that one. Okay. We got a fight here in Tilted that we actually haven't seen much of. This actually feels like a flashback to last season. Mr. Savage and Benji Fishy fighting DKS and Bad Sniper at Tilted Towers. Shio, if you weren't somebody who watched last season, do you want to remind the viewers of what happened when this fight happened here in the finals?
This was a coin flip. This was a... No, it wasn't just like this. I know you're saying no to me, but in general, it was like, I know DKS and Bad Sniper did well overall, but Benji and Savage had a few games that got to win off spawn and play, no? Or am I tripping?
Well, they did, yeah. But
so let me finish that.
Bad Sniper and DKS were the winners.
Okay, yeah, 100%. So I was getting to that, right? It was a coin flip on either side. Oh, they're laughing.
Hey,
they're laughing at
he's
me,
calling
actually.
back. No, but that's great because he's calling back. He's like, you guys are back at 2.5 the last season? You guys really came back here?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
I know they won. I think the biggest thing for that specific fight, maybe I just should have kept it general, but no matter what happens, whoever won, if Benji and Savage won, they still wouldn't have a good game.
Yeah.
DK's match number 1, right? I think it was still kind of even. It might have been like
even though the ones
3-2.
they didn't win,
yeah,
they had good games.
They had good games.
Yeah.
Like that was the craziest thing. But I should have just kept it entertaining. You're right. I've learned.
It's fine, bro.
That's my bad.
I've lost.
That's my sorry, man. That would have been so funny back and forth too. We lost a good one. Lost a clip. You know who's not lost?
Who?
Aina.
Ah.
Why?
Why?
Because
he's
found a top 6 spot on the leaderboard. Looking good. Now, is that accurate? That is to be seen, but he was there at some points, and it looked good.
Yeah, obviously last game they had a bit of a shocker, right? Which wasn't great, but
Difference between shocker and stinker, explain.
yeah, if I'd have to be here for a while explaining it. It's just
Really?
something that you just know, you know?
Okay.
You just know the difference between a shocker and a stinker. You might
What
think
is
they
that?
mean the same thing.
What is that right there for Ryzen?
This is a stinker.
Okay, now actually I think I understand now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This right here is a stinker. Shields being used. Fortunately, the med mist. I think there's so many med mists just lying around in Command. Someone has to look into Command. Like, there's actually way too much.
It's a med cloud. It's no longer a med mist.
In terms of like the, I'm trying to go my science bag here. The density of the loot in this area.
Yeah. The viscosity.
The viscosity. That's definitely not the right word. Some kid's gonna roll up to school somewhere like, Miss, the viscosity of my, no, that's not the right word they're looking for. There's so much loot in this general area, man, I swear.
Yeah.
Okay.
Should be like blinders in between. Like you land in, you get to loot, you can't pass the spot, and then you can fight once everyone has a even advantage, you know? Then my team can come in and your team can't, everyone's happy, wow.
Yeah. It's funny, right? Because Floki and Clement, they haven't had the greatest of days so far. And when I saw them on the leaderboard a bit lower down, I was wondering, have they just been going down off spawn at Chonkers? They haven't. That's not where they've been going. But finally deciding to get out of that Chonkers battle with Swilliam and Lecce. I don't think that the battle they've chosen is any more of a favorable one here, all the way over to the north side of the map. We finally don't have a sleepy zone. Thoughts on that one, Shy Wager?
That's my fault. I was trying to keep it up top there, especially for Head and Queasy.
So now that they're gone, you just don't care?
I just, you know, bring it back down south.
Wow.
Give it a second here. We'll just see it lock in. Boom. The south. I had the page turned upside down. We're going towards the north. It's actually, this is the hardest zone in the game, no? Thoughts?
For some teams. Actually, definitely not the hardest game in the zone.
Hardest zone in the game.
Hardest zone in the game.
Why not? Mountainous, there's a potential for water.
The hardest zone in the
Everyone
game
struggles with
is
cliffs.
like, hardest zone in the game is full southeast. Like full southeast. Like
Really?
Yeah, certainly.
Like for, true, just like getting there, right? Yeah.
It's just a pain. This zone, I feel like there's many ways to get into the general area.
I feel like this is where people make the most mistakes, though. That might definitely be the hardest zone for the game entirely. But in terms of like the most punishing zone in general, I feel like that's the mountains, no?
I think so maybe now because players don't have vehicles to rotate for anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like with all these sort of power positions, all these people sort of stacked up on all these different hills, it just makes it that much more difficult to rotate through, right? And I think one of the big things we actually need to talk about in terms of this area, and it's a good thing you've drawn me here, is that with the changes made when it comes to the siege cannons, right?
Yeah.
The siege cannons, they had a function, or they still do have a function where you can fire these sort of rockets from them, right? And they've been taken out of competitive. You can't do that in competitive anymore. And what that meant before was that all these hills around the command cabin area weren't viable. You couldn't really base up there, right? Because if you base up there, Pink and Anas are going to sit up on the cannon topside and they're going to just rain. With that function being removed, you can chill on some of these hills and you have more options for your surge, right? So that's a good thing about these zones. Now, Swilliam and Lecce, another fight in the zone. Surprising.
Some people have the options of cannons, of like, you know, getting up on top of hills and being strategic. Other people like Solar and Lechi like to chunk.
Like to chunk.
Yeah, so that's the way.
You're not letting this go, are you?
I'm not.
Okay.
But I think personally, they still have a chance, just this team specifically. One of these games, they get off of, you know, spawn, it looks good. This is a winning team. Like a game-winning team. Might not be a top 6 team entirely, but I feel like if they're in the end game, low ground, specifically Swollium, I think 2 games ago, was just on top in terms of elimination. I think that's why they're past the 30-point threshold now, is based off of that one game. They do have the capabilities of getting that win.
Yeah, they have a journey to go to get to zone though, right? Which is going to be important.
Right now, the fight for first is between Marco Clemberry and DKS Bad Sniper. Both teams close to that 100-point mark. And with neither going down, well, no one's going to be editing out of Kudwo's box any longer. Floki is going to have trouble making it into the circle, so he's down. I was about to bring him up again. I feel like one of the only reasons you brought it up, Levin, that they left Chonkers is that there's multiple teams there. It's not just Solim and Lechi they're fighting. I think at the very start of last season as well, they didn't like it when it was not just a head-on 2v2. So they might come back maybe even tomorrow if both these guys don't win one of these games.
Well, yeah, I think tomorrow's a new day, right? Because obviously you have all the teams jumping in from the rest of the series point leaderboard, so it's almost like a scramble to claim your POI. If you are deep in the Fortnite community, you know you always have Maxime, shout out to Maxime, who always makes the maps, right? And so I'm sure as soon as this session's done, everyone's going to be scrambling to Maxime. Like, put me here on the map, put me in North Sleepy, put me in a Command Cabin, right? So we'll see how that battle plays out. But yeah, if they can take advantage of that in today's session, that would be great. But of course, who knows what happens going into tomorrow.
Marco still looking for a few shots. So I'm going to give us a nice yin and yang of snow and grass. Pulling towards that top right. For all the damage that Marco's done, these guys are barely even above that threshold. 10 players need to go down, that's trouble. Talk about threshold issues. I mean, Milo doesn't have them anymore. He's straight back to the lobby. Wallflower popping. Kiro and Jerdy, I think, now have, what, 3 or maybe 4 elims. Tuning in with them at some point, seeing exactly how much power they've amassed so far. Shall be huge, because someone's going to stop Marco and Clemberry for basically having the free qual. We talked about all these hype teams getting it for free. It seems like they are low effort, like it's very smart still. It's very impressive, but low effort just rising through these rankings and staying in first.
Yeah, they've done a really good job of getting through to the end games, right, in a very sort of controlled way. Even when they find themselves in, you know, positions that aren't necessarily optimal, you know, they do a very good job of, you know, being able to create space for themselves, the right angles to deal damage, get themselves up on surge. And they've just been very clutch, right? This isn't the first time we're seeing Marco hit a really nice shot just to put them just that bit higher up in the threshold in terms of being able to try and keep themselves in the game and mitigate surge. So yeah, they've been really impressive today, and as long as they continue on this trajectory, they're going to be making it through. Look, this is the penultimate game, right? So arguably, another good game here could be it. They could seal the deal for them in terms of the top 6.
As seamless and smooth as what that team is, so it's hard for me to find reasoning about what they're doing or if they're even doing anything wrong. It's just so tight-knit gameplay. Meanwhile, I would say more jaggedy edges so far for an Austin Pink. I mean, it's been good sometimes. Height takes have been a little bit off as well. 6th place overall. This is kind of the hot seat. This is the hot spot. Looking at one of the teams, they are kind of the threshold about who quals right now and who doesn't so far in the lobby.
Yeah, I think up to this point in the game, things are looking really nice for them, right? Max and Materials dealt with their surge in this first and second zone. I haven't got to worry about Lana moving forward. It is just about avoiding any sort of hiccups, right? We see when they get into mid-game fights and engagements, they haven't been able to do well there in that regard.
Yeah, and it's all about staying calm now. I think Lou and Nano, although they're so far behind, it's still just about staying calm. A bunch of these teams with 11 points in 29th, 30th, even lower place, all they're going to be doing right now is focusing on getting that win, taking big risks. If you're picking not 6th place, I understand you can jump all the way. You know, let these teams make those mistakes. Stay calm, rise up. Mini's also staying calm on the sides. What does he have for us so far in the game?
Thank you, Shai. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about Benji and Savage, of course, a fan favorite duo. We saw them rotating into Coney Crossroads earlier, and it didn't quite work out for them. So this time, Savage picking up a few tags off spawn. They thought they'd rotate over towards Tilted Towers. But who was lurking? It was, of course, DKS and Bad Sniper. And unfortunately, we saw Benji Fishy go down, and then Savage rotated all the way back up to the Collider. And unfortunately for Mr. Savage, it didn't quite work out. So it sort of didn't quite work out for this duo, and Savage went down.
The end of the line for a duo that has many around the world watching and hoping that they can sneak their way into the FNCS finals. It's weird because, like, for a couple seasons now, I feel like people, like, ironically will say, oh yeah, Benji and Savage will win, you know, or they can qualify or something like that. But I actually saw a bunch of people who genuinely, unironically thought they would because of the Collider, right? And that story hasn't quite played out that way today. Unfortunately for them, so.
I think for a style of POI, we never really talk about that much, or that much on the broadcast. Like, Collider being so edge-focused, kind of more about the drop specifically, and the long-range beams. I don't see that as a Benji Savage drop. I feel like, you know, the classic tales of Retail Row, kind of being in a pocket, easy landing, you have options, you have time. Those POIs is where this duo kind of thrives the most.
It's not been working out this season though.
Yeah,
right? So
that's true.
They feel they need to change something up.
It's because of this team on screen.
Well, you could certainly say that. You call it a team, but they're down to a solo right now, right? It's just DKS left in this one.
Yeah. I think the big thing now for these guys is just trying to hold on as much as possible. They will be guaranteed second. Clinberry tied right now with them. Marco alongside him. 96 points in total. Maybe just get towards that triple-digit threshold. Pickanos looking to maybe get towards 100. That's the goal for a bunch of teams right now inside the top 6. It's get 100 points. That's exactly what they want to do. For now, not going to be that easy for DKS, and going to be the goal for everyone else. 238 damage below Surge as well. He has so much ahead of him. He can take about 5 strikes from that Surge Lightning if he wants to maybe tank it momentarily. A lot more too with the shields in tow that he has in his inventory. But past that, this is going to be very rocky. You can see everyone else around the fortress, around this north side right now. They are locked in with metal builds. They're locked in with one back towards the mountain. Impenetrable bases. He has no angle for a shot.
So where 5th zone pulls here is going to be so key. You can see the zone is sort of orientated around this sort of mountain right now, and so if it pulls either side of it, you know, you got a lot of teams, right, who then are committing a lot of materials, a lot of resources to try to get. And of course, it's going to pull up the hill for a lot of these teams. Some will look to try and make their way around, but ultimately a lot of the lobby is going to have to go up and over. I expect to see so many teams gliding through the sky as they try and make their way over the top of it. It's actually iDrop and Juriki that sit at top of this hill. And so they're in the most comfortable position of anybody right now in terms of trying to get into the zone, other than the people who are already situated there as well. And DKS is one of the teams who doesn't quite have that luxury. He will have to try and recycle a pad as he tries to out-heal the zone and the Storm Surge. This is a tragic position to be in right now.
This is also one of the most important games for anyone that's not inside the top 6 for the moment. This is kind of the last time, at least in this day for the semis, where things might not seem drastically desperate for everyone. DKS hitting one of the pads. He's down to about just 31 HP. No shield, 6 right now, only with builds available. He shall be going down in a second, and there it is. Maybe just a bit delayed. He's out. Axe Force is still alive in this game as well, flying straight through the skies. Clinberry also going through a few issues. They've hit that triple-digit mark. They have 100 under the belt. They'll be locked kind of in top 6. My question is it going to be one of these consistent teams pushing their maximum limits? Not the top 2, obviously. They're down right now and falling. Or is it the desperation from the rest of the board, knowing there's no more time to maybe hit that top 6? It's time to win. On height right now, it's iDrop and Juriki looking down on the rest of the lobby, looking down on people like Clinberry and Marco inside these boxes. But who else can take them over?
You can see Marco there just decided to almost drop all of his builds, or for the most of them, at least for the most part, towards Clinberry. Fortunately for them, they haven't got to worry about Surge right now, as the zone has hit 50 players remaining and below that now, so they stay in this game in the meantime. And that's huge for them. We've talked about how consistent they've been and how that consistency is what's going to blow them and throw them into that FNCS finals. And if this game can be another game that keeps them in first, that spot might just be theirs for the taking.
Have to just live all the way towards, I believe, top 15. That'll be very difficult. Pink and Anas, though, a lot of these hype dogs, they've been silent, and silence is scary. Minimal builds, minimal shots and bullets right now. Wait for that threshold to update. 2 below for Pink and Anas. They've been very quiet so far. They've been saving things and both miss a crucial pump. 9 above, they'll be safe for now, but look at what they have to go over, 11. You mentioned the mountain. Pink can barely even land. What a glide in, but he has so much more to climb.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from them there. You can see every single minutiae of the detail going into how they get into zone, and now trying to continue that journey. I drop in Juriki up above though. Big Juriki, he puts in the practice when it comes to his aim and hitting the shots to show for it. 600 above. Surge isn't even an issue for them, but keeping height might just be. You have Trippin and Thomas now finally looking to try and roll their way in.
It's the sky limit.
And Juriki building his way up, using all those materials, but it might just be worth it if you can hold on. Trippin and Thomas have created a divide now. Eyedrop is nowhere to be found. He's been knocked. And Trippin now trying to take high ground, trying to chop Juriki down.
There's a bounce back as well, so there's a little bit of time bought for that team down below. Look at Juriki. This man is not altered by the slightest. Thomas HD falls down. Now it's Tripper versus Juriki up top, and he's making this personal. I don't even think he cares about that win anymore. He just wants Tripper to go down, feel the same pain that he's feeling. They're in a world, a hemisphere of their own. Tripper will win that fight, and now we'll try to just hold this waterfall all the way down, but it's Belusi and Haijo who have hype now. Tripper has barely even survived all the way down below. Thomas possibly being able to pick up. I'm not even sure. No, he's gonna pass right by his teammate as he goes down. New height Rainers. This entire zone though is falling. Trippin is still up for the moment though and has a lot of builds. He has that potential for the clutch.
Trippin, another clutch situation for him. Different from the one we saw earlier, a bit deeper into the game. And even if he can't get the victory royale, if he can't get the win, pushing his team up the standings is huge. No, he goes down. Belusi is the one to take him out, but Belusi and Hydro have other fights to worry about, potentially having their height taken from them. They hold on to it though.
Kiro and Journey, the duo momentum in this game, got so many elims up to this point right now. Belusi also has 6 on your screen for the moment. Another bounce back comes in. So many maps will be saved inside the zone towards the low ground though. Raisin and Pena splintered in half. They're chopped, divided. It's all up to Pena now to keep things alive. Raisin has the momentum carried for this duel so far. 3 eliminations all the way in the side of this fortress, but look how just congested they are down in the basement of this zone.
And that congestion might not be a bad thing for him, right? With that drum shotgun in hand, he wants to get into people's faces. He wants to be wall to wall with people. And if you can find that right opportunity, we know where he will strike and fiercely. Pink and Anas now, not where they want to be in terms of layer, but definitely at the time in the game that they want to be in. They want to stay in this one. And if they can claim the front side of low ground, which Marco and Grimberry seem to have a hold on, this might just be their opportunity to force their way into the final.
Everyone right now just absolutely low on match. Pin has found one of the openings to maybe land a shot. Dirty. It does look a little bit sloppy, but he does find it towards the end. Too much time. Hero doesn't buy.
Chicho, Trulex now, another game where they're here on mid-ground, another game where they're looking to try sneak their way in, and another game where they have an opportunity, just the one build remaining, and so they're trying to go for a sneaky, beaky play, but they might get dropped down into some builds they don't want to be in. But Lucy and Hydro sitting in the dominant chair that we've seen so many of these winning teams win from before. Trulex doing a brilliant job to take Climberry down, and they might actually have a grasp on things down below.
Have a few more mats to work with, but now they're all almost gone. 3 builds, Chico passes, Trulex maybe just one of them to use, not much, and the ground falls below them. Still 2 other teams alive and thriving so far. It's just solo, someone that looks like Hero and Marco up in mid-ground. They got to cash and fight against each other too. They meet, exchange hands, and it's Marco who stays alive. 143 points for him and Quinberry coming into this game. They're looking so good all the way in first place overall for now. Marco with another fight, big pump, big damage, but not enough to take down Belusi.
Belusi doing the hard yards. Hydro not only has height, but he has the wing condition. The chug splashes will be huge. He needs to remain alive. The med mist as well comes out. Trulex has one of his own, but he won't be able to out-heal him. So they need to keep spraying. They need to do as much as they can. They need to force them down, and that's what they've done. Chicho hits a huge shot. He has the clutch range now. Trulex now trying to follow up with it as well. They're mantling their way up. No, he gets taken out. That might have been the wrong play, but Trulex comes through. Oh my goodness, I thought for a moment, Shayo, that Chicho had messed it all up, but Trulex as the insurance, the clutch, the veteran coming in and making sure that they will be playing in the finals.
Chicho shines bright like the sun, takes all that soaked up sunlight distraction. Trulex is there hiding in the shadows, ready to make sure their duo goes straight towards the finals. That's just amazing to see.
Yeah, it's very good to talk about. We saw and discussed how much it means to Trulex to try and prove to people, right, that he is not just some fiddle to Queasy's greatness, right? He is that guy as well, and showing that in those final moments, what a way to secure a spot to the FNCS final.
Yeah, and the big key right now is there's no setup for some of these wins. They're happening in the 9th zone. That's where the active ingredients are starting for this VRs. You know, Jerky, I Drop, Thomas Tripper, and all the way up in the skies. They don't even matter in terms of the grand scheme of things in these semifinals.
Yeah, for sure. But when it comes to what matters, we are going into one last game. But before we get there, we have the analysts to break down that last game.
Thank you guys so much. You were absolutely fantastic. And don't you forget it, Levin. I'm talking to you specifically. Yeah, that's right. You guys can't see it. He's really excited about that. My goodness. Chicho, excuse me, and Trulex.
Yeah,
I know. I was trying so hard to get it that I messed it up. Anyway, congratulations. They get themselves the victory royale. How did this end up happening? Because I feel like there's a lot to this story.
I mean, realistically, like, they just capitalized on the mess again, right? One of the things you want to really point out is that, obviously, yeah, again, the high ground mess.
Yeah.
You know, them playing low ground is kind of the typical play style that I've seen from these guys. You know, they are not necessarily a super high ground focused team, which is kind of surprising from Trulex, because when Trulex won the FNCS, he was part of a high ground, very focused team with Queasy, as obviously Levin mentioned earlier. But now they've kind of adapted this low ground play style, which, as we know, doesn't usually garner that many victory royales.
Yeah, that's very true. And of course, it's always sort of dependent on what the high ground team do. Are they going to drop it and try and go for those eliminations? But of course, the low ground team there, Trulex and Cheeto, they did have the heal condition. They did have the win condition of the med mist that they picked up during some of those refreshes that they got as well. So crucial refreshes at crucial times and picking up heals to, even if they don't get those eliminations, they're able to win the game from that.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, we're looking at game winners. We're trying to figure out who can pick this up in the next game, because that's the final game. And, you know, I could pick one of many teams here at this point, but I Drop and Jerky, again, is one of the teams we're going to have to look at, because it looked like it was theirs. They held high ground from, I think, what was 5th zone?
Yeah, it was 5th zone. They were holding high ground. You can see them up there, all the way up on top, sitting high. Not quite dry for too much longer, though, because, of course, Thomas and Trippin had other ideas. They decided to try and pad on top of high ground. And I think this is where we saw the real switch up in high ground, where we saw Belusi and co, of course, going up there and sort of garnering on the difficulty that they had on high ground. Trippin and Thomas trying to go up, and the fight was just dragged out and out and out. Jerky, of course, trying to pick up the pieces. I Drop by literally dropping all the way down. And this fight just took a little bit too long for other teams to sort of capitalize on.
Yeah, I mean, look at this chaos. Like, look at this mess.
Yeah.
And because of this, obviously, Hydro and Belusi took advantage. Yeah. Let's be real. Like, we saw them in one of those wide-angle shots there. They were just tarping ahead. You know, you look up, you see all of this mess going above them. They've just got a nice little tunnel. And as soon as you can, like, recognize that that's going on, that's just your cue. You go up, you take high ground at the front side of the zone, and then victory royale. Well, not really for them, because they came second.
No.
Sort of.
But potential for
nearly. I mean, good points.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our standings to see how things are going. So if you're just tuning in, welcome back. This is the FNCS. This is our nice and new shiny set. That's right. Taking a look, remember, we want to hit that top 6 mark, okay? That means that the top 6 at the end of today will go on through. Unless your duo gets a victory royale, then you're automatically going right to the finals. So for right now, look at this. Pinkin and us. They're here on the edge with 1 game left to go.
Yeah, I mean, they just moved up, right? They moved up a small, I think it was 2 places. I think they were 8th before that. So that, in all honesty, was a kind of change in play style, because we thought from the start, these guys are going to play in high ground. They're going to go for the victory royales. I mean, that's instantly what I predicted. But as you can see right now, like, this is a low ground play style. And this is the 2nd time in a row we've seen these guys play low.
Which is good, though. I think it offers them a little bit of a variety. They're able to, you know, sort of showcase their skills in this sort of department. But I saw them going up onto that high ground, building up, because it was a favorable zone for them, of course, on that west side. I saw them building up right at the beginning, and I thought, these guys are planning for a high ground sort of domination. This is typical Pink and Anis type play. But no, they gave it up. Of course, we saw iDrop and Jureki going up there, and they said, you know what, you guys can have it for now. They tried to play those mid-ground layers. They weren't able to pick up the refreshes, and ultimately, that is what caused them to go down, because they were trying to go for that refresh and trying to force it.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, like, I'm looking at Pink and Anis now, right? Just because I'm focused. Top 6, like we mentioned, qualifies through. If you look at the points on the right-hand side, 90 points. Everyone who's below that, still absolutely capable of managing to clutch up here, right? So for Pink and Anis, like I said, we thought they'd go for the win. We thought they would go for the Victory Royale. But at this moment, it's like, I think these guys play the exact same playstyle they've been playing the rest of them. Safe off spawn, good mid-game, and then, hey, don't take any risks on height.
That's tough, man. One final game left to go here. Now, don't worry, it's not all over, right? We still have tomorrow. 6 games there, another 6 Victory Royales and 6 duels. Same thing on Sunday, right? So we have plenty of time. But a lot of these duos are really looking to claim one of these spots. So I think it's that time. Game number 5 is underway. So we're going back on that battle bus. We got 11-2K. We got Shire Wager. One last ride.
One last ride indeed, and this is going to be a fast one, Levin. I feel like maybe slow burn. I'm calling it fast, though, because I think everyone's kind of hyped up and just ready to get the finals.
Look, time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah.
And I'm having a lot of fun, and I know I'm going to have even more fun going into this final game. It never disappoints. Of course, the format has been orientated towards the win mattering, but especially in that final game, it just means that much more, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think for a lot of the times we watch some of these qualifiers, some of these finals, you know, getting towards the big spots, half the teams in the lobby giving up. They're like, you know, maybe we get a little bit of practice. There's no chance for us to get to the next stage. That's not the case now.
Yeah, that's a great point, right? You know, of course, there will be some players who maybe do have that aspect of, yeah, we got tomorrow, we got the next day, right? But ultimately, like we've echoed so many times today, you want to make it through today, right? You want to, 1, secure a drop spot for the actual FNCS finals, but 2, you don't want to have to leave it till tomorrow, right? That's when the nerves start kicking in. You might have a howler, and all of a sudden, you're looking at the FNCS from the outside, right? So coming into this final game is going to get good, but we're hopping in right now, so it's going to be a good one.
The last game for the first day of semis inside Europe. And so far, we've seen 4 teams already just blast their way straight towards those finals next week. Now we'll watch the rest of the lobby desperately climb towards that VR and the upper echelon hold on to that top 6.
Speaking of desperation, this is a desperate attempt. Final game, Refsguard and Clownski. It's just not gone well enough for Clown and Refsguard.
It's not gone well enough for people across the map as well. Savage actually getting the drop on a Janus up inside the collider. Nico actually taking it out to the sky. That doesn't happen a bunch of times off of spawn either. Siren against Refsguard. Big shot back. Low ticks taking away Vanya. Lots of things different this time. Savage claiming the drop fast. Vortex and Janus are down.
So Benji Fishy and Mrs. Savage have one final hurrah. A final attempt to come into this game and maybe, just maybe, Shayo, a dream. The dream is still alive.
Are you a big gamer, Levin? Like single player type games with buffs and nerfs in them for players? Okay, let me explain this real quick. There's this like kind of trope where there's some, you know, bosses, mobs, players, buffs in the game. When you have lots of damage done to you, when you're closer to 1 HP, you can deal more damage, you know? I feel like Benji and Savage, when they've had that mental anguish, they've had 4 bad games, when they've been put down, they're on that glass cannon mode. They're in just a position to pop off. And I feel like off spawn that fast here in game 5, I'm reading a script of this FNCS after the finals. How did Benji and Savage qual? This might be it.
Well, I hope you're holding and reading the wrong script, because I'm rooting for Thomas and Trippin. Because in the language of the pad, 8 pads now?
Listen, something might be lost in translation with this language, Levin. 8 pads now. What are these guys saying in this language?
Look, we're actually in Denmark now, so I don't want to anger any Danes. You know, I'm in a country full of Danes right now, so I don't want to.
Wait, they're playing on home turf too.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Hold up. Look at this, Asmi. Finally turning it online, up in the gears on the bike and just pedaling through Refsguard and Clownski. They started off a little bit slower now, but they're looking good.
Marco and Clement Once again, a team who has just been incredibly consistent. They've held on to first place for so long. And at this point, it's almost fair to say maybe that they probably will be playing in the FNCS final.
I mean, yeah, if we can look into it really quick. A Nas, yeah,
this is the Osborne fight, right?
Yeah, insta-bop on the Bubak. Him and Fury, I think, haven't had much of an impact on many other teams so far. They've kind of just been the dictators of who gets that mid-game surge. Yeah. That'll be different for some of the rotators coming in. Yeah, Marco Glenberry, 20 points ahead of Kiro and Jerdy so far at 143. They're looking good. Pin Horizon, Belusi Hydro, and Kiro Jerdy, I think these are the three teams that are going to be looking to stay alive at least until the top 15, the top 20. DKS Bat Sniper, they're part of that equation as well. Pink and Anasa, we just saw get a few of those picks off spawn. They're going to be trying to maybe chase that top 6, just glide in with it. They're towards the bottom of it. Kroggy and Zroggy, aka Kovacs and Xerox, they're there too at 87. It's a little bit of a differential, 10 points between some teams so far in the top 6. That just means that whoever really makes it to top 15, whoever stays alive the longest, will be fine so far. So let's look at another replay that's happening inside. It's Naku and Dan, 57 points. Them getting up in the business is crucial. But once again, top 6 is closer to 87 right now. So at 60, they have a lot of work to do. I think for them, Levin, their option is the VR. It's either VR or top 6, and they're a VR team for the win condition.
Yeah, and we've seen them deep in some of these games, and so it's not impossible that they make it there, right? But ultimately, right, you know, all the pressure is on at this stage. The Spaniards, 2 players who obviously have been playing together for a while, they've had that consistency in terms of their actual cohesion of the team. But in terms of actually finding their footing in these games today, only the one game where they managed to get 4th, and not much outside of that, so. See how it plays out. Yusri and Axe Force.
I mean,
this time it looks like they maybe have the better end of the stick here at Focus.
And once again, remember, there's still a chance. It's not going to go super crazy in terms of, you know, just making the game hyper-aggressive, practicing the fights, practicing the rotation. This is about practicing a win. It starts with an off-spawn fight. And my man Solium just does not care. You edit, he shoots, he wins.
Wow. I was literally just about to call him Maxry.
That's Minry.
It's Minry right now.
Yeah, unfortunate. You know that thing with, what is it, 72 hours? I'm trying to play chess, and these guys are just flipping the board. Yeah. Like, you know, the edit's there, he's ready for the pump, and nope. It's done.
That's the Lecce Classic right there. We'll see if they can close it out, though. You definitely would expect them to. Axe Force literally just scurrying away.
Oh my.
There's just not much hope here, is it? It's pretty desperate scenes, and once again, an emote rolling through as well, just to add extra salt to the wound.
Oh, wow.
And Mappy, I don't feel like we see much of them. Oh my goodness. Jackson, that brother hits hard.
He's hit hard the whole day too. This is so sad to watch him go down towards the end at the Collider. Let's check out exactly how Anas's day has gone so far as well. So they started off things by taking down Bubak, start to bully Fury, and that's a pickup for Pink. Which is nice.
Yeah, getting out the upper limit as well.
Okay, so are they the goats?
Oh,
okay, I'll stop.
No.
I'll stop. Are they the most powerful looking, you know, cavern topside winners?
No.
In a rocky zone?
No.
No?
No. I don't know what their issue is right now, to be honest.
Yeah.
I feel like we anoint them as game winners and this, that, and the other, and rightfully so, because there's just been too many competitions where we've seen them literally like win almost every game they play, and if they don't win, they look like they were gonna win. Like they get these sort of incredible runs of form where we just look at them as if they are sort of on that trajectory to maybe being an FNCS winning duo.
Yeah.
It just hasn't worked out today, man. I really do start to worry about these guys as a team and the long-term future of how things play out for them, whether or not this is necessarily the winning formula per se, with all the struggles they've had.
I feel like what they need is a set lobby final style. They need the 12 games. I think with the 6, with the attitude of qualifiers coming in, the way they're still playing their mythology, their ideology, you're saying it might need to switch. I think for finals, it's fine. You think it's so rocky that they don't make it there, especially with the 3 days?
Well, you gotta make it there. I'm sure they will, right?
Yeah.
Ultimately, there are more days, but you know,
it's still good to be like powerful. Like, they should be top tier. This shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be the problem it's been for them, but again, they have this last game, at least for today, to shut me up and any other critics. I'm sure Boop is at home, smiling somewhere, happy as can be.
Oh, watch. Marco and Clement, this is actually a very unique spot right now for them. They are so far ahead of everyone, and this is kind of like a victory lap game, being all the way up at 143.
Yeah, and certainly not a victory lap for this team on our screen. Bad Snap and DKS sitting in 5th. Not comfortable though. So this has to be a big game for them if they want any sort of hope, any sort of chance.
Oh, look at this.
Adra and Jerky, very far removed from Logjam Lumberyard. But that's a good thing in this instance.
7th versus 8th as well, in terms of leaderboard, as they pass by.
They wanted to go for like a sneaky, queasy hen like
Yeah, I was about to say Sanctuary type split play.
Yeah.
Not gonna happen.
Couldn't find the shots to line it up.
What's the zone looking like right now as well? Kind of central. What are the stakes looking like? Who is in 6th place overall? We've seen Bat Sniper and DKS in 5th, revisiting Marco and Clemberry now all the way in 1st. Do Marco and Clemberry just go crazy? Do they just let loose? For them, it just feels like at the moment, it doesn't matter. That 143 can hold on.
Well, yeah, we always talk about, you know, a team that seems to be secure.
Wiggle, wiggle. Nice.
Literally got around the corner just in the nick of time. Wow. But we always talk about how, like, a team in 1st now, they just, like, their job is just to ruin everybody else's time. You know? Just eliminate the guy in 7th, eliminate the guy in 8th, eliminate the guy in 6th even, so that he has to sweat as he watches the end of the game, you know? That is their job now.
This is, I think, the biggest pressure seat. Knowing you're 7th coming into a format that kind of rewards top 6. What are the 2 things you're hoping for? You either pop off or you consistently stay where you are and someone ahead of you wins and you qualify.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 most realistic options. The worst thing, though, is that, yeah, if you go down, if you don't do enough, if you don't stay more than consistent, you're gone. Coming 1 placement right below has to be heartbreaking for some of these teams.
Yeah, but I think this is especially where like the whole ideology conversation comes into play, right? Because if you're this team, you're not even playing to win at that point. You're just playing to stay alive as long as possible. Struggling to stay alive, eye drop has gone down. Juriki as a solo, this is not good whatsoever for their hopes of qualifying through. 8th place, Juriki as a solo. What can you do in this situation? Staying alive will be good enough, but will Kiduo give him the opportunity to do that? The harpoon comes through. This is relentless. This is superior play. Flixie and Kiduo, they won't give him an inch. He's trying to create separation, create space, and he hits some nice shots to do that. We know Juriki has that ability. But as long as they don't let him isolate any more 1v1s, there isn't much of a hope for him.
This is just so rough, too. You'd assume Jerky eye drop, especially on this day. They were definitely uncontested so far coming in, too. This should have been their story, at least consistency-wise as well, but they're down 77 points. It's not going to be enough for the top 6.
We will see them tomorrow in day 2. Unfortunate for the big drop in Juriking.
But they still definitely elevate in status. The things that we saw today, especially on defense on height, we're seeing new tools in the arsenal, ready for finals when things really hit the walls. Remember, there's still 2 more days after this for semifinals. A lot more chances, too, on the day. There'll be 6 games each instead of just 5. So even for people like Anas and Pink, it's not completely over yet. It is nice to make it in here though, right? 46 teams, less players overall, less pressure. Some of the upper echelon gone. A lot of the inconsistent possible lower teams coming in, not giving you the most, annoying time and unpredictable time. Rifty trying his best with Flodax as well. They picked up so many good eliminations so far towards the end game. Picking apart all the stray hairs, the stragglers trying to make it into zone. But that hasn't really been enough to put them closer towards the top 10, the top 6. It only really amassed them 46 points in total. This has to be a victory royale on their screens by the end of the game if they want to see finals.
Yeah, has to be a huge game, and that will be the sentiment for a lot of these teams as we head into these final moments. And that makes it more fun because we see more all-out plays. I think if you're trying to predict what's going to happen, spoiler alert, we're going to see a lot of different height takes in this game.
Yep.
And that might not be good for some of the teams who we know will still be trying to win out everything, especially if you're the likes of a Trippin and Thomas, right?
I haven't seen them yet this game. It's making me a little bit worried.
Yeah, what's actually like? Floki?
Yeah. 5th Bat Sniper DKS. Right behind them is Anas and Pink in 6th. And the biggest difference, I like the fact that you're bringing up Levin, like, how this game looks with the height takes in the game. The biggest difference will be how solos play inside endgame. What we've seen so far the entire time in the FNCS, including the last 5 games, or the last 4 games today, is solos trying to max out placement. Solos trying to live, not trying to eliminate, not trying to fully win. Unless, of course, it's the final 2. But now we're put in a position where getting, a top 6 might not be enough. Getting a top 5 might not be enough in the scope of this game specifically, like as a placement overall, right? So if you're a solo, you might just have to go straight for the VR. You're in, 30th place. Your team hasn't done too well on the day. Your teammate just went down in 15.
Well, for most of these teams, right, you're not in contention for a top 6, so you have to play that way. Right? You have to go all out. You have to put on your best Snagy impression.
It's not just about the clutch is all I'm saying. You gotta do more than just clutch and get good points. You have to win and do something more than great.
You're seeing a team that's been incredibly great today. Finding themselves in a bit of trouble. Building in wood is encouraging people to take some shots at them. But as you can see in the inventories, they actually haven't got much to work with anyway. Wood was the best bet for them, and so now, as Climbury lands, gonna do his best to farm up, but yeah, not enough cover.
It's fine.
Yeah, they're all right.
144 points, so we'll take that into account. I think 6th place team right now is rocking in with about 97 so far.
Yeah, they're
and below them, there's like 87. It's dropping by 10s and 10s and 10s.
Basically, long story short, we will see them in the FNCS finals. Congratulations.
Yeah, okay. We'll lock that in. I don't want to live in that world where like every team from 2nd to 8th gets top 10. Oh my God.
Nah, we'll be all right.
We'll be
Smacky gets taken out. Let's have a little bit of a replay here. Last time there was a replay of Pinkin and Ash, they took down Thomas, so this time, not that, but Gabix will be the one to be taken out. So these guys they've been putting in some work. But as we tune into them, Anas, Pink, down, 5th place.
Clocked out, put in work, but then clocked out. That is just tough overall. From 6th all the way to 5th. They don't see any light of day towards the finals.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see whether they can hold on to that. Bad Sniper and DKS in 6th with 99. Wasn't sure how many Pinkin and Nas finished on.
I think it was about 100. They hit the triple digits right at 100 and then got taken out. They're very close by, which is why I'm saying that has to be the end of their run for today.
Yeah.
A lot of teams will rise up. And once again, probably like a 3% chance all these teams from 8th to 15th fall in this surge gap. Like that's just not gonna happen.
Say that away. Just gliding around is making me a bit scared. We've seen a couple of these eliminations now be teams sort of trying to glide their way into zone, and it's not going well, but these guys are a bit more secure. Only in positioning though, not in terms of surge. 27 above is not comfortable whatsoever.
Still Proggy and Zrogi. I'm always going back and forth between their names.
I just call them Zroxen.
Zroxen, okay. I'm a visual learner.
Reese on the desk was like, Zrogi, also known as Zrox, Kroggy, also known as Kovacs. I'm like, brother, just say one, man. Just say one, you're good.
It's for the people, you know? They understand what just happened in front of them, right? Pink and Anas now fully down.
Kovacs over peaking there a bit, and
he's forced to. Threshold.
Yeah, but, you know, ultimately, Zox now goes down. It's weird, right? Because you see those kind of peaks and those trades be made, usually when teams maybe have like a shield keg. So they'll drop it down and they'll just look to trade. These guys obviously don't have shield, and I know there's the desperation kicking in, but when you're in 7th, as much as you want to make sure you get your tags, you have to stay somewhat safe. You can't just go all out, right? And so maybe a better approach would have been the ideal situation. Kovacs will be able to pick Zox up, but again, this is just now another hurdle for them to climb in their pursuit of top 6.
That's just tough for them overall, but somehow they get up. 9 above Surge as well, so they have a chance to pop that med kit too. Keep his rocks up in the business. I'm trying to get an inkling for what the board looks like right now as well. This is 7th place overall. What are Kovacs and Zrox actually fighting for here? Who's in 6th? Who's holding that bubble overall? Looks like for now, right behind them, Cisse also in trouble. I think this is the operating 8th or 9th place team. Him and Milo, they were 10th coming in, a few teams in front of them fallen, also in trouble. They're right there, 11. Just need to survive this. 4 people need to go down.
Yeah, but they've not got many shields to work with at this stage, and so even if those 4 players do go down, they will be down to bare bones. And they haven't got the pad to rotate through, so they're just gonna have to try to spend some mats. So they're gonna be down on shields, down on HP, down on materials.
Oh, Lord.
It's a recipe for disaster, Shio.
Absolute opportunity in front of them, but they do not have the fingers stretched out to grasp. Right now, they're just searching for anything, any sense of just patience, reprieve, a little bit of a time chamber to just pause in, but the zone closing in behind them, team shooting beside them. Cisse and Milo, this might be the end of their song for now. Somber strides, long notes, and a rest for them at the end of this one. 72 above, they've found a little bit of time. Cisse is building in. Now the zone starts to collapse in. Milo will 100% take a little bit of damage. The new sightline opens up. It's the high ground team, and much needed damage for the ones up top. Cisse's down. Milo has to go his own way. And it looks like for the 9th place team, this is the big hurdle they just could not overcome.
Yeah, you saw they were literally one of the last teams to rotate in. Practically the whole lobby had their eyes on them. It was the team on a high elevation that had that better view. And so that was wraps right there. But this is where things start to get crazy. Bad Sniper has a tough task in his hands. 104 points. The longer he stays alive, the better it is for his team.
So Bad Sniper now will rock in. And we'll see exactly how they start to roll. 7th place so far for Xerox and Kovacs. Finally ready to go. This is exactly what throws down. The VR will move you on to finals. The top 6 will move you on to finals as well. The 7th overall, going straight in. They said to rock this one. So much damage under Surge. They need to find a duel somewhere to lock down.
Yeah, it's going to be typical. Not much to work with when it comes to the resources. They found a bit of a decent position, and maybe they can angle themselves towards somebody who is just as scuffed as them, trying to get their way in. But even that isn't going to be easy to deal with, as well, as now zone keeps on moving. You can see up on height, Tripper landing in the backside of the zone.
Another try.
But he's fighting against Wox, the Swede who hits only max, it seems. And so now Thomas relegated down, Tripper knocked, and so Thomas all alone. What can he do? It's Robin and Wox. The Swedes up above. They've been quiet all day long, but maybe, just maybe, the right time for them to pipe up.
They're going to start to rock their way all the way through as well. It's going to be so tough for Thomas and Tripper. Thomas will drop down to just about absolutely low HP. Proggy finally down 2 in that 7th place slot. Pink and Anas might be able to hold on to this one so far in 6th overall. Taken out, but still looking good. DK's Bad Sniper have been taken apart as well. Cyrus moving in, looking good. Robabs now 14th place with him. This is Wox, actually. Apologies as he rolls in. You talked about 11. They only hit max damage. This man is the machine when it comes to shots landing, and he's looking good so far. Rokev, though, is just on 1 HP.
I thought he had gone down. I really thought he had gone down, but he is just managing to stay in this one. It's actually Flois and Mappy chilling up on high. I didn't expect to see this. But what a brilliant surprise. You can see now Mappy applying pressure, trying to make sure nobody can be in contention for high ground. And as we drop down onto the lower layers, Floki sitting in 7th, it seems now, 95 points, trying to do anything he can to push his team with no materials left and a dream, trying to find a way to the final.
Horizon Pano will be in this position as well. 140 points all the way up and operating 2nd place for the moment. They're just looking so good. For them, this is an even bigger victory lap. They can just hold so many people back, but this is the chaos you'd expect when the win matters. Mappy all the way up top in the sky with Floris have been forced to build all the way up this far, lost all their metal, now back down to wood. This is going to be tough for the duo to wrap out this game. It's a marathon as well to make it to that 9th zone and win. 8th place for Loki and Sandgill 2. They can just almost wrap in. They just need a few more points, break that 100-point mark, get towards that top 6. Loki now with no builds, just his shots and one decision to make to stay alive in this game.
He's sprinting, he's ducking, he's diving, but he needs to make sure he doesn't find himself in the wrong box. Rising and Painter now, we've seen them in this position earlier on in the day. What damage can they do to anybody else? Skyzoo being the one to do big damage now as a solo, takes down Loki once and for all, and he spots Benji Fishy in the back of the zone, and he has something to say about him. The zone will pull back towards Benji. Maybe that gives him enough time to be able to find an alternate route to stay in this game, but for Skyzoo, the pursuit to try and get a qual continues.
I see the final fight almost breaking out as well too. Yes, Clement and Floki on low ground, 18th place, so they're going to be going for that VR. Have just chilled so far and used so many materials to get to this spot. Skyzoo up top gets bopped and he's down. Mappy though, he's chilling with Floris up top, not even trying to fight. Pacifist type gameplay all the way on the high ground, waiting for the final 2v2.
They understand their win condition. Flois realizes that if it comes down to it, the Medmis will prove victorious, but he doesn't have a clue that Floki has his own down there, and so eventually their courses will have to collide, but maybe Lou and Nano will have something to say about it.
They're in the mix as well. Another duo to look at. Who are the solos in between? It's Walks, Mr. Max Damage himself. He's looking for another shot to land. This man has only hit triple digits every time I see him on screen. Up top, Kefi goes down. Walks is trying for the next one. So many minis in tow. He doesn't care about his inventory at all, though. He's finally let loose. Looking towards the skies. He wants to maybe even contest height. He can do it with a VR. He has a lot of mats to be able to use right now. He has to challenge 2 different duos, though. This will be tough, and he is taken down. We're going straight to it. It's a 2v2v2. Lou's lost his teammate. Now just one solo in the mid-ground. Mappy has to wrap this up. How much damage can he do is the question. Everyone now kind of uninterrupted on their health bars. What is really left? That Medmist in tow. Lou is just stuck in the sandwich. There's nothing for him to do.
He needs to try and stay alive, but that won't be possible, and this feels like deja vu. Floki and Clement down below, trying to win a big game. They've got one knock, can they get the other? A big shot there from Clement, and Floki and Clement will do it. They qualified to the FNCS finals. Deja vu. Those guys on low ground, they never seem to fail me.
Never at all. As soon as I saw that duo and no one around them, just a bubble of spiritual energy. You could feel it coming all the way towards the end. What a phenomenal win, and what a way to do it, Clement and Floki style.
These guys are so clutch. They rolled through, right? We talked about how it seemed to be a quiet day for them, but they rolled through when it mattered the most. And what a way to do it as well. They didn't even allow us to sort of pause for a moment, right? The moment the solo went down, they went for the drop down and they closed out the game. No funny business whatsoever. Nicely executed for the Frenchies.
Yeah, Lou going down was kind of like the whistle to start the fight. As soon as they saw a little bit of damage there, they're like, edit, edit, shot, shot, play, play. We're to the finals. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, what a win as well. We've seen so many great teams get the wins to make it to the finals, and we're going to kick it back to the analysts to break down some of the action we've seen from today.
Did we just see the first? Was that a victory royale from the low ground? Did that just happen?
That was second time.
Second time.
Because
okay.
We got Chico and Trulex as well.
Sure.
You got to remember that as well.
Yep.
You got to remember 2 low ground teams winning in a row.
My heart stopped there for a minute. Wow, congratulations once again, Clement and Floki. My goodness. I feel like we've been watching them qualifiers, and now they finally come in and say, oh, you wanted us to go to finals. We just needed a victory royale. Our bad. We'll just come in real fast. Don't worry about it.
I mean, there's only one FNCS finals that Clement has ever missed out of all of them. He is the most qualifying player in EU so far. And, like, when you see him, you're like, he's not going to miss. There's no way he's going to miss the finals right now. And again, this has been pretty shaky for them throughout most of last season and again through this. But with the Victory Royale potential that this team has, like that's the ticket punch straight through. Now, it's all about who else is going to qualify through in Junkers.
Yeah, Grand Finals wouldn't be Grand Finals without Floki and Clement, would it really? Nope. They are the team that we expect to be there, and they have done it in the last game of the day today in sort of uncharacteristic fashion for Floki and Clement. We would expect them to be going for the more placement and low ground play, which we did, but we didn't see them do it consistently enough today, and they picked up the elimination and the Victory Royale where it matters most.
Yeah, I mean, that play that we saw right there, a little bit of a choke from Floris and Mappy. Let's be real, right? At the same time, they've already qualified. I'm almost certain through top 6 when I saw the placement on the leaderboard. But you saw how many materials that Floris had up on high ground, right? Because he picked up the refresh that got him, I think, 50 builds at that time. Yeah. So he was fully stacked, and then they ended up getting double edited down on. He should have obviously been building and protecting himself up on the high ground at that moment.
Yeah, he had the mats to do it. He definitely had the potential to sort of hold his way on top of that high ground. But this is what we saw, the high ground retake, the chop from up top. And Floris and Mappy, they had high ground originally. Then they dropped down. I think Floris dropped down a little bit. And we saw a completely different team, a completely different complexion up on the high ground. Then they came back for round 2. And oh boy, did they do it right. They clutched up. They made sure to get those eliminations on the low ground as well. And picked up the refreshes where it matters most. I think we saw Wops, who was the one with all the mats. And I think Floris picked it up.
Yeah, right there. That was the one. You can see he goes from up to now 23 builds at that moment. Ended up picking up Lou as well, but because he jumped down onto those materials, that was it there. Ended up going onto a build that was not his. So let's be real. We saw in the bottom left, if you were keen-eyed, he hit the qualification anyway because that was into the top 5. So obviously massive congratulations for them. But they could have, played it out in style. Hit a little Victory Royale as well.
Yeah, just do when it matters, right? Get a Victory Royale, casual trip to finals. Oh, just another day in the life of Fortnite players. It happens like that sometimes. Let's take a look at some of the clips coming out of Raisin as well. My goodness, I just feel like semifinals, and it's crazy we're going to have 2 more days of this, right?
Yes,
like,
we are.
This is a nice, just like, appetizer, if I could quote Shy Wager for just a moment.
You notice, obviously, before here, they've been a team who struggled with Surge all day, right? They've been, again, right in this clip, 150 under. And that's actually just because of the playstyle. I think Shao picked up on this earlier, where, like, Raisin is a controller player, and the majority of their Surge comes from getting in the box and fighting, right? And being aggressive, which has led to them kind of continually struggle until they, as I said earlier, hit a bit of that Raisin classic, jump straight in the box and get some Surge and some elims.
Yeah, they did. It's great to watch in that end game, in those final moments, picking up elimination after elimination, and just about getting them above the Storm Surge. But as we can see, they are topping the leaderboard today, and looks as though they're going through on the consistency points.
My goodness, the top 6, DKS and Bad Sniper, they just barely push out Pink and Anas. That's got to feel real difficult, right? By 7 points, that's 3 eliminations, a handful of placements, but it's a really good way to kind of set up for the next set of games, right? The next 2 days, you kind of bring that same momentum back, and you could very well see a qualification spot.
I mean, also, we're just surprised they didn't win a game. They should have won a game at the same time, and they switched to their playstyle. We saw them go too deep in zone in that last match there, and unfortunately didn't work out for them.
We brought our casters back because we got to talk about predictions. We got to talk about how things went on the day.
I don't really want to talk right now. I don't really want to talk,
Man, that's crazy. You start the day talking a lot of stuff over here.
No, I had a strat. So we actually wanted Floki and Clement to qual, right? We didn't say anything about it because we predicted Thomas Tripburn. So then Thomas and Tripburn would overplay a little bit, give Floki and Clement the space, and then they rolled in. That's what it was. That's what it was.
Something like that. Of course, the saving grace. Mini, unfortunately for us, I dropped the big drop, and the Jura King, dubbed by Levin, didn't qualify today, but I feel like they have some pretty good momentum coming in tomorrow.
Yeah, they do, and I think it's not something you can really say they didn't try hard enough today. They tried their best. They went for those high ground plays. They stuck to their guns. They know how to play, and I'm sure they'll be able to take that momentum going into the next day. Of course, tomorrow we have another round of this and another opportunity for them to qualify. I have no doubts that they will make it through, but all it takes is one game to win, and if anyone can do it, it's definitely them. This proved to be a little bit different than what we're expecting. Triple and Thomas not quite winning a game. Of course, Pink and Anna's the same, but I think they can do it. Day 2, they're just getting more practice in.
Yeah, you're living in the theoreticals, though. I'm living in the practicals.
Well,
sorry, that's everyone. Outside of me.
Reese, picking on me.
Yeah, sorry, you were talking.
Yeah, I'm the new guy.
Pass it down, and you two. Obviously, heading queasy. Game number 2, Victory Royale.
Yeah.
Nothing more to say.
What a hard decision. I'm going to go talk to my neighbor's dog and see if he also...
Why did you make that decision?
You know what I mean?
Why you made it?
I didn't want to woof to that. I didn't really want to bark too much.
I like this guy a lot better in the box. Let's get this guy back online.
I'll go ahead and see if production can go ahead and put him back in a box like I started the show with. My goodness, game number 1. Kind of expectations going into day number 2?
I'm gonna probably lock the same thing in terms of Thomas Tripper. Some of these bigger teams I think should have an easier time. A lot of these newer teams that be coming in, not the most experienced, not the most same type of solid strats. Surge might be a little bit difficult. A lot of the people who had practice today should have a 5-game advantage almost, right? I think statistically over everyone else.
Hopefully they played more than 5 games though.
That's true.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be that much of an advantage if you've been practicing.
Yeah.
That's what you think, Roman?
I think the big thing with Thomas and Trippin, which I will be sticking with again when it comes to tomorrow, is the fact that the mentality aspect of it, right? Of course, a lot of the bigger names that would have been an issue for them in some of these games made it through now. So if they go into tomorrow, right, we always see, right, when players sort of go into tournaments with low expectations or almost that lack of pressure, the confidence comes through. We saw them going for height in some of these games, losing out the fight up top. My hope is tomorrow they can start hitting some of their shots.
What do you think, Reese?
I mean, I think we're going to see upsets tomorrow because I think we can all agree we saw some upsets today.
Yeah.
The fact that a lot of the predictions didn't go through, I'm not trying to rub it in. I'm just actually saying, I'm just genuinely actually. No.
I'm getting mad right now.
I wasn't
not a mad
predicting Head and Queasy, I would have gone with one of your guys' pick too.
Yeah.
So I'll mock you, but I'm right.
No,
anyway.
of course.
You know what I mean? The thing is, I think we'll still see that tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's a really good call because like the biggest thing today, usually when we're watching Fortnite in general, competitive-wise, it starts in the 5th, 6th zone. That's who we see can win the game. It's talking 11 behind the scenes. It's kind of the 8th and the 9th zone.
Yeah.
That's where we kind of find some of these teams randomly just gain control and win. It's so last minute.
What do you think, Benny? Wrap us up.
I mean, I'm excited for tomorrow. I drop and Jerky, they will qual. I'm going to stick to my guns here. And of course, they were uncontested today. Maybe they're contested tomorrow. They have performed under both conditions, and I have no doubt they'll qualify tomorrow.
Those two will be the end of Mini Minor.
Only the beginning.
You know, we will stick to our guns. I'll be there with you.
You're going to be there?
Yeah. I'll be there with you.
So
There in the
That's
loser
company.
bracket.
Nope.
There we go.
We'll see you in round 3.
We'll see you round 3. Fortnite fam, that is it for the competition here from semifinals day number 1 in Europe. But don't forget, we also have NA East, NA West for 5 games respectively. And don't forget, we're back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same great people, same fantastic stage. We love you guys. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see ya on the battle bus.
So to speak.
I'm ready.
Jason, regional rumble, take one.
Hello guys, my name is Jason. I'm competing in the regional rumble. I haven't played this map since so long. I mean, it's really good for aim practice because it's really like realistic, I would say. Okay, 71 hit, 44 missed. I know Epic Well has like really good tracking, so might be hard to beat him in this. Five. There's too many targets. I don't know who to focus on. I think I could have done way better. Just if I had more time, I think, to practice on this. But I think the NA guys will do better than me. Maybe with the zombie MK tracking, I might have done better. I'm sorry I disappointed you guys.
My name is Bizzle. I'm representing NA East in the Regional Rumble. I'm going against Tayson and Epic Whale. Personally, I think I'm going to win. I am ready, and if anything, Tayson might give me a little bit of a challenge. All right, let's go. 50 meters time trial. But I've never played this before. This is the one thing I'm supposed to be good at. Oh Lord, 61. That's bad, right? That's definitely bad. Went awful. I felt so bad. 61, there's no way I won. If I won, I'll be very surprised. Let's go. 50 meters horizontal. I should win this. I'm missing too many shots. I need more headshots. Yikes. Six? Is that right? All right, I should be fine. I'm feeling confident with that. Maybe. Not really. All right. All right, we got Skeet. Let's go. Why is the background black? I can't see anything. Spawn. All right, 66. That's okay. There's no way they'll win. I should win, I think. Probably not.
This mouse pad is tiny, bro. All good. All right. Hey, what's up, guys? My name's Epic Whale, and today I'm going to be representing NA West in the Regional Rumble. First one's 50-meter Ranger. Starting it up. All right. More like a flicking map. Hit 64, not bad. I don't really know, hopefully that's a good score. It's not used to this setup, so we'll see. Oh, we got 3 eliminations, all right, that's solid. Ran out of mouse space a few times, but we good. All right, 62, solid. I feel like that might have been my best one. Either this one or the first one, I don't know. That second one was pretty tough. The first one was a more flick map, like almost like shotgun aim kinda. The second one was mostly just hard tracking, and then the third one was like a combination of the two. where you're kind of flicking at moving targets and tracking a little bit. Personally, I'm pretty like even. I don't have like one's not way. My tracking isn't way better than my flicking, and my flicking isn't way better than my tracking. So.
Fortnite fam, you made it right on time. FNCS NAE semifinals day 1. Let's do this thing.
Last time on FNCS NA East, fan favorites Clicks and Day finally make it through to the finals with a direct qual and a number 3 spot, even with the highest average eliminations in the entire session. Rokane gave us all a lesson on how you can solo clutch your way through a qualifier. He took matters into his own hands, making sure he and Joji are ready for the finals. The lobby is filling up with the best teams still to qualify for finals. It's time to claim a victory royale or get the consistent game plan going. Do you have what it takes? FNCS NA East Semifinal 1 starts now.
Hello and welcome in again to the show. Look, we did it. We're here in the studio. It has been such a long time coming, and we are so delighted to have you guys here along for the ride, because tonight is all about FNCS NAE, and boy, is it going to be action-packed. My name is Adam Savage. I am delighted to be your host. We are here to bring you the very best from the region. Now, to give you some context as well, obviously semi-finals, okay? This is exciting. Why is it exciting? Because 11 teams are going to qualify today alone and join the 15 already qualified for finals next weekend. And something interesting as well for you guys to get your head around is collectively the finalists competing tonight, the semi-finalists, have been 314 times in finals previously together. So we've got a lot of veterans, a lot of players who are eager to get back into finals where they belong. It's all to play for. It's going to be explosive, and you have a front row seat. But of course, it's not just me. The entire squad has assembled. The analysts are waiting, and I cannot wait to bring them out. Give it up for the one and only Vivid and SBG!
Hey! Let's
Boys.
go. Look at this.
Come here. Come, you know, come here. This is. Come here. Come here. This is.
Let's go.
We did it. We did it.
We did it.
Oh, you smell just as good as I imagined. we honestly, for the last year, guys, we have been working from home together. Finally, we're in the same place at the same time, and we're just gonna live the dream every second. This is amazing. SBG, obviously semi-finals. We mentioned some big teams. Some huge performances are needed because so many big duos yet to qualify. How exciting to be in the studio and to be here at semifinals.
I mean, look at this. It's beautiful. I'm next to two beautiful humans, and we have some awesome Fortnite headed up just shortly. But Vivid, you know, we have some awesome games coming. How are you feeling?
We do indeed, and listen, EU set us up perfectly, right? I loved the highlight moment for me, Snazzy first game, that solo clutch play, especially on Tinkin and Nas to clutch up that victory route straight through the finals. Thank you so much for giving us that hype. I hope some of our players can also follow up with their own plays.
I think we can guarantee that is definitely going to happen in this region. NAE, we're used to it by now. There are so many clutch plays, so many big moments, and it's all coming your way. Speaking of which, let's talk about how we actually got here in the first place, the broadcast schedule as well. I've actually done something here, SBG. Check this out. It's really easy to miss, but I want to show you, in case you missed it, it's right here.
Oh,
just here. Yeah, there it is. It's very easy to miss. Broadcast schedule, of course, here. If you haven't been watching thus far, welcome in. I'm sure many of you are very seasoned here, but just to catch you up to speed, qualifier 1, 2, and 3 has already happened. Those 15 teams you mentioned at the beginning of the show, 5 qualified from each of these qualifiers, and now we are here in semi-finals. You can see May 20th, that is right now, where tonight 11 more will join them. And obviously next weekend is finals, but that's miles away. We've got the whole weekend worth of semi-finals first. Vivid, tell us exactly how our teams got here in the first place.
Listen, you guys know what's going on. We had 3 qualifiers go down, each comprised of 4 rounds each. And in those 4th rounds, we had 5 teams go directly through to the finals, which is why we have 15 teams gathered already. But that is not enough for a finals, which is why we're here in the semifinals. Basically, a series point leaderboard was constructed, and that's how teams got here. Now, session number 1, we're going to play 5 matches today. Each match is going to have a Victory Royale team that goes straight through to the finals, but also at the end of this session and the end of each session, the cumulative points for each team qualifying through consistency will also matter. The top 6 there will get them through to the finals. But that leaderboard, right, that consistency leaderboard, they need points to get up there. SPG, how do they gather those points?
I got you, Vivid. Like you mentioned, the Victory Royales, that's the key. You see 1,000 points, that essentially means you're moving straight to the next round. But what you're trying to do is get consistency as well. If you don't get that Victory Royale, you need to get some placement points, you need the elim points. They're gonna start at 35th, and you start to accumulate them all the way up to 2nd place. And you're gonna be able to get 3 points per elimination. We're going to see some teams rack up some massive elim games, and that'll shoot them up the leaderboard.
It's going to be so interesting to see how it unfolds as well, with some teams who qualify through Victory Royale and the point system. What's going to happen? We'll have to find out. Vivid, of course, the teams are a big part of this as well. Who is competing? Who are you excited about? This is just a few of the players. Oh my goodness, there's loads on there. Big names.
Yeah, big names. And that's what makes this semifinal so exciting, because there are so many players. When you look at this, it's like, man, they deserve to be in the finals, which is what they are fighting for here today. But a duo that sticks out to me, Voil and Xep. Specifically, the reason why is because they were the most consistent throughout each one of our qualifiers. Out of the teams, obviously, that didn't make it through to the finals, they got the most serious points in every single round 4 they made it to for each qualifier. And then also yesterday, SPG, they actually got 10th in the Cash Cup, so they are continuing with that consistency.
Yeah, they're feeling good. We just saw them place well, like you mentioned. And you know, another team that I want to highlight here, we have Bucky and Cam, another duo. Yeah. They've shown us they know how to win games. They did so earlier in the qualifiers. They made it to every single qualifier, but unable to get one of those top spots. Hey, today it's all about the Victory Royales. We'll see Bucky and Cam go head-to-head at Bugle, but the key for them is to go and try and grab that high ground. Bucky and Cam are a high ground team. They're going to look to play height and grab one of those games. We know they can do it. We've seen them do it before, and likely going to see it here again today.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, Bucky has been around for quite some time now. Definitely knows what he's doing, especially with those high ground plays, like you mentioned. Then bringing in the young gun of Cam to kind of back him up, make those plays possible. It's just so awesome when they actually come together and do it very, very well in taking those high ground plays. But SPG, these aren't the only players that we got. We got a couple more players as well to round out this lobby. And out of those players, you know, we talked about the high ground, Macwood and Donnie for sure. Macwood himself, he's been going for high ground for how long now? Like season X, all the way back since the first FNCS, literally. And an important stat to note is that Macwood actually individually, out of all the players playing today, actually has the most FNCS final visits at 10.
Wow. All right, that's impressive. Likely going to see it here again today. Another team to watch out for. We have so many veterans. Like Adam said at the top of the show, there's going to be those top teams, so many finals performances. And a team coming off a hot finals performance last season is Spade and Chimp, finishing in 2nd place last season and coming into semifinals today. They're another team that has consistently qualified to round 4 of those qualifiers. They're a mid-ground team. They play a little bit different of a style. They're going to look to cut teams off, make plays for refreshes, and then grab those refreshes and play consistency. I don't know that they're going to be a team that's going to look to play for the win, go for the consistency, but if we do see them win a game, I would not be surprised.
Yeah, and actually some of those highlights right there, we saw plenty of times their inventories were looking very heavy on like the floppers, the chug splashers, so definitely room there to make some plays in the storm and get those consistent points that you were talking about.
Yeah, and hey, talking about some other players, Adam, what do you got for us?
Well, I was thinking that's only 4 duos you've highlighted there, and so many more names on the board you saw there as well. But you're probably thinking as well, how do our players actually get ready for competitions like FNCS? Well, here are some of their rituals, NAE style.
Like tournament's usually around 6, so I warm up for about 3 hours.
So I'll warm up with an aim trainer, and then it's loading into, Fortnite creative course, piece control maps, mechanics maps, 1v1 maps, and stuff like that. And then more importantly, just playing against top tier players. Because if you're not practicing against them before, you're not going to be ready for them in the game.
Hopping creative and free build, or like PG a friend or two.
Stretch my ends a bit to not get injured on my wrist. Just listen to music, get myself in the zone. Warm up my aim and practice in creative for like 30 minutes.
Aim train for the first 30 minutes. And then for the next 30 minutes, I just play with a friend, try to just get my mechanics on.
Before big tournaments, I like eating a big breakfast.
I do like a 200 pump map for about 30 minutes to warm up.
I usually just go on my own maps to just kind of free build and aim train a little bit.
Just 1v1s and PGing another player.
My best recommendation for any creative maps would probably be Raider's aim map, Raider's mechanics maps, or piece control maps. I think he probably makes the best creative maps for warming up.
I'll try to like focus more on my sleep and just make sure I'm on like a specific pattern, so it's easier to fall asleep and everything.
So I think sleep's a very important part of anyone's routine, if not the most important thing.
If you don't get enough, you'll just end up really being just tired and really bad.
I throw my phone behind me. I don't like open Twitter really. I don't tweet.
Honestly, just like walk away from my setup, go pet my dogs if I need to.
I always go take a quick walk, sometimes every day, see outside and get some sun.
It's always good to go outside and get some fresh air.
The mental preparation and the pressure, it just calms itself when you've played a lot of tournaments.
I got like super nervous, especially I was like younger. Now I'm just used to like all the pressure. It doesn't really get to me anymore.
I just like don't have pressure or anything, to be honest. I just go into it like trying to do the best I can.
I thrive in the competition side. I think I play better when there's a lot of money on the line or if we're in a finals. I want to get to that top 100 no matter what.
Always good to hear from our professionals and see exactly how they do it. If you're a budding FNCS superstar as well, could be some good tips there for you at home. Now, of course, tonight, let's focus on some duos in particular. Boys, who are you really excited to see compete?
Man, it's hard to choose. It really is, because like you mentioned before, there's so many teams playing today that deserve a spot in these finals, but Threats and Rise. A team that has been on the quote-unquote rise for a long time now, throwing it back all the way to Chapter 2 Season 6 is when they actually first joined together, and ever since they've just been doing so well together. We see they're going to be landing at Condo Canyon today. I think they're actually going to be contested, so that could prove to be a little difficult for them, but they have just done so well. Actually, just yesterday in the Cash Cup that we saw, they got 3rd place, and as you can see here, they've gotten 5 Duo Cash Cup finals this season.
Yeah, and the difficulty, like you mentioned, is going to be off spawn. If they're able to get off spawn, they're going to be in a good spot. If not, then we're going to see them struggle. It's going to matter whether they can make it through to that mid game. The two have so much experience playing together, and the consistency will be there as long as they can escape Condo Canyon.
Exactly, yes, that experience definitely matters, especially when we're talking about these team game modes. Speaking about another team who was actually together last season, which is why we're excited to see them here today. Jack and Illest, they did make the FNCS finals last season, which was duos as well, so high hopes for them, which is why they're looking good for this one today. This team, 4 Duo Cash Cup finals and SPG. An interesting thing about this duo actually is that combined together individually, they actually have the most FNCS final appearances out of anybody playing today.
Oh, I like that. And now this team, they've been fighting for space off spawn at Tilted. It's been 3 teams, 2 teams, 4 teams. Now it looks like they're gonna have that south side all to themselves. They'll have some space. Illest, he's been showing off that clutch ability we saw from him a few seasons ago. And Jack, you know, he's got some plays in his bag, the flopper plays, the launchpad plays, both of them together. I'm looking forward to those two.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to those two as well. But another team that I am looking forward to seeing finally for the first time this season in a set lobby, Bizzle and Diego. Now, obviously, listen, it's been a while since we've seen Bizzle, but this is why it's so exciting to see him back, right? A very well-vetted player for sure, and then bringing in that young gun in Diego. Listen, I've seen some YouTube videos of this kid play, and it is fun. It is exciting to watch. He is very good. Now, obviously, they had some rough round 3s. Not necessarily rough, but listen, they got 51st twice in 2 of those round 3. So just so close to making it into that round 4, which, we would have seen them in a set lobby in that case.
Yeah, and we don't know how this is going to play out for them yet because we haven't seen them. But with the experience of Bizzle, we know he likes to make plays to win games. He's been a pioneer of taking high ground in previous seasons. And with the skill of Diego, he's got a nice player by his side. So the combination of the two is going to be scary today.
Yes, indeed. But listen, we talked about it before. These contests that happen in these FNCS finals, they are so important. And I think we're going to be taking a look at a few of those, aren't we, Adam?
Yeah, I'm all about off-spawn fights. That's how I live my life. I love to watch this stuff unfold because in the POIs, that is what's really, really exciting. As we know, in this particular format in semifinals, when a team does qualify Victory Royale style, they could be in a contested area. Suddenly they're out. They're going through to the next round. It opens things up. But there are a few areas that we're looking forward to seeing exactly how they unfold. One of which, Synapse Station, okay? Synapse Station, interesting POI here. We got Voil versus Casca. Their duos going head-to-head here. 2 big teams. SPG, what do you think is going to unfold here? What are we going to see?
So that main building we're looking at right now, that is what we're going to be playing for. You can play for the north side, but it's going to be scrapping loot. Whoever winds up getting that second spot, if it winds up happening like that, is going to be playing second fiddle. You want that main building, you want all that loot, but between these 2 teams, how do you expect this to play out, Vivid?
Man, listen, I think that Voyo and XUp have definitely played better throughout these qualifiers for sure, right? But like off spawn's completely different. They could have had some off spawns where they didn't really have to worry about it. They were uncontested in those situations, but here they're going to be contested. And where we found them so good was actually that consistency factor, not necessarily those Victory Royales. And we have seen before in these FNCS finals or set lobbies where when you are contested, it is hard to kind of play to that consistency because half of these games you're just simply going to lose off spawn and you can't really keep that up and keep getting those points to get into that top 6. So it'll be interesting to see if they kind of come in with a different strategy, kind of maybe go for the Victory Royale a little bit more than we're used to seeing out of them.
And an interesting point about this spot is you can see the zone if you can find enough gold. You can speak to the NPC by where the next zone's going to be. So if we get some southern pulls, they're able to get enough gold, they're going to be seeing it in the future.
Interesting. I totally see a point there as well. It really switches things up. Things are going to be very exciting, obviously. Another POI we've got to take a look at as well for off-spawn fights, as we know, is going to be the Collider, okay? Now, this is a new POI, exciting. We saw a bit of it in EU earlier on. A lot of teams looking to get excited about this one, like getting in there, seeing what they can make, get out of it, potentially rotate out of it. Lots of different opportunities to do so, but you can see here, users versus Sprite here, 2 duos, and then there's actually 3 landing at the POI, but how is this going to unfold? New POI, I mean, surely anything is possible, SPG.
Anything is possible, and we saw a lot of craziness go on at this POI over on EU. We were just watching, and we didn't know how that was going to play out. One game, one team won. One game, one team ran away. We're likely going to see that same thing here. Here's the third team, Amren and Inkin. Yeah. They're going to be landing on the north side, and Vivid, you went in, you dove in to see how this POI is potentially going to play out.
I love that you just dove in. I love you just dove in. I just dove in. Had a look.
Dove right in for sure. Listen, this POI came out. I had to go check it out. And listen, I had a lot of fun. So much so I ended up, maybe staying up a little bit too late, playing a little bit of Fortnite, but we won't talk about that. It's fine, right? Yeah. But yeah, listen, this POI is just so good, like I mentioned, so fun, and there's just so much. I think there's upwards of like 15 IO chests, a bunch of regular chests. You got the coolers here, there's slurp barrels around, but I haven't even talked about it yet. The guaranteed supply drops that can be found on both the west and the east side of the map here. And that's what these teams are pretty much going here for, right? That guaranteed launch pad of these supply drops, that is worth so much. But we saw over in EU that if a contest happens and if a fight is planned on going down, then you kind of have to go for that 50-50 because the POI isn't necessarily set up for these long fights because mats are hard to get, you know what I mean? The way that the POI is set up, there's a lot of high ground, there's a lot of positions that you can maintain to where it's hard to make a push.
Feels like a risky play, doesn't it? Changing up POI in semi-finals. What teams will do it? We'll have to find out very shortly. First things first, of course, we love getting to know our players. One of the high ground masters is, of course, Macwood. Here's what happened when we caught up with him.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and I'm joined by G2 Macwood, and we are in the lobby. So we're going to be learning a little bit about this veteran player and how long he's been in the scene. So why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
My name is Macwood. I'm from Nebraska. I've been competing in Fortnite for as long as I can remember, probably about 3.5, maybe 4 years now. So I'm definitely an OG to the scene.
What kind of originally got you into that, wanting to compete in Fortnite, take that next step and see like how good you could be?
Like, I never had the full intent of trying to go pro in this game. It was just when Winter Royale, the OG Winter Royale came around, I like came home from school, started up my stream, and I just played it. And I was like, I was 1 point off qualifying in the first heat, and then there was like 2 heats. So I actually ended up qualifying by 1 point the next heat, and I did good in that, and then Complexity found me and picked me up, so I started to take it pretty serious. And then like as soon as you know it, like World Cup came around and qualified for that, and I moved away from my hometown and took it pretty serious.
And I mean, if you think about it too, being one of 10 people to win a duos World Cup game, when you like finally look back, you saw that you guys had been able to clutch up, you won a game, just the entirety of the arena roars. Like, relive that moment for a second.
I literally almost can't even remember it. It's just like white to me. Like, it was just pure adrenaline. I remember getting up and just like, I didn't even like high five calculate. I started punching him. Like, I was so excited.
But that's what you guys were definitely known for in that time, just being able to have the very precise aim and punishing people. And I feel like that's something that's kind of translated into your game plan now. So kind of talk to me about what's going on now with Fortnite.
This season is definitely going good. I'm still trying to adapt to kind of the new chapter of Fortnite. It's more like spray and aim and not really like piece and pump kind of. So it's always just everyday adapting and just getting used to the new meta.
How's the time been with Donnie been so far? Because I know you guys played last season as well.
Yeah, playing with Donnie's been super fun. It's so fun to play with a kid who's like so explosive. Like, I wouldn't say he's calm and controlled. It's like he'll just go quiet and then it's just 200, you know, or like we'll launch pad on height, you know, what I'm known for, and it's just he just puts them down every time. So I'm excited to see what we can do this season, and hopefully we're uncontested.
Okay, so looking at this season, and you say hopefully uncontested, where are you looking at going right now? You're trying to keep that secret sauce a little close to the chest, or you're trying to like push everyone away right now?
I'm just sending it all the way to the bugle, you know. I've never been one to leave a spot, so as long as things are looking good going into grands for the bug, that's where I'll be.
Now, finally, can you let everyone know where to find you? Where can they check you out? Where are you streaming? What socials do you post on? What are your tags?
So my Twitch is just Macwood, and my Twitter is @Macwood1x, and that's my main 2 platforms.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Macwood.
Thank you.
Love hearing from Macwood there. We've talked about him so much over previous FNCS seasons, but not qualified yet. Surprising, maybe. But interesting talking about high ground versus low ground. We saw an EU earlier as well. 2 teams qualifying via the Victory Royale on the low ground. We're so used to seeing the high ground being the dominant play here, though. SBG, do you think high ground in this region is going to be a popular choice when it comes to winning?
I think early on we will see it be high ground is the dominant spot, but then over time we'll see a few sneaking low ground wins as teams just continue to go for that height play.
Yeah. And that's what we saw in EU, right? A couple of those height teams getting overzealous, maybe dropping down a little bit too early, and end up losing it.
Yes, indeed they did. And now, obviously, we are moments away from game number 1, but the squad is not complete without the final 2 pieces of the jigsaw, okay? We have our incredible analysts, our casters joining us as well. We have Sundown and MDF. Come out here, boys. Come on.
We're here.
Oh my goodness. Come and give me some.
It feels so good to be back.
Oh my goodness.
Adam in
it is
person,
good to see you here. I mean, this is it. The energy in the room, it's electric in here. I gotta come to you first, Sundown. I mean, here we are in the studio. MDF, you guys have been in this situation before. We're back. I mean, how does it feel for you?
Honestly, it feels like coming home. Like you talked about at Monster and I, we've been doing this forever. In fact, my first time ever casting a Fortnite event was a TriCast back Winter Royale 2018. So
that was a good day.
Nearly 4+ years ago at this point, and it's good, man.
Yeah, that about wraps it up just like that. It's the nostalgia, it's being back on set. It's feeling real, and it really does make you feel alive. If you've ever been in a set like this, you know exactly what it's like. It's adrenaline.
Yeah, it is. And we've assembled. It's official. We're here.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at predictions as well. This is a fun thing we do each week. And, I mean, I have had an okay time so far. I've done all right here. But here we go coming into this week. I've now gone for Cease and Tragics, okay? Now, you're wondering why that is. I remember last season, they didn't even get a chance to qualify for finals until the 3rd day of semis. They managed to do it. They know how to see things out. I'm thinking maybe game 3 of VR. I'm going full on predicting the game. SBG, what are you saying?
All right, so I'm not going to be specific with the game, but I am going to go with Illist and Jack. I do think that they have the capabilities. Like I mentioned earlier, Jack is known for high ground plays with floppers, knowing how to use those perfect launch pads onto height, and I expect to see them go for a play or two, and Illist has been in his bag recently with those clutches.
Okay. Yeah. Vivid, obviously, it's not been great for a while. How are you going to... What the? Yeah, I did all right.
You copied my choice. That's
I think it's the other way.
Who are you going for this week?
This week, I'm going to go for Slacks and Clarity. Listen, Slacks, previous FNCS winner. They definitely deserve to be in finals. They're uncontested. They just got 7th in the Cash Cup yesterday, where they got a victory royale. I mean, the stars are aligning.
Okay.
I like that. I like that pick. I think it's a safe pick. I had to switch mines up and go even safer. I'm on the Pam still and Fast Train.
Oh, here we go.
Otherwise, it would have been the
late.
contestant. Boy, you'd accept. You have to come into the final moment. Shout out to Twitter. A lot going on there.
Classic MDF switching things up at the last minute. He does this all the time. Yeah, last 5 minutes before the broadcast starts. And he's like, I'm changing things up. Sundown, what are you saying?
D-Roller and M-Pen, we saw what D-Roller was able to do a long time ago, and they had the best average placements in the 3 qualifiers during the round 4, so go with the math.
I like that. Okay, the math. We're almost there, guys. I can hear the battle bus is filling up now. It's getting very, very exciting. Of course, as well, on the chat, let us know who you think is going to qualify as well. Very important that you get involved as much as possible. The engagement from you guys online is everything, so make sure to do that. It's time to head over to our amazing casters, MDF and Sundown. It's game 1. It's semi-finals. Let's do this thing, baby.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. The Topper show was fantastic. The stage has been set. 5 games where the winners will go through, and then the top 6 advance. Monster D-Face, how you feeling about it?
I'm feeling great. This is amazing. Obviously, we are here for NA East, the premier region of this scene. It's the best of the best. And again, everything to fight for here, right? The 5 games is big opportunity, and a lot of teams are contesting one another. And we'll watch those fights go down now because we're jumping on the battle bus.
First game of 5, we will see 35 duos join our already 15 qualifier here over the weekend. And right away over in Synapse Station, we got Voil and Except up against Yuz and Casker. Now, Monster, this was one of the duos who you were thinking about picking off of the rip. Let's go into kind of why you flopped away from them.
I mean, listen, I knew it was going to be a contested drop, and we know this is not a drop you can actually share the loot between one another unless you both decide that, hey, we're going to walk away with, honestly, not much. In this type of situation right now where Casker and Yuz have decided that they're going to contest the drop, it really comes down to the wire whether or not they want the battle. And you know what? It looks like Twitter was right, because I said, you know, I'm feeling like Voyo and Except might just have the edge here, and everyone was talking about, no, they're going to go back and forth. It's going to be a full-on clash out the gate, and it doesn't even seem like it turned out to be that, Sundown. And actually, it's going to take a little more of a more time, I guess, to win this one out.
Yeah, trying to get a little bit of a space over here. One of the things we saw initially, at least last week, was these fights that they were very quick. Now, it might have been the bus path, giving teams a little bit more time to set up over here, kind of cause a cleaner split. As you can see right now, we have a very clean east-west divide, and they're just kind of taking pot shots at each other.
Yeah, and I like this. The zone is going to start to favor up this northeastern side, so things are going to start to go in that general direction for our players. On the other side, though, we have a Rise and Threats, and this says Condo Canyon, more like Contested Canyon. There's 2 players up on this side there, of course, themselves here, housed down at the bottom, and as we all know, week to week, Rise and Threats honestly have been the king of this general area, walking away successful, but we all know early game engagements don't typically bode well for our players.
Well, and one of the things in particular when we talk about Rise and Threats is we saw so much, I don't want to say time wasted, but so much time invested into that initial Greasy Grove drop-down strat that they're running all the time.
But it could be a little too much, right? Sometimes taking those battles into the storm, and we know that's a huge setback, Sundown.
Yeah, and it's a part of the reason why they're not there anymore. I mean, they had enough drops going on where they're like, hey, this isn't working. We need to put something better together. And now they're over in Condo with a little bit more room. But checking out Rocky Reels, there's a pretty solid split going on here right now between Keys and Mikey and another duo who's over on the eastern side.
Time to pick up the sand, rub it in the hands here, and step up to the plate to swing away, because this team might be just looking to take the fight. Here come the shots, and Mikey's going to be the first to get tagged now. It's only going to cost him 25 shield here. Nothing major to, you know, maybe warrant a fight or a push, but we've seen crazier things before, as right now these teams are beginning to edge up. Keys has to get into prime position. It's Tabs G sitting up top, looking down on in, and again, he's got the eye in the sky right now.
Yeah, and these little raised plateaus provide such an initial advantage early, because with just one ramp thrown up, like, yes, even if that ramp gets shot out, you can just back up a slight amount and you break line of sight. So now if at any point in time somebody overreaches, they lose something and don't cover the side, I mean, Tabs has 2 weapons to punish with. Immediately you can see the burst rifle taking out the little crow over on the side, but that sniper rifle, if you're not full HP and you're hanging out, it can put you down.
Yeah, definitely. That is a legendary find there. So nice little weapon upgrade for them. Quaz is going to go ahead and back off. They don't see the benefits of sticking around. Here's Bizzle and Diego. We talked about this being one of the more exciting teams because Bizzle, the veteran himself, pairing up with Diego, newer blood on the scene here. And again, coming in with a newfound confidence. And man, if there's ever an upset, it's not making it to the final stage because you come in 51st place. So Bizzle and Diego have a lot to play for, and it looks like they're coming out the gate explosive here already. I like Diego's poise right now. I like his positioning. It looks like they're playing smart and honestly confidently, which is most impressive, of course.
Yeah, and you mentioned the 51st. It wasn't just once, it was twice in a row, back to back, and it's tough because, as our analyst noted right at the start of this, we haven't seen Bizzle and Diego in an official set lobby format. What does that mean? That means when you know the other 49 duos you're dropping against, they haven't been there. They haven't made a round 2 of the Cash Cup. They haven't made a final round of one of these qualifiers. And honestly, I think that's not allowed us to know how good they are.
Yeah, and the thing is, Bizzle has been known to struggle in the open stages, struggle in the stages where you need tons of eliminations. That is not his strong suit. His strong suit is set lobbies. I think now more than ever, they're going to be in their best shape possible. And right now, Diego and Bizzle are taking this fight. It's drawing out a little bit here, but Diego opens up with the first huge tag, and already they have a huge advantage over the opponents, and you are seeing how good Diego can be. He's setting up the phase jump through into the wall right now. This could be ending here shortly.
One thing to note too, no excess utility to get them back up above the shield level they're at right now. You can see Bizzle does have that shield keg that he's going to throw down as well, and Haji and Subscript are going to have to disengage. One thing to note though, I believe it's in Subscript's inventory, he's holding on to 2 gas cans. So that is going to be the big question mark. Can they make a play where they potentially get a wall they shouldn't, they chain the 2 of those together and make something happen?
This is a huge telling sign here of how, unexpected Haji and Subscript were. This drop is not even fully looted. You saw there pretty much an epic SMG sitting off on the side and chug splashes as well. So there's still loot all over the drop spot. And so far, the advantage is definitely going to Diego and Bizzle. We haven't seen Diego take any punishment, so we don't know what he's like under pressure. This is going to be a huge telling sign. And again, first time in these finals setting stages. It really can be a lot for some players, but already he is looking like he's done this before. He's looking cold out here.
You see Polarized in the feed, ends up getting the confirmation onto Avery. I'm just noting that is our first player to drop since the initial one that went through. We had one duo who's cleaned up instantly. Otherwise, the story of NA East kind of getting settled in a little bit, not wanting to get knocked out immediately, I feel like it's been taken to an extreme already. Monster, only 3 players have gone down.
Yeah, 3 players down, 1 team out, so a couple teams already beginning to get dismantled and taken apart here. This fight, of course, weighing into the clock here. You can see the loot starting to run out on all sides, and once you start to run out of fuel, I mean, you have to stop and refuel or get back into the mix here. In this game, we call that a refresher or something of the like. You have to essentially finish the battle, and there goes an interesting play. Okay, so Diego once again noticing and noting that Bizzle gets punished here. He's actually going to drop him the additional heals and, of course, an AR to work with as well. And all of a sudden now they have stood around for too long.
And they're too central and taking too long. This is something we talked about last week, in particular to Clicks and Day, where, yes, if you're going to pull off this pincer maneuver and trap a duo in, you have to resolve the fight eventually. If you're not constantly covering your sides, which is difficult when you only have 9 builds now, as you can see Diego doing, somebody around the map is going to have one of those scope burst ARs, and they're going to be able to throw shots over towards you. And yes, it might not look like a ton, but you already saw Diego dropped over the excess shields they had to Bizzle. He's already invested in those, and now all of a sudden he has no chug splashes. He has no slurp fish to get himself back up, and they might just have to be content with the tags they got.
Yeah, and you know what? If there's ever a time to get out of here, it's when an airdrop lands just nearby to the west here of the Coney Crossroads. There is a reason now, even more tempting to potentially have them rotate out a little bit earlier than they would have liked. You can see even there, they're pushing loot out to the side in the feed. Does look like Muzz is going to get taken out here, being our second team officially removed from the lobby. What's that? Muzz and Avery pairing up with one another, the vets themselves.
Yeah, Muzz and Avery were the second duo down. First duo down, Nounsy and Sprite, which honestly might sound like a little little bit of surprise. Everybody knows Sprite from the ridiculous 1v3 clutch back in the reboot round in the Trios FNCS, but they've struggled a little bit with their initial drops off of the this season, trying to get in and kind of support themselves. But you see immediately underneath Jock and Illis, you have Shadow and Me Too, who are a little bit far split from each other, and I think Jock and Illis recognize this.
This is a huge story that kind of all ties together, right? Nalnji and Sprite slide over to the Collider. Shadow and OMG land down at their previous drop around Greasy Grove, where it was contested before, but no longer that, and now we find them center. But let's hop on over to Rise and Threats, another team that we are clearly looking out for. Again, a pick that could have easily been chosen by any one of us. This is one of the most consistent teams. Rise has really had an upswing in not only popularity, but skill, like respect amongst his peers.
Also the running meme of him being a single father of 2 children and being 28 years old. It's not true, by the way. It's just none of that is true, just so we can clarify going through. But what is true, we talk about Man City Threats. 1, fantastic signing on their end. 2, one of the best individual performances until Rokane ended up coming through in the final game of Qualifier 2. That first match with Rise down, I believe it was in Qualifier 1, this dude rips off 10 eliminations like it's nothing.
Just a shattering performance there, really setting the bar extremely high. Carries that momentum over for 3 games, showing that they can do it. But of course, it's about carrying it for 6. Hamster and Fatch are one of the 10 duos competing today that have played in the last season's FNCS finals. Hamster, of course, coming off a hot streak, which was taking that little solo ground royale. We'd love to see it. So a champion in its own right now, of course, trying to do it here on the FNCS stage. This is, again, all just setting the scene up for the finals.
Yeah, and I mean, don't forget, too, I'm a big fan of Pamstone Fatch. They were my prediction literally every single week when we were talking about the last FNCS, because it seemed like they're going to be able to put it all together. But a similar story coming into this season, where not necessarily finding the results in the bigger tournaments, they're always right there in the conversation, but they couldn't just put it all together.
Now let's talk about Bucky and Cam here, who are set up just outside the Daily Bugle. I mean, I don't know where the stats are coming from, but if we had to find one, it's probably, when was the last time Bucky and Cam were uncontested? I don't think ever. Daily Bugle's been such a hot drop, and although they had their success early on in the last season, it just has not translated as well this time around, continuing this uphill battle, finding themselves in semis.
Yeah, but don't forget, too, Qualifier 2, probably one of the more unfortunate circumstances in that regard, where they were like right there in the top 5, but then Cam's PC restarts right before the final queue and doesn't end up making it in. But right now, we're gonna take a little break. We're gonna catch up with what's been going on in the islands.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Just want to give you a quick update real quick on what happened with Muzz and Avery. You can see here, Avery goes down very, very quickly to Polarize and Nico, and this is happening over at Command Cavern. And we got to keep in touch with what's going on over here at Command Cavern, because even though Command Cavern is like the most contested, it does net the most victory royales in this FNCS.
That's a really, really good point there, Vivid. Thank you so much for getting us all caught up. Command Cavern being that point of interest, not only for tons of players landing there, but it nets those wins. And why is that? Because there's launch pads there.
There's launch pads. There's so much excess loot, where normally you talk about these power positions in previous FNCSs, you go to the caddy corners or landing at the agency, the Spire, wherever one of it was. Normally it couldn't support more than one trio or duo, whatever the format was. That's not the case. So right now, what we're gonna see as we're closing in, we got about 55 seconds before it happens, but you see that warning on the right-hand side. It says damage threshold 43 above. This is going to be particularly important. That is Storm Surge, which is active in every single Fortnite game. So if you're a big no build or zero build players, it's active on that. However, you have to have a certain number of people in the lobby in order for it to activate. Currently at zone number 3, that number is 70, where it will turn off. And Monster, if you look in that top left-hand corner, what number does that say?
A staggering 91. That's a huge number, one that we don't really see very often, but if you're gonna see it, you're gonna see it in game number 1. I'm willing to put $1 or maybe a V-Buck or something on it. This is gonna start to cut down pretty quickly now. We'll see here shortly. Look at the map, guys, on that western side. Sleepy Sound has tons of players sliding in from the outskirts. It's not looking too hot right now for AV and Eden, who have to take a huge fight right now. They pretty much have to commit.
Yeah, and Storm Surge is turning on. They're 337 below, which means, hey, you gotta fight, and you see App diving in, Eden diving in, but this team just fighting defensively, no problem picking that one up. Now, if you are below Storm Surge, currently you're taking 25 damage every 5 seconds. That means you either have to be healing or shooting at your opponents. Jock and Illis, they're chilling. 349 above. They got nothing to worry about. Right now, my eyes are peeled on the top left corner and seeing who is going down. Paper and Acro get taken out immediately because that feed is going to fill up quickly.
Not only that, Snaz getting active. He is also on this western portion here. Outside of the storm was Haji and Suscript coming in late from their contested drop. Keys is in a big fight here alongside Mikey. It's not looking good. One more tag, and basically Mikey's out. He's already finished up. Keys has another tag in front of him. Look at all the heals. Can you imagine falling with this much additional heals? That's so unfortunate, but it has to happen, right? With that many players up, you have to take these clashes. You're basically gonna headbang into these other teams here and hope for the best. And, you know, you're gonna get punished in the process. Shadow, another huge elimination. Now, Donnie falls as well, and the numbers are adding up.
Vert, Teed, down. Bucky, Macwood, down. Or Bucky, Cam, down. Macwood, Donnie, down. My prediction as well ended up taking out their N-Pen and D-Roller. You see Enkaz and Tico going down. That feed is just going to continue lighting up. And you talked about all of the utility that Keys has. Well, he's dug all the way into the backpack with just one more big potion left. However, except Voil also falling. Storm Surge will turn off as we get to the 69 players. And Keys finds DeQuentin. He tries to leap in the air, and Keys slaps him down. He had the key for that one. No Master Lock on the other side. Gets the refresher, and he's got to feel good about that. One name that I've seen a ton in the top left-hand corner, and probably somebody who doesn't get talked about enough over the course of these qualifiers, Ritual X God has lit up. He's picked up 3 elims through that phase.
Along that, looks like Pam still and Fash also fall. My pick here. It's not looking good for Sundown and I on the desk right now.
We got time. We got time.
Yeah, we got a few more games in front of us. Plenty more action. Chimp does get, however, picked up. He was knocked for a second there, but Spade and Chimp now back in full effect here. Keys somehow really wrangling together himself right now to stay in the game, and that elimination is going to be so important. Just a single elim now puts him up at least away from making 0 this game after losing his teammate.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the duos drop there. We mentioned DeRoller and M-Pen, Pamstone, and Fash. Both our predictions going down. We had Av and Edan, who we saw Creo invert, one of the few teams who were able to win one of those round 4 qualifier matches. Muzz and Avery down a little early, Aoxy and Swirl. We had Dyson and Enkaz, as well as Sin and Acro being taken out.
All right, let's continue to ramp up here, though. Teams that are looking good, Chimp and Spade, high ground, nice little visual over the lobby. Opposite side of the zone, the eastern side, a side we haven't seen too much of as, you know, the real actions on the south and the west. It does look like Rising Threats are poised up for a really decent game here, but running out of material, even lower mats here for Threats. This is going to be an important clash here against Yaz and Kasker.
And don't forget, they were one of the teams who played in all 3 of the round 4s. Their best placement was that 7th in the first qualifier, but largely that 7th was on the back of Threats, that monster game 1 we talked about earlier, where he dropped 10 elims and had a solo clutch by himself. They were able to put together a couple games after that, but it wasn't quite enough to get all the way to the top. They're one of the duos who should be able to take advantage here. As we keep an eye on the top left-hand corner, some more players. Rise finding one, Tahi finding one onto Narwhal.
Yeah, and you saw that's why Rising Threats are targeting that wall. Rise just eked out the little knock right there. Can he get the conversion is the real question. Mega looks like he's jumping on a huge loop pile as Jackson and Mason get taken out of the lobby. Here's Jack and Illis. Long rotate for them. They're going to have to work their way up and over. Just go ahead and rewind for a second. How did this unfold? Jack and Illis walk through. Someone opens the window, and Crumbler gets stomped out there. Flames put out for a second.
That reaction shot was fantastic. You saw the window was barely open, and his cursor was already, boom, right there. And you can see, as we talk about it, Illis and Jock, only NA's duo to finish in the top 10 in multiple qualifiers. So, but as we talked about, horseshoes and hand grenades, Monster. Close doesn't cut it here.
Nope, not at all. As we all know, once again, it's down to that Victory Royale. That's the winning formula here. And then, of course, consistency. So, yeah, they might make some top 10s. They have some good odds here. But at the end of the day, it's about today's performance. That's what matters. Here's player 5, losing TK. TK, who's been on fire as of late. This is a player who has really been rising ever since his exit from the console scene and on over to the PC track to compete with the big boys. In the distance, though, for player 5, he's got to find a target. He's got to find it quick. There are still, you know, a couple lingering issues here. He's just barely above the surge, and he doesn't have a teammate.
Yeah, 35 seconds till that next Storm Surge threshold turns on, so you're going to be looking for players taking shots. However, compared to last Storm Surge, Monster, we're only going to have 4 duos who are under pressure now. Left-hand side of the screen, you can see player 5. 41 above, doesn't necessarily have to worry about it. We're going to swing on over to Bizzle and Diego. We've seen Diego pick up an elim during that first kind of Storm Surge fracas. Right now, 3-11 above, so they don't have to worry about it. Top left corner of the screen, though. Cam gets taken down. That was, I believe it was Glace who ended up getting the knock there, but no confirmation going through. Bucky's going to try and get his partner back on his feet.
It's a trade as well. As you can see, other knocks in this general area. 7 damage below. Make that 41. It's going to trigger back and forth here. He does get the zone and land right on top of him, though, so there's going to be a little bit of time to work with, but Trashy and Glace are not trying to let that happen. They step forwards a little bit more. Bucky has to put up a defensive stance now to start fighting back, and he's already getting tagged.
10 below the Stormsters. That's 25 damage every 5 seconds. It's turned on. He needs to open up and find somebody to shoot rather than just taking the damage, but he's being patient, trying to see, because as of right now, there's only 2 other duos and nobody is really opening up. You can see him checking the sight lines. There's nothing there. Granted, he does have enough minis to offset that, but Cam, the one who has been doing a lot of the work for them, does open up, and Tahi's able to take advantage of it. Now, sticking a revive is going to cost up damage the entire time.
Incredibly lucky as well. The chances that Cam peeks out, finds tags, gets taken down, and gets saved again is so clutch for Bucky. It does look like things might just align for a little bit, but OMG Me Too already losing Shadow once again, a team that lands far southwest. This is a really peculiar situation to be in. You're underneath the surge. You have, of course, no teammate, and you're inside the zone right now, but you need tags. So what do? You step up, you look for a fight because the clock is ticking.
Clock is ticking, but honestly, so are the players dropping. You see their players keep going down. Supply drop falls on top of him. He has the Memphis to be able to offset, but it's 25 damage every 5 seconds. The confirmations come through. Storm Surge turns off, and OMG Me Too says a nice little OMG. Whoop. Nice, he's going to be able to get that one off. We see Spades ends up picking up threats. Keys goes down to Clarity on the other side. Me Too needs to create just enough space to be able to get this loot and get out of dodge. He doesn't want to fight either of these duos who is looking down on him. He just wants to get the white HPs and the shield. Notice how he has no shield in his inventory right now. He wants to be able to pick that up, but dropping down here needs to be very careful.
Oh my gosh, and these are his walls. How did he have this catacomb ready for defense? It's like a little secret hidden base underneath the base that he already had, and I cannot believe he is alive right now. Pay very close attention to that feed. That is a crucial moment in the tournament. The fact that he just survived because placement points is right around the horizon. Essentially, you can draw a land in the sign right now, in the sand. Whoever jumps over is gonna be happy because the points are waiting on that other side. Now though, taking a step back, Bucky and Cam, things are really starting to look up for them. Once again, they have something to work with, but it's cost them so much. Here it is, the full commitment to the rotate now, and looks like they blocked the launch pad.
Eventually looking to block it off or find the player and get a drop down, but he gets a rainbow in his face.
Oh my God.
170 from Bucky right in the face of that drop down. We've seen it before, but that's going to put them well above Surge, as it will update 89 above. We see Crumbler end up getting a confirmation. Danny Badbloom, who had a fantastic run in qualifier number 3, came up just short, picking up another one. You have, however, in the bottom right-hand corner, Jock and Illis going up to challenge high ground. One thing to note, Monster, they are below Surge, so they're going up and just giving up the damage they could get in order to get the position.
In the process, they didn't find tags that they could have as well, but it does look like Illis is getting active here. Things are starting to add up. Huge tag here from Jack that should give him just enough time and again, alleviate that Storm Surge for a couple of moments. But as we know, high ground is king. So far, Illis and Jock are looking the best in the game, and I still can't believe Diego and Bizzle have made it this far. They're poised up and looking so good.
Me Too just got a knock on the Cam. The solo going through was able to run it out. But one thing we talked about Ritual and Nevify, they're lighting up the feed. They're up to like 5 or 6 eliminations themselves. Spade ends up getting the confirmation on the Bucky. Him and Cam are out. Now we're on board with OMG Me Too, who in the first qualifier had an amazing back half of the run. Now he's trying to be that solo story that has so defined NAEs, but no builds. He's got to put the movement to the work. How do you sprint? How do you jump? How do you mantle?
Here it is. There's a solo right next door. He's very weak. Can he wait for this edit here? He has a feeling there's someone nearby, but he doesn't see him. He jumps around a huge 180, and it was so close, but no, it's Ignali who walks away with that Elim there. Ignali who did, of course, take a victory in the last stage just that time ago. Diego now starting to turn things around. Huge tags here. All of a sudden, this layer is looking very comfortable. They're putting enough pressure down on that low ground, and it's looking great for Bizzle and Diego here.
They need to find space, though. They're running out of builds, and this is such a congested area. You can see Slacks and Clarity, they pick up their 4th Elim. But what matters here? Yes, the consistency points are king, but if you want to book a chance to the finals, you do it right now. If you're a duo up, you want to get on your vacation. You want to get into the prep for next week, not have to worry about it. Pull a queasy, hop in the pool where you're done. Clarity and Slacks, that won't be them. They're going to get taken down. But right now, Jock and Illis, they're doing the NAE Classic. They're on high ground, and not a soul is looking up.
Definitely not. 2 solos still in play here, though, kind of mixing into the rest of the noise here. There's a lot going on, but that's not Chimp and Spade, who are at 6 Elins. Good material count, something decent to work with, and plenty of heals, a win condition, if you will, inside the inventory. One of those solos, Mars here, now trying to go toe-to-toe with, again, the player we've hyped up today, Diego, and of course, partnered alongside Bizzle. This is what we said. They'll do good in these kind of set lobbies, these set settings. Bizzle understands this play so well, and Diego is explosive, but so is Chimp. So are Spade. Here it is, and they do come out on top.
Spade's down.
Chimp is so close. What a clutch eel in there.
But Spade is down, and that's going to be huge in terms of the win condition. You can see him going back, trying to find the correct number of heals, but with the extended 9th zone, it might not be enough. Right now, we have a 2v2, v2v1 right now, trying to close it out. Diego and Bizzle still together. Jock and Illis on the high ground. Casker with just barely any HP, and they're hunting him.
So important. This is a refresh right here if they can get it. They get the materials, not the healings. It doesn't matter. There's a player there. No, the chaos confuses them. It's Chimp. We said it. He's explosive in the end games, and just like that, he dismantles Diego and Bizzle with very clever angling here. Illis and Jock basically served everything on a platter right now. They're coasting their way through.
No builds, though.
The players are down low. Yes, they're going to have to come down soon. It's a 2v1 situation. Chimp still can do something here. He's got so much to work with.
10 eliminations between Chimp and Spade. Look at all the med miss. He has the heals if he wants to take it, but it's going to be a 1v2. He doesn't know he has the advantage, but Chimp says, what advantage? I'm going up and above, and all of a sudden, Jack and Illis are put on the back foot. Yes, says, I'm king of the jungle. He wants to take it right now from a 1v2 to a 1v1.
This is crazy. What an elimination right there. The body's still down. He gets the finish. That's the siphon. Fully capped off, but mistakes could have been made. He has just effectively given away material to the low ground player right now, and that is Illis. Illis, whom again can see him toe-to-toe. This is Titan v Titan. These players are so good at what they do, and some of the best in head-to-head engagements. We're talking, again, experience from the beginning of time. Can Chimp step up right now? Illis has been here much more times than Chimp, but Chimp is on high ground. It's a 1v1 situation. The clock is ticking. It's only a matter of time before they go ahead and collide.
The grid space is changing up right now. He's going to be forced to go up. He's running out of builds. He has one more build to cover himself. If my count is right, he was +6. And he says, I'm done with this game.
He's not going to let it happen.
He's sprinting back to the loot, but what he doesn't know is Chimp has just many, and Chimp is hawking him. Chimp says, I have 3 med miss. Let's take the count. Who's got the better spray? Illis is desperately looking for whatever he can, but if he doesn't get an angle, Chimp just did it himself.
This is going to come down to, of course, who can win, and so far, it does look like Chimp and Spade have the lead here.
That's it.
Illis swings around, and it's not enough. Just like that, Chimp and Spade, the veterans, walk away with it.
My qualifier 1 prediction, 2nd place in last season's FNCS. And man, that high ground take from Chimp at the last moment was so well executed, being aware of what his win conditions were, where his maps were, and knowing that when he looked to the zone, Illis wasn't there. He gets to chill.
And this is why we love Fortnite. Just like that, Chimp and Spade punched their way out of the semifinals and a flight straight to the finals there. You love to see it. Game 1 did not upset at all.
No, I mean, that's exactly what we like to see from these winner-take-all formats. The amazing plays coming through. It wasn't just high ground sitting up there. We got everything, Monster.
We did get everything, guys.
Absolutely extraordinary. This is why the team has paid the big bucks here. Not only did MDF and Sundown bring that to life, it was incredible at game 1 here. But you guys, at the beginning of the show, you talked about Chimp and Spade. You mentioned how they were ones to watch out for, and you even picked Jack and Illis. It didn't quite happen, but it was so close to med miss at the end. What a way to start this FNCS semi-finals. But Chimp and Spade progress, go straight to finals next week. But Jack and Illis, what a great start for your pick as well.
Man, Jack and Illis so close, but we got to give props to Chimp and Spade. They were able to do it, and between those two, we're sitting there watching. It's so close. We don't know who's going to be able to take that. And when Spade falls here, I expected him to you know, maybe find a little bit of space, maybe get that second place. Then he goes up for the high ground, Vivid. He's able to take it, and we're both like, oh my goodness, this is about to happen. And Chimp put one on. That was incredible.
I mean, come on.
Ridiculous.
First game of the day. Listen, we saw it in EU. First game, solo clutch. Chimp comes out and like, listen, I will one-up you. And I love how Sundown mentioned the NA Classic, right? Team on high ground, nobody messes with them. But this is why, in this instance, Jack and Illis, they can't really find any eliminations because nobody really wants to fight them, right? So Chimp's just like, listen, I'm on the low ground. I'm gathering all these mats. Now I'm just going to build right up the height. But still, that is awesome to see Jack and Illis coming out and putting on a heck of a performance.
They did. I mean, the thing about Jack and Illis as well, they got high ground, but did they go too early in that time round? Because they ran out of mats. There had to be a play that was forced by Illis there, and it didn't quite work out. But I mean, from them, great start. Going for the high ground early on, though, we know it's so key. Didn't work out this time round, but great to watch them compete there. That was fantastic stuff, SBG.
Yeah, this is what I expected out of them. To go for the high ground, hold it. We know they know how to do that. And unfortunately, unable to get that like 1 or 2 refreshes to keep that pressure. It looked like both of them were holding a burst rifle too, so that SMG pressure is not there to continue down on the Chimp. And that's why he's just able to crank up. He was able to get all that loot down below Vivid and then just make that play. It was incredible.
A lot of loot on that low ground to grab for, but look at this, man. This is Skittles and users actually sneaking into the top spot here. Didn't even see them myself. I mainly, though, was watching Bizzle and Diego. Listen, we called it. These guys, we haven't seen them in the set lobby. MDF was talking about it. Bizzle thrives in these set lobbies. Maybe not necessarily those open rounds, but when he gets here, he puts on a show.
Yeah, they're ready. That is clear. Even though they haven't been in one of these set lobbies yet, Bizzle and Diego are ready to take this main stage. They've proved to us they are here for a reason. And this is going to be another team we should watch out for that's going for those victory royales. I was surprised they didn't even try and make a high ground play. Just comfortable in the mid ground. Maybe they're going through the consistency here.
Yeah, so I mean, it's interesting as well, obviously with the format I mentioned earlier on, 5 games today. Every game, the Victory Royale winners go automatically to the finals. At the end of the day, 6 teams with the highest points will progress as well. We look at some of our teams here as well on the leaderboard. We can see a lot of eliminations. We didn't really reflect on Neverfire and Ritual there as well. 7 eliminations from that team. Slacks and Clarity, your choice as well here, Vivid. Looking good in 7th position right now. 4 eliminations, 20 placement points. Good stuff from them as well.
Yeah, I mean, solid start for them, you know what I mean? I saw them on the low ground. They just actually picked up eliminations. I was like, oh, they're in a great spot. They're going to be running for a top 3 here. Went down a little bit earlier than I kind of would have hoped for, but, you know, still very, very good out of them for sure. And then, obviously, you know, also Crumbler and Mars, SBG, you know, we see them right here on this leaderboard as well.
Yeah, you love to see Mars coming back. He's been playing with Crumbler for a long time. That synergy's there. That's something that we talked about at the top of the show. That experience, the chemistry between the two. Mars has experience within finals. He's looking to get back there.
He does.
Yeah, he really is. Yeah, yeah. I mean, we saw as well, Chimp and Spade, 11 eliminations as well. All those points would account for 33 points, but wiped off the board because they automatically progress as well. So it's really going to switch things up. How will that affect POIs as well? It's all coming our way. Game 2 is imminent. Obviously, Game 1, fantastic. It's coming. Game 2, over to Sundown and to MDF.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, and I could not be more hyped. That's exactly what we wanted out of the semifinals, and Monster, we just get more and more of this.
I mean, we definitely do. 4 more big games of Fortnite in front of us, and I mean, this stage has been set. That was a tough one to overcome. I mean, Illis and Jack, SPG has to be slightly let down. I'm sure he was at the edge of his seat. It was so close, but hey, those points still matter, Sundown. Those points are so important to clutching up in the end.
Yeah, don't forget the victors go straight through, but at the end of the day, top 6 will as well, and it doesn't matter how you do it, the prize is the same. It's a ticket to the big dance, the finals, all the prize money, the clout, and that new Axe of Champions.
Of course, to be casted over here. Things are getting really exciting right now, and of course, that battle bus is just about there, ladies and gentlemen. Give us a second, but again, quick takes right now. We saw those early game engagements, especially the one down south, except in Voya versus Yuzin Kasker. Where are you feeling that one's gonna go?
Particularly that one, I want to see Yuzin Kasker kind of elf up a little bit, but enough of that. Game 2 is underway. You heard the bus. Let's go.
Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen. These battles, they're gonna continue to happen round after round. Keep this in the back of your mind. One team will qualify game after game. One drop spot will open up shortly afterwards. This will leave more room for others to go ahead and start claiming new positions. We didn't see the early game here at the Collider. This bus came directly over it, so everyone's touching down pretty quickly, and already I'm scouting out several teams in a single knock there in the feed.
Yes, Sprite and Nounsy getting on the other end of it. They said, hey, Reciprocal and Snaz, you got us in the first game. Well, we'll get you right back. Sending them out. That's a fast contest, but we'll see when two duos collide over at the Collider, who will come out on top. Adam's prediction looking like it has a little bit more legs there as Cease is able to get a quick one on the Polarized as well.
Yep, Polarized is now down. That's a full finish here. Let's take a quick look at the highlight. How did that go down? Shotgun striker fine here for the Sprite. He slides in, and what a huge shot from that far, and of course claims up the big heal here. Doesn't want to finish it though, doesn't want to heal the opponent, so of course exercises safety there, waits for it, gets the elimination, and just like that, the double siphon kicks in. Huge opportunity for him now. For Sprite and Nounsy though, this is going to continue to clash here. Ignalai and company, they made it out of this drop before. It's important that you can get situated here. One thing Vivid mentioned that was really, really important was, of course, that, hey, you don't get a lot of material here, right? So you don't want to draw battles at all in this general area of the Collider.
Yeah, and you can tell just the tension piling up for these duos as they're trying to find a little bit of room. Sprite hucking that big pot over. He eats a couple shots, but I believe this from the AI we're putting over there is going to make sure he hits the covered half pad. He's actually going to go pick up that big pot, saying, maybe I need that. One thing to note here, you talked about the lack of materials. It makes kind of getting and securing those big rocks so important, like we just saw with Sprite, but now we'll swing on over Diego and Bizzle. Oh, what a shot from Diego!
And it's just a filthy rip at it as well to follow up. There goes the full elimination. Bizzle is down. It's up to Diego here to clutch up. 1v1 situation. Diego's going to step in, save his teammate. Okay, he's protected now. Haji, pressure's on you. What can you do? That's looking like a big shield tag right there. Instead, he's going to reset here, probably pick up his teammate. Yes, and now go for the save.
And one of the things to note here is that it was not the player they were fighting. Haji wasn't the one who got the knock to him. It was a shot over from the side. So Haji didn't have the information that Bizzle was down unless he was looking in the feed. He didn't have that, so he wasn't able to push up and capitalize on the fact. And now Diego knocking out Haji's duo and then being able to get over and get Bizzle back up. They're in position to fight, whereas Haji is going to be forced to burn that shield cake right away and now take a 1v2 fight where he has no builds.
Yeah, and there is that player just on the eastern side. That's probably where those additional shots started coming in from. We saw Nazin just kind of sneaking around the general area as well right now. So for Bizzle and Diego, I mean, pressure's on. They understand, hey, there's definitely some players looking in here. What we did last game was drawing a lot of attention, but the fight's going to continue to break out. Now, Diego, unfortunately, slips in the build. It's up to Bizzle. Bizzle, once again, gets punished big time here. No shotgun in hand. That's all tracking with the SMG, and they go ahead and reset, get back with one another again here. Haji is trying to do his best right now, his best impression of a 2v1 clutch up, but it's a hard and tough task, especially when you're going against these, again, these players that are very comfortable in set lobbies.
And one thing to note when we talk about game pacing and NA East kind of settling in, take a look at the top left-hand corner, Monster. Last game, we were at 92 up until we hit that first Storm Surge in Zone 3. We're already below that number down to 91, so you can see people realizing, like, hey, we can't just full park the bus, right? We got to at least get a little active, roll down the windows, kind of look at some of the people around us as we hop in with our current leaders, G2 Jock and Illist.
That's it. Listen to the music, jump in the pit, and get a little pushing and shoving going on right now. So things are going to start.
Speaking my language, man. Let's go.
Breaking out. Sure, Sundown's got a good amount of experience in that setting, but on over to things that are important for Jock and Illist, who are, of course, leading right now with points off of that consistent game the last time around. Again, it's heartbreak, but it's still not looking too shabby for any team that's gotten big points. We've seen if EU is any indicator, all you have to do is play good and you will be in the finals. I mean, again, the quality of player is only going to get more and more interesting as the stages continue to, you know, develop here. And one thing to always keep in the back of that mind, again, is those drop spots. They will open up as teams qualify, so you'll see players start to rotate, get more loot, and things will really start to get interesting in the later stages.
Yeah, as we get a nice little replay of some of the action across the map, this Threats getting the knock onto Limit Lawrence and then cleaning it up, going to work there. with that auto shock and being able to find that too early elims is going to feel good for them. The duo that we just saw with Lawrence as his partner was one of the two to go down. The other two, Reciprocal and Snaz, that we saw right off the rip. And then also a current top 5 duo, Nico and Polarize, off of the drop, taken out.
And that's a huge elimination right there. That's another one of those contested drop spots for Bizzle and Diego. Here is another, again, touching base with them because Haji has backed out, Subscript has backed out. They've slidden out of here. This is finally now going to alleviate some time in the Coney Crossroads for them to start looting up and getting their gear together. That last game, life came at them fast. I mean, they didn't really have that much time moving out of here. They left with shambles, and they still managed to pull an end game and find points. So, I mean, that in its own was impressive. I really would love to see how they continue to bounce back here as the games continue. But we'll see now for Fatch and Pamsu. My pick, personal pick, taken out very early. This is, again, I feel like a recurring thing we've seen from Pamsu and Fatch. They are consistently making these final stages, but these final stages have to click.
Well, I feel like partially it might be due to the drop spot. They're dropping on a very minimal amount of gear and just saying, hey, let's head center and see how it plays. And in a lot of circumstances, that's really tough to kind of put it all together in these final lobbies. However, we've seen if they're able to both stay up, stay hip to hip, and avoid Storm Surge, they're capable of doing a lot. But you have to have a game plan to kind of allow you to get through that initial checklist where it's, did I make it off drop? Okay, did I do enough damage to my opponents? Okay, do I have enough utility to safely rotate? And right now, the answer's not really.
Look at this play right here. Gotta love the throwing mechanic in the feed. Bizzle is gonna find Haji, so the elimination is gonna come through. Fatch, however, is now in a world of trouble. They have Mars holding them from that high ground spot. The zone is favoring them here up north. And, you know, one thing to just continue to reflect on, I mean, we thought about the loot situation for Pamsu and Fatch. You're right. They may have great ammunition, but it's really evident that the heals are lacking on both of those inventories. For Muzz and Avery, however, it does look like, what was that, a llama find? Or maybe some IO guards here? Could have been an elimination. Hold up. Things are all starting to happen so quickly now, and that's a player. Down comes the trees. And I was going to say a swat out the sky to go with it, but not just quite.
No, Acro got taken out there, and then Sin gets cleaned up as well. That's Avery finding it, and some good picks from them coming through.
Quick one right there. Nicely done. 3 points on the board. Gets them in the business right here as we start to edge into this game number 2. And, more shots coming in from up above. Again, Camp Cuddle just around this command cavern area. I mean, you really can't trust this area. There's always going to be someone nearby. Danger lurking always.
Now, you had mentioned maybe they'd find a llama. Don't forget, llamas have been removed from the competitive playlist. But in that regard, I mean, Acro's loot drop was basically a llama. Do you see they picked up so many chug splashes, so many big pots? They're going to be set, and that's one thing for Muzz and Avery. I feel like they haven't had this entire qualifier where they haven't just had one, hey, we made it off drop, hey, we got some extra loot, and we got plenty of damage. I think, if anything, you can go back and quote me on this. This is the game where they're set up for the most success that we've seen this season.
Definitely, those tags are important. It gives them the edge with damage when it comes down to Storm Surge, which is inevitable in these set lobbies. Now, like the Collider, very, of course, the magnifying glass is on the Collider, right? We see teams, they continue to come here, they're interested, they're kind of poking about what's happening over here. There's still 3 teams sitting around here and a 4th one just north. Now, again, the Storm does start to line up on this general area, so it's gonna be a hot drop to rotate through. And as we know, there's air vents and things here as well, so this is just a funnel of players, more now than ever. And you have to assume, hey, players are gonna try it out.
Yeah, those geysers being reminiscent of the old Chapter 1 kind of that like science route, like all the way at the north part of the map. They give you a little bit extra access, but enough about my reminiscing as Bucky, he's going straight in. Normally you see Cam being the one who's on the aggressive aspect of it, but Bucky is saying, no, I want a piece of the pie, and instead realizing, maybe I bit off a little bit extra. Where's my duo?
It's like, take a walk with me. Cam says, we need to go this way. They start to disengage. Not something we see very often from a Cam and Bucky-esque duo, a team that has the firepower, the know-how, and of course the skill to back it up. This is a battle, of course, just outside the Sanctuary, and it looks like inevitably they're going to start making their way back towards the Daily Bugle, so probably content with a little bit of the clash that they've gotten themselves into, but you can tell that Cam really hasn't gotten too much loot, right? Too many upgrades here, plenty more to find, so I don't blame him for wanting to swing through one of these major drops.
Yeah, trying to find somebody around the side there. as everyone now is just going to posture up. You're going to look for a little bit of space. We've avoided the initial drops coming off. We've seen the duos who have gone down, but otherwise action should pretty much stall. And immediately as I say that, Coop gets a knock onto Nexi in the feed there. As we see, Champion Spade had 11 elims in game 1, a record in a set lobby for NA East this season, which is a little bit nuts to think about too, because I know we've talked about it over and over again, the threats with the 10 elims in a single game going back to qualifier 1. I feel like if anything, knowing he got one more, he'd be tied for that record as a solo. Like, that's a little bonkers.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's not something you see very often. That's definitely the once in a blue moon occurrence, if you will. Up top, Sprout and Nounsy looking down at what's unfolding here. Just Jackson and Mason trying to get comfortable. Everyone will be sitting down, and now that the Surge is starting to warn players, effectively letting them know where they are in this game, in this tournament, we'll see players start to posture up for the fight or begin opening these edits for other long-range engagements. For Tahi and Paper, I mean, they're looking pretty good here, 200 damage plus above. They want to get a little bit further to start getting ahead of what would be the next issue, potentially with the Surge continuing, but right now, 13 players are, of course, thinking about this. Maybe a little bit more, because if you're a full duo, then of course you're part of that mix.
Yeah, and again, Storm Surge will punish the players who have done the least amount of damage to opponents. 25 damage every 5 seconds. It activates in the 3rd, 5th, and 7th zone. For this upcoming zone, it will turn off when we get to 70 players, but Jock just got a shot and a half. That might have been a sniper bullet to the chest there as he went from 100 full shield to down into the green health, so he needs to be a little bit of aware as Illis is out poking his head back out as well. On the right-hand side of our feed, Casker and Yuz, we talked about wanting to see them take these early fights. They're diving right in. Why? 92 below.
So they did survive the drop here, but now on over to Tilted Towers for Jack and Illis. This is their backyard. This is their drop spot. You do not want to fight this team here and now. Definitely not. They're going to start rotating now, but they still have to continue to get active. Great tag, sneak on in. That's a shield crack too. Behind them though, Mikey sneaking on up ever so closely. He knows. He's fully aware right now. Mikey's above him. Mikey trying not to make a single sound here. And nope, Casker's not having it. They're coming on up. You poke the bear, you have to answer to it. And, ooh, great shot from Mikey and a follow-up and a knock. You didn't expect to see that there.
That was almost so good by Mikey, but
very clever.
With this just being a one-tick zone, Yaz and Cass are going to be able to do that. But hey, sometimes when you're in a 1v2 situation, you got to manufacture a little bit of something. Unfortunate, he's not able to get the confirmation on the Casker to at least take the points with him, but we'll swing on over. Edan and Av, we saw them below Storm Surge in the first round, so continuing problem from them, but Av trying to put that rifle aim to work, finding the players back in the zone, and only 73 below. They should be able to rifle this out as Illis and Jock get confirmed. So from second place to out without scoring a placement point.
That's super, super unfortunate. It's going to start to open up the standings now as that placement will be held.
Let's go,
out.
NPen.
And you can see NPen does find one there. It does look like Trap might have fallen there too. Yes, he does. Aim right as well. So NPen really getting active here. Cam also is going to fall in the feed. That means these players on the Eastern side having a difficult time rotating in, getting clashed on as they're exiting out of the storm. So wide rotates where traditionally would work for you. Not this time.
Yeah, a little bit of tough if you end up all the way towards the outside. We saw a number of the teams were trying to just deal with that one-tick storm. It's like, hey, no problem. But if you're also under Storm Surge, like, yeah, one tick is going to end up eating into it, plus that 25 damage every 5 seconds. And right now you're probably wondering, why are we watching these guys? They're one of 2 duos who are underneath pressure from that Surge. So there's still 2 duos who are being hit. And Eden gets opened up on immediately. So that one tag coming through, and then Storm Surge instantly finishes him off. Don't forget, if Storm Surge hits you, you don't go down but not out. You get completely cleaned up, and now Av is going to try and just hope that the trades he got in that space will be enough. It keeps him just above for now.
Yeah, but this team pushes in. Skittles and users are hungry here. They saw the Storm Surge. They recognize exactly what happened. They found the big tags, and something finished it. Had to be Surge. It only makes sense there. And, of course, the feed will tell a tale for AV, though. He's going to sit back in the Storm just a little bit right now. It is a 2-tick when it closes. It'll start to do 5 there in just a minute. So Skittles and users will also feel that pressure. They cannot sit here for very long, and there's no shot. You want to wait to launch pad right now, and there it is. They start to recognize it. Yeah, we have to get out of here. It's not going to be worth it later. Some shots here from AV on the side, but users and Skittles, they want to stay up. They want to be in this game right now. It's only a matter of time before they get the pickup. There it is. Skittles ends up going down, and Again, pressure's on for the lobby. 50 seconds to make the rotate.
Yeah, Skittles end up picking up that elimination. 69 players, 35 duos left, which means everybody in the lobby, 1 point to you. Next point will be granted at 30. Then once we get in the top 25 duos, each duo that drops is an additional point. Now, don't forget as well, as we end up going through, it's the top 5, or the top 5 winners, and then the top 6 who will advance. But right now, we're gonna kick it on over to SBG to catch us up a little bit.
Hey guys, I wanted to tell you what happened with Jack and Illis. We saw them go down in the feed, but what happened was they have a tendency to split here. Jack will go up on the hill, and then Illis will go back into Tilted Towers to try and get more loot, to try and get more mats. And them being split is what caused them to go down. When trying to get back together, the POI was way too infested by other players. Jack and Illis tried to get back together, had a lot of damage taken, and ultimately do go down right here.
Appreciate the expert insight there, and it does make sense. They rotated out late. The storm did so much damage, and down they went. Those points funneled elsewhere, and again, our second place team that was falling there.
And right now, I talked about it, Casker and Yuz. I wanted to see a little bit more, right? We saw in qualifier number 3, when they were taking those fights early on, they were finding success. And right now in this match, sitting on 3 eliminations already. And we're gonna get a look at where some of those came in. So right now, Yuz, 19 HP on the wall. And this is back to the zone. He'll end up going down, but Casker says, no problem, I got you. Dives on in, doesn't wait for the calls, doesn't wait for the leader to go in. He's like, I got you.
Casker just comes barreling through that wall there, and it is all worth it, not only for the points, but the upgrade. You can see now, he says, forget that drum shotgun, we need the heavy hitter, pick up the striker here, take that to the end game. That's a full-on upgrade, so it's gonna be worth its weight in spades here. On the side, Bucky and Cam do manage to bounce back, so Cam somehow rebooted, brought back into the game. Voyu and Exep, however, have survived that drop. So we have Casker and Yuz finding success alive in that early game. Now Voyu and Exep as well, both of which have that crazy contested drop fight down at that bottom area. So cool to see them up.
Yeah, and I was about to say a great short pad, but then when you look at the geometry going through, that's actually really rough. It's going to put them a little bit too far out of the zone. If you can't clear that initial hill, now they're going to be forced to invest some of their heavy materials, and then they're going to about face. But because this is the 4th zone, as long as they're able to get on the outside, they're going to be content, because the 5th zone is the half in, half out. We also heard the warning for Storm Surge, so we're going to take a look and see who might potentially be underneath and who needs to get active here.
San Diego starting to look outwards pretty aggressively. They're definitely not a team that needs more, but they want more. They're hungry. Other teams scrambling to try to make their way to that new safe zone, of course, skating their way from east to west here on the other side. Crumbler and Mars have to get active. Those early tags onto Pam and Thatch were not enough. They're going to need a little bit more options. Looking pretty slim right now, though. There's a team pretty much way off in the distance. You're not going to find anything that way unless an edit opens up. A full lobby focus, they miss an opportunity to jump in on, and I mean, at least Mars finds a few tags, so that's going to dump them up just a little bit here, alleviate some seconds, but 3 players will have to fall in. I mean, they're the next up.
Right, and right now you can see Bracasa, CEO Nawson, 64 below, trying to find shots, trying to open up. Now 64, plenty rifleable, trying to see if anybody opens up. They also have a ton of excess utility, so they don't necessarily have to overpeak. Also, Monster notice in the bottom right-hand corner, zone again drops smack on top of their head. So players are gonna be forced to rotate into them. The 2 options here are to basically eat into your shields, knowing that you're not gonna have that utility later, but you're trading it for the positioning. The other option is poke your head up, start shooting people, and then utilize the shields after the fact. The difficulty, though, is if you start shooting, you take a couple ticks, I mean, Bryce is gonna go down.
Yeah, and the crazy part is Mars and Crumbler are just right there. The team that, if this team gets tags, Surge will transfer. So there's only one other option. Fight the guys next door, and they're starting to poise up for that potential battle right now. So we might just see it go back and forth here. On the other side, though, here's the real opportunity. Can they get some tags? These are so important. This is their tournament game on the line. Nothing connects for Bryce, unfortunately. Nothing for Nawson as well, and it's all starting to slip away now.
Yeah, I mean, just not hitting the skeet shooting marks. The clay pigeons moving too fast.
Oh my
and Avery
God.
says, hold the phone. You left the door open. You can't do that. But The trade back over onto Avery could end up being enough. We saw Muzz get taken down by Creo, and unfortunately, that will close them out. Nawson will get the elimination. He's closing in on that cascading placement points, but at the price of near all his utility and his duo being taken out.
It's only going to become more and more difficult now, but hey, at least he's coming into this in 10th place, right? So he can do his share and earn some points here. That's going to be very important. Ignali still up there as well. Again, that's a team that has picked up a Victory Royale. You know, you might have thought, hey, who is this team? Why are they here? Well, there's going to be new teams too that inevitably pop up to the FNCS finals, and we're hoping to see new faces pop on through as well. Users and Skittles, these are no strangers. We all know and love them. They're currently in first place over overall points right now because of Illis and Jock falling nice and early. Again, that's a spot that's going to open up here, and they're playing for the win right now. I'm liking their situation here. Zone is going to go north, way up there, but they do have something to work with, and they have the Edge Storm, again, inevitably pushing right on top of them. They have so much time to work with.
And one thing I love what Yusu's doing right now is he's evaluating the lobby. He's trying to figure out, hey, where can we get tags? Where can we go late? Is there somebody we can take advantage of or just find the shots they need? Because 85 below, that's not just going to happen. Tragic gets a quick and clean double. Nevify and Ritual go down, and we're into the cascading placement points. Now, every duo that drops is plus an additional one. You can see Fatch and Pamstow. Big separation between the two of them. Pamstow trying to catch back up as everyone takes to the skies. Donnie and Macwood abandon the high ground. Stacky ends up picking up Shadows, and we're going to loop back on over. Users and Skittles in the top right-hand corner. Diego and Bizzle, they're in the bottom right.
Ignali and Melita have been here before. They're starting to jockey up for high ground. On the side, they picked up a win doing it. They say, hey, maybe we can run this back one more time. That's the confidence that begins to surge. Sometimes all it takes is get that win that first time. But on the side, big pressure for Users and Skittles right now. Well below the surge, plenty of players have to fall right now, and that lobby is starting to tick up here. Can they find anything? The important part now is, of course, rotate.
Huge back zone clash as Cam and Bucky end up going down to Voil and Except, but it costs one of them. Melito ends up picking up Rise on the high ground, and Tragic goes down. You can see Voil ends up getting the confirm over, but Stacky basically cleans out the bugle. He says, no, we're putting you all out of business. All the duos who left. Monster, look up top. It's still just Melito and Ignite, and as we've seen in NA East, nobody is looking up, but Dubs and Mega, they don't look up to anybody. They're looking down, trying to find the Elix.
And it's crazy because Dubs and Mega were the first team to touch down on that mountain. They could have easily played for height, but it's clear, it's comfortable here in the low ground. This is where they want to play their game out. And of course, they've been here before. For Diego, however, he's caught himself between a hard place. He gets stuck right there, and he starts to slip on by. That was a great pickup there. A little bit of a siphon find, but the punishment from up top, and then crashed out by Threats there, and again, wiped out the lobby. That's going to fall into Threats' hands. Plenty of loot for him now.
Plenty of loot coming through, but you can see Nawson trying to find a little bit of space. Clarity ends up picking up the elimination in there. And Nawson, he needs room, he needs shields, he needs to be able to find it, especially with only 16 builds here.
Yeah, definitely. Again, Milo Tai finds another one in the feed. Melito is continuing to add up Elam at the Elam. Oh my gosh, however, Clarity and Slacks decide, let's take this to the sky. Let's see what you got. New blood versus the vets here. Clarity and Slacks go all the way on up. It's their high ground now. This is Vivid's pick. Can they bring this through? No. Broken down for a second there. It's getting interesting now. They are so high up in the sky, though. Milito and Inglai definitely recognize that. They bring them down once again. The reclash engages. It's looking good for the young boys down at the bottom here. Clarity's hurt. Slacks is down. One tag. He's still defending. Nicely done. The edit, though, just a little bit better for Melito here.
Melito, and that is massive because both of the duos who went up had next to no builds, and you see Melito ends up getting the pick, but he only gets the 15 builds from the Siphon. Everybody is near out of materials, just trying to make it here. We have 5 duos up there, solo riders out there. The Roller ends up picking up one. N-Pen goes down on the other side, and N-Pen will get Mega as well. So Mega and Dubs taken out. The Roller in the back of the zone as a solo. Trashy Soul. It's a 1v1 with duos down. Melito getting the stick to get Igna back up, but he needs to find the zone. Could Melito and Igna do it?
No more mats, though. This is it. They have to fully commit here. 2v1 situation. Trashy's down. He's weak here, pushing against the back wall. Great floor there. That's gonna block him. Trashy has to go down here. Full finish out to Ignalai. He was lit up already. Did he do enough? I don't think it was enough damage. Trashy has to fully commit here. 7 mats. 1v1 situation. Melito is down low. He gets the full finish out to Deagle Roller. That's the late Siphon. It's all gonna come down to this big tag. Here it is, the full crank. Swings around. down. More mats. One more should do it. Trashy. No, Trashy hits some huge shots here. Pauses the reset. And another one. And Trashy, the consistency, a little bit better.
So good from Trashy, finding the marks, going through, and having faith. We've talked about it. The story of NA East is uncontested high ground, raining down shots. But here in the semifinals, they say, we don't worry about that. The individual efforts will trump all. And even though he was just a shotgun shot away from going down, Trashy, 33 Glace. See you in the finals.
They go all the way through in game number 2 of the semifinals here. What a huge way to close that one out right there. And it could have really gone either way, but the vet's Trashy, man, just keeping his cool. He's been here before.
I mean, the individual efforts, picking up all the eliminations and knowing that it was basically a solo performance to come down and clutch it up, that's going to feel great. You know the call is going absolutely nuts right now.
And the surge of confidence from Melito, though, and Ignalai as well, must be interesting. We're going to toss on over to the boys at the analyst section, though, so we got to get caught up.
Yes, Ignalai and Melito came so close there, but Trashy goes directly through to finals next weekend. His duo proceeding going up that way. Amazing stuff. Game 2 again. We talked about Jack and Ellis went down quite early there. Clarity and Slacks as well. So close. Didn't quite happen. But let's talk about the likes of Macwood as well. We saw finally getting that high ground there. SBG looking better with Donnie there, but we want to see more of these high ground plays. We saw that Trashy from the low, making it happen, making the play they're going through. What do you think about some of our teams going through like Macwood there on the high ground, and how is that going to affect things moving forward as well?
So we knew at some point he was going to go for it. It happened here in game 2. We were able to see him try and take high ground, but this has been the craziest high ground we've seen thus far. Granted, we're only 2 games in, so not much to go off of. Nonetheless, Macwood going for plays there, as well as Igna and Melito. They were able to make a solid play, even get the res there in moving zones. What a play.
Yeah. You know, that takes some serious gut to kind of go for that res there, right? You kind of give up a lot of time and space to the enemies that you are fighting when you do go for that res. That's effectively 10 seconds that you were letting those enemies on that bottom layer kind of reset and kind of regather their wit. So bold play didn't actually end up working out, but Trashy and Glaze, Trashy at the end, they're finding those low ground shots very, very clean.
Yeah, really clean indeed. You can see there as well. There they are on the board, progressing forward, as have Chimp and Spade in the first game as well. Straight to finals next weekend. I love this format. This is amazing. Let's also talk about, we talked about in the pre-show as well, the Collider being one of those kind of those POIs where conflict was going to happen. I want to focus on our duos, likes of users as well. Interesting to see with the leaderboard you can see on the screen here as well. Managing to get into second place here now as well. 10 eliminations after 2 games, 70 points there. Very strong going into game 3.
Yeah, they have been super consistent, and we were unsure how that would play out at the Collider. We didn't know if it was going to be a fight, but it seems like both teams are getting a ton of loot, and like you mentioned, Vivid, they're going in the middle. They're grabbing all of those mats, and they're coming out pretty strong, and then the consistency in endgame, back-to-back games, you love to see that.
Yeah, we always talk about how these players do in the end game, but listen, Skittles and users, one thing that they're very good at is finding those positions on the edge zone where they kind of look back towards other players that are rotating towards them, and that's why they have so much Storm Surge, and that's why they're in such good positions to kind of freely go around and rotate those end games.
Indeed they do. You can see the top 4 teams there as well. Placement points after 2 games. 42, 40, 41, 41. That's consistent. That consistency we talked about. That is incredible to see there. But let's focus on the 4th place team there at the moment. Slacks and Clarity, a team that you're celebrating today, Vivid, who came so close. We're here, honestly, behind the, waiting in the wings here. San and the MDF cast the action, and we're going, so close. But what makes them so special? And I mean, they're looking good right now.
Yeah, I can tell you right now that both of these zones, they have gone north, and they are landing at Log Jam Lumberyard, which is also in that northwest position. So they are, getting a little bit of a zone favoritism right there, and that's why they are doing so good. But that's not the only reason, right? They know how to play these games for sure. They are veterans in the scene. And right here, this is what I love to see. We saw them go for high ground, and for a hot minute right there, they had it, and I was like, yes, they're going to get the victory round. But no, the young duo strikes back. Listen, as long as they're playing for it, I'm happy.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I mean, his feet literally lifted. He was like, yeah! Didn't quite happen. But yeah, SPG, you can see the leaderboard here. So Melito and Ignite there at the top right now. I mean, eliminations that game, I think 8 in total. So looking really good, 7 or 8. I mean, that really puts them in good stead here now. I mean, 81 points, really starting to separate themselves from the pack after that game. 3 to go, obviously. And they could go through in a victory royale, but strong from this duo.
Oh, definitely. And that high ground play, able to get the res up there. And you never know how this team's going to be able to hold it. They hold it just long enough, but we have to talk about it. That play by Trashy, I mean, what a play. We see Ignite and Melito able to take the high ground. This is a really big game, and like you mentioned, they're at the top of the leaderboard and the top of the leaderboard for all of those elims. Unfortunately, when it came down to grabbing that last elim that they needed, it didn't come through.
Yeah, I mean, you really do got to play it so well, and this is what I love to see, right? Sundown and I talked about it during that last game. NA East usually kind of developed this meta where whoever gets high ground, we're like, oh man, we can't go for that. Let's just leave him there. But right here, you know, we saw it changing a bunch of times. I love the fact that we're seeing kind of this aggression come out, players willing to fight for that high ground finally, right? Because we have seen it time and time again. High ground is what wins games usually. So the fact that these players are fighting for it means that they are kind of adapting to the meta of the lobby, and that's what we love to see.
Indeed, yeah. Game 3 is looking very spicy indeed. Quick one there on Sleepy Sound as well. I mean, this is an area now we've seen twice now. The storm shift in that direction.
Yeah,
it's early in the semi-finals. It's day 1, but do you think SBG, there's any chance, would our players ever be thinking about, like, are they looking at the storm, seeing where it's moving, or is it all about playing the way they play and remaining steady and hoping it's going to shift in their direction?
Oh, you gotta lock in. The only way you're leaving where you're landing is if you're getting knocked off spawn. You gotta stick with what you got. Otherwise, you can't predict zones. Or maybe you can. Who knows?
Who knows? Exactly right. That's it. We, of course, have Game 3 coming your way here. It's all to play for. Very exciting stuff indeed. And, of course, again, bringing us all the action. The almighty Sundown and MDF is back to you, boys, and back to the battle bus.
Thank you so much, Adam, Savage, Vivid, SBG. 2 games down, 3 left to go. My name's Sundown, joined here by Monster D-Face to call all the action. I mean, it's been action-packed.
It really has been action-packed. I can't believe Glace and Trashy just walked away with that huge game. Talk about a clutch there in the end, something you don't see very often, but if there's going to be players that do it, it's ones that have the most experience, and they're a finalist caliber duo.
I mean, Trash has been around forever, but Glace in particular seems to always step up, whether it was the reboot round back in the day. He always found a way to win one. Now, winner-take-all situation, match number 2, he puts that in the pocket, books a ticket to the dance.
Remember, that does open up another drop spot here on the Fortnite map, so more opportunity for players that are feeling a little bit too much pressure at their areas like Condo Canyon, maybe down south where Exep and Voyo are getting contested by Casker and Yuz, who are up at the top. But here it is. Game number 3 is ready, so let's get on the battle bus.
Here we go. Like we said, 3 more matches. The winners straight through to the finals. Then we'll have our top 6 who will be joining them. And so far, we're seeing if you're able to make it off the drop, you get a little bit of navigating room. But it's 1-1 here over at the Clyder, and I'm really interested to see what Sprite and Nownsy can get up to.
Yeah, definitely. This drop here, you know, also has Ignalai, Melito that were just nearby. I didn't even expect them to be at a contested drop and finding success. Off in the distance, though, Snazadon and Reciprocal do look like they are alive right now. They've managed to survive this time around. Not as much heat from Sprite and Nownsy landing directly on top of them. In the feed, though, Polarizes down once again. Casker is down this time to the hands of Voyo. That friendly standoff that we saw that at the bottom, no more. There is no truce there. Voyo will finish them. And remember this, Casker was up around 3rd place on the leaderboard. So that is an incredibly important elimination there. As the top teams fall, it will begin to open up the standings. Our most consistent teams are just as important, right? You need to also, if you're not winning, at least be consistent to go to finals.
Right, that's what it's all about. When you look at it, you talk about tournament management mode. What do you need to do to keep playing Fortnite this season? right? And the question is, hey, we still got Saturday, we still got Sunday going through, and we're gonna end up checking out a quick little replay here of one initial fight in Sprite. Now, we saw in last qualifier you're able to shoot these things. Now you can't do it, but Sprite said, what?
He found them right in the bush.
Yo, clip it, clip it.
Snaz was at the drop just moments before that. We almost got that one live, and look at that, reciprocal is down as well. That was an incredible just play right there, and a feat of acrobats from Sprite.
Dude, clip it, ship it. This dude did his trig homework. He had no problem going through, again, not listening to the raid leader's calls, just straight Leroy, and he nailed it.
Yeah, that was raps right there. Get the clip, guys. Share it amongst your friends. That's what this is all about here. You know, fun moments on the FNCS stage as well. For Diego and Bizzo, it looks like their problems long gone.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're watching that from Legends Landing, hold up the scorecard, and if it's not a 10, you're doing it wrong. But let's hop on board here on the other side of it. Danny Badbloom ends up going down to some not so bad bloom there from Bizzle. Very accurate shots coming out with that Ranger AR, which hits really hard, especially early.
That's right. There were a couple adjustments to the Ranger, right? A little bit more fire rate, big damage. Not typically the favorite choice for pro players, but hey, when you have it and you hit those shots, I mean, you see the punishment come through. For Npen and Derola, again, a fun pick for us here, a caster pick for us, if you will. It's not looking too hot right now for the team that they're battling. They got him on the run here. It's Swerve. He is out, and in the vehicle, loses a couple tires, but he will get right behind that wall. Moments, though, before that vehicle does explode, as it had, like, maybe 5 HP or so.
Yeah, super, like, really good for Derola and Npen to end up picking up the elimination. Really disappointing that the player ends up getting out with that beaten up whiplash, because yes, if you're able to deny the car, it's so huge, there's so few over there, but they'll take what they got, as we're going to roll back a little bit and see how this went down. Derola, a great pre-fight. That was like a 79 into a 129, and they almost completely caps off Swirl there too. Derola putting the shots in.
Yeah, nicely done onto Aoxy. Aoxy, who I've seen perform so well in solo settings. Definitely one of those rising players here, so fun to see players like him pop up and make its appearance into the FNCS semifinal stage here. Of course, these are accolades. For some players, this could be their first and biggest stage that they've made it to this far, so it is still a moment to celebrate. For now, Flu24 Clue here on the run, trying to work his way around these builds. Diego and Bizzle, man, they've really been getting active. They've already found Danny Badbloom. Ooh, almost catches him right there with the floor edit. No hesitation from Diego. I'm starting to see things really come together for this player, and it gets me excited to see the skill. Opportunities, right, come through for Diego. There goes the cone. Again, mechanically, really, really good and smart right there. That's like that defensive small play. And why take the risk? Bizzle's got him.
Yeah, good job cleaning that one up. And real unfortunate there for Danny and Clue. We saw them in qualifier number 3. They're in 4th place going in that final game, and they just had a little bit of a slip up, got pushed out in the last moment. And now for somebody who hasn't been in any of the set lobbies, Diego and Bizzle are looking really good.
Man, I knew they were going to do well in this setting, and you know,
why didn't you pick
writing
them,
was on the wall. Well, you know, the thing is,
so
right?
Apparently the writing wasn't big enough,
the
right?
The thing is, like, I'm like Pam and Fatch. You know, I was kind of feeling that pick. That's such a solid pick. You know, we still have
trust
time
me,
here.
I know about it. I know all about that
You've been
pick.
there. You know why you'd want to again lean into that team, but. Little update for you guys. Off-spawn scoreboard. Sprite and LZ, Reciprocal and Snazadon continues 2-1 here, of course, as we start to kind of edge our way out of that collider fight for Threats and Rise. They've been contested here, but hasn't really finished.
So keep an eye on the top left-hand corner of the feed. Normally, we don't call out things that we generally see a ton. Dr. Sloan got a confirmation there, so good on her for getting involved. Maybe can we get her 3 points on the board, get her up there? But right now, Shadow, me too, trying to put some pressure down onto Swirl, who now we saw Aoxy go down early. Swirl will get confirmed, but I'm also pretty sure they're able to farm out a couple of extra of eliminations, because we saw Aoxy go down. He got rebooted back over here, and now OMG, Me Too, and Shadow, that's a bonus 3 points to them, and they're in 8th place. Every point can matter.
I was gonna say, talk about a team that needs it, right? Slides them on up to 8th. That's 6 huge points. As we start to get into these later stages, those 3 elims mean everything. Like we said, some of the records for the regions are literally 10 eliminations. So 2 right here, that's a 5th of the way through. You know,
good
again, good tee 'em up. We'll take those good maps. Here's the roller and Npen in 9th, right? Not too far off from Shadow and OMG. So just getting overtaken because of those sets of elims can show you again how that can change the dynamic in the standings, of course. In this general area, a couple players north and south of them. The north team does seem to know that they are definitely there, and that is why they're starting to, you know, look backwards, just make sure, but nothing's going to confirm from that. N-Pen, D-Roller, playing Fortnite, playing smart the way you should here. Farm up, get comfortable.
And they got just a little bit of a hop skip into the jump as we swing on over to the other side. You can see Acronis Duo taking to the skies here in the fight.
I like this right now for Twitter Sin. It's a big commitment, though. A lot of material here. What will you do with it? Avery and Muzz have found success here time and time again before, right? They've been rotating into these battles and finding these two elims pretty consistently. So it does look like the jig is up, and the play's been weighed. Eden almost jumps off the side there. Has to be careful. Acro, however, is hurt. Is back against the wall right now.
Yeah, and don't forget, Avery and Muzz were the ones who were able to swat Acro and his duo out of the sky early on, so they're getting pushed down here, currently sitting on only 6 points, I believe, in 3 of them from that early elimination here, so trying to find a little bit of space, a little bit of maneuvering room, but Monster, bottom right-hand corner, hey, they got a solo sitting right on top of them, and 2 duos just sitting and hawking the high ground in front.
Eden might have made a big mistake, though, as he jumps down. He wants to get the reboot card and the loot, of course, so you can't blame him for that, but the other team is here, and they're here to fight, and they do end up getting those points. Who is it? It's Scare Bear and Walkers. Oh my, edging their way up in 10th place, not bad.
Yo, that is a fantastic way to manufacture points. They were one of the teams we talked about who was just hawking up on the high ground, but they decided, hey, enough sitting here. We know there's a solo around there somewhere. Let's go commit to this fight. And they end up picking up a much needed elimination. It puts them just that much closer up the board. And again, 41 points so far. You're on that front page. You're in touching distance of the top 5. You just need a solid game. And don't forget, normally we're used to those 6-round qualifiers that we saw in the round 4s previously. This is only 5 matches. That means having just that one extra slightly more consistent game going through is so much value.
Yeah, you know, normally we wait till this game's over to say the halfway mark, but this is about it. We're right here. Time flies when you're having fun. That's what they say. Take a look at the wider map shot, though. Don't even go there. But here's a bunch of players. The southern congestion is really going to be where the action's starting to unfold. On the west side of the zone right there, that's the pocket we're currently in focus with. Tons of action continuing to happen here. And again, there's 2 more teams over at the Command Cavern, so plenty really unfolding here.
Also, got to appreciate Walker's dedication there to the back bling, but we all know how that one's going to go as Clarity finding a little bit of room, refarming the bridge as well to get as much excess metal here. And this is such a prime power position based on where the map is, because everyone who's on the north and kind of the west side of the zone is going to have to rotate past them. However, noting that most of the action is more towards the southern part, if they're under Storm Surge that, they could be in a little bit of danger because there's not really anyone near them. Somebody who's not in danger, Walkers and Scare Bear CU should be fine. But one thing Walkers did very well there, and I want to touch back on, is he made sure that he used all of the excess mats they have to tunnel in a little bit farther, and it doesn't give Avery and Muzz as much of an angle. Yes, they'll be able to hit a couple shots.
Ooh. Just barely misses there. If you don't know, you can shoot those trees and they will target right on top of opponents. They do good damage as well. Can really open things up. It'll be an instant shield pop right there. On over to Diego and Bizzle, though, who are being consistent. And I also just thought about, mathematically speaking, someone's going to be upset on the desk here. There's not enough space for all of us to win and our picks to go through. So, hey, guys, the cards have been laid out. We'll see what unfolds here. That's kind of a fun fact, I guess. Bizzle and Diego, though, problems for them right now on all sides.
Yeah, so much chip damage taken there from Bizzle. I mean, it was just a couple body shots on either side, but
adds up.
Yeah, unable to kind of make his way to that little shack and opting to not fully cover either side, so they will be able to refarm, but I believe they had a shield keg on one of them, but not having necessarily shields to be able to go above that 50 mark is real difficult.
Yeah, definitely. Using Skittles, however, not as much of a difficult issue here at the Collider. Remember, they have plenty to work with for rotates and stuff as well. Loadout looking just phenomenal here and sitting on top of even more. 300 damage above the surge, so the early elimination clearly paying its way out, and the extra tags as well. This is so good.
And we just saw Skittles just basically dumped out the entirety of his utility, and now he's just running around grabbing extra utility, and he's going to bring them back over. And this is such an intelligent play by a player who's currently tied for first, leading in eliminations. He has 9. Now, one thing about that stat, I do want to give like a little bit of caveat. Don't forget, the teams who end up winning, they don't get to add to that elimination total going through. So it's just a little bit,
Yeah, but one of the few times you get to feel really good, like, yeah, dude, first place leading the tournament. It's a semifinal stage. You kind of gloat on that one and feel good. But hey, it is still a huge skill set to do it nonetheless, to stay consistent. For Rituals and Neverfire, a team that has not had a Storm Surge issue at all, this is a scary team to have to want to need to fight, right? Because 61 below means they're going to have to decide to get in your box, and they've had a pretty good success rate. We've seen them in that feed all day today.
I mean, I wouldn't even just necessarily say today. Ritual throughout the entirety of the qualifiers has been probably my upstart player. Like, if you go back to last FNCS, it was really me too. He was the one who's kind of putting his name out there, like putting his brand on things. You haven't seen him in a while. Ritual X God has filled that role. He's been the one who's lighting up the feed. Every time you look up there, you're like, was that him again? Was that him again? And then we tune back in, and all of a sudden it's 5, 6 elims on the kid. But right now, they're in a situation, as you said, they haven't necessarily had to be. 125 below, time's ticking. 22 seconds before that Storm Surge turns on. Granted, only 5 duels will be underneath, but that's 25 damage every 5 seconds, as we do see in the bottom right-hand corner a little bit of a fight going on in the zone. That's TK and Playafon.
Yeah, definitely big eliminations there. But just kind of harp on, my last season picks were more like the Smite and Larson, but of course they broke up and paired off with some different teams, finding some success. So I am super curious finals, because one of those of the two are definitely going all the way through. But on over to here, again, story is, what can you do? Zone is going to start moving here shortly. I mean, the Surge is, of course, active, and they need to fight. 152 below is just about worth a full team elim right there. Nothing just yet. Crumbler, however, on the other side, slightly above, right? So, clock is ticking here.
Just 66 above, but right now, Neverfire and Ritual, one of the 4 duos who are underneath, and we kind of talk about that 150 line being the comfortable rifling line. They're right on top of it. They do have a bunch of chug splashes to try and negate it, but
that's it.
At some point, you got to pull the trigger, and that means you got to sprint through the open. Shots are already being thrown over at them, and if they take too much damage, it makes this push that much harder. Neverfire now being backed up, and a chug splash being used only on the solo. Neverfire is down. The damage from the Storm Surge being too much. It's going to be all on Ritual to live up to his name, but he can't even close the distance without taking so much chip damage. I mean, the other side of the wall, he's pushing in a trap kill, who has been fantastic all season. I mean, he's just gonna throw up the armored walls and say, hey, nobody else gets him.
Rough game for him. It was pretty clear to the lobby, these guys need to fight, and that was why they got targeted there. Crumbler and Mars, however, a team that was just edging their way above, seems to have been battling their own Storm Surge issues here as they teeter-totter back and forth, and that just means other teams are also fighting. NPen and D-Roller find 2 in the feed. It could have been them to just edge their way on over. Big tags here, though, for Mars OW. NPen and D-Roller get another set. Hold up. They're just starting to rack up now. That's a quick 4-piece coming back-to-back. We'll see how that ends up working out. Mars, though, still at 0 here.
This is such a tough rotation to make, and you can see, especially with the Storm Surge, that they're pinned right on the side, and there's already 2 duos who are up and above them, and I mean, they're gonna have to go further internally here on the next rotate, and it's gonna be really difficult, as we see split left and right hand side, 48 above, 47 above. However, with one more confirmation, it should turn off, and with Haji picking up a pair in the feed, that'll be it. 69 players up, 35 duos. Everybody who's on their feet gets 1 point, but Walkers and CU say, hey, 1 point's not enough, give us another 6.
Hey, give them more elims, give them more points. That means Walkers and company are jumping their way on up, closer and closer, edging their way towards top 5. Muzz, however, still alive there on the western side, finds Smack. Nicely done here. The zone, 30 seconds now until things start to close out, so we have some time, a perfect time, however, to catch up with Vivid.
Yeah, and as we watch some teams right there struggle with Storm Surge, I just wanted to highlight how Slacks and Clarity are getting it done. We actually see another zone pulled to the north, right? So how is this team that doesn't really have any teams coming all the way up to them yet get some Storm Surge? Look at this positioning. It's so smart. With the new POI coming in, you got the launch pads, you got that air vent right in the middle. That means a lot of teams are going to want to use those to rotate, and that's when they're going to get their shots in and their Storm Surge done and set for the rest of the game.
Thank you, Vivid. Great breakdown on that fantastic angle. Also love the denial of the cannon. As we've seen, even with the primary fire removed, players are still getting a bit active, but Slacks takes a whole bunch of chip damage there. However, just a mini in a big pot, plenty of excess, will be able to get him right over the top. You can see them debating if they want to burn the shield keg here, but don't think that's necessarily going to be worth, as Clarity was already full HP. And we're going to take a little bit of a look around the lobby.
I was also interested where Sprout and Nownsie's mega loot situation situation ends up playing out because the collider is like right there, so anything could truly happen. But on this side here, Diego and Bizzle are poised up on a great mountain, which is really nicely done here because all the teams from the collider will have to move out.
And now I previously said about the zones, how the teams who are on that kind of northeastern mountain need to move more internally. Well, Zone pretty much pulled as far northeast as you can get for a concentric circle. So if you look, the south side of this zone is going to be bonkers. We have pretty much like at least 60% of the duos who are still up just packed in along the south side of the collider. I mean, users and Skittles are just going to look and everyone is going to open up and use all of their utility on this rotation. Look at the change in verticality up here.
Yeah, and little do they know, half their mobility has been literally broken and destroyed. So that'll be that. Stories here are going to end, though, for Muzz, or for Crumbler and Mars there, shut down by hide and seek and nets there. Nice little pickup for them. They definitely needed those points. Crucial sets of material as well as we're starting to get to this end game. Elims now weighs so much more, can do so much more for you as well. So it is very important to stay capped off and loaded, as users and Skittles have managed to do that again off of that single elim and that great draw spot of the collider here, really playing its way out into the loadout here. But the material count starting to dwindle. We know that is one of the pain points of the drop in endgame. You need mats. Threats and Rise here need tags, not mats, and they're starting to pressure down. It's not looking good for Mason here, who was lit up. So was it enough? It is, and Threats is still in the game.
See Vert picking up a confirmation in the feed. Creo ends up going down on the other side of that. Threats, though, 65 above, just barely able to get themselves up. And I actually mentioned how I thought Walkers and Scarebear wouldn't end up being under pressure from Storm Surge, but they are. And they're pushing straight into OMG Me Too and Shadow, who is great at taking defensive fights. Stacky ends up getting a knock on the Pamstell, but not before Fatch is able to avenge him. So action going on all over the place, and it's not going to stop because Storm Surge turns on now.
This is huge because they need these tags here. This is why they're getting so active right now. And there's just a cluster pool of players right now. They have the half in, half out. Other teams are sitting on all these fresh builds. Don't stop now. Get it before the builds get finished. And unfortunately, those couple of seconds might be the difference here that will make these walls impenetrable for a couple seconds here. Walkers and Scarebear, pressure is on. Players are lit up. Little do they know opportunities in front of them. But again, 7 players. Make that 6 now. Make that 5 now. More still have to go down.
D-Roller picks up a pair yet again. The prediction train is rolling, but Walker can see him. Got the players down. He's able to get a wall in the face. They get the knock, but they need to find the confirmation and the max damage. 8 above, 27 above. At the last moment, Me Too gets taken out. I believe Shadow was able to just barely get the disengage off, but Fatch ends up going down as well. Confirmation. Storm Surge turns off, and we're closing in on the cascading placement.
So important right there, that elimination there, and of course the loot as well. They will be able to secure it, and just like that, Walkers and Scarebear jump on up to 7, make that 6 now as more players start to fall down. So important set of placement points being awarded to them, making the difference here. Bizu and Diego start to house up next to this very confident young duo just nearby. They have to be careful. The vet is good, but how good as the team sneaks up behind them? They control him as well. Lose the wall, lose the cone. It's Macwood, another one that knows how to navigate these end games, and just like that, a team of equal caliber shut them down for a second here. Bizzle now houses a solo here, has to make it work. The pressure, though, coming from all these different areas.
CCU ends up picking up another one in the feed, and one thing, you can see Bizzle and Diego trying to own as much of the ground, but as they move forward to the next box, they weren't ensuring that they held the wall behind him, and a great job from Macwood to get the wall replaced and then edit into a 1/3 wall. It opened up everything, and you could see Diego panic. You could see he hadn't been put in that situation. Macwood knows exactly what to do, and we're gonna swing on over to Melito and Igna, because we know where they're going with zone prioritizing, pulling right past them. They're looking for a play and a timing to commit to going up.
Give the kids the VIP tickets. You're right in the front. They got first dibs at whatever it is that they want to do here. Little bit of material, though, so it does look like they say, hey, let's just wait around for a second, see if we can play for a refresher, maybe an impact elimination here. Cease, however, watching them from the cone. Be careful. He's someone who will definitely jump out. There goes the cone. Ooh. I knew it would happen, and that is why you have to be careful. In exchange, though, it's worth it. They get a knock. That's more points. That's one step closer to the finals right there. Remember, consistency is also key. Walker's on the backside of the zone there. Interesting. Keep an eye on him, but it's using Skittles right now who have to fight.
Bucky ends up picking a knock onto Cam in the feed. That's late game. Not over at the Bugle, but users and Skittle looking for a little bit of space. Some shots and they're coming in.
Yeah, fantastic splash to hit both of them right on the edge of zone. They're going for the priority. And as we're going over shifty shafts, if you can land on these old builds, it's huge. You don't want to get forced all the way to the bottom, as Mega and Cease both also pick up huge elims in the feed. Mega gets a second.
That's it. So, again, users with a 100 tag and a body tag, but someone gets in the box. It was all over just like that. You blinked and you missed it, and users goes down. Skittles is now left to fend by himself. It's Rising Threads. The vets themselves, they come on up to the top here. They are so experienced with the high ground as well. It's going to be hard to overtake them here. I'm looking at the loadout. I'm looking at the max. They might have just done it.
Right now, Threats and Rise looking for a little bit of room. They have plenty of time, but we got almost an exact pull to where we were for the half and half out. We're going to go back over old builds. Melito gets taken out by Skittles. Vert finds Jock in the feed on the high ground. Threats and Rise, and nobody's within 4 tiles of them monster. But on the low ground, bottom left-hand corner on the left screen, N-Pen and D-Roller hip to hip with Shadow trying to push around him.
Definitely playing it well right now. Walkers is also alive here with his teammate too. 6 eliminations for him. Plays for the Elam right there. Breaks the floor. I like that play right there. That's going to alleviate some pressure from the side. Here comes the mat split, so Walkers is going to start to lead this one out here. It's starting to get real interesting now. Smart plays as well, playing it nice and smooth here. What can they do? Avery on the other side here, looking on up to Height. Height comes down. It's all over. Avery makes a crank out to the side. Threats and Rise are down. That's going to go to Mega. High ground is free, and Avery's up top.
Dubs picks up another one as well. The FaZe duo are running it like it's the World Cup days, and we bounce back yet again. All through old builds, it's going to allow the players who are on the backside of the zone now to take it, but more importantly for high ground, they don't have to invest a thing. It's free real estate, baby. But as I say that, Clarity looks up and says, "Excuse me, Sundown?"
Big tags right there, and this is where it becomes very important. Do you have an additional win condition? How many heals do you have? When it starts to bounce back and forth, these other options start to open up. Otherwise, it becomes impossible. Mega and Dubs, though, they are on fire. All these Elans, but no refresh for themselves. They're out of material. This zone is going to work perfectly for them as it bounces back and forth. But Clarity looks up. Slacks is here. This is Vivid's pick. We want them to do well. He's looking for it. He's swinging his way around, starting to run out of material, though. It's getting closer and closer here.
Clarity and Slacks looking for some space. Tons of big names duo. Muzz, Avery, Clarity, Slacks. Bucky on the low grounder as a solo. Boyle there as well. You still have Walkers and CU on 8 eliminations. And don't forget, M-Pen and D-Roller have just been sitting on the low ground. And for the first time, Monster, we're pulling away from the old builds. The final circle. We're going all the way back west. So who still has materials? Because, hey, Mega and Dubs don't.
Scare Bear and Walkers definitely do. And they have floppers. That is so important. Keep that in the back of your mind. That will probably determine who gets the win, who goes all the way through. Dubs is down. Clarity follows up. Mega's out of here. Get them out of here. Right back to the lobby. Clarity and Slacks march their way on. Now down to low ground. It's their territory here. Looking to continue to claim up. D-Roller's starting to eyeball his way on in. And NQ's working the outside. Bucky a big one. Bucky goes up. There is Mats up on high ground, though. It's not free. And Bucky is met with the resistance.
Clarity picks up on Enka's one solo rider. Everyone else has a buddy. And on the high ground, Avery and Muzz says, Sundown, you're wrong. Last game wasn't the one we're set up for success. It's right here. But the run belongs to CU as he finds huge shots. Clarity and Walkers take down M-Pen and D-Roll at 5th place for them. But Scare Bear CU is scaring everyone. Bucky gets clapped. Walkers looking for some space as we have a 2v2 to close out game number 3.
And that's crazy because Walkers is in a 1v1 fight. Scare Bear in another. 10 Elans for the young duo here. They say, let's go on up. We can do this. Let's close this game. And it's their high ground now. And this could be it for Walkers and Scare Bear. Another finals could be right in front of them. It's a 2v2 situation. Make that one. Muzz is down. He's going to start to swing around. And I cannot believe they have managed to make it this far with nothing. Both sides at 3 mats. Make that none now. Here it is, the full commitment. It's all or nothing here. Muzz dips back into the zone with some heals. How long will it last? Not much longer. We knew he only had one med miss. Can he find another? It's 3, 2, couple more seconds. He swings to the zone. That's so smart.
Gets the 2 floppers off. CU's looking. Walkers is going to end up going down, but Muzz still has priority going through. The HP lead, though, is on CU, and CU has 6 heals. He drops in, and he claps him.
Scare Bear
gross.
And Walkers do something incredible. And again, give them the spotlight. They deserve it. That was a crazy clean play. Retaking the high ground as well. Let's talk about execution in the end. What a game that was.
and with absolutely no build, 7 of eliminations coming through, he needed to find all of it. A brilliant effort from Muzz, but I mean, man, do we just have to appreciate how good Walkers and CU have been. I mean, we talked about Walkers last season. He's the young kid who went up. There was even that FN competitive Reddit post where his dad went and was like talking about his journey. Hey, he's going to be in the finals 2nd season in a row.
We so love that. This is what this stage is all about. We've been doing this for a long time, and this setting makes that possible. Walkers, we will see you once again in the finals. Congratulations. That's such a huge win. We never expected these teams to win, right? So many new names starting to pop up. Let's just get your perspective, guys. GG's.
Yeah, GG's indeed. What an incredible game 3 that was. Walkers and Scarebear go through. What a finish as well. We were seeing it here behind the scenes, again, getting very excited because, again, Slacks and Clarity had an unbelievable game, fragging out right now. We'll look at the scoreboard very soon, but you can see here on screen right now, Scarebear and Walkers go all the way through to next weekend's finals. Amazing stuff. But let's talk about them for a second here. Vivid, we're jumping up and down again for a second time. It's looking good. Obviously, at the beginning of the show, I was like, oh yeah, my pick is going to go all the way in game 3. I meant Vivid's pick. Pick. Yeah, well done. What are they doing so right now?
Listen, I love this because I talked about it in game number 2. Now, game number 3, again, they're showing that they want that high ground, right? They're pressuring them. They're like, hey, listen, you guys want to come down? You guys want to let us have it? No. It didn't work out for them when they were pressuring them, so guess what they do? They just drop down to the low ground. 2 different play styles here. That's what we love to see, and they just grab eliminations and ride it all the way out in that 3rd place. They are definitely looking good on the consistency factor here, SPG.
Yeah. And the variability that they have, like you mentioned, to play wherever they want, it doesn't seem like they have any sort of specificity where they want to be. The comfort level is everywhere. And these two, they're on the mid ground, they're on the high ground, they're on the low ground. They're taking it all. And they've likely punched their ticket through this early with all that consistency. I mean, maybe a couple more points, but 100 plus, that is huge.
Yeah, absolutely massive. We've got to talk as well about our Victory Royales as well. We're going all the way through the finals. We can see Scarebear there and Walkers. 11 eliminations, okay? I think ties top of the day so far, which equates to 33 points. But those are wiped off the board because these guys progress straight through and other teams will start to elevate through the leaderboard now. Incredible work from these guys. And a square off there, Muzz and Avery at the end, and it went in their favor, but fantastic stuff, Ivid.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Scarebear just putting on an absolute clinic. We were watching it, Sundown and MDF were casting it, and this guy is just going crazy with the mechanics. And I mean, like, if you really break it down, like, he just kept going. It's like, are you in like a creative practicing right now? No, you're in an FNCS endgame. What are you doing?
Oh man, yeah, and not only that, but like they're able to clutch it up. We've seen a lot of solo clutches against the duo, but reverse that all. Yeah. Now it's the duo closing it in. We did see Muzz make that cheeky little play to short pad towards zone. We're both like, oh man. So close. But no, these two able to take it home. It was such a great game. But I mean, Adam, look at this leaderboard. We have a close battle.
Fellas. Look at who's at the top. Our boy Vivid there. His prediction thus far are Slacks and Clarity. Obviously, had 3 games now. Been really consistent. So chances are a Victory Royale may be in their fate. So that could actually get wiped off the board. They progress and the teams elevate here. But you can start to see as well, we mentioned the likes of Users, Skittles as well here, 50 points. You can see there 13 eliminations. And we can see Melito in the Ignite as well. 99 points there as well. So very, very tight. Those top 3 teams, super, super close. Good to see as well here. Muzz and Avery as well. Haven't talked about them that much, but managed to rotate out of Cavern, finally get into that end game and looking strong as well, Vivid.
Listen, I really want to just highlight that end game one more time. I kind of want to walk you through it because it was so close. And I really don't think a lot of people are going to give him credit for that play that me and SPG kind of talked about it a little bit, but the insight there, the kind of the hindsight to just use that short pad, go all the way over to the zone because he recognized that both of the members of that duo were right above him in the zone. They were tanking zones. He's like, listen, if I can make a quick play to stop taking the storm damage, kind of make a quick fight for it, and it kind of works out, right? One of them goes down in the storm, and then he's left in a 1v1 situation, and it gets to the point where it actually makes the edit, but his shotgun shot just doesn't do enough damage, but it was so close. I think the player had like 50 health left. So close.
So close indeed. It really was. Obviously, we've got 2 games left now, so we're getting so close to the end of semifinals day 1, but there are 2 more teams that will progress through Victory Royales, and of course those 6 as well through the leaderboard. Who's going to go through? Let us know in the chat. Keep engaged with us. Let us know who you think is going all the way. But for now, it is over to game 4. It's back to MDF, back to Sundown to bring us all the action. Let's go.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We've seen 3 games down. Which 8 duos will join them in the finals?
Yeah, we're going to have to find out here. Clearly, us as the analysts and the casters have been wrong today. So many new teams coming through, surprising us. Great opportunities for tons of players now. But again, not completely far off, right? There's still chance.
We're wrong on the VRs, but I mean, that's tough to get every time. I mean, if you look at kind of that front page, I'm pretty sure almost all of our predictions are on it. So we're doing some of our homework, right?
Yeah, definitely some good stuff there. And honestly, guys, don't forget the players are also celebrating. It's just explosive all around. We love the vibes here that the FNCS starts to bring, especially the teams that are making it to finals. They get to cut out early, so that's always some good fun here. We're well past the halfway mark. There's only 2 games
like I said, 2 matches down. We kind of know what that leaderboard looks like. Don't forget, top 6 will advance, and the ticket is the same as if you got the Victory Royale. So for the next 2 games, we're going to be talking a lot about numbers and all that, but don't forget, the win is what matters, and here we go. Game 4 is underway.
The stage has been set. Game number 4 is here, and we get to take one more big step towards the sunset here, towards the finals. We love to see it. Let's start getting onto the Fortnite world here. What's going down? Big fights at the Collider. We expect it this time. Snaz and Cruz try that game 1 strat. Doesn't quite work out the way they thought it was before. Snaz goes down, as Reciprocal goes down, and down to here. Just gets crashed on, and just like that, it's over. Collider's theirs.
Sprite says, give me them toes. He ends up finding tons of shots there onto Snazadon. Nounzy helps him out a little bit. The Slurp Chug bought him enough time, but not all the way through there. But we also see in the top left-hand corner, Tragix ends up picking up Nico, and then Cease ends up going down. However, we saw Bizzle and Diego. Bizzle finding the inner shots. Look at, no way.
So not only did they force them out of the drop, now they're getting them before they even get to touch down. That's just a compounding effect here for Bizzle and Diego. Things really going in their favor. Also, not looking too hot for Adam Savage's pick, as Cease did fall there too. So Tragix is in a fight right now. It's still going down between Nico and Polarize. So we'll keep you guys up to date there. We'll keep the beat close to that one. But for Bizzle and Diego, man, talk about impressive performance. Winning this drop spot here has really played a huge favor into their points. I mean, they're effectively just buffering themselves up. But we know, as we start to see clashes like that, anything can happen if you just don't have that fortune favor you. But there's Tragix. We knew that there was a standoff going on here. He's on the run, and man, he's hurt.
He's hurt, able to create a little bit of a line of sight gap. Will get behind that hill, going to immediately get the minis. And the thing is, though, the teams aren't really ever going to leave Cavern to chase a solo in this regard. They'll generally hang around where Cease is, but let's figure out how we got here, Monster.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he has 2 eliminations, so something happened here. There goes Nico, add him to the count. That's going to be the first one right there. Nicely done. Swings back around and bops one player.
That was so freaking good, because look at his ammunition on the bottom. He had nothing left in the SMG. The last bullet was what picked up Nico, and then he straight just hurls himself through the air, dun, 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 picks up that burst scope rifle, and then has some of the best hip fire tracking I've seen since Zexro played Fortnite.
And now gets to turn all of that hard work into a reboot here in the game. Fun facts about NA East is you don't see reboots happen. They have an average of a little less than what's that, 3/4 of a lobby, which is so unfortunate. Cease is going to get tagged a few times there from players on the mountain, so it's already looking like a setback for him. Macklin and Donnie, however, in a fight that we've seen time and time again. Bucky and Cam here just starts to get personal between the two. Both sides are so good. Both sides are also kind of playing this hybrid of new player, veteran, players that have been here. They know how to do this.
Yeah, let's be honest with Macklin, though. When isn't it personal? He gets so invested in this. He wants to win this so bad, and it's part of what makes him one of the best competitors on NA East. I mean, the fact that we saw just how dominant Bucky and Kim could be, and Macklin and Donnie are giving it just as good as they get.
The cool part about this is we've also seen those content pieces, guys, at the start. I mean, Macklin does this, and he did it before, even during those moments, against some of these same players, so you love to see it. Macklin is no pushover player, and just like that, he gets the 2. I mean, there's a reason we hype them up. That's for good reason. But again, Bucky and Cam are as good, right? And that's why they're right about that same area. Equal success.
I mean, Carlos doesn't sign just anybody there. Macwood making G2 Army proud, closing that dropout. And again, this is something where if both of those teams make it to the final, they want to have a stamp on the bugle over the course of those 12 games. But right now, both of them need to get there.
Team that's been so impressive today. Not the Sprite and Nounsy here, you know, winning the drop, finding their little bits of elims, but Skittles and Users, they have just been staying out of that drama, sliding on in and taking advantage of everything else. They're like, hey, you know what, Sprite and Nounsy, you guys play your tournament life here, do what you want, but we're gonna just play for endgame.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know, SKQ Uga is Skittles going through, and he's even repping the Booga skin, so showing off to just one of the best, the reigning FNCS champion here in East. If you're wondering where Booga is, well, don't forget, 15 duos ahead of this in the early qualifiers are already through the finals. Him and Dignitas Miro are one of them, so we'll be seeing them later. What we're determining now is who the last 8 duos from today are, but then don't forget, Monster, we're back Saturday and Sunday, even more games.
That's right, Game 4, this one right here will punch a winner in. Game 5 will as well, and then our next most consistent 6 will be sliding on through, and we'll celebrate all of that with you guys in just a moment. But first here, these kind of plays that you like to play right here, Sunday.
Very quiet. We hunted Mason and Jackson. And Mason and Jackson, as we've seen on the other side of it, they are no strangers to these late ambushes, but look at the trigger discipline.
So close. They could have opened there, but I think Jack was not necessarily filling the opener. He doesn't have an AR in hand. You don't want to swap too. That'll give away your position. Double SMG though opens up. Harpoon's a hit there. That could be some good damage. Of course, 75 to start things off, and all of a sudden now Jack just gets up on top. Unfortunately, shots come in from the distance and pauses their big push.
I absolutely love the lead with the Harpoon there, because if the angle is slightly different, or if I think if Illis had just jumped, he could have yanked him away. Luckily, I believe his duo threw a wall down to prevent that from happening, but getting hit by a Harpoon is one of the most jarring things that can happen.
No.
But we speak about jarring, Illis, where did your HP go? Hello?
Jackson must have hit something so crazy right there. Illis just gets melted way faster than we've seen anyone before. Jackson and Mason managed to turn what was honestly a bad situation into a phenomenal one. Elim waiting for them right there in the distance. Plenty of loot, and now hunting down Jack. But remember, this is Jock's landing spot, right? He is very comfortable in Tilted Towers. He should be able to keep a low profile and play for the save, but anything can happen here.
Anything can happen, and as we know in East, man, basically anything will happen. We've seen absurd individual efforts coming through, and now we're gonna figure out where this actually came from. Was he just able, he just got a beat on him. What is that, 29 coming through, trying to line it up.
There it is, just don't peek that. He just dry peeked that. He swung too wide, too much to the side there, and just like that, Jackson finds all the tags under the sun there. Mason goes down, and look at that. Look at all that loot. That's an upgrade, an AR upgrade there with the burst, right? So he's gonna find that. He's gonna find some extra heals to sit on.
I'm confused as to why Illis just didn't keep breaking the line of sight. Instead, he comes back out full scoped on a left-hand peek, and I mean, you cannot disrespect Mason and Jackson like that. We've seen their game plan going through at NA East. They're looking to ambush these players that are going through. And granted, they were on the other side of that ambush initially, but they turned it around. It's like, hey, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah, that's the reason why, though. They say, ah, man, come on, they didn't see us sneak up on here. Maybe I can do this. No, sir. That's not how this works. Not in Fortnite.
No.
Slacks and Clarity here poised up on the bridge right now. Our #1 team leading, 103 points right now, playing so well, and so close on the victories a few times here today. Definitely exciting stuff. If you're rooting for any of these teams like we are, it keeps us on our toes right now.
Excuse me, the stat in the top right-hand corner, can everybody read that out loud right now? Clarity G has all 13 of his team eliminations. That's impressive.
Stay with us, guys. Even the guys in the back there. Yep, you heard it loud and clear. Clarity G is, I guess, just playing a little different here today.
I mean, one might say he's a G.
I don't know where you're going. I'm not even going to follow up here. Hey, guys, rewind the tape. And
we'll run this one back.
We'll run it back.
We've been doing it all the way through. We hop on board here. We're currently 5th place, but one thing to note, the difference between 5th and 1st right now is it's over an entire Victory Royale. And the benefit, too, for Slacks and Clarity is anybody who's getting the Victory Royale and all those elims, as we've seen, there's been some big elim games winning out. That just pulls those points out of the pool. Nobody gets those anymore. Those teams are advanced. So realistically, the desk talked about it. One more good game, they're through.
Exactly. That is the most ideal situation. Our winning teams have really had winning performances, and that's honestly all that matters. They have had just such exceptional games worthy of going to the finals, and we've seen that time and time again. Milito and Ignali, though, this team right here has truly surprised us. They just hit the headline for us out of nowhere in the qualifier number 3 there just last weekend, right? We were just watching over it. They take a win, you're like, okay, not bad. Get to close out those last games there, take a dub, and that little bit of confidence I think is the determining factor for them now. They've done it before. They see what it's like. It's like getting the recipe to success. And now they say, hey, let's try this again. They go for that well-timed executed height. And I love that because we're looking at a lobby that doesn't really have that play style, right? You saw how quick Dubs and Mega were to just play the low ground.
Like we talked about, one of the 4 teams returning who's had a victory round in these moments, and it was in Game 5 of qualifier number 3, and it put them in a position where they were so incredibly close. The question is, though, since they are trying to make their first ever FNCS finals, do they have the discipline to realize, hey, we're sitting on 99 points. Like, yes, we know we can push for the win. We did it in qualifier 3. We have the ability to, but they don't have to. Right? One more good game puts them right smack dab in the top 5, and then they just need to hold on. However, if they drop, that last game gets real weird.
I mean, exactly that, right? Will they let the pressure pretty much overtake their decision making in this type of situation right now? You have to play very smart. There's different ways to kind of game the format, and you got to play to the benefit of yourself, and that is a great question. There's, again, other teams that can do just that as well. Users and Skittles, right? Kind of falling short of that victory royale maybe in those endgames, but you have such a great point threshold in the lead right now. You have to keep going, but for Avery and Muzz, they have to step it up just a little bit, and we're watching them do it just that right now here. This is against Cease. Both teams are, again, on the bubble here. 2 games needed for both sides. It's not looking hot for Cease, though. No Tragics to help them out here. Muzz and Avery are looking to take this fight, and, I mean, they're setting up the pincer here. Avery's on the other side. Muzz here pushing on through, and they're gonna hunt Cease down now. He's just gonna go inside. It's not gonna last long. He gets wrapped up. Another set of points now, swinging into Muzz's hands.
Feels like Muzz just started cooking, throwing shrimp on the Barbie. The OCA transplant wants to get it done. He's had not necessarily the most consistent season coming through. We did see him win the final FNCS trio and trying to put the pressure on him, but he really needs to get rolling out of Cavern. And it's a tough spot to do it in. But now, I feel like somebody who we haven't seen a ton of today, Nick and Demonics, they're sitting in 8th place with a decent amount of points. I mean, Demonics has been putting up some shots recently.
Yeah, just kind of lurking on by, flying, floating right underneath the scene right here. 37 below this game, though. Time to focus on them will be right now to see exactly how is it they've been able to kind of overcome these very difficult situations. Here comes the marker. I love that we can actually see this. So Nick and Demonics here get to start to focus together. 18 below now, 1 tag seeps through. They're gonna need at least a few more, though, as other teams are starting to get active. Now here's a player, they start to expose themselves, but no, nothing starts to come in from it. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like Nick is here to just back him up. Maybe that's the difference right there. That could be the game thrown there, potentially.
Yeah, trying to find an angle, and these players rotating and opting not to push up against somebody, which means, like we saw in the previous game, where if you're not box to box with somebody when the Storm Surge turns on, you can't really push up, and that's exactly what happens to Demonics. He just lost the entirety of his shield, so there's no reason for that other team to stop firing at him. He has 10 seconds to get himself above, but he's drawn the fire of this team. They know they want to get wall to wall. They got tags on Nick as well. 3, 2, 1, 25 damage every 5 seconds to everybody who is below that Storm Surge threshold. What does that mean for Nick and Demonics? They gotta go, and they gotta go now. I mean, Nick is gonna get hit. No, but we'll get it off, but Demonics finds a huge opening up to put him just 1 tag below. Can he find another?
Absolutely clutch tags right there. It was not enough to stop the surge from being active, so Nick has to fully pause there and start to get healed. So does Demonics here. Here comes the re-peek off to the side. Qua and Tab G won't make that mistake again.
Melito went down, as well as Illis. Melito gets finished on the first Storm Surge rotation. We talked about them potentially just needing to enter tournament management mode, being in second here. That's not managing your tournament, going taken down there. 35 below, you can see Jock also goes down. That's Nounsy on the other side. We're going to see a shift in the top 6 of the table regardless, and that is huge for everyone else, knowing that, like, hey, 1 good game here, there's only 5. That means 1 really good game can always be the difference.
We're gonna have such a close standing now if those teams get fully finished here. Like you just said, it's gonna start to really open things up.
it goes.
Nick and Demonics are just a tag away, and they both go down together. A poetic ending for them, and out in the 9th place, that's going to start to allow others to start to slide on up, like Bryce and Austin here, who are currently holding the 8th place spot. Stronghold here, also underneath the Surge, so our top 10 teams, I mean, they're not looking good this game 4.
And one thing to note there, too, is Qua picks up a free 6 points because he threw a couple shots over towards Demonics and Nick. You can see Bryce ends up going down, but that is huge. Honestly, that might have been the play of the century there, because if Bryce going down to the player rather than a Storm Surge keeps him from being instantly eliminated, it at least gives them a chance to try and make a play, but they have to get a chunk splash off as soon as he gets up so that Surge comes through. You will come back with only the 30 HP. Nawson was ready, and honestly, when you need to do all of the small things right, this gives them just that extra breath. The question is, will they capitalize it? Can they get their heads above water, or will Storm Surge drag them back underneath?
That's right. That's worth a couple of extra seconds here, which could be the difference. We see that 3 players do have to fall now, or they need to find 100 points worth of Storm Surge, and so far, it is not looking good. I think Fatch and Pamster have realized Nawson and Bryce might just be under pressure here. They're taking some blind peeks, some dry peeks, if you will, off and over the edge here, which is very, very risky. And there it is. Fatch says, okay, I'll challenge you. Yeah, give me that. Give me that. Go ahead and peek on over. We'll take that fight. And now Bryce gets knocked there. Nawson, one more tick, and it probably will be enough. He's starting to invest all those flashes. Threats and Rise, however, on the other side, Threats is down. That's a big knock there.
And Storm Surge ends up turning off, and they did it again, where he intentionally went down to Pamstow and Fatch's rifle. They're going to be able to get the revive. Threats and Rise under pressure. But don't forget, Melito and Ignite got cleaned up. Dubs picked them up. Aimred ends up getting Threats. We see Suscript going down too. Rise just barely breaks an ankle there. Not quite enough. He's hobbling along, and he will get taken out. Rise and Threats will have one more opportunity. And we saw Ignite trying to get back in the zone. They get full cleared out, and now DeRoller and NPen, if you've been keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner, you all of a sudden got a whole bunch of room to operate on the leader.
Also, a whole bunch of loot. They saw all that just went falling here. They slide up behind Playify and TK, who also saw the bulk of eliminations here happening on the side of the zone. This is still a 5-tick, so, you know, a lot of time to work with. It's going to start to dig into the med miss here. I'm not seeing a launch pad in the inventory of NPen and DeRoller, though. Again, one of our picks right here on the desk.
My pick. I mean, one of our picks. This is my pick.
This is your pick in 5th place right now.
In fifth place, largely on the back of what they were able to do last game, just racking off Elam after Elam. But now we're going to swing back on over. Nawson and Bryce had some of the most ridiculous little Storm Surge minutia mechanics. Honestly, I'm just going to call it out now. I want the analysts to talk about that, because that was just disgustingly good. If they're able to convert off of this, we're going to look back and say that might have been one of the better small plays a duo can do, potentially in the history of NAEs.
Honestly, and one that we can probably use the stage now to spotlight and teach others how to replicate and maybe use. Hey, think about it. It buys you about an extra 50 HP worth of health. Right? You get to take a tag. Your player comes back with 30 extra, and then they take one while they're down. So it is very, very effective in some capacity. Here for Clarity G and Slacks, our #1 team. Players start to really rush into the zone here. It doesn't look like they have to move currently, as they are just on this outskirt right now. So it might be right in the perfect spot.
Hey, Slack's got an Elam, so the count is now 13-1. Just throwing that out there. So Slack's on the board. Hey, 1 is better than 0.
Slacks is on the board here for the day. Clarity G has 13 Elams. Slacks picking up 1, overarching in the tournament here.
Slack's has got the IGL. Don't worry, it's fine. I said there's the rules. That's the reason we talked about that.
I like that. You know, credit where credit is due. You know what, Slacks? Don't care if you're leading or not, you're leader now. All right, according to narrative here on the desk, we'll give you that crown, buddy. But let's take a look, right? So talk about him having to lead. He's got to make important decisions, right? Teams basing up all around the sides here. Taking the risk, though, to open up that side wall there as the half in, half out is about to pop here in just about 10 seconds. A team that's also been flying on the radar, NQ's, Tieko, they've made end games. They've been rotating through. They want to go straight forward. They do this early as well, which is wild to even think about. They do this before the zone even revealed, and it's not even safe, so they want to play for it. They have the highest position this zone can offer currently. Will they ride this out?
and they were just able to push up, but keeping an eye on the top left-hand corner. NPen ended up getting knocked. That was Nouns who got a piece of it. Tieko and Enkaz pushed up, took high ground away. 4 duos underneath pressure. You can see Sprite gets the confirmation onto NPen, but NPen and DeRoller turn it around. Sprite and Nounsy get down, taken out, and Tieko and Enkaz potentially looking to just barely stay above. DeRoller gets another one. Pamstow, however, picks up Bryce, so that little fun story is going to end up going over, and Pamstow gets another. He's lighting the feed up.
Wait a second, Pamstow, after 2, 3 pretty tough games for them, kind of middling in the tournament, bubble position, they might need a win to go all the way in, and they're just starting to rack things up. This could be theirs. OMG Me Too on the other side, no teammate. Shadow is down, 18 damage above the surge, somehow doing it as a solo right now, and I mean, the pressure is on his shoulders here as he is waiting inside the zone. Players are starting to come in from the sky, though. This is so perfect for him. No tags land there. NPen completely wiped up now from the hands of Narwhal. That's a full-on knock. Nexi as well. There goes the finishes, so the cleanup crew has arrived, and it's all happening now here coming into the game, or Zone 6.
A third team out of our top 5 taken down as NPen and DeRoller fall. When you talk about it all being up for grabs in the final game, not only does the winner advance, but that top 6 is looking spicy. Not only who's spicy, OMG Me Too, looking to put a solo stamp on it as he finds another one.
Front side of zone, Fatch and Pam now starting to edge their way up. No cone above, so that's an aggressive hold there. They are looking to maybe play for that big win. Keep an eye on them, Diego and Bizzle. Consistency being the key for this team right now. Zone 6 has revealed itself. Not too far off from them. They do have a bit of a first dibs, if you will, here to the next zone and a launch pad to play with, so looking up for them.
But we are going straight up over a mountain and then into the dip. Notice where that 6th zone in the bottom right-hand corner, all the gray on that part of the map represents a change in verticality going upward. Then there will be a dip down. So the key here is everyone wants to get to the very edge of that zone and then park themselves. Because if it bounces back and you go to the far side, you might as well just play for game number 5.
Especially if you don't have launch pads. If you can't get back up over that verticality, it's going to cost you so much material. And we all know how scarce that can be in the end. Here it is. The wide shot's going to reveal a lot to us. Tahi, Pape down in the low ground there. They're going to have to long rotate, but the sides that are in front, OMG Me Too as a solo right now, just barely clinging on to 6th place here, but he's still alive. As teams fall, placement points start to add up. He's right above that surge, so that's pretty solid. Can he get another Elim? We already saw him do it onto Edan. That's a huge 3-point swing. There's more opportunity now on high ground. Fatch and Pamstow. I'm holding my breath right now. We don't want to call this too soon, but they are going way on up there. They're not leaving no room for error here. No launch pads. They are making sure they're distancing themselves.
And we've already seen that Bizzle and Diego have climbed up just one more spot because they're up and everyone else is down. Bottom right-hand corner. Skittles gets cleaned up. It's all going to be on the users. We're into our top 20, and that was Tahi rotating around the outside who was able to find them. Users, though, 4 floppers, chest. Of a partridge and pear tree. He has so much in his loadout, but you can see the rotation. We're pulling up north and away from where we just were, so no fresh builds. This is going to task everyone to overinvest, but Pamstow and Fatch already did it, so they're just looking way down on the rest of the lobby.
They have something to work with, but not a lot of ammunition. You saw right there that anti-launch pad coming into play there. Muzz and Avery try to go up, but it was too high for them to even touch it, and just like that, they are going to stay safe just a little bit here. Users, however, wants to stay alive a little bit longer. More points means more chances to the finals. He's so close. Solo on the backside here. Left camera peek, though. What are you thinking? Be careful. And he recognizes there's something down low. More for my time. He sneaks on through there, and he still has maps to continue to work with. It's starting to really cook up here.
Diego picks up Me Too. We can see in the feed there as Vert also gets one over on the Stacky. Mars finds one as well as Acro ended up picking up another. Diego and Bizzle in the top 4. I believe the highest ranked team who is still up. Oh, Macwood goes up as he sees it gets chopped. Pamstow and Thatcher there. Macwood looking for a 103 on the backside of the zone. Gonna ramp up above him. Still has 50 builds, but he lost Donnie in order to do it. How much can he do by himself? Trying to get to the neck, knowing that it is just so thin. Great cones to get the connection, but he's going to be forced to drop down, and he drops right on top of Bizzle's head. He says 128. Hello, is anybody there?
Almost hits the double edit there. Bizzle super hurt now, and that puts a pause and a damper on their fire that they almost had ignited there. Macwood now gets fully pressured on. A great tag shot there. He is not going down without a fight by any means. Tahi is down. Carry is down. Dubs and Mega once again finding consistency here in the end game, but the eyes are on Macwood. Behind another team there, but no. Crash from the side. Pam and Fat Fatch managed to find the high ground once again. How have they done it? They are now starting to really close their way towards what could be a win.
They're looking for the win, but don't forget Dubs and Mega still hip to hip, and they push their way up into fifth place, sitting on 5 eliminations, and they have all the space in the world. Sitting in third right now. Diego pushing through. That's trio back to back. Diego says, put some respect on my name, not just creative, doing it on the biggest stage possible. Now he's gonna double back, use the med miss, try and buy some room as we're closing in on the top 5. But this is Pam Stout and Fatch's game to win monster. They're your prediction. Take it home.
Diego's crazy. He was waiting there for some extra heals, hoping Bizzle would drop something. Mega on the other side doing just that as well as he lost Dubs to the storm there. And this is it. 2 players on height. Pamstu and Fatch. They can do this. Solos, however, on the other side. So it's all about coming through and cleaning things up. Down low, though, you see, that is the pressure that is in front of Diego right now. That's the hill he has to climb over. It's Smack. It's Cobalt. Down low. Mega and Dubs are right in between there. Mega and Paper. Look at them right there.
Mega, plenty of room here. 5 eliminations, but he has to do it by himself. Has the med miss with 30 as well. He is one of 3 solos running around right now, trying to find some room. He needs to get a refresh. If he challenges the duo, it's going to be tough. But on the other side is Paper. 121 for Mega, but he can't find the swap, and Paper will cash that check. 2v2, v1 with Diego being one of them. 6 builds, 80 HP to his name. But Smacked and Cobalt, they have so much room on the low ground here.
Room but no mats. Cobalt's now down to 0. It's not looking good. Diego doesn't have none either. This is a perfect storm for a high ground team. Teams are starting to come down here. Paper now is also beginning to get pressure here. Pamsto and Fatch are looking down here. They have to have a little bit to work with. Everyone's inching in. Diego gets crashed. He's out of here. Cobalt is all that's left on the low ground. Pam commits. This is it. Couple builds here. 10 more for Pamsto. Smack is there. Cobalt is there as well. They recognize we are together. We have just a little bit to work with, but the mountain is going to start sliding down.
The health HP is all with Smacked and Cobalt. They have the lead. Fatch and Pamsto have to fight.
They go in. Big shot there. That's huge. Follow up as well. Fatch finds one. 1v1 situation. He lets him get away. Fatch, the clock is ticking. He follows up. No! Unfortunately, my pick will fall there, but an explosive win now for the team on the other side of the wall. It's Cobalt and Smack to punch it all the way through.
Cobalt and Smacks, the fact they were able to recognize that they had the HP lead, that they had the excess utility. They're saying, hey, we don't have the builds to do it. He runs around the corner and he breaks line of sight, and Fatch just trying to throw shots towards him, can't pick it up in the final moments. G2 Smack, Cobalt 4-2-4. We'll see you in the finals.
And it was such a risky play, right, for Smack and Cobalt to do it, but it was like a brain play that forces Fatch to think he's running because he can out-heal me. I have to take this fight, and it wasn't that. So super smart play by Smack and Cobalt. I love that.
And I mean, it's the difference of what weapon do you have out, being able to about face and having the better gun for that range.
Exactly.
We couldn't have asked for a better finish, but we have seen 4 of our duos advance. We have 7 more who will be joining us, but the most important number, 1 more game here on NAE. So we're gonna kick it on over to the analyst and the host, Adam, Vivid, SPG, set us up.
1 more game, 1 more to go. Do you know what? We were all waiting here going, Pamsto and Fatch are going to do it with a jump in the MDF, and it's like so close. In fact, we did see a stat as well. My pick, Cisa and Tragics earlier on. We saw a stat saying game 3, first elimination with a pickaxe. Surely that counts towards some prediction points, production. They said no. They said no. They said absolutely not. You can see here, Smacked and Cobalt go through in game 4. What an unbelievable game 4 that. The penultimate game of semifinals day 1. I mean, it was so exciting to see these guys. I mean, we did not think this was going to happen because Pamsto and Fatch had that high ground. We thought it had to be. I mean, they had everything going for them. They had mats. They had the great opportunity to take it there, SPG. And they couldn't quite pull it off. But still, points-wise, they're going to propel themselves way up there, put themselves in great contention to go through after game number 5.
Oh, without a doubt. You see Cobalt running away here. I'm like, what is this play? And it turns out to actually be the right one. He had the splashes to heal off in the storm and winds up getting the 1v1, and the player is just sitting there. And they're taking an aim duel, and he's like, all right, I'll take that. Winning the game, sending himself to finals. What a play, Vivid.
Oh, man, it was a beautiful. He is aware that he had that combat SMG in hand. He knows the distance, right? He just pulls it out, turns around, absolutely beams, confident in his aim for sure, and it ends up working out. You know, like we were saying, we were like, whoa, like, what are you doing? And then all of a sudden just turns around instantly, Victory Royale, straight to finals.
Wow, wow. I mean, also another team as well that have actually been really consistent. So you guys highlighted these at the top of the show. Bizzle and Diego have been so consistent today. As you said earlier on, like, we haven't seen that much this season do too much, but today has been superb, SBG.
It has been, and you know, this is what you expect out of a Bizzle-led team. He's one of the greatest IGLs in the history of NA East, and I'm not saying that lightly. He has done this well, and you know his style of play. We were watching, they're starting to spray high ground, and you're like, you know that's Bizzle trying to go for a high ground play. Unfortunately, Macwood takes a shot, but we have to give some props here to Diego, too.
Oh, yeah.
He's making plays, Vivid.
Oh, he's making so many plays, and this is what I love so much about Diego after watching him a little bit today. We know that they're contested over at Coney Crossroads, right? And when they get into those fights, it's not like Diego is so confident in his mechanics that he kind of just jumps in and kind of gets in those 1v2 situations because he's aware that Bizzle is an IGL, right? Not necessarily as tuned as the mechanics of Diego, and he waits patiently and he waits for a well-constructed 2v2 to happen rather than, you know, kind of just jumping in, which is what we see at a lot of the young guns. But no, Diego's here to make a statement, say, hey, listen, I am going to be one of the best players on NA East.
He's proving a point. Again, I mean, it's looking very, very good. You can see the leaderboard right now as well here. Consistency has paid off today for Slacks and Clarity, still at the top of the leaderboard right now. These are Vivid. Look how proud he is. He's so proud right now. 125 points right now, 17 eliminations, 74 placement points as well. We can see a few other teams have caught up as well in the 3 digits as well there. We can see a few teams on 100 points, but this is 11th through 20th as well. We can see Pamstone, in fact, have snuck in there with that amazing performance in game number 4 there. They're now in 11th position as well. So even though they didn't get the Victory Royale, they're still in a great place here. What are we thinking about these guys as well? Do we think of game 5 now? That was potentially their chance. SBG, now that they've got this last game, wind in their sails, feeling confident. I mean, yes, they let it slip, but it could happen, right?
It definitely could happen, and it's literally just one game. It's anyone's game going into this last one. Yes, the top couple of spots may have locked themselves in, but we saw Pamstu and Fatch take this high ground. They were looking for it. They're more of a mid-ground or low-ground team, but they're looking to make plays to win. They want it. They want to take this home, and they want that spot. Hey, they have one more shot at it, Vivid. Can they do it?
Yeah, and listen, we just saw right there in that replay, you mentioned it. They're not a high ground team, right? They usually play that mid ground, that low ground. But right there, we see them fend off Macwood and Donnie. Yeah. We have been talking up this entire show about how they are a high ground team. So if these guys are fending off a team that usually goes for high ground when they aren't usually a high ground team, then maybe they should be a high ground team.
Hey, mate, that's absolutely spot on there. I mean, obviously, we've talked about so many teams today. This is the very last game now of day 1 of semi-finals. Now, remember as well, those first 4 teams that got Victory Royales, they've already progressed to the finals next weekend. At the end of this game, and one more team will join them. Then there are 6 teams. The top 6 left on the leaderboard will also progress to 11 in total today. So it is all to play for. Remember, let us know in the chat who you think is going to be the team to get the Victory Royale. We want to hear from you guys. We love the hype. We love the energy. Let's bring it for the last game here of semi-finals day 1 on FNCS NAE. It's back over to Monster and to Sundown. Let's do this thing. It is time for game number 5.
Thank you so much, Adam, Vivid, and SBG. One more game, 7 more duos. But don't forget, right after this, we got NA West, and they're going to bring the heat as well. But right now, Monster, I'm focused on that top 6 because it is a battle.
It's so close. It's so close. That spot can open up at any second now. Last game we saw second and about 5th fall very, very early.
Instant.
Ignalai and Melito did not make it all the way through to the end, so it shows that winning the sales can fall, but we'll see what can happen here. We're jumping into game 5, guys. Let's bring it home.
One more time. We saw the leaderboard looking at the points. It's around 109 and 110 at the end. 6th place is averaging just under 22 wins. As we see here, Sprite and Nouns have been going at it over at the Collider, trying to own the Slurp trucks. Keep an eye on the top left-hand corner. Me Too gets a knock on the Swirl immediately. Nick and Demonics, who talked about them being in the competition. Well, Aoxy says, no, your conversation is done. He shut the door, turned off read receipt, says you get none of that.
Also, Accept and Voyo with the quick cleanup onto Yuz. 2 games in a row now. Casker and Yuz have had exceptional performances when they've managed to make it out here in this early game. What's going to happen now is if Casker goes down, I mean, it's honestly Voyo and Accept's last chance here, as they are just outside that conversation for consistency with points. So they absolutely have to play for the win. Putting it all on the line now is really all that matters here for Voyo and Accept, and it's crazy. I was gonna come in with this team as a pick here because they have that winning prowess, but how can you know if they're gonna win the draw spot, right? Like, anything can happen, so it's been 50-50 today.
Well, it's the same way. I mean, all through the entirety of rehearsals and this week, I mean, I was picking Bucky and Cam.
Yep.
But we saw what happened in Qualifier 3 and ended up looking at it, and I'm like, wait, Macklin and Donnie are just going to be doing the exact same thing to them over and over again. So, I mean, as you see, having 2 top duos right on top of each other is very difficult. But, I mean, hype them up the entirety of this qualifier and all day today. Neverfy and Ritual, they'll go again tomorrow as they get taken down.
Yeah, definitely. And tomorrow is going to be more opportunities, more wins, more players basically going to the finals here. 6 more for that, 5 more for consistency. So every day is a celebration and lead up to next week.
Yeah, 12 total going through tomorrow, 12 total going through on Sunday, 35. And don't forget, we already had our 15 teams qualify through during the open qualifiers. Now we can see Mega and Dubs looking for a little bit of space there. They're currently sitting in 4th place. We talked about the number of points you need, roughly 110, but it always squeezes up, and Tragix doesn't cover his 6. Polarized gets in with the Clay Classic. Using the Harpoon, phases through the wall, 1 aura down. Will they get the second? And they close it out. Cease and Tragix get set back. Adam Savage, you should have kept copying Vivid's homework.
Oh no, not like that. Shots being thrown.
Straight like that. I'll throw all those shots, man.
Hey, man, it's crazy, though. What's really wild, too, something that I want to really set the stage with, guys, once we start jumping into these teams in the later half, if you're inside about 12, the top 12, top 11, you have a chance. Like, those teams are about 9 points off of 6th place. It is very, very close. That's equivalent of about 3 eliminations, guys. Take a look right here, Avery and Muzz, in what could be the most important fight of the evening here. Everything can go down right now, but few tags exchanged, they back out. They want to make sure they stay up.
I want to see Avery and Muzz play for late game. And like every time we have seen them this season, the only times it has gone wrong is when they hang out around Command Cavern and try and take these just kind of, I don't want to say willy-nilly fights, but they're low percentage fights. Everyone is good enough in Command Cavern to throw a couple walls around them, move around. I mean, that's how I play Fortnite, right? Throw up a bunch of metal walls, brick walls, just be an annoying little rat. Anybody has the ability to do that, but these guys are so good. If they can get a little space, they're able to do it. Speaking of a little bit of space, Ignalite, Militali have yards, I mean acres of space. Nobody is within like 5 grid space of them on the map, and this is one of my favorite almost little scavenger out areas because there is so much material in Loot Boat.
It is definitely a low-key spot right here, playing this outskirt right now. And you can see it's boding pretty well for them. They have everything that they need: metal, brick, wood, and then of course just enough material to go ahead and get their upgrades that they're looking for. D-Roll and N-Pen on the other side just holding on to that spot there. 87 points. Our 9th and 10th place teams are at 78.
I mean, that means they're right on top of each other. We're talking about the difference of elimination. So if you're on the top end of the bell curve, like we talked about, you're just looking to hold on for eliminations. If you're D-Roller and N-Pen, not only is it that, you want the eliminations, you want the placement points, but you're looking to see, hey, which one of the teams around us is going down? Who is able to pick up what where? Because every single point can matter. I mean, we've seen these lines over the course of the FNCS's history. Sometimes it's not even just a point. It's getting one more elimination, and your average is high after you get the tiebreak.
And of course, the placement, right? You need to outplace the other players as well. It really is going to be down to the wire here as we have too many teams to focus on. For Polarized and Nico, though, they're sliding on in. They're getting closer and closer to Avery and Muzz, our 9th place team here, who's sitting right up top. Ambush could be in the waiting here. Let's see. He does have that card, yes, and that's why he's getting greedy here. He wants to play for the loot. Nico trailing close behind them. They get closer and closer here. They'll be the first to make the entrance. What will they get here, Avery and Muzz? Will they let them walk away with this for free, or are they going to come in and fight?
And this is exactly what I was talking about, how they just sprint past the opponent. They don't care. They throw up whatever hard builds they can using brick, and I believe they only had a couple of metal, but now they get control of the vault. They're going to be able to top off on all of those excess shields they were missing. It puts them in a good position. I love that we're getting a look at everyone who's in the top 5. What is their situation, or top 6, excuse me. What is their situation right now? What do their loadouts look like? Because, hey, if you're a viewer, you're just tuning in wherever you're watching, Twitch, YouTube, Legends Landing, watch.fortnite.com. Doesn't matter. First of all, welcome. How you doing? Thanks for catching the action. This is the final game in NA East. What are the stakes after this? Well, whoever gets the victory royale, they get a ticket to the finals. Whoever finishes in the top 6, they get a ticket to the finals. Then right after this, no break, nothing. We're going straight into the NA West action, so don't go anywhere.
That's right. Plenty more of Fortnite here for the evening. We're starting to, again, close out this NA East region right here. Here's a big fight that might go down. Macklin and Donna, you've seen what they can do when they go toe-to-toe. It was up against Bucky and Cam last game. This time, it's up against Trap, Kill, and of course, Flo 999 here. Flo's gonna go ahead and back up here, not feeling too confident about the situation with those additional shots sliding in from the side there from Tahi and Paper.
Fantastic call out, seeing them get pinched and then rotating away. But also, one thing to note, and we've seen this throughout the qualifiers, Trap Kill plays some of the best defensive fighting we've seen out of any player in NA East.
Definitely impressive to see how much improvement has been made for a player like Trap Kill, who, again, he's had a couple of his appearances, right? But now becoming more and more frequent with us. Someone that we're going to continue to talk about week to week. But talking about him, he gets caught in a bit of an interesting situation, caught out there, and then chased by DeQuinton up top, and the fight breaks out. Flo, unfortunately, did not find a tag. And they're going to have to get hip to hip here. Very smart plays. Okay, here comes the reset. Gets tagged first.
Hin's trying to come down, but as you noted, Trap Killed and Flo get hip to hip immediately, and that's what I'm talking about, being very well versed in defensive fighting. DeQuinton gets the entirety of his shield down as Sphinx is trying to close it out, and it's just a situation where, hey, if you can't close them out immediately, I don't want to fight this dude.
Good trade of tags there, though. It still is going to give them a little bit of surge that can come into play a little bit later here in the game. Trap Killed was also punished there. Take a look at the zone. It's going to be a quick rotate there, and they're going to go ahead and hit a little bit of a disengage.
Yeah, they ran straight over the cannon. They said, nope, bye, done with this. And I think that's a great call, because if you get backed up immediately trying to take on a 2-on-2 fight in the final game where you need a victory royale, you got to go. But facing off directly against each other, 3rd and 5th place, right on top of each other.
That's super scary. Bizzle and Diego here poised up alongside Milito and Ignalai, who are right across on the other side of the hill. Now, here's the catch. If any of these teams end up needing to take a box fight, we are going to see one of the craziest engagements between a 3rd and 5th place team. If these guys go down here, that is definitely a spot in the top 6 that's going to open up.
And one thing to note, just based on the positioning for everyone, I believe this is our 4th out of 5th zones, where the first one is dropping pretty much centered almost right on top of Shifty Shaft. So a lot of northern zones going through, where if you follow Kinch Analytics at all, this is pretty much where the majority of zones end up going. However, that pull all the way to the northwest is one of the farthest northwest pulls you can get. So everybody on the southern and the eastern part of the map, they need to get on their horse and get.
That's right. Users and Skittles here currently holding down the Collider, but also in 2nd with total elims at around 11. We know who's in 1st. Has to be Clarity, who's up there alongside his duo Slacks. They've been popping off, and they're still in 1st place here in the last game.
And then Clarity, going into the last game, had more eliminations by himself than all but 2 of the other duos who are still going on. So you can see first with 15 total elims. I mean, man is making bank, and part of the reason why they're so far up the leaderboard. But we're going to continue to look at the teams who are right around the single-digit placement. So in 7th, Mars and Crumbler looking for a little bit of space. OMG Me Too and Shadow, who are one of the 4 teams who are able to pick up a victory royale in the qualifying rounds.
And this is really cool for Shadow and OMG Me Too. Normally you think, oh, north zone, they land south, it's not going to work well. But no, what's in common here is the west side. This is a complete, just abandoned, dead side of the map here, and that's why they're one of the only teams to get here so early. And now they have a high ground position. So as long as they found some tags, I mean, they're going to be A-OK leaning into this last round.
And they now have the absolute highest spot, and it's really important that when you end up talking about the dead side side rotation. What that means is a spot where players aren't. It is more sparsely populated. If you see in the bottom right-hand corner where the map is, there's one duo and one other straggler who is near them. So those tags they just got are so much more important because they're not going to get those opportunities. But if the zone keeps going up there, which there's some slight zone inertia when you pull that far northwest, they're going to have the priority position. We're going to swing back on over to Pamstown and Thatch, and the question is, can they keep that second place momentum rolling from the last game? Because they need a pretty decent game here, Monster.
Hey, when we saw them last time, they were just in 11th. Now they're in 10th, so slowly edging their way towards that front page. So important now, guys, as the Surge is officially active here. 70 damage above. That is not good by any means. They're going to have to get active essentially here behind them.
Whoa. You say that's not good. I would much rather be 70 above than 70 below every time, right?
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong with that. I'm just nervous because
you're not safe. You're not safe.
Yeah,
right?
I'm not safe by any means. I want to see them up by like 500. I'm not going to lie, but again.
Okay. Reese will request first zone just be 500 over with no elims, right?
Yes, please. Mega and Doves here also just barely above. Guys, these are the teams that needed
huge
the most.
Shots.
Great tags here for Mega as he, again, finds the mark that he's looking for.
Again, monstrous shots.
That's Pam fast right there, he just tagged.
And that's exactly what you were talking about with Shadow and Me Too. You get these angles, but notice in the bottom right-hand corner, they're in a much better spot because they're on the eastern side just before they have to rotate in. Everybody on the eastern and some on the southern part of the map have to rotate by them. Now we're gonna get a warning, 50 seconds until Storm Surge turns on. Is anybody on that front page underneath? If so, we're gonna tune in, and right away, Mars and Crumbler were right on the line, but Crumbler able to get a couple of key shots. Jock goes down to Jackson.
Big knock right there. That's not the full finish just yet. We'll see what ends up coming from that engagement there, but it is definitely an important one. Player gets rebooted and then taken out. Mason gets the finish there onto Jock, so it's a back and forth struggle here that's happening right now. Crumbler and Mars, what is this play to dip into the zone, follow behind the trails of Pam and Thatch?
They have to. They cannot afford to go straight because they know the team is looking down and above, and if they go underneath it, they're going to take way too much damage. However, because they're going out and around, 20 above, 2 above, they don't have a sight line on anyone, so they are hoping that somebody ends up going down and this turns off. They do have a decent amount of utility, but right now, Illis is fighting for his tournament right now.
Yeah, definitely. This is it here. If he can't win this one, it's all over, but no! Ends up coning himself off, and he couldn't escape, and down goes Illis and Jock. That is it. That is wraps, and that's one of our picks over and out. Marzo W and Crumbler, however, skating way outside, and now they've been spotted. That's it. The jig is up here. They're going to start committing for the rotate.
On it, burn one. Oh, no! I was about to say, unless you can find tags, burn a pad, go to the north side and short pad. Because look at it, that's it. Mars is not going to be able to get up. He is going to get taken out unless he can get down and immediately put splash.
Oh, no.
Everyone is looking at him. Mars and Crumbler go down outside of the top 6. Somebody who is in touching distance, taken out.
NQs and Tieko are smiling right now as that was their immediate, and I mean immediate, competition.
They flipped
and
the bubble with that.
gets a point exactly. They push them down, they cancel them out, and they jump up one single point. They basically snipe that right from them.
So they got the elim going through, but they also pushes them into the top 35. That's where that first placement point comes to. We're going to harp on the placement points and each one of these individual points as we now get a replay from NQ's perspective. And this is what I'm saying. Hey, you have a launch pad, and of course you're thinking, I don't want to burn this. But if they had launch padded from the crest of the hill before committing to the bottom, they could have got around. But then also, as we're going through a replay, keep an eye on the top left-hand corner. Donnie got one of those, Muzz picked up one, and then DeRoller and NPen also got up on the board. And it's important to note, Storm Surge is off now. 68 players remaining. We're in our top 35. Players get a little bit of room to move around.
Not only that, little wear and tear starting to lean into Bizzle and Diego's loadout there. Ignali and Melitos as well. That means Bizzle and this team of Ignali and Melito did end up clashing. I knew it would happen. It was inevitable. And now, once again, they start to clash off. This time, it's up against TK and Playify off to the side right now. We're just trying to base up here inside the zone. Melito's thinking, hey, I need to do that as well. Can I edge my way in here? Being on this outskirt, you have super slim odds at pulling zone number 4. So most most of these players will end up ultimately fighting one another on their way on in. Mega and Dubs end up jumping on up to 4th now, no longer content with 5th. Give them a little more room here, but their position is not completely safe. They are so close to our other top 10.
And based off of the top 6 with the math coming in, the average points, we talked about it, 110 was the line. However, we know it always kind of creeps up just a little bit higher, so you know that Dubs and Mega really want to put it down, and they're over-investing right now on this corner of Logjam Lumberyard. The reason for doing so is because this is one of the absolute best spots on the map to refarm. But please, for the love of everything holy in Fortnite, cover your sides as you're farming. We've seen it as a trend on NA East where you take just a little bit too much chip damage. And when you're in the final game, when every little point matters, that could be the difference.
That's right, just like a Nounsy last game, left camera peek, or actually Illis with the left camera peek, and that was Raps outside of Tilted Towers, as we've always seen happen up against Mason and Jackson. But Melito finds Nasen there in the feed. That is huge. Slacks onto Nasen as well, gets the full finish there, and that's a conversion for an Elim now. Bizzo and Diego, however, putting pressure onto TK here in front. This is gonna, of course, draw the attention of Iglai and Melito. Once again, they start trading shots back and forth between one another.
This is 3rd versus 5th, but also look in the bottom right-hand corner, Monster. We're still pulling up to the northwest part of this zone. So Shadow and Me Too, where they posted up and moved internally, they're fine. Everyone, again, on the south and eastern side, this is about as rough of a zone as you can get, because you're pushing into this. You're pushing into 3 and 4 duos who are in the top 10, posted up on the high ground, just staring at you.
That's right, but listen, OMG Me Too and Shadow are playing a low position. I wonder if they're gonna try to opt in to get a little bit more, you know, higher up, elevate themselves to start looking for some extra sight lines. But you're right, there are gonna be so many players clashing into that bottom section. Now, that's a double-edged sword though. If the zone goes across and you don't have a crossing way to get there, it's gonna be pretty bad. Shadow's gonna find some great tags here, but like I said, this can equally work against them. Pressure is on, and honestly, they're a little lucky, it could be Raps.
And OMG Me Too is tied for 3rd in total elims with 9. We talked about him just bursting on the scene last FNCS. His real start was at the Streamer Bowl where he got just an amazing performance, really put on a show, and put his name on...
Bizzle, please. Oh, there it is. Okay, Launchpad comes down. It was late. Diego almost gets taken out there. Now forced to make this with 56 HP, and he is going to touch down. TK's right under him. Oh my gosh. He's going to go ahead and skate on by. Luckily, no shots come in. It's almost like he is just, again, in Shadow Bomb form or something. No one sees him. He slips on through. Him and Bizzle touch down safely. I don't even know how. That was so close.
Melito ends up picking it up, and I mean, Diego's like, are you telling me I can dodge bullets? No, you won't have to when you learn, and he got next to Bizzle. You can see 3rd and 4th, left side of the screen, right side of the screen. 3 of the FaZe members representing him. Mega and Dubs are just looking for a few more points, trying to find the side. Next placement point goes through when we hit 30 duos, and each one of those points is huge. But Igna goes down, Melito goes down, 5th place is taken away, and it's Cam, Donnie, and Dubs who all get a piece of the action.
It's official. This spot might just be fully open now for grabs. There is going to be no more points that can be earned by Melito and Iglai. They had just around about 110, 115. Pamsu and Fatch also taken out. Tournament opportunity and run over. That's a 10th place team also crossed out here. That leaves us with teams that are left inside the top 8 or so now.
Got a little bit of room, keeping an eye on the top left, but also don't forget, if you're not in the top 6 and you're still in the game, that's fine because a win is just as good. Are you saying there's a chance? Well, always, as we peek in on my prediction. DeRoller and Penn sitting on 99 points right now, 3 eliminations, so they shouldn't have to worry about that Storm Surge coming through, as we will end up getting the full close here on the 10th zone in just 5 seconds. So everybody will breathe a little bit. But let's take a look at the game state. Where are we at? 49 players up, which means there is 1 single solo player out there and running about. We're into the cascading placement points. So right now, your only job, if you're in the top 6, stay on your feet.
Crazy part is the zone pulls south.
Muzz
the
down.
half in, half out is all the way southeast. Muzz is officially fully eliminated there and confirmed as a pickup. And now Bizzle starts to inch his way on up to the top there. Clue is going to fall as well. Bizzle and Diego here just punish, continuously punish as they make their rotates zone to zone. And this is really starting to add up. They may have mats, but they do not have many heals to work with. It's going to come off the backs of what could be a refresher. That might be what's going to keep them in this tournament right now.
No, they're chilling. They just want every point. They're not even going to poke out. They'll take every placement point here, thinking it should be enough. But the question is who? 1, 2, and 3 are literally stacked on top of each other. They are all within the same boxes. OMG Me 2 in 8th right below them. And because we have 1 through 8 basically sitting on each other right now. So keep an eye on the bottom right. 3, 2, 1. Where this zone pulls is so huge, and we're going to be pulling away from all of them. Max pulls for everyone who is still in that top 8 on the board. Things are about to get real weird, and I mean that in the best of ways.
And that's why Tieko immediately pops the big pot here. He recognizes, uh-oh, problems on the horizon. We have no launch pad and a long rotate here. Not
they
only
went
that,
immediately.
it's going
Bizzle and
back
Diego
off
went
the,
immediately.
Yes, it does. It goes back off the mountain as well. Bizzle and Diego go all the way to low ground. OMG Me 2 and Shadow, 8th place team still in the game right here. Tieko and NQs are their biggest problem here, and they are alive. Only a single Elim though, so there is room to catch up. Big tags come in. Tieko starts to get punished here. He finds a vehicle. No way he's jumping in that. He's going with the ground rotate.
Diego got Slacks. Diego just down Slacks, finding enough room.
And
they got Skittles as
What?
well. You talk about them needing every point and just staying on their feet. Well, they just took first place and hucked them out into the back of zone. They said, you could go out with the trash because we're trying to push our way through. Brilliantly played from the veteran Bizzle and the newcomer Diego plays, putting a stamp on it here in the final game.
What a day for them it has been. Consistency through and throughout. Diego's gonna get the full finish now. Look at his name in the feed there as those start to add up. The first 2 Elims of the game here.
Users and Skittles are out as well. They got taken down. All of the big 5 are going up. The question is, who will step up and take advantage of it?
Tieko and NQs are right there. They fall to 7th. OMG Me 2 and Shadow. Will we be seeing them do it here today? Pressure's on the line for them. Dubs and Mega just have to stay alive now, and the story is complete. But the shots come in. Down goes Mega. Pressure's on Dubs. It's all or nothing now. Will he be able to clutch this up as a solo?
Tieko gets taken out as well.
Oh,
and
that's
Cuz
not
gets
good.
taken out. Bizzle shuts down Mega. He's taking it out. Some phase-on-phase crime saying, I'm sorry, but I need those 3 points. As Voil and Accept also get cleaned out. And Dubs is looking for just a little bit of space.
If you're Ignali, you want one of these top 5 teams essentially to win. You want those other spots to open up. You literally need it at this point. But if you're another team, any of these other teams can still go to finals. They want the Victory Royale just as much. Everyone now hoping here for different things. The stakes are so different for all of our players, but there is still a chance. Don't go anywhere. Top 17 teams in the game. Almost top 25 alive for the players now. We're down to the wire.
Lots of solo riders, lots of opportunities to really put on a highlight reel play, and it's gonna need to be that for Dubs with just a single build. You see Shadow and Me 2 still hip to hip. Only 1 elimination though on the board, which means they're falling behind in terms of the pace of the points. We'll swing on over. 18-point difference right now between 5th and 8th, where Pen and D-Roller are sitting, and largely that difference has been made up in this game. They're currently sitting on 3 eliminations, pushing them 9 points up as Nets and Hide and Seek go down the feed. We have our top 15.
Mason's gonna swing around here. Player in front of him, OMGB2. Oh no, he hits him with a huge shot, and that could be the setback of a lifetime here. Mason, what have you done? Is going through the minds of OMG and Shadow here, but the problem is not over yet. And Pen and D-Roller are still up here, continuing to march their way on in. Threats is down, Tabs is down, and so is another. Shadow finds one there too. Bye-bye D-Roller, and Pen crushed out as well, and that is Raps. Down goes Bizzle. I mean, it's just all adding up here.
The question is, will it be enough? And we talk about 1 HP and a dream. Well, Dubs dreams of making it through. He's in 2nd place, and every one of these points makes a difference. Shadow going down, but you can see duos dropping, and Dubs is just chilling, finding some room as he gets just a couple more points here. 1 good shot will take him out. 1 tick from the zone. He can't dive back, but the zone pulls back. He gets a saving grace, and on the high ground, we talked about their defensive fighting. Trap Killed and Flow have just eliminated like 90% of the lobby.
And Dubs doesn't see Blake right behind that wall. Anything can happen here. Rise is still alive right now as well. Narwhal is in this game. Rise is just gonna slap Dubs out of here. Back to the lobby he goes. That is it, but Dubs has done enough. We should be seeing him. OMGB2 still has to clutch. He needs a little bit more. It's over. Trap Killed, however, still in the fight right now as a 2-man team. 2v2, v1, and there's another solo in the mix there, so they do have to be careful now. It's all about the decision here. No mats in the high ground. Rise is running out of gas as well. He is just going, trying to hold on to dear life here, but he's gonna sneak up behind Trap Kill. Huge shot right there, and that could change the game here forever. We'll find out in a second. 41 HP, final moments now. Here comes the slip through.
Rise looking for the shots. He has the wing condition. He has the high ground. He's spraying down, but no shields left. Will end up going into the pocket. Pops the mini, and he pops the entirety of Nexi's shield. Looking for the finish. Desperately needs the siphon before he drops down.
way!
He finds the knock into flow. 3 HP. He has to get the siphon. He does. Rise is doing it for everyone. Doing it for his duo. Doing it for his kids back home. He wants to find it all, and it's Rise versus Trap Kill. We talked about Trap Kill being one of the best defensive fighters in the season. Will he live up to that name as Rise has the HP advantage? He has the win condition. Will he push him in threats to the final?
He has to think long and hard here. What is it that he wants to do? Play for the heal? No. Huge shot. He's going out. Now slides out to the side. That is a scary, scary situation for Trap to be in. He might be all out. Early. He hasn't even paused the heal, but he had a lot of heals here, and he's going to dump back. This is it. It's all or nothing. Both teams need the win here if they want to go to finals. 2 more ticks. Can Rise survive? He finds something. He's still in. And he does. He does enough. Rise and Threats will be going all the way to the finals.
That's absurd. That's nuts. I mean, it looked like Trap Killed and Flow had it. We've talked about the story on NA East for the entire season.
Oh my gosh.
I love this. The commitment here is so good. And the fact that he stuck to the med miss and didn't switch over the flopper, because if he'd swapped to the flop, the consume time would have dropped them. DT Rise, Man City Threats. See you in the finals.
They've done it. They've done enough. What an incredible game there, Sundown. And you know, we couldn't have guessed who was gonna win.
I'm like, honestly, I'm out of breath. I was standing here just the entire time, just being like this, seeing all of the major impacting eliminations, the leaderboard fights, people who were right next to each other, taking each other out from like 3rd zone on.
It was definitely incredible, Sundown.
I did like catch my breath for a second. Well, first, congratulations to Rise and Threats. We'll have a look to see who our top 5 duos advancing will be. But also, don't forget, we have our top 6 after the fact. And I mean, just so good by these guys to be able to roll it out. It's so incredibly impressive. We saw Chimp and Spade right off of the bat. And I mean, Glace and Sui being able to do it. It's so incredibly impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout outs to, of course, Scare Bear and Walkers. If you didn't see Game 3, guys, the highlights are there. Go back and check it out. And then Smacked and Cobalt come through. In the end, it was Rise and Man City Threats, though, who caught that last game.
And I mean, looking through, too. Clutch situation, clutch situation. Just those final moments were great. We've seen the 5 duos go through, but Monster, we got 6 more joining him, and especially after that last game, I have no clue what this leaderboard looks like.
That's right. That's right. We do have our consistency as well. Wins weren't the only thing that we're going to get you to finals, guys. If you were able to do enough here on the points, we'll see if you were able to make it through there as well. And again, it's going to come down to this, though. In the final moments, Rise, talk about a face-off for the ages.
I mean, it's nuts to me, too, that he had the HP lead and when the floppers are the safer option, but he's doing this all as a solo going through. We saw Threats go down, and I mean, the entirety of this season, I want to say Rise has kind of been living in Threats' shadow because of that Qualifier 1, Game 1 performance by Threats, and he just immediately kicks that shadow away, saying, no, it's high noon, hits it with the med miss, and I couldn't be happier for that.
It was definitely so close. Rise, again, such an important decision. It was either pop the floppers there before the med miss or just hold that med miss and take it through. These are going to be your next 6 that will go all the way through, and we talked about it. They needed a team to win. They barely held on. Young Milito and Young Ignalai are going to punch in the 6th place. D-Roller and Pen do enough there in the end. Skittles and Users, Slacks and Clarity G, Mega and Doves, and Bizzle and Diego.
Hey, man, FaZe up top of the board, got the 3 in there. They're going to be happy about it. If you're Milito and Igna, you're very happy because all the things fell in your, kind of fell in the right spot. And I mean, let's be honest, I'm really happy too. DeRoller and NPen going through. My prediction was good. We talked about the direct leaderboard implications. We saw the fight between Tieko and Enkaz as well. And then let's take a look at those predictions because, hey, Monster, you had an okay day, but reality, I mean, me and Vivid feel pretty good about it.
Life comes at you fast. We all tried, but I think in the end, yes, you and Vivid definitely come out on top. Shout out to Slash and Clarity G. Definitely, we'll see you guys in the finals, and of course, seeing there at the end, D-Roll and N-Pen. Great job. It is what it is. We got more days of Fortnite in front of us. Today was just a start there. From us here at the Destos Sundown, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up for NAE. Shout out to, of course, Adam, Vivid, and Somebody's Gun. Us here, Sundown and Monster D-Face. It's been a fantastic show. Hope you guys enjoy. It's time to get to NA West, though.
Thank you so much, Monster D-Face and Sundown. And I know it's a bittersweet moment because NA East is over, but do not fret, everyone, because NA West starts now.
Last time on FNCS NA West. West is best, right? And Source and Wale were the best of the last qualifier, netting a victory royale, second place with 11 elims, and a coveted spot in the finals. Bacon and Zooks finished last week with the best average placement, even without a victory royale, showing the value of making it to the in-game. Impressive from the West duo. Reigning champions Favs and Snacky didn't make the cut for qualifier 3, leaving them to compete in the semifinals this weekend. Will they be able to defend their title? Big names are still to make their way to the finals of NA West. All eyes are on duos like Epic Well and Arkrum. Will they make the cut for FNCS finals? Find out this weekend. FNCS NA West Semifinal 1 starts now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2. 15 of the best teams in NA West have already punched their ticket into the finals next week. But over the next 3 days in these semifinals, we're going to find the next 35 teams that will be joining them. Speaking of joining, why don't I have 2 of the best analysts in the world join me right now? Of course, it's Clay Staling and Life with Panda.
Hey, what's going on?
How's it going, Clay? How you doing?
Oh, I'm great. I'm excited to be here. I am ready. Those games were hyped. It got me ready, Kelly.
Oh my God, and Panda, I know you're ready.
Oh, I'm so excited. Obviously, a great performance from NA West, great performance from EU, but we know we saved the West for last. That's right, the best for last. NA West, baby.
But maybe you guys are just joining us for the first time and you don't know how the FNCS runs. Well, come over here with me, guys, because I'm going to break down the schedule for you, okay? Obviously, we have already wrapped up qualifiers 1, 2, and 3, and that's where the top 5 teams have already moved on to the finals. That's next week. We're not going to worry about that right now because it's all about the semifinals, everyone. 11 teams are going to move forward today, and then after that, it's 12 teams. But Panda, we need to break down that format even more.
I mean, listen, we got you covered, right? Listen, it boils down to this. We're in the semifinals. We've already made it through the qualifiers. Now it's about session 1 here in the semis. Now look at this. 5 matches played today. Well, that is a different number for the next 2 days. So 5 matches played, victory royales get you qualified. And then another number there, 6 teams will actually advance through consistency. So it's going to boil down to how these 2 sets of teams do here in the semifinals. But Clay, Kelly, they got to earn some points. How are they going to do that?
They do. Take a look right here. Your points can be worth 1,000 for the victory royale. That's just that auto qualification coming through. You're looking at second place all the way down to 35th. And then, of course, Kelly, big news, each elim, 3 points.
It's going to be so important, not just going for those VRs, but going for the consistency as well. But what teams are even going to be competing? Well, Panda's got you covered.
I absolutely do. Listen, we got a ton of incredibly talented teams here from NA West competing. And listen, one of those teams I got to start with, it's Landjock and Punisher, some veterans from the space. I'm so pumped to see them make it over to the semifinals, obviously making their competitive return here in Chapter 3, Season 1. And here it is. They are back at it in full force. Eliminations coming through. Veteran mindset. They know how to win games, but will they be able to do it today, Clay?
I don't know. We gotta watch them because, again, they start off a little bit slow, and we only have 5 games. You really can't afford that slow start coming out today when you would rely on that 6th game. But you know who I'm focused at, Panda? I'm focused right here. Bolt and Kruya. They are an amazing new duo here in the scene. They have been playing phenomenally well this past couple weekends, and I'm excited to see how they do because take a look at this gameplay. They are really, really good at finding players lacking.
You're absolutely correct. Listen, this is a very, very talented team that we've seen make it into the semifinals. Actually, kind of surprised that they didn't qualify through earlier, but this is a team that definitely knows how to handle these high-pressure lobbies, these high-pressure situations, and I have a feeling we'll see them qualifying today. But listen, that's not the only team, right? This next team, a very special team to me, it's Pars and Raise. This duo, man, they are one of those top teams. We always see them at the top of the leaderboard throughout the seasons, right? That's never changed, it's never wavered, and this is no different. We're in Chapter 3, Season 2, and they're still showing up and showing that they are talented players here on NA West.
And they're doing it out of Command Cavern, which is one of the most contested POIs this season. Surprisingly coming out on top. That is a big feat in of itself, because if you think about it, when you got 4 other teams contesting you there and you're coming out on top, that's of note. But gotta focus on one more. We gotta focus on one of my favorites here, Notch and his teammate. They have been doing so well and recently formed as well. We've got a lot of recently formed teammates here. Gonna be salty. They've been playing together for, you know, just a little bit, but still, compared to some of these players recently formed, but look at them. They're not afraid to take these build battles early, and that's what's gonna set them apart.
You're absolutely correct. I think, again, it's one of those teams that they've worked very well individually. We've seen them do some big things. Now they're pairing up together here in the duos format, and there's a lot to be told for this team. But listen, there's still so much going on here. Clay, I'm excited for these games.
I am too. I cannot wait, Panda. It is going to be amazing. And honestly, Kelly, like, it's just hype.
Guys, I love the breakdown. Clearly, you know the duos. In chat, I know you know the duos as well. But do our players know the duos? Well, let's find out with Mitty and Chris. And duo, you even know me.
All right, Chris. What's my favorite Fortnite POI of all time?
Okay. Retail Row?
Nope.
No?
Salty Springs.
Oh. No, I thought, you always gas at Retail Row.
For real. If I had to eat one food for the rest of my life, what am I eating?
Okay.
Ready?
I said spaghetti.
I said banana Nutella toast.
Because you kept going, so I was like, okay. Gotta keep riding.
No, for me, it's banana Nutella toast, because like, that's just that midnight snack that I have to eat. Who is the most arena points, me or you?
Oh. I put him, because this guy streams and he plays a lot of arena.
Yeah, I play with Aussie Antics a lot. What is my biggest in-game weakness?
Oh, okay.
I already know it, I already know it.
Tunnel visioning?
I put tunnel visioning.
Yeah, tunnel visioning.
I only know that because you told me, scolded me for it during the...
No, I didn't scold you. I did
You
not
definitely scolded me in Green for it.
Nico did. I did not.
That's true.
My question is, if I could invent one weapon from the game, what would it be? I put the old pump.
I put the gold pump shotgun.
Yeah, I put the old pump, like the first one. So
I guess that's like...
That's like half a point. It's like half a point.
Okay.
Which chapter was my favorite so far? So 1, 2, or 3?
Definitely
Chapter 2?
2.
Yeah, because that's when I did the best thing so far.
And you got to play with all like Reese and them.
And you, come on, you can
and
put
me.
yourself up there.
Right.
You were a good teammate. The question is, if I could duo with anyone, who would it be? I put Mero.
Put Epic Whale.
Oh, well, if it was West, it would have been Epic Whale, but I put Mero because...
it was any region?
Yeah.
Oh, I would even guess Mero, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
Mero's a tough one.
Yeah, if it was West, you would have got it right there. Who's the better tarper, me or you?
Bro, of course. I gotta gas you up here.
Appreciate you, man.
That's easy, that's Brother Chris.
Brother Chris,
Best
right
tarper NA West.
Appreciate you.
Mitty has already made his way into the finals next week, but will Chris be joining him today? Well, maybe our two analysts can break down some of the incredible teams that we're going to be seeing.
Yeah, we absolutely have to. And listen, we have to start off with one of the most infamous duos on NA West. It's Arkram, Epic Whale. Now, it's interesting enough, right? This is a team that's never been to the semifinals as far as we can tell. And so that's a pretty incredible feat in itself, a first for this team, of course. But looking at the stats here, they've made all 3 round 4s, but they just couldn't get that footing, Clay.
No, they couldn't. It seems off of uncontested, contestant. They couldn't really find it no matter what their draw spot looked like. So I'm excited to see how they turn it around. Are they going to come out, go hyper aggressive or not? That'll be the real question, but not the only one we're taking a look at there. We've got Favs and Snacky, another great duo that I know you love coming through. They've no strangers to the semifinals. They've made it there before. They made it out last season, Panda.
Absolutely. Listen, these are the boys, right? They have been one of my top predictions throughout the seasons, and man, they're a special team, and they're actually going to be doing all of this out of the Collider. If you don't know, for those at home, this is one of the new POIs on the map, a very special place, and actually a bit of a shift here for Snacky and Favs, because we watched them through qualifiers only land at Tilted Tower, so definitely a big adjustment for them, but I'm excited to see what they can do with it, Clay.
Yeah, but you know, we're talking about new duos, talking about old duos. Let's talk about a brand new one, Kripus and Thoric.
Okay.
Who, again, we've been hyping up through these qualifiers, or they're here in semifinals, 3 round 4 trips. They've been in the finals of the Duo Cash Cups, but they're landing out a little bit on the outskirts, trying to change it up a little bit.
Yeah, see, this is a team that is brand new, right? We talked about it a little bit last week. They've only been together about 3 weeks now. So for a new duo to be able to accomplish all of this in that short span of time is pretty impressive in itself. So they're definitely getting their bearings, but the semifinals is the place to kind of finalize some of that stuff. Make sure you understand the game plan and keep it moving, Clay.
Yeah, it is, but I gotta give it over to Kelly because we gotta take a look at some drop spots.
And you guys already mentioned it briefly. We got to look at the Collider because Favs and Snacky, the reigning champs, are going to be landing there, as well as Aiden and Moose. Now, Aiden and Moose haven't had the best performance during the qualifiers, and they made it to round 4 in qualifier 2, not qualifiers 1 and 3. So, guys, break down this matchup for me.
Yeah, I mean, like, just take a look. More serious points, but not as many duo Cash Cup finals. So you could say they got a little bit more experience, but I mean, it's Snacky and Favs, Panda.
Listen, this is what I'll say about Snacky and Favs, right? I think they're a little bit more focused on FNCS than they are on the Cash Cups. So I'm not necessarily going to hold that stat against them, but Collider is a very interesting drop. There's a lot of loot here to work with, so we could potentially see them just land here and break off from one another, but I doubt it. Knowing Snacky and Favs, you know they're going to go for those elims.
And of course, we got to look at another drop spot. And chat, I'm sure it's some of your favorites. It's the Daily Bugle, of course. Defiable and Quinn, an incredible team going to be landing there, as well as actually 2 other duos, Coxie and Notorious, and Kika and Kiku. But for right now, we're going to focus on Quinn and Coxie.
Okay, listen. Quinn, obviously one of the smartest players in all of NA West, so betting against him is tough. But we've been rooting for him this entire qualifier process, and we just haven't seen him quite live up to that Daily Bugle hype. But if anybody's going to be able to understand this BOI and this drop and how to maximize it as a duo, it's going to be Defiable and Quinn. So, Clay, what are you thinking of this matchup?
I think it could go any other way, right? I mean, there's 3 different duos landing there. It's really going to come down to who gets the better drop, who's going to go for that 50-50, and who gets the weapon off.
So I will say, although Defiable and Quinn did have a better start in qualifier 1, they placed 12th. Notorious's team placed 15th. Both of them weren't even able to qualify into round 4 during qualifier 2. However, qualifier 3, it swapped, where Defiable and Quinn got 26th place and Coxie and Notorious got 21st. So to me, it's really up in the air.
I would agree. It's going to be a coin flip. Honestly, I know we don't like the term coin flip, but it's going to come down to whoever gets that heads.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're not wrong. I think it's really going to boil down to who's more prepared on the day, right? We've seen time and time again great teams. Arkham and Epic Whale are a perfect example of this, where they think they're the team, right? They know that they're confident, they know how to play the game, but maybe it's just not their day. So whoever's day it is could be going on to the finals here, Kelly.
And although we're not going to pop it up on the screen, of course we can expect Command Cavern to have at least 4 teams landing on it and at least 4 other teams landing around it. What is it about this POI that makes it so popular, Clay?
It's just got so much loot. Like, let's just be honest. The amount of loot there for the players is just, it draws you in. You're like, ooh, there's like 17 chests. It's got the vault. We could go there. But, you know, unless you're Pars and Rays, it's really not the best spot to drop.
Listen, I will say this, right? Obviously, the vault is very special, right? We saw a lot of teams in NA East utilize it effectively. But I feel like NA West, without Batman, Booga, and Wheels, right, landing there, it is kind of up for grabs. Despite a bunch of teams being there, I still think no one that is in the semifinals as of right now has really capitalized on it. So we'll see what happens, Kelly.
I mean, guys, there's a lot to talk about, but whenever we talk about NA West, we typically talk about one of 3 players, and one of those players is Epic Whale. So we have a special interview with him called In the Lobby. Let's check it out.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? I have none other than one of the kings of NA West here with me, Epic Whale. What's going on, my guy?
Nothing much, man.
Tell us a little bit about you. We want to know more about who you are, right? When did you start playing Fortnite?
You know, I first started playing Fortnite casually around Season 3, so probably 4 years ago now. Sometime around when the first tournament started being hosted before World Cup. That's when I started realizing that I was pretty good, and then the rest is history.
The rest is history indeed. We got to talk about, obviously, that World Cup run. How do you feel about your performance then, and what would you tell yourself back so many years ago that could have maybe climbed those extra couple spots?
I mean, if I could go back to a World Cup, knowing what I know now, it would be a completely different game. Probably drop 100 points, to be honest. I'd be running around with pre-edits. Yeah, definitely.
Now we got to talk about modern day FNCS, right? Chapter 3, Season 2, that's where we're at here.
Yeah.
But before we got here, we had Season 1. And Season 1 was a different season than what we're used to seeing for Arkham and Epic Whale. Tell us about what you're doing differently here in Season 2 to make up for the difference in placement that we saw in Season 1.
In Season 1, we were contested, so not much we can do there. We definitely could have done better, but it's definitely tough to get a win while contested in a grand finals. For this season, it's looking like we should be uncontested, so we're just gonna keep trying our best in the duo cups, VOD reviewing those, watching other players, and just continue to get better.
What are some of your favorite items here in Chapter 3, Season 2?
Both my favorite and my least favorite item is probably the combat SMG, because, you know, when you need a bailout refresh, it can definitely help you out a lot.
I'm asking you the infamous question, controller or keyboard and mouse?
Probably for like mid-game fights, controller, but for Surge, keyboard definitely wins, which is huge in grand finals. So I'm gonna say keyboard has like a slight edge right now.
The final question of the day, striker pump shotgun or Stinger SMG? Which one are you picking up?
Personally, I'm more of a striker pump player than an SMG player.
Epic Whale, thank you so much for hanging out with us here in Raleigh for Media Day. Really appreciate you being here. Tell the people at home where they can find you.
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram, all at Epic Whale, and that's Epic with a K.
For you all at home, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
Thank you so much, Epic Whale, and you, Panda, as well, for that great interview. But right now, I want to focus on the win conditions, because there's really a few win conditions that we have right now. Obviously, if a team grabs a victory royale, they're going automatically into the finals, but also the top 6 teams through consistency are going to make it as well. So, you know, we saw in the last game of NA East, it went down to a heel-off. What are some of the top win conditions for that VR, Panda?
You know, it's tough, right? Obviously, high ground is going to be one of the most popular options across the board. I think we've seen a lot of teams across both EU and NA East really capitalize on the high ground. However, we've also seen some teams really struggle with high ground because a lot of teams are going for it. So I think that's what they need to kind of adapt to. So mid and low ground is definitely ripe for the taking. It's just a matter of will these teams be able to take it.
I'm going to go for the low ground. It's too hectic on the high ground. We saw it in EU. It changed 7 different times. Why would you go for the high ground when there's so much clearance on the low ground? All those med miss, all those floppers, all those chug splashers that are dropping down there, that's an easy heel off win.
Also, you have the issue of going a little too early, going in zone 6. So many of these teams think that if you get hype first, you're going to hold it. And that is rarely ever the case, especially right now in the semifinals, Panda.
No, I mean, you're absolutely correct. I think these teams are still adapting to switching back to duos, right? It was all trios last season. So now that it's back to duos, it's definitely a different way to play the game. And I think these teams, they're still learning, right? And maybe that's why they're in the semifinals. But hey, listen, this is the time to learn and make your way over to the finals, because that's where all that great prizing is, Kelly.
And there's so many teams that have the opportunity to make it into the finals, but which teams do we think are going to make it into the finals? Well, you know what? We can't do it alone. We got to bring on our 2 commentators, everyone. It's Jacob and Takada.
Hey, welcome in.
Long time no see.
How we doing?
Been a while.
Takada, how you feeling, man?
I'm feeling great, Kelly. I mean, I'm just so hyped. We're in the semis, right? We're so much closer to those finals.
And Jacob, it is so good to have you joining us here, being a part of the FNCS family. How you feeling?
I'm extraordinarily feeling. I'm fantastic. I'm full of energy. And the only thing that I'm waiting for right now is when we get into the game, because I know these players are not going to disappoint.
Whoa, calm down, because we got to go through everyone's favorite part of the show. No, it's not the games, everyone. It's our predictions. And you know what? Right now, in chat, post who do you think is going to grab that much coveted VR? Now, I'm actually not going for a team that I think can grab the VR. I'm going for a team that has consistency. It's Jagveer and Chris. And let me tell you a little bit about the story for them. They didn't qualify into round 4 in qualifiers 1 and 2. But qualifier 3, clearly something changed and they got that 6th place spot. They never dropped below 25th. They got 3 top 10 finishes. So I think that is a team that's going to make it through. But Panda, I like your pick.
So listen, funny story, right? I told everybody I picked a different team and had to slide in and change it last minute. It's going to be Snacky and Favs. The boys have never disappointed me in the past. Whenever I predict them, they do extremely well, whether it's the semifinals, the finals. So listen, that's what I'm believing. I'm believing in the boys today.
And they are the reigning champs 2 times over. Once in Chapter 2, obviously the duos that are there, but they didn't have a good performance in Qualifier 3. So it's a questionable pick right there. But Panda, or Clay, I like your pick.
He only changed it because I made an agreement with him. I wouldn't pick him, but I chose Bolton Crew, because I think they have what it takes, Kelly.
I believe so as well. Obviously, they got 6th place in Qualifier 2, so they have the potential there. But Takada.
Look, I got to run it back, okay? I'm going with Jacob this time. My prediction is going to be Arkham and Epic Whale. I believe in them, and I think we're going to break the curse.
For some people, this is a prediction segment. For me and Arkham and Epic, this is a redemption segment, and they need it bad, just like I do. They're going to go ahead and take it, whether it's a win or top 6. You'd be crazy to think otherwise.
Listen, we've seen them before. Arkham and Epic Whale have a rough performance, and then in the last 2 games of finals, grab a VR and a VR. So if anyone can do it, it is them. But guys, I think that's enough talk. I know you're ready for the game, so let's hop right into it. It's game number 1 of the FNCS.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What a fantastic breakdown. You can tell already. I'm ready to jump the gun. Like I said, excited for game number 1, semifinal, day number 1. There's so much action to unfold. It's just right around the corner.
I mean, we've been through 3 qualifiers, Jacob, to get to this point, and now in the semifinals, 5 teams qualifying through that victory royale and 6 teams to that consistency. I mean, game 1, the nerves are going to be there.
Yeah, definitely a start of the journey of the semifinals and redemption for players like Arkham and Epic, but so many teams, so many players really have a chance here. They really have a chance to make their dreams come true because there's so many opportunities on the line.
I mean, I'm curious to see what the game plan is for these duos, right? Are they going to be playing for that consistency, that top 6? Or are they going to play for the victory royale, right? That high ground. I mean, I'm sure the high ground's going to be quite contested, Jacob.
Yeah, I like the way you said that because usually in game number 1, that's where you see like the slow, the steady gameplay, them feeling each other out. Surge is like an all-time high. But towards games number 4, games number 5, because there's no game number 6 today, that's going to be where teams get risky. And game number 1 starts right now.
Game number 1. Out of 5, Jacob. This is it. This is the beginning of NA West. These players have been practicing. The best of the NA West region. The veterans are here. Some new faces are here, and we're starting it off on the southern side of the map here in Chonkers.
Yeah, Chonkers, no matter if it's last season, this season, this is where a lot of those off-spawn fights really start to begin and set the tone and the pace for a lot of these players' games and X-Rays. We've seen him and Feekoy through Qualifier 3 doing the same exact plan and the same exact drop. They're going for the floor loot. They're going for the early tags. Our players are still trying to float in, but this time around, you can see they did not go for their opponents on the other side of Chonkers. They're just going to loot up, grab whatever they can off the floor, and then maybe they might end up in exchange.
I mean, yeah, do you go for that early game engagement, right? Because if you're playing for that consistency and you get eliminated game 1 off spawn, I mean, that's going to take a toll, right? Taking a look here, though, at Sleepy. We got Typical. We got Noah. Shout out in the chat if you're fans of this duo. I mean, I love how they play, right? But the question is, are they going to go for that aggression early game? Are they going to go for those eliminations? Or are you going to try and, play it a bit slow? It is game 1.
Yeah, and if Noah wins, everybody wins out there, just like I won today. I got a follow from him on Twitter. That you can imagine how I felt after that one, giggling like it's the first day of school. And you can see, though, this time around, they got a little bit of a safer drop towards Sleepy Sound. Last time around we saw them, they would get a little hot there as Victor V out of nowhere gets that elimination, saving Jaden's life for this one time.
Victor V and Jaden saying the Jonesies is ours, game 1. taking that engagement off spawn. Still 96 players up, Jacob. Almost the whole lobby is up and going here. I mean, game 1 Storm Surge, it's got potential to be very, very strong, but we got another fan favorite here, Snacky, alongside Fabs in the Collider, Jacob. This is a new POI. They've got new mobility. They have launch pads placed here. I mean, there's so much opportunity. I'm really curious to see what a veteran duo like this is going to end up doing.
Yeah, usually you can kind of see the plan. Fabs and Snacky, defending FNCS West champions, getting contested by Aiden and Moose. And you know, I was talking to you before the game, Aiden and Moose, they don't have necessarily a plan to actually contest and fight off that spawn. They're going to take their half of the loot towards Collider and then try to get out. They want to set themselves up for an early spot so they can get the surge, get the tags that they need. And I know Fabs and Snacky, kind of seeing them through qualifiers, they're not going to go for a fight unless they're sure they can get the shots they need.
They won't go for a fight, but they might go for those shots, Jacob. Get as much damage as they can. You can see Fabs here kind of like peeking a little bit, you know, taking a look, seeing if any of his opponents here maybe are over peeking, aren't building enough, and see if he can get some free shots off, but taking a replay. Pars and Raze in command cavern here. Great angle from Pars. Playing the little vent, Jacob. I mean, you don't see that too often.
Yeah, that was kind of my pseudo pick. If I didn't pick Arkham and Epic and they weren't here through the semifinals, I probably would have picked Pars and Raze. They came in 2nd place through last season. And I was talking to Pars. He said that hurt. That hurt a lot getting 2nd place. Nobody wants to get 2nd place, but for them, it was a huge learning lesson. You could see they're acting quick. They're trying to take advantage of a fallen person. That's Yasir. Him and Kevin played phenomenally well as mechanical players last season, as Pars and Raze are continuing to stay hot on their heels, not wanting to let them escape because that's free loot.
Like you said, Jacob, taking advantage of the situation as Pars and Raze here have that player and also effective HP advantage against their opponent, Kevin. But looks like they don't want to chase too much. You know, they want to play it slow. Their opponent's going to keep kind of staggering, running it. You want to get positioned in the zone. You want to make sure you have enough loot, enough materials, and you can see 25 builds for Raze. He's going to want to farm a bit here, so they're actually going to take the disengagement, group up again, and kind of reset, you know, figure out the game plan.
Yep. And for Kevin, his game plan is literally simple. Wait, see what happens. There's so much time on the reboot, but Raze is looking for him. He knows that's a common spot to hide. He spots out Kevin. Immediately, Kevin's forced to turn, run, get out of there. As Raze probably calling that one out to Pars to cut him off from another angle. And this is where it makes Kevin so much pressure is going to be put on him to try to survive. And he has to make that decision, Takata. Do I continue to wait for the card around so many other players, or do I just get out and play the rest of this one as a solo?
Looks like Kevin's going to decide to disengage for now, but this couldn't be the end, Jacob. He can always come back, right? He has the time, so it's up to Kevin and his duo partner Yazir to make that decision, right? How long does he loot up? Does he go for that reboot card later? Does he risk going for that? I mean, it really is up to him, but taking a look at Arkham Epic here, our picks, our predictions for today's semifinals in the Coney Crossroads. I mean, so far, they're doing a good job, but for Snacky and Fabs, looks like it's gotten a bit risky.
Yeah, but they have the separation on 2 different players, but they're reuniting here. And I like how they're getting aggressive still on Fabs and Snacky, but a great shot's going to be fired back. Snacky trying to take over the high ground building, trying to block himself off to make sure every single angle he's not going to be able to get shot from, but that's going to go ahead and allow them that moment. You hear the splashes going off, they're healing, and Fabs and Snacky, they're just going to disengage for this short moment. They realize they cannot put all their eggs in the basket this early.
I mean, Snacky got an amazing, quick striker pump shot to start that engagement off, but you always got to know when it's too risky, right? You can see the third party's already coming in. There's duos from afar raining down shots on them. And if they get too, you know, aggressive here, Jacob, they could really just get picked off by another duo. So they're playing it smart here, playing it slow, waiting for that perfect situation. I mean, they already have the damage, so Storm Surge, they're feeling good so far, but an elimination always comes in handy, right? 3 points per elimination, Jacob, that's huge.
And don't remember, Qualifier 1, Fabs and Snacky started off with a huge victory royale. Qualifier number 2, they didn't get that victory royale, but they had 15 or so eliminations as a duo, most of them coming off of the back of Snacky, knowing when and where to go in and risk it all, as React and Remy rotating from Sleepiest Sounds, not wanting to get that early exchange, but they found something better. Victim and Matten, this is going to be a good chance for them to try to take out this duo, but I think they too, just like that Fabs and Snacky fight, got what they wanted, and now they're leaving.
I mean, it's interesting, right? Even Pars and Raze, I mean, a majority of the engagements we've seen in this early game, they just get disengaged from, right? You get the damage, you know you're good on Storm Surge, and then they just focus on the rotate. That's like the difference with these high-tier players, right? They know when it's too risky to continue going for that engagement. If you get the elimination, I mean, it could be nice. You get some points, you get a bit of loot, but if the zone's already closed on a far side of the map, I mean, that's dangerous, especially in the semifinals here. I mean, all the players in this lobby are the best of their region. So you've really got to think about which engagements you take and which ones you just give up for that position.
Yeah, there's all the confidence in the world. It doesn't mean anything if you don't have the brain to kind of back it up. You see Noah plays typical gamer. CP Sound was going to be their original drop, so one team already moving left. They're trying to go as deep south as possible. But the thing is, right now, everybody from the east is also moving in that same direction. So sooner or later, Noah plays and his teammate, typical gamer, are going to have to figure out where they're going to box up to get Surge, because I didn't see them get too many tags off spawn.
Landjog Punisher here on the southern west side of the map. 91 players alive still, 46 duos. Want to take some time now for the people in the chat to give a shout out to who they're rooting for, right? Put the names of that duo that you're looking to get a victory royale, take it home, see them in the finals, as we have Punisher here, getting some nice tags from afar, seeing what he can do, you know? This is a good way to play it safe and get Storm Surge. You can get Storm Surge through box fights, or you can get Storm Surge from afar, right? Getting those tags little by little, kind of the safer option. If you have the time, I mean, normally the best way to do it.
Yeah, and that's something that they kind of coined, you know, this is kind of an older duo, so to speak. You know, they've been competing together since the World Cup days, but the strategy has changed ever so much, and I know you can agree with that one, so that's what you see either. Right now, it's just trying to find a spot to get the Surge, and they'll worry about those box fights, the aggressive plays when they come. It's Arkham and Epic setting up towards the high ground. A great spot as long as they can find the tags, which already it's Arkham finding that success.
I mean, you can see how quickly Arkham and Epic went from Coney Crossroads to the Collider, right? You know they want to get those tags, especially seeing that they're uncontested in their drop spot and they can't get that damage early. They want to go around the map quickly. They want to rotate as soon as possible, get a high elevated position and go for those tags. That's exactly what they're doing here at the Collider. They can even make use of their environmental mobility here if they decide to make that rotate later. And you can even see at the bottom right of the minimap, the zone has closed a bit far here. So they have to kind of think about, do we stay here? Do we keep looking for tags or do we just go for the rotate?
Yeah, and this is why I say it's a story of redemption, because if you guys missed that quick stat at the top, Epic Well and 40R Storm are two of the most individuals with finals appearances with 12 total. So even though people might be surprised to see them here in the semifinals, that's kind of why I'm picking them over and over and over. But another fight's going to break out here, and that's Reese trying to put the shots on the side to Russo and try to force him outside of zone. You can see they're going high, trying to take the layers from above them, take away all their escape routes, take away all their options if you're going to get aggressive. But for them, they realize it is going to be a far pull, and they would rather start rotating now so they don't get stuck later.
A little bit of info for you that collectively the players today have 210 total FNCS finals appearances. I mean, that just shows how much experience is in this lobby. And I mean, with 91 players alive, I mean, I'm not surprised at the level we're seeing here as NG and Reeks are trying to decide how they're going to make this rotate work. They have 50 seconds until the zone starts closing. Two duos behind them, a duo in front of them taking shots. So it's quite a difficult position to be in here as we switch over to Show and Poppy Blast.
Yeah, you can see them what look like either taking tags or giving them, using the chug splashes regardless to try to get the HP and shields back up. But you can see already becoming a target from the duos around. That's Miles and Gordon. You see CZR taking out Victor, and you got to think that's that fight going down right on the side. So even though there's all these teams going and staying close together, you can see those are the moments you got to strike while the iron's hot, when nobody else is looking.
Right, for that perfect moment, right? To attack, to get those eliminations, make sure you're feeling safe for the upcoming zones. As we're looking at this engagement right now, CZR and Slick, it's actually going against Victor V and Jaden now. They're in that 1 versus 2. Slick goes down though, makes it a 1 versus 1. And this engagement could go either way. Jaden actually having the HP advantage coming from a 1 versus 2. Now having the advantage and actually fully finishing Slick off.
Yeah, for him, it's trying to return the favor. Victor V gets 2 eliminations early on to save Jaden. Now Jaden has to save the game and get as many points as possible. He's chasing his player out like he got the green light. Great tag, and he's going to completely take him down. Jaden gets 2 eliminations to his name, and even though Victor V has fallen already, they have 12 points through straight eliminations.
Jaden with a quick 1 versus 2, but I don't know if he got the reboot, and even if he did now, Jacob, I mean, that's going to be so risky with second zone here coming to a close in 1 minute and 20 seconds. We'll just have to see if we see Victor V later up in the game, but look at a typical gamer actually going to do a rotation here in the Collider. You can see if he can pull this one off, and there it is, Jacob. I love seeing how these players adapt.
You know, after everybody sees Reese fail on Twitter for that same jump, You know, nobody wants to make that same mistake again, but you know, Reese, kind of a pioneer for things. That's why he is on the FNCS broadcast team, and you can kind of thank him for that one, Typical Gamer, as you get yourself, I would say, a safe spot in towards zone, but you got a couple of moments to travel through. 132 and counting below the damage threshold, and that's where I get a little nervous because they're on low ground. Many teams above them, I don't know where they're going to get the shots from.
I mean, it's concerning me too, right? I mean, if you're 129 below, you can come back from that, but 34 seconds left, getting shots taken from opposing duos. Noah getting cracked here. Typical Gamer not having any shield either. They do have the chug splashes, but they have to group up for that, and grouping up, they could just lose some HP trying to do that. So it's getting risky here. They might have to just give up a little bit of their shields to trade some tags onto opponents, but it looks like they're going to use the chug splashes here, get healed up, even use some floppers and see if they can get some tags here. Poppy Blast and Show are also below here and edging themselves into zone.
Yeah, this is where I've been telling you, week after week, every time we see it, depending on where and how many people are left alive, Storm Surge is not something you want to realistically try to out-heal, and I see Defiable going down as the elimination feed. Show and Poppy Blast trying to get in the box. They need it badly. The Storm Surge is going to be theirs. They pick up the eliminations, and they go above the threshold, but it's instantly as they're going above, you can see they're already dropping.
And not only that, at the bottom right, they got to make a rotation as well, Jacob. Luckily enough, though, the next zone did not pull too far. So if they're able to make it in without Kika and his duo partner seeing them, I think they just maybe will be able to recover from this situation. But a duo that I'm not sure if they're going to be able to recover here is Noah and Typical Gamer, 42 below. 0 eliminations. They're going to have to make something happen here. They're going to have to get a tag, do some damage. It's Victor V and Jaden. They got the reboot, Jacob.
That's what I'm saying. Victor V is back at it again. Jaden with the halo above his head, the savior of their game. Just, you can really kind of see them as the 1-2 punch combo, really getting better week after week. The elimination feed lighten up. Nigel's down. Miles is down. So many players going down and out, and Typical Gamer actually picked up that elimination, and that was big because not only does it get him 3 points, it gets him a siphon because of the spot they were in. That was absolutely impactful.
Just on the feed, Poppy Blast actually went down. Not sure if his duo partner is up and going, but so far for Noah Plays and Typical Gamer, they're feeling a lot better now above that threshold. But the problem I'm seeing, Jacob, is those shields, right? 48 effective HP for Noah. Typical Gamer doesn't have any shield either, so they got to make something happen, right? Maybe a aggressive play onto a duo, maybe catch one off guard if he's a solo, but it's going to be difficult. Anything's possible, though, as we have Evol here and on 1, 47 below. They just need one tag. That's all they need.
Yep, they too are having that struggle to find the shots needed, but there goes 29. Still not going to be enough, though. Forcing out splashes. The last flopper is going to be used. So many teams trying to out-heal the Storm Surge, using every bit of their resources. But at this stage of the game, Takata, only 3 more players need to go down, and they've been granted that miracle. 65 above the damage threshold. That's going to allow them at least a little bit of a rotate.
Third zone, 55 seconds until it comes to a close. We've reached that 70-player threshold, so we don't have Storm Surge up anymore. Evol and On One, though, they're kind of going on the edge of that zone. But look at this. Noah and Typical Gamer. It seems that they might have just picked up another elimination here, but Noah's actually going to end up going down, so Typical Gamer now is going to have to clutch it up.
Yep, at least he got one, but Bolts, I believe that was Panda's pick on that. No, it was Clay's pick. Clay actually did a big pick on that one because Bolts and Kruyore, not with the most practice time underneath their belt. And after talking to them yesterday, it's just natural chemistry at its finest. You see the replay in hand. Typical Gamer and Noah Plays. One of them is going to go out while Typical Gamer is going to be able to pick up this elimination by dropping into the box at the perfect time.
I mean, you can see the harpoon is used for a lot of things. You can fish up loot, you can fish up floppers, and you can even fish up some opponents that are breaking through their builds. Does a good amount of damage to structures, so they actually use that to go right into the box, make that play I was talking about that they needed, but unfortunately, Noah went down during that, so Typical Gamer's gonna have to make something happen here as the zone has closed a little far away, so Typical Gamer is gonna have to make something happen. I also see Victor V and Jaden. They're looking good after the reboot, Jacob. I got hopes.
I feel bad because after everything Typical Gamer and Noah went through, he's gonna have to change his name to DJ Gamer because he needs another one. He needs another refresh, and he needs it now. He doesn't have health. He doesn't have a teammate. He does have some resources and mats to be able to travel, but as soon as the lobby sees him as a solo, they're going to go, just like this team right here. They're ready to go today after getting second place and last season's FNCS finals. They talked to me about their game. They're calm, cool, collected. They're not going to get over aggressive. They're waiting for these opportunities to come to them because they know as long as they make it to endgame, eliminations will fall left and right in their hands.
Interesting loadout from Reese. They're actually using the epic sniper rifle. Would love to see a shot come out from them as On1 and Evol are not having a great time here. You can see their effective HP is quite low here, and they have a good amount of duos taking shots at them. And if they have to make a rotate, I mean, it's going to be incredibly difficult. This Typical Gamer now, as a solo, doing what he can, has 67 builds left, but he's out of shields here, 20 effective HP. Jacob, a miracle has to happen here for Typical Gamer.
A miracle. You think a miracle? I think it needs a little bit more than a miracle at this point. He's going to need some help right now as he's just under siege. Players shooting boxes left, right, and center, but he's just going to go ahead and edit out the other side. I wouldn't say he has a ton of builds, but I think he has enough to at least make it to the next zone. After that, I think he's going to have to look for a refresh. He's going to have to look for something to farm right now because he's just going through it.
Great job so far making use of his materials here. You have to overbuild. When you're only one shot away from getting eliminated, you have to use all of your materials to get into the zone, and that's exactly what Typical Gamer is doing here, as he's just a few boxes out here. If he could just maybe make a run for it, get inside of a build, that's exactly what he's gonna do here. And it looks like Jacob, he might be able to get this rotate.
Oh, I thought he was going to at least try to like refarm some of this wood, give him at least something. Only 2 builds left to his name, especially knowing the fact that he's not in zone just yet. He still needs to continue to try to move forward, which he's doing for now. So many players not really noticing him, but we know that's going to come to an end eventually as he has to break out through the door. Still no builds to his name. He is being really, really risky right now, but it's working out as he picked up some placements.
Oh, unfortunately enough, though, gonna go down there in the 29th spot, but great effort, Jacob. Almost clutched it up there as a solo. As we have Notorious now, though, who's taken that #1 spot from Victor V and his duo with 14 points here. They have 4 eliminations already in 5th zone. Coming to a close, 259 above Storm Surge. Problem here, though, is Notorious is now a solo. Gonna have to make something happen as the 5th zone is actually close to the opposite side of the map here. So maybe he's got a launch pad, maybe he can recycle one, maybe he can swim down the river, take a dead side rotate. I mean, there's so many options, but which one's the correct one? That's why you need an important IGL on your team, right? They can make those decisions quickly and make the right ones.
That's why I like you're the IGL on our team, because I think that river rotate, as long as it's going down, that could be something that could be a little sneaky. Doesn't force a lot of resources, and it's going to be a quick one. And that duo, you know, they landed towards Daily Bugle along with a couple of our other teams as Western trying to stay alive, using a lot of builds. And luckily, he does have a ton of builds to continue to try to hold the line, but he's looking for damage all at the same time to try to get above that damage threshold. But whether he got above or below, that's neither here nor there, because only 50 players left alive in this game.
Storm Surge threshold is gone for this 5th zone. Might be back in first moving if we're above 30 players, but looking here at West, kind of waiting it out, healing up, and gonna do a later rotate here. A lot of people in this 5th zone do end up using a launch pad to rotate, just like first moving. So if you can kind of sneak on the ground level, might be able to make something happen. But looking at Epic Whale, looks like Arkham has been taken down with an elimination here. So Epic Whale gonna have to clutch it up as a solo.
The troubles do continue, but like I said, it's not about it being predictions anymore. For them, it's about redemption. Getting forced into the semifinals. In Qualifier 1, that was their closest performance in 6th place, and all fell, crumbling down below them. And that last and final game where they overchased Mecton and Chicken, and it was a fight that they could have won, but Chicken just absolutely clutches up to kind of send them to another qualifier. Bolts and Crew are doing a good job as well. 4 eliminations, 14 points, finding some floppers, trying to bring it back up. And I like the way he's cycling it, because he knows as long as they're in a good spot right now, they can continue to throw those around.
I mean, that loadout, it's looking amazing too, Jacob. Have the med mist, have a good amount of materials, chug splashes, epic assault rifle, got the combat SMG. I mean, you have everything you need here as now the 1st zone begins to move, Jacob. This is semifinals, day 1 on NA West. And the action, it's just getting started.
I saw Quinn still alive in there. I did see Defiable go down before, so it's interesting to see if he does have the reboot. And I don't think it is going to come through. Multiple players using recycling launch pads. Epic Well towards the backside. Notorious, though, still needing to find some shots for Surge. 53 below, but it's not too much below to where he's going to be pressured. As long as he stays calm, cool, collected, I do believe he will find the shots that's necessary.
Snacky and fast at top right here, looking for some picks. Actually gets the pre-edits, but does not get that knock. And looking at the map, I do believe we do have Aiden and Moose on the high ground. For how long Will they be able to hold it? A Victory Royale does qualify to the finals, so high ground is heavily contested in these matches as Favs and Snacky are looking to get some eliminations on this rotate.
Saw Salco picking up a big 2. Saw Landjock, Punisher taking a piece of that pie. You can see the elimination feed just lighting up like the 4th of July. Fireworks going off as Epicwell still doing big things as a solo, finding a way to stay above the damage threshold, picking up another elimination out of nowhere, but only 18 builds. That's where it gets concerning, but that's also why he's trying to drop down as low as possible.
18 builds, but the confidence, Epic Will has it. Looking for any angle, any connection he can make onto an opponent here to knock him down, get that refresh, get that siphon as Aiden and Moose are still on the high ground here. They've had it in this first moving zone. Will they be able to hold it though as Pars has gone down? Raze now playing as a solo, getting into zone little by little. 42 builds to work with.
Yeah, this is where they kind of do a good job, though. Even though they're a phenomenal duo team, Pars and Raze also pick up a ton of clutch solo points. He's looking for a big elimination, gets the piece control, dropping the players down. First place is out as Pars and Raze take it as a solo.
Epic Whale still going through these eliminations now onto 25 points, clutching it up as a solo, just like Punisher's doing here, but Kimchi gonna get knocked down almost. Moose and Aiden doing a great job of holding this high ground as Epic Whale trying to get a wall replace here, trying to get an angle, trying to get a shot off to get another elimination in the 5th place spot right now. Will Moose and Aiden be able to take this game 1?
Yeah, their game plan they told me about working oh so perfectly, holding a high layer until they could sneak up and steal away the high ground, and they've been holding on to it for 2 zones now as Epic Whale running out of builds but popping in and out of covers, trying to find that refresh, but he's not getting greedy. He's not getting overconfident, but the players in front of him, that's Salco. The shots fire off between both of them. Epic Whale doing a good job on the defensive end, but he can take what he can get because there's too many players around with a teammate alive.
Only one more build now. Zero builds for Epic Whale. He's already done such an amazing job as a solo, but he's not done yet. Snacky and Favs get taken down. We have Salty and his duo partner up, and Epic Whale now in the 5th place spot, looking to get another elimination. 120, is it gonna be enough? No! Epic Whale goes down. Now Salty and Notch. This might be a 2 versus 2 against the high ground.
A great turn and burn from Nitrix, but Salty, Notch, Nitrix, Cruyore, Bolts. Only one solo is alive. Everybody else has somebody on their side to help them out for the rest of this game, and Nitrix goes down. That was the last solo remaining. 3 teams, a triple threat match of sorts for game number 1.
6 players alive, 3 duos. We have Moose and Aiden on the high ground. We have Bolts and Cruyere here close head-to-head on the low ground against the opposing duo partner. Who is going to wait it out? Who is going to make that initial aggressive play? It might just be Notch and Salty.
Yep, not Salty, just weaving around. They do have the builds if it does go up, but they're trying to take a side angle, going ahead and getting aggressive onto Bolts and Cruyore, who are also trying to rotate around. Salty, they're trying to stay ahead, but players trying to push into their box from the backside, forcing out the med mist and the heals. A little bit early, but he's still going to have enough later on if it does come down to it, but the shots still remain from above. Bolts, he loses his teammate. Now it's in a 1v2 situation, goes from the side, big plays, but he goes down. Only 2v1 as Notch picks up those. Aiden and Moose from the high ground. They're doing exactly what they said they're gonna do. Wait to the last moment, take it, put the pressure, and win the game.
They did it, Jacob. From first moving zone to the last, Aiden and Moose take game 1. Held the high ground the whole way through.
Yep, they did absolutely phenomenal. And one of the questions that I did not ask them is, how do you feel going up in Favs and Snacky, sharing that same drop spot? And they didn't mention it. They weren't nervous. They knew they had their game plan in the bag.
But now, Aiden and Moose, they got the Victory Royale. They're qualified to the finals, meaning Favs and Snacky, they might just have an uncontested drop spot. That's what I like about the semis, Jacob. Things are going to change up every game, but Moose and Aiden taking game 1. What a phenomenal performance.
Yep, so many players really showed up big. And honestly, like I said, it's not a prediction anymore. It's a redemption. And Epic Will showed he is here to play on semifinals day number 1. Got me smiling ear to ear. And Takada, I think it's just our teamwork.
I mean, it could be. Teamwork does make dream work, Jacob. So I'm curious to see what Epic Whale and Arkham can do when they're up together, right? If Epic Whale can do that as a solo, what are they going to be able to do together? But what I do want to know is what our desk can break down here. So Kelly, Panda, and Clay, please take it away.
Don't we have some of the best casters in all of the regions? I mean, they should just be joining us onto the analyst desk because what a great breakdown that was. But of course, congratulations to Aiden and Moose for that victory royale. You know, we said it at the top of the show, don't grab height too early. They proved us wrong, Clay.
Yeah, they really decided, you know what? No. We're playing old style Fortnite. We're grabbing it at that 6 zone, and we're going all the way to the victory. And hey, sometimes that works when everyone else is fighting below you.
Now, it did go down to a 2v2v2 at the very end, but Panda, we got to talk about the solo man himself, Epic Whale.
Listen, what an incredible performance, right? Obviously, Epic Whale being one of the most talented players across any region, right? We've seen it time and time again where he just clutches up as a solo player. And honestly, it's not a surprise at this point.
No,
it really isn't. But it's nice to see Epic Whale in top form.
And we were talking about that at the top of the show, Raise and Pars with what, 6, 7 eliminations, just dominating the low ground, Clay.
Yeah, we saw them, and it's funny because Panda almost picked them, and then he pulled a switcheroo there. But let's just take a look at how well his prediction could have done. Just look at that, back-to-back fighting with each other. Raise finds a launch pad out of nowhere, ends up being a solo in this moment, and still decides to pop off. Still goes for these eliminations. The tracking is beautiful. Sitting on 6 right now, Panda.
Yeah, I mean, look, the elimination's looking good here. When Pars went down early, though, I think that was the moment that Raze may have been caught a little off guard. You see him still playing a little aggressive there, which without your teammate is pretty tough to do. So definitely going to be interesting to see how they can continue that momentum forward, but a good start nonetheless.
You know what else is tough to do? Holding height for 4 zones, and that's exactly what Aiden and Moose did. And we're going to take a quick look at some of the highlights right now because there was just so many highlights to see.
Yeah, I mean, just take a look at it, right? They had 3 elims on the high ground. And look, I want to point out right here, big moment, 9 chug splashes. They were ready for the heal off as well if it went to that.
And I gotta say this, right? This is what these teams need to do. This is what they need to prepare for. Because when it is all about the VR, listen, you don't want to leave any doubt, right? We saw Snacky Fabs last season qualify because of what? A heal off. So for them, really smart play, holding all those heals. But listen, there's still 4 more games left to go.
Oh, and of course, we have to take a quick look at our standings right now. Notch and Salty coming out on top with 49 points, and that is all because of those 7 eliminations. But Bolts and Croyer, I mean, talk about it, Panda.
Listen, it's Clay's pick, and a great start. I got to commend you. Look, I'm giving you the props, man. It is a really good start from this team, and a really good start from a lot of these teams, because look, Arkham, Epic Whale as a solo player with those solo impact points, man, that's got to be crazy, holding on for that long to climb into a top 5 spot.
And that's what they needed coming out of this game. They could not stumble. If they stumbled out of game number 1, they were not going to qualify through to the day. So it's great to see them in a qualifying position.
I mean, there was a lot of other great plays as well, but let's just go down the list real quick. We have Nitrix and Caesar in 3rd place, Pars and Raze, of course, the substitute pick there in 4th. But let's focus once again on Salty and Notch.
Yeah, look, this is an incredible team. They did a really good job of holding the mid-ground. We talked about the importance of the mid-ground going into this, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how these teams can capitalize on the mid-ground. However, obviously, high ground in that situation was king. I can't lie.
But obviously, there were some great plays on the low ground there. Grabbing those eliminations, just like what we saw Salty's team do, that is going to put them so far ahead of the rest.
It really will. And again, at the end of the day, there's 2 storylines playing out. Can you get a victory royale? And if you can't, can you play consistent?
And that's what we saw right there. Again, it going down to Bolts and Courier, Aiden and Moose, and Notch and Salty for the 2v2v2 right there. I honestly don't think we've ever seen that many full teams at the end.
Yeah, I mean, look, I do want to say one thing, right? We didn't talk about them, but they are in the top 10, right? It's Snacky Fabs. They did a really good job with Surge that game. I didn't get a chance to talk about it mid-game, but they did an exceptional job of making sure they had the tags, where to go, they were positioned well, and so on. But now they have an uncontested drop spot. I have a feeling that's going to be that winning spice to walk away with a final spot.
Well, it may not be uncontested, right? Someone else may say, oh, well, hey, they're landing their solo, now maybe we get to drop on them.
I mean, this competition is all about adaptation and understanding what is the win condition right now. Having a great drop spot, especially from a team that just grabbed the VR, definitely some eyes are going to be on that new POY right now. And I think some eyes are going to be on Fabs and Snacky after that performance.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think, look,
if anybody tries to challenge the 2-time champions, listen, that might be a risk. I'm just saying. I'm not just saying that because it's my prediction. But regardless, right, obviously these teams are going to be looking up at the map. They're going to be paying attention to who qualified through, and then they're going to make some adjustments based on that.
I mean, it might be a duo that's a 2-time champ. And speaking of twos, everyone, we got game number 2 ready to go. So let's head on over to our casters. It's Takada and Jacob.
I love the transition, Kelly. Always a great breakdown from the best. I mean, we got the best of the best in the West on the desk, Jacob, and now we're going to be getting into that game 2. We already got game 1 down, 4 more games to go, and I'm feeling hyped.
Yeah, Aiden and Moose did exactly what they told me they were going to do to win that game. And honestly, game number 1 looked like it was played like a final. So much surge, so many players playing very, very carefully. But as the games dwindle down, you're going to see a lot of risk being taken.
I mean, that's the thing, right? There's 2 ways to qualify. You go for that victory route or you go for that consistency. And we're going to see which duos do what because the battle bus is ready to go.
Battle bus is ready. And hopefully after that first game, so is everyone else. With one less team in the lobby, you can maybe feel it around a little bit more, especially if you're Favs and Snacky at that brand new POI, as long as they remain uncontested. Because like our analyst said, as each team drops out, that opens up another spot to take over on the map. And I like this. Victor V starting off here towards the Joneses. A big double kill to start off game number 1, saving Jaden and saving their game for 13 points.
Getting that double elimination, Victor V and Jaden. Will they be able to do it again? That's the question, Jacob. In the Jonesies, they had such a successful start to game 1. Will they be able to repeat that and do it again here in game 2? You can see on the mini-map where the players are located, and it looks like they're going to have to go into an engagement again.
Yep. Splitting a lot of that loot here over towards the Joneses. Victor V, some might be asking, well, you know, why pop the big pot right out of the gates? But that's because you want to get your shields. You want to get as much of it as possible, especially after that last game when you realize an early exchange is absolutely possible. Just like over here at Chonkers, and it's going to be a contested building this time around. Usually that team goes to the outside, so already adjustments being made. X-Ray's trying to get in the box. Each team lost 1 player, and that's going to be X-Ray's losing his teammate officially as the elimination being picked up, but he cannot get the siphon, and Setna and Physics will stay alive.
But you can't feel safe yet. Another duo coming in for the third party here. Physics quickly realizing this, trying to make the escape as Chicken Itza and his duo partner here are looking for that elimination. They came in for the third party at the perfect moment, but will they be able to catch him off guard? Will they be able to get Physics here, get that elimination, that extra 3 points? They've played it perfectly so far, but now looks like Chicken's duo might go for that 1 versus 1, but you can see, no, he's playing it slow. He wants to take that player advantage. He wants to take the 2 versus 1, and they're playing it perfectly.
Yeah, I like how they rotated over on quickly, but as soon as they realized players were boxed up, now they're taking their time, taking their pieces 1 by 1, trying to get as much of the control as possible. Physics, they know he's separated. Chicken and his duo are trying to push through while the iron's hot, but Physics already lost Sedna early on. He has to do it by himself. 1 mini to his name, not a lot of builds. They're still getting aggressive, trying to break in the box. He's gonna have to figure out a way to turn and burn and take out 2 different people because they're still hot on his heels.
Chicken's duo here looking to see what he can make happen, looking for that angle, that flank onto his opponent here. His Physics already been cracked. Now down to just HP here. Will they be able to find the angle? I mean, Physics has done such a great job already as a solo, just running through the builds, juking them out, keeping himself up as long as possible. The question is, though, will he be able to come out on top? Will he be able to take one of his opponents out, make that a 1 versus 1? But it looks like he's been cracked again. Just one more shot from that striker pump shotgun. He's going to go down, and there it is. Chicken Itza cleaning it up.
Yep, they get that last team. They get the rest of Chonkers Speedway to their own. And because, honestly, they did switch up their drop spot a little bit, and they contested the actual building. If anybody knows Reese's actual solo spot on the right, there's a ton of loot, a ton of splashes, a ton of heals they can now rotate on over before they make their way towards the storm and start to accumulate as Noah plays and typical gamer. The same off-spawn fight that usually happens over towards Sleepy Sound, but this time around, they're trying to get aggressive, going in and out of covers, but those pieces aren't necessarily theirs. They got to be careful. Typical gamer goes down, and so does Noah. They have to try again in game 3.
What a great job from West there, staying up. He was getting shots from both Noah and typical gamer there, but had the movement needed to dodge enough there, stay up and get those eliminations. Now 2 eliminations for West here in Sleepy Sound, but take a look at the mini-map. Their opponents, they heard their shots. A third party might just be coming in here.
Yeah, and that's React and Remy. They know how to get aggressive. They know how to take advantage of certain situations, but taking those 2 strike or burst shots, they may try to sneak around a little bit, see React just going for another angle, not necessarily showing his entire hand, and already looking without any sort of strike or drum. He might be looking to get into the box or be the support for his teammate. But you see Echo, Western holding on to the high ground, trying to peek through with the angles, but there it goes. React by himself, fires off some damage, but this fight is going to continue as they try to regroup later on.
From one engagement to another, Jacob, you're never safe here in the Sleepy Sound, as West and Echo do have the positional advantage with the high elevated spot, but the question is, do they want to keep it? First zone is closing, and zone is not closing in this part of the map, so they do have to make a rotate. Looks like both teams made a mutual agreement here. They're like, okay, let's not take this engagement. We'll back off. Maybe we'll find each other later in the match, but let's get that rotate down.
Yeah, and it wasn't too far of a pull for them, so I think they're just going to try to loot up. They still have some time before they actually have to try to beeline it towards the zone. As you see Jaden jumping back on board. Lost Victor V early on, not able to save his life this time around, but you can see an immediate rotation afterwards. The big question though, Takata, did he get the reboot? Because Victor V was able to get Jaden's last time, brought him back into the game, and allowed them to achieve 16th place.
Switching over to Snacky Favs, who might just have that new POI uncontested, seeing that Aiden and Moose did qualify through a victory royale in game 1. So, I mean, if you can see just by their loot, Jacob, I'm pretty sure they've got a good amount. And did Snacky just knock down Chris? He did, out of the air. What a shot. They're actually gonna look for that engagement now. They got the knock, but if you see, there's actually another duo getting close to that knock. Don't think Snacky knows this information, so they might just get into a 2 versus 2 thinking they have that player advantage.
Yeah, he knows at least somebody's over there. The elimination did get cleaned up for a moment, but that's not going to stop them from trying to get aggressive. But as soon as they realize it's not the original team that they fought, that it's not a solo, you see how smart they're playing for the future. They're playing for endgame and to put themselves in a better spot. This time around, I do believe 6th place. They're playing a little bit for consistency, but if they can grab that VR, you know they're going to snatch it away.
Meanwhile, in the corner of the map here, we got Defiable. We've got Quinn going up against the duo here on the shoreline. 2 minutes, 5 seconds until this first zone closes, and they want this engagement. They want these eliminations, but they are quite a ways away from the zone. So is it really worth it to go for these few eliminations here? Maybe kind of claim your drop spot, right? Tell the opponents to not rotate through here. This is your loot path, but is it really going to be worth it as Arkham on the Elam feed just got one?
Yeah, you saw Defiable Quinn out there so far, but Yagvir is going to go out there straight to the lobby of Snacky. Waste no time getting into the box. But the reason why Defiable and Quinn, you know, we were talking about it, their plan this time around is kind of gambling on those far zones, going over towards Daily Bugle. And if it doesn't actually end there, that's when they're going to be going and trying to banking on that rotation. Hopefully they can get to zone just in the nick of time. But they're contested at Daily Bugle, so many teams around them. So they got to be sitting in a good spot at Surge. But who's not sitting in a good spot right now is Landjock. He already lost Punisher early on, and he's still in that same fight.
What I'm trying to see here is he in a 1 versus 2 or is he in a 1 versus 1? Punisher has gone down. It looks like he was able to knock down on one, so now it's just all up to Evil. It could be a 1v1 engagement, or they could disengage. Landjock is trying to take the disengagement, but Evil, he wants the action. He wants that elimination. He wants to take Landjock out here as he takes some shots there with the Epic Combat SMG. They're going to keep pushing here, but this is going to be... This could be risky as On One was knocked down. I believe he could have picked him up.
Yeah, I think he picked him up towards the last second, but I think this is a beautiful play for On One and Evo because they know who drops around them. They know Landjock and Punisher kind of go towards the outskirts. They play that Stowe game, so they're chasing him down because they realize there's so few teams left on this side of the zone. But come on, swimming versus a boat. We know Landjock is going to outrun him by a mile, so Evo and On One journey will continue here with that one elimination.
Evil with the 7 points on one. They're going to keep it going here, keep it running, just like what Landjock's doing there. Going as far as he can here, Jacob, trying to stay up. I believe he did get Punisher's card, so the reboot is a possibility, but it really depends on actually, this zone could be good for that, Jacob. The zone has closed out of the Greasy Grove POI, so he could go for a reboot here as the teams rotate out. And he will have to go for a late rotate, but it could be worth it if he can get his duo partner up and they can play as a team.
That's if. And you can capitalize the word if Evo and Alm1 even want to let him get away. Like I said, they know that is a slower, less contested side of that zone. So as long as kind of everybody began to rotate in, they're banking on it being less traveled, way less players there, and that's why they're going to be on the chase. But Arkham and Epic, I'm continuing the story of redemption. Big elimination so far, so that's going to allow them to try to move in. Great spot, a position inside zone, so they can go ahead and get the tags that they need, because you know as well as I do, while the competition is hot, one elimination at times is just not enough.
I mean, it's not enough, but at other times it could be that elimination that qualifies you to the next round. And I mean, that's what you're looking for, right? Is we have Vaults and Kruyor here, who are feeling good right now in the second place spot, 44 points. And looking at this game too, the loot, they have it, the materials, they have it, but the positioning, second zone, 45 seconds till it starts closing. I mean, if they keep it rotating, could be good. Maybe just play edge zone here, or really depends on what their game plan is, what they like doing, what they like playing. But so far, whatever they're doing, it's working.
Yeah, and all of this right now is just straight skill and natural chemistry. They haven't been doing for a long time, but when you realize your roles, you realize what needs to be done for the game, and you're as skilled as Boats and Kruyor, you can make magic happen, and they're looking for the magic run right here in semifinals day number 1. All they need, like we keep talking about, is 2 different ways. A victory royale would just shoot you straight into the finals, or top 6 at the end of 5 games. I don't know what happened, but Arkham with a double kill, redemption at its finest.
Double elim for Arkham there. Great job getting that. I mean, they're doing good right now. That's a back-to-back there for Arkham and Epic. Will they be able to keep it up, though? Looking at 4DR and Caden, 158 below. It's looking dangerous here, but actually refreshing up to 222 above. So they're feeling good. They got the position in. They got the damage. But will they be able to maintain that? I mean, with the position they're in zone here, they're looking good, and they actually have a high chance of getting the next zone.
Yep, and we want to see what happened during that play. Clay, you're the only one I trust to break it down for us.
Yeah, you know, Arkham and Epic, well, Arkham and Epic doing a lot of work today. They're coming out, they're getting these elims quick, and that's what they needed to do, because before in the qualifiers, they got lost. So they couldn't get these elims, they couldn't get into these boxes very quickly. But look at this, Arkham and immediately gets the elimination, boxes them up, and boom. That's what we want to see from them coming forward.
That's what we want to see. Well said, Clay. I mean, Arkham and Epic, Jacob, you can see the confidence they have right now. 3 elims already from Arkham. He went down early in game 1, but he said, let me show you how to do it, right? Game 2, coming back with the confidence. 3 elims off the rip. 2, well, second zone here, and they're already so strong. I mean, I'm just excited to see what they're going to be able to pull off here in the late game, but you really don't want to get overconfident, because when you're already going so well, you have so many materials, you have so much mobility, so much loot. You don't want to throw it away playing too aggressive and getting elimed before that late game. So, I mean, they're the veterans, right? They know what to do, so I'm excited to see how they make it happen as we have BMD here and B-Dog 19 below. They just need to get a little bit of tags. Shouldn't be too worried here.
See, you're talking about 19 below the damage threshold, but B-Dog has his teammate who's tied for second in total eliminations so far with 4. So that's going to be a great confidence boost. Takada, if we were teaming together and you were picking up all the eliminations, I would feel confident as if I was getting the eliminations, as if I was getting the surge. But there's a quick way to shut down that confidence. B-Dog barely surviving on a prayer.
I mean, you got to play calm and collected. When you're so close to that Storm Surge borderline, that threshold, you do not want to overpeak. B-Dog there almost got knocked down, and I mean, you can even see as the Ignite duo here elevated and JG Dine, they saw it happen. They want to get a piece of the pie, 67 below. They know Storm Surge is thinking. They know they need some damage here, but be careful. The third parties, they're looking at them. They're going for those tags from afar. Actually elevated, gonna be taken out. He couldn't use the minis in time.
Yeah, no splashes as well. On one peaks at the right time, takes him out. Baka and Delta, though, now on screen. And this is a team through Qualifier 3. They started off hot, just like Favs stacking Qualifiers 1 and 2, but slowly but surely fizzled away, because we know it's not how you start, it's really how you finish. But today, throughout the weekend, it's a little bit of a different story, because you just need to finish one game placing first. Get that victory royale. You don't have to worry about it for the rest of the weekend.
Flocka and Delta here, 29 points, 9th place. Reminder for consistency, if you want to qualify for the finals, you have to get top 6 today. So in 9th place, I mean, you're feeling pretty good, but you've got to maintain that consistency up. Or, I mean, you can just get that victory royale. So taking a look at a replay here, we have Arkham. Let's see how he did it, Jacob.
Yeah, this is the two-piece. The two-piece and a biscuit. He is eating good tonight. And that is how you continue to stay consistent. A great game number 1 in the top 6, continuing that trend here in game number 2. And look at their loadout. They're sitting good. 6 splashes, 6 minis, big pots, armored walls, everything that they need and more to succeed here in this game. They just need to kind of play what they've practiced up until this point. As Crew are losing bolts, trying to move in as a solo, forced to kind of build, but still playing aggressive, making sure that these 2 players do not get a chance to turn around and make him a target.
You're taking that sneaky route, looking for a kind of sneak attack, but unfortunately for him, the opponents did see him, and just using the launch pad when there's that many teams looking back into zone is not going to end up too well, as Kruyar is going to go from having a great game 1 to going down early here in game 2. But they are 5 games, Jacob, so you can always make that comeback. Looking at Nitrex, though, and Cesar here, 3rd zone, 30 seconds till it closes, and they're inching their way in. Looks like they're going to be able to make it, though. 90 builds for Cesar here. Do have some duos in their field of view, right? Looking at them, but so far they're not taking shots, so pretty free rotate.
It just makes me laugh a little bit on the inside, knowing that supply drop has been there for about like a zone and a half. Nobody daring enough to try to make a play for it because of how risky. Everybody in the lobby is keeping their eyes on it like a hawk. They don't want to let a free bunch of resources go over to anybody, and that's exactly why it's still there. But finally, one team is going to pick it up, and they're going to be center zone. And a lot of people center zone on this one, you know as well as I do, if they don't get the pull, they might have to force out that launch pad they just got.
I mean, you saw the amount of teams on the north side of the zone here. In the POI, they got to be careful because the rotation, there's already some duos positioned up on the high ground, on that mountain, and they're going to be looking around for the tags. They want to get those tags from afar. They don't have to risk it later on in a box fight or an engagement. So you can even see here, Notch and Salty, they're already looking at stopping some duos here from rotating with their vehicles, getting that damage done, getting those tags as all these duos try and make their rotate.
Just a quick one to try to target the car. Not a ton of damage going to be able to put on it. You almost want to hope the rest of the lobby takes notice of that huge, impactful rotational tool and try to get it out of the game as quick as possible. But you as a team cannot over-peak and become a target from players who might be looking for that surge. But Pards and Rays, I'm always going to look at them as a little bit of a pseudo pick. When everything is on the line, they always figure out a way to perform. And it's not only as a duo, they always find a way to do it as solos if they have to.
Look, I think Parson Rays, I think they got that consistency.
Yep.
They're going for that. You can see they're in the 6th place spot. They're on that cutoff right now, and they want to keep bumping themselves up here. They have the loot they need, but you can see they have 0 eliminations. They're playing for the late game. They're playing for those points every single game here. Looking at the feed, though, Landjuk goes down alongside Punisher. So we did get the reboot, but they were unable to finish it off here. 65 players up, 34 duos. Let's take a look at this replay.
Ooh, Favs. Snacky Panda's got to be smiling somewhere in the studio as they pick up another elimination, and that was on Punisher and Landjuk, so they were already under siege. So it just goes to show how the reigning, defending FNCS champions are always figuring out a way to take advantage of anybody at any moment.
Fabs and Snacky, 3 eliminations now. Looking at Show on last on the right side. 0 eliminations, 186 below, and they know it as they look for a little bit of an aggressive play here. Taking some shots with that epic drum shotgun. Show trying to find an angle onto his opponent. His Blast is playing close here. They're against the duo, though. They are at full HP, full shield, so could be a little risky for Show here as he's not too healthy at the moment, but they want it. They know they need the damage. Blast is going to get cracked here. Show is also going to get cracked, and they're both going to be getting eliminated here.
Even though they did go down, I like the way that they didn't try to out-heal it. We saw so many teams go down, but Arkham and Epic, the multi-time champions, hearing that fight go down, they knew it ended, and immediately they too are trying to take advantage, hoping that the players are still weak, and they're taking away the pieces, forcing them low towards the low ground, taking that high layer so they can put that pressure from the top and probably make them pop if they get that opportunity.
I mean, you can tell from the aggression in the early game to the aggression in the late game. Epic Whale and Arkham, they're feeling good. They're feeling confident. This could be their game, Jacob, as they continue scavenging this loot, looking to see what they can find. Maybe top off some materials, get a little bit more shields. As Storm Surge, they're already more. Then they have more than enough damage done. So zone has closed on the south side of the map, so they're gonna have to make a rotate. But if you look at the amount of duos on their side, it shouldn't be too difficult if the whole lobby doesn't start focusing them.
Yeah, and already you can see what their plan is. They know that duo's already there. They're gonna let them go ahead and take that high ground. You see Arkham just trying to get out, stay alive. They have 2 pads. They have so many heals. They realize how important it is to make it towards the next zone to where they're easily gonna be able to rotate. Coxie's out. Notorious trying to do it by himself. He's forced to try to out-heal it, but as soon as he edits out to make the run, he makes that run all the way back to the lobby.
You can see now Vixby, Slixy, they're kind of in a tough situation. Getting that last second rotated as we have Salty and his duo partner Notch currently in the first place spot. Pretty mid-zone here, but they do have Bars and Rays close by. A lot of tight-end duos here up close. I mean, this whole lobby is filled with the most experienced players in NA West. As Salty here gets a nice tag onto his opponent, unable to get the knockdown, but he knows it's close as Vixby finally is going to get eliminated.
Yeah, one of those players that they do like to play a little bit passive. They go for the surge, but this is kind of what happens. See, when you play that passive game that you're just going for surge and you don't find the shots, it really puts you on the back foot to either out-heal it. You're almost forced to go into a box to try to get the damage that you need. It almost takes the game out of your control. And when it comes to Fortnite, when you have 50 of the best teams in the NA West region going at it, you want to control as much of your destiny as possible.
Echo here, playing it as a solo. We've seen a lot of solos clutch it up today, and we're only the second match, so I wouldn't be surprised if Echo can make something happen. We have Arkham Epic getting a nice rotate in, getting tagged, but it's enough to stay up as they're going to continue their wrath here at 224 above, trying to just find some shots on their opponents close by, maybe even find a rotate for this zone. Can they recycle a launch pad? Can they find a clear path through previous builds? What are they going to do? Looks like they're going to place a launch pad here as Nigel and Angel are looking for that high ground.
And it makes me wonder. I know Arkham at least had 2 in his inventory, but they launch padded twice. Whether recycled one or not, they might be fresh out of those launch pads, but that's not going to scare them. That's not going to stop them taking the pieces, still trying to put shots from the top. And they're taking certain covers because they know that's where players, if on the low ground, are going to have to travel through as they immediately switch targets. Echo by himself, 7th place, trying to pick up those placement points that his team needs while still simultaneously trying to look for those eliminations. Under siege, forced to drop down low a couple of layers, but he's still not finding that comfort that he's looking for.
I'm not sure if Echo already had this or if he just got this, but 8 eliminations for Echo just by himself. 904 above Storm Surge. What happened, Jacob? Echo is on a rampage right now, looking Elim after Elim as he gets another one down to 9 eliminations. Will he be able to get into that double-digit elimination spot as a solo?
I see where those 7s mean now. Them lucky number 7s goes in and out of a box. 4 eliminations though for Fabs and Snacky. Almost 700 above the damage threshold for them. They're just looking for rotations. If an opportunity presents itself, they will take it. But Echo will go down with 9 eliminations. That's got to possibly jump them to the top of that leaderboard.
Nigel and Angel, they have the high ground, 4 eliminations, but it's all about positioning. It's all about that victory royale if they want to make it to the finals here. Epic Whale though, he's still with Arkham. He's still looking for those elims. His Delta has been cracked, only has health now, no more shield. But Arkham and Epic, they know they gotta stay close, gotta stay compact here, get the nice rotate into zone. There's still 19 duos up, so you do not want to get eliminated here.
Another elimination on the Jeffers, unwashed. Angel, Nigel holding the high ground, trying to put the pressure on, and Epic Well falls! Epic Well falls! Now it's all up to Arkham here to try to do it by himself. Victim as well, chasing a player back into the zone. He doesn't have the heals, but he has to think twice about what he wants to do. His HP is getting dwindled. He only has 50 left.
Victim as a solo, Arkham as a solo, 14 duos still up and running. Arkham now with 4 eliminations, 0 builds though, needs to make something happen here. Can he get the siphon? Can he get the materials? Thoric might just open an edit here. Will it be enough for Arkham? Will he have the shot? Will he have the time? He does not, but he's still going.
I like how he's just taking his time though, picking and choosing. He's been in every situation and worse, but a battle for the high ground. Stacky drops just a little bit, and this is their chance if they want to take advantage of Fab. but that communication has to be on point. He immediately drops down low, reunites with Snacky, because they know as long as we stay alive, we can make some things happen, and he saves from the fall damage, drops into the water, switching targets in the blink of an eye. Snacky goes down, so does Fabs, but have they done enough to get themselves more points?
Arkham still up, still making it happen as a solo, as Angel is still going as well. He had that battle for the high ground. He takes out Arkham now. 2 eliminations for Angel, 3 for Nigel. They're at 41 points, and now 3 duos alive. There's 5 players up. We have Ryan and his duo partner. They might have just secured the high ground. Will they be able to make it happen?
As long as they can hold on to it, we got players challenging, putting a big shot on the Lemon, forcing him to go up, forcing him to heal. Nigel's towards low, CZR towards the low ground. This is a 2v1 situation. This is theirs for the taking. He's trying to heal into the storm. It all depends as Ryan's going in, and he's coming out on top. Game number 2 goes to Ryan and Lemon.
Lemon Ball and Ryan FPS taking that #1 victory royale in game 2. I mean, they played it perfectly there. They did not go for the high ground too early. They did not play too aggressive when they didn't have to, but they took it at the perfect moment, closed it out with that player advantage, that 2 versus 1, and now we're gonna see them in the finals.
Such great plays all around, and honestly, they were probably one of those teams that was looking up when Nigel going up against Fabs and Snacky for that high ground, forcing them to drop down low straight into their hands. That's more eliminations, that's more points.
I also want to give a shout out to Echo though, Jacob. 9 eliminations as a solo. I want to know what happened there, Jacob. Like, how did he make it happen?
There's only 3 people that can really break it down. Kelly, Panda, Clay. How did he get the elims?
Heard too much about Echo, but we're going to be echoing his name a lot throughout this day right now because 9 eliminations as a solo. What an incredible run. But of course, we have to give a shout out to Lemon Bowl and Ryan that are going to be moving on to the finals next week, Clay.
Yeah, you know, I may be allergic to lemons, but he wasn't allergic to a victory royale, and that's what we like to see coming into semifinals, Panda.
No, it absolutely is. Look, they had a formulaic plan going into that end game, and they executed on said plan, which is what you need to do when you're going into these games, right? Because that VR is so valuable.
But listen, sometimes your plans don't go the way you want, and we saw that from Epic Whale and Arkham. It looked like they had an opportunity to win it all, and then they held second height for a long time. They go for the height, and then we see them fall.
Yeah, but take a look, Panda, right? They're fighting very well. They're ending quickly, and this is what we expect from them.
You're absolutely correct. I think their aggression here was definitely on point with the normal Arkham Epic Whale we're used to seeing. I remember we're looking in the back, right? We're watching all this unfold, and we're like, man, this is peak form for Arkham and Epic Whale. This is what we love to see, right? These are the adjustments we wanted to see from a team like this if they wanted a good chance here to get into the finals.
And Arkham, you know, did a pretty good run as a solo once Epic Whale fell, but he was only able to grab so many eliminations. But still, that is a good thing to do when you're trying to get those points to get into the top 6. But of course, we have to talk about Favs and Snacky right there. Another great run, Panda.
Another great run, but not quite the VR. I mean, look, this is a team that they know how to get the eliminations, they know how to play well, and they've been making it into the end game. This is something we didn't really see from them in the qualifier, so that's a really good sign for me to think, okay, this team now has a chance to walk away with a VR.
And they weren't worried about Surge, right? Normally we see them worried about Surge a little bit. It's because of these mid-game fights that they were taking that they really did well. I was concerned mostly about their constant look for high ground, but unwillingness to take it, right? We saw them look up 3 different times for the high ground and not go for it. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter because they still got a lot of points on the board.
Well, by zone 8, we're seeing right here, they did try and go for that high ground still, and it didn't just work out. Angel and Nigel were able to hold height really well against them, and Snacky and Fabs had to make a play, dropping all the way down to the low ground.
And actually, there was a moment there that we didn't get to see behind the scenes. You know, Snacky ran out of material. So that was the reason he ended up going, or they ended up going down. But he actually saved himself there with a mantle. I don't know if you guys saw that in the clip, so that's clean. But wait.
Wait a minute.
What is happening?
Is this chapter 2 all over again?
We know Takada and Jacob are high-fiving in the back right now because Arkram and Epic Whale are in first place with 71 points. 8 eliminations. Of course, though, we still have Nitrix and Caesar in second place. Favs and Snacky now jumping up into third. Salko and Kimchi's going to be in fifth or fourth place. Pars and Ray's in fifth. A lot of our picks doing pretty well.
You don't mind dropping to eighth? I'll take it for right now. You know, I want to see them come out, getting a little bit more points on the board. But yeah, is this chapter 2 or chapter 3, Panda?
Hey, listen, I'm struggling to find the difference here when it's looking at this NA West leaderboard. But look, with all the teams doing as well as they are, is one VR away or a little bit more consistency away from walking away with a final spot.
Well, speaking of VRs, let's remind ourselves once again how Lemon and Ryan grabbed that final VR for game number 2.
Yeah, take a look. Right, 4 elims already on the board when they get into this final moments. And I like that Ryan used the last little bit of his builds to go ahead and block off where they knew it would be. They didn't know exactly where CZR was, but they decided, you know what, let's block it off. They were healing, and let's just go ahead and get that elimination, because reminder, while it is that victory royale, had they not got that there, the points for consistency would have mattered.
No, and I mean, you know, I love seeing these new teams. That's the one thing that I love about, or there's many things I love about the semifinals, but I particularly love the fact that a lot of these unknown teams that we really don't get to speak about during the qualifiers can just make the right play, maybe not even all the way through the game, but in that final moment, if they're able to grab that VR, bam, they're on their way to the finals, Clay.
And that's what we love about Fortnite, right? The fact that you could get to the finals of the FNCS off of one victory royale and change your entire name completely.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Look, it's exciting. We're watching some incredible gameplay start to finish, but it's not finished yet. There's still a lot left to go.
There's so much left to go, but I'm just going to say it right now. I want to see what Echo does in this next game. 9 eliminations as a solo player, absolutely out of his mind. And then, of course, we have to look to our reigning champions, Arkram and Epic Whale, Favs and Snacky. Out of all of these incredible pros in NA West that we thought maybe they're falling off, they're showcasing that they're not done. They were just trying to lure everyone else into a false sense of security and go for that practice, because we've seen Arkram and Epic Whale do it before.
And I want to add to this, right? We saw this earlier with Queasy and Hin. They even said this on socials, that they use the qualifiers as an extra practice time. And maybe that's what we're seeing from Arkram, Epic Whale, Snacky, and Favs, because they're clearly showing up today.
Practice is important, but you know what's even more important, everyone? Game number 3, which is going to be starting right now. So let's head on over to our casters.
How come I didn't get this memo of them using qualifiers as practice? That would have saved me a lot of pain and anguish with my predictions.
Would have saved a lot, Jacob. But I mean, if they do it today, then you know, maybe you're not that cursed. But Kelly said it best. We're 2 games in, Jacob, and we've already seen Echo almost get double-digit elims as a solo in that late game. We've seen Epic Whale clutch it up as a solo. We've seen some duos just dominating the high ground to get that victory royale. And I mean, I can't wait to see what happens in these next 3 matches.
Yeah, game number 2 shows with Ryan and Lemon pulling out that big victory royale. That some may not know you, but it just takes one moment for us to remember your names at the end of the day, and they just booked their ticket to the finals. They got to be living on cloud 9 right now.
You know they're feeling good, but remember, another duo that's qualified through that victory royale means another open spot on the map. Who's gonna take it? Who's gonna secure that new drop spot? Is another duo gonna try and contest it? Is it gonna be uncontested? I mean, what's gonna happen? We don't have to wait long to find out, because the battle bus is ready.
What's gonna happen? Who's gonna take over a spot? Is everybody going to land exactly where they should? That's everything and more we're gonna find out here on game number 3. But what hasn't changed is the Chonker Speedway drop, contested as can be, but it's kind of split out. One team taking the north, one team taking the south, and one team taking the Reese drop. And that's what I call it over there, by Speedway, part of Speed.
I like that, Jacob. I like that, as we have X-Rays here and his duo partner looking to make something happen again. But we saw what happened if they take too long in this early game engagement. It's not just 2 duos. There's that third duo. It's Chicken and his duo partner that sometimes decide to go in for that third party. It really just depends what happens in Chonker Speedway, how the engagement ends up. And it looks like they might be playing a little bit safer here, or maybe they just want to expand their loot path.
Yeah, they probably saw there's not a ton of floor loot towards the top. You did see a big pop, but you also see typical gamer just getting chipped out of the sky before he could even touch the ground. 42 HP. That's what he's going to have to work with here as Noah trying to look for what he can, as well as you can see it on the top of your screen. Lemon Bolt and Ryan, their first ever FNCS final. I'm saying for so long, West has so much untapped potential. It's insane.
That's what you love to see, Jacob. A duo that have not had a chance to get that spot in the finals, now making it happen through a victory royale. I mean, what more hype way to do it, right? So I'm super excited to see what they do, right? How they study for the finals, how their game plan is gonna end up, as we got West here and Echo. We saw what Echo pulled off last game. Will they be able to make it happen here in Game 3?
Yep, you can already see from the mini-map, it's going to be a southern pull of the zone, and it's going to be just below Coney Crossroads, so they're not going to have too much traveling to do, but you can also see why. This is a little bit more of a tamer landing spot besides those shots that were fired on a typical gamer in the very beginning. It's because everybody's just trying to loot up, get their resources, and figure out a way to rotate before everything gets hot. But you saw Aiden and Moose in game number 1. They qualified. They got out of the Collider, and there's already a new team attempting to take their spot.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out what their names are. They're their yellow tag on the mini-map there at the bottom right, but who decided to take that spot, right? It's kind of risky because you don't know who else is going to do it, right? Will the Collider have that spot uncontested, or will 3 duos decide to try and take that spot after Aiden and Moose have qualified? But it looks like it's going to be Sal and Buzo who are going to be taking that east side of the Collider. And so far, I mean, it could be working out for them as we switch over to Victor v. Jaden in the Jonesies here.
Ooh, good shots from Jaden. To drop the shield for just a brief moment, but already using those minis in the blink of an eye, trying to get it right back on up. And this is where they can try to make the decision, get out what they wanted, the damage for Storm Surge, or they continue to have to hold like they've done the past 2 games as Noah plays typical gamer, getting aggressive over here towards Sleepy Sound. They say, hey, not too far of a pull. We can still go ahead and fight this, and as long as we take it quickly now, but they're going against Echo, the 9 elimination game player as a solo last time. And there's also players winning, trying to get a piece of that pie as well from Northern Sleepy Sound.
I mean, they really got to be careful here. That third party is incredibly dangerous. Even if they get these 2 eliminations on Echo and West, or vice versa, that third party duo is most likely going to come in and they're going to clean it up. So it's either they do a quick elim on their opponents here, or maybe they just disengage. It's just so risky when there's another duo looking at you.
Yeah, but for now, I do believe he's just trying to gather the intel, get the information before he figure out what move to make, but he gets shot yet again going for the rotation. No builds to his name, so there's only so much he can do. And even Noah plays is looking a little light with only 1 more piece he can play. So if he chooses to try to take the cover, there it goes. But he finds the shots onto Echo, unable to drop his shields all the way down as Noah plays goes down, and so does typical gamer. 2 games in a row. They go back to the lobby in the very beginning.
That's exactly what Echo and West had to do there, Jacob. I mean, you can see on the minimap that the opposing duo that was thinking about third party, they're not even coming. They saw how quick those elims happened, and they decided, you know what, maybe it's not worth it. We can see here the replay of how West managed to secure that first elim, and there it is. Quick as that. Extra little 6 points. I mean, they're feeling good.
He boxed him like a pizza and delivered him to a lobby right there. That was absolutely too quick. I could never do such things in my life, but first place. Oh man, that was a great high five in the back, seeing them at the top of the leaderboard. Arkham and Epic Will having a much better performance this time around. But I mean, defending champions, you know as well as I do, when the pressure is on, when you have this much experience, things just happen.
I mean, just like the analysts were saying, they could have just been getting to the semis here to warm up, you know? Maybe they'll play 4 games out to warm up, win the last one. I mean, anything can happen, right?
Yep.
All depends on how these matches play out, as Nitrex and his duo partner here are looking good loot-wise, material-wise, even point-wise. I mean, second place spot. That's almost the best you could be right now in Game 3 here, but I'm impressed by the amount of players that are up in all of these matches. 92 players, Jacob, 46 duos here, and there's only 3 minutes left until this first zone closes.
It almost makes me feel like, it's only a feeling because everybody has their own game plan, their own strategy, but it feels like everybody at every moment is just simply playing to win. They're not going for the top 6. They're playing to win. They're playing to get as many points as possible. And if they so happen to get a victory royale and qualify directly to the finals, that's just fine and dandy. But there's only 5 games this time instead of 6. We're already on game number 3, so we're already past that halfway point. So we're going to see teams begin to get a little bit riskier as this game does go on.
And as these games go on, it kind of might change the play style for some of these duos. For example, right now, we got Yisu and Yaz at the 28th spot, so a victory royale would be great for them. However, we just saw a duo that was in 2nd place. You know, they just want the consistency. They're already in that top 6 spot. They don't need the victory royale. It would be nice, but they don't need it. So it really just depends on how your points are looking, how your drops looking, how confident you're feeling, right? And I know a duo that is going to be feeling confident here is Krier and Vaults, who are just on that cutoff.
Panda, one of the players that's really high on Favs and Snacky, play high on Bolts and Krier, but I want to hear what he has to say about this play.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? So quickly, I wanted to cut in and talk about how after game number 1, we mentioned that this drop right here could potentially be uncontested or could be contested. And sure enough, Snacky and Favs are now contested. So let's see what happens.
I mean, that's the interesting part, right? You never know what's going to happen in the semifinals. There's so many possibilities, so many options, especially when you see these duos qualifying. And imagine even if you're contested, like we got Typical Gamer and Noah. If Echo ends up getting that victory royale, then they've got that south side of Sleepy uncontested. So it really just depends on who gets those victory royales, where they are in the map, and what the opposing duos decide to do based on that information.
Yeah, almost half, and I say almost half because it's about like 43-49% of the POIs are actually contested. Of that percentage, about 26 actually go on to get a victory royale at the end of it. And that's a jump already from 23% through the qualifiers. So you're actually seeing what comes of that risky contestation style of play as Bolts and Krier are sitting in the zone, but still looking for those shots. This is only zone 1, so they're not ticking for much, but still time is of the essence.
Krier here, kind of see what he's deciding to do. Is he going to go for that laser, go for those eliminations, or are they just going to get the rotate done? I mean, you can see right now where they are on the map. They want to make a rotate here, but do they want to pick up some eliminations while getting that rotate done? There's still 89 players alive, 45 duos. I mean, there's been action on the map, but there's still so much more to be had here as they're going to decide to take the safer option, make the rotate, but maybe when they get into zone, Jacob, that's when the battle begins.
In game 2, Echo and Western became the first duo to secure 10+ elims and place outside of the top 15. And that's not necessarily a bad thing if you can kind of hone it in, if you can kind of make the adjustments needed, because confidence is great, but you, like I said in game 1, you need the brains to kind of back it up, knowing which eliminations you should go for and which rotates you should take on the other hand.
I mean, 10 eliminations, that's 30 points, Jacob. In the qualifiers, that's almost the equivalent of a victory royale, right? So they're doing a great job. Even if they got outside of that top 15, they got a good match there just from eliminations. So looking at Salty here and Notch, though, they've got a good position. Eliminations, not yet, but you can get all of those in the late game, Jacob. It's just about that damage. Are they going to be above the Storm Surge threshold? There's a lot of players alive, so they know they have to do damage.
And that's why they're positioned so high, even above Rocky Rails a little bit, because they're trying to see as much of the lobby as possible, as many players rotating around, and that's going to make gathering that surge that much easier, rather than somebody else that might be below a cliff, next to a mountain, inside of a building, as you see Epic Whale trying to take the shots. They don't fall victim of that surge, and that's as soon as they land the shots, you see them starting to get aggressive, especially since they're building out of wood.
Interestingly enough, Jacob, Arkham and Epic Whale have as many top 5 finishes today as they did in all 3 qualifiers. I was trying to not crack up there when I saw that info pop up, but looks like they want to make more than that happen here. As you can see, their aggression coming onto Slick and CZR here. Arkham and Epic Whale, they have the confidence. They're in the first place spot. This is kind of their throne. This is where they like to be.
Yeah. Slick and CZR, I feel like they got to do a better job of taking advantage of the damage that they're putting on Arkham and Epic, not allow them to get the time to heal, and that's damage you got to take advantage of. Arkham's shield gets dropped in the blink of an eye. Epic, well, they'll try to take an angle. He gets in, but he gets dropped. Those are no longer his pieces. He needs a second, but it's Arkham from the side, trying to put down that same pressure. Allow Epic well to go in almost unscathed, not even taking a shot just yet, even forcing out back-to-back armored walls, but he's not stopping. He's not letting go. He wants these eliminations, and he's dropping CZR down and making him scared to continue to get aggressive.
Great use of those reinforced walls from CZR, but is it going to be enough as Epic Whale continues to push, continues to damage? Just one striker pump shot away from knocking down either Slick or CZR here, but Arkham did get dropped down a bit low, was able to recuperate that damage though using chug splashes, but the question is, do they want to keep it going? Do they want to continue this push as Epic Whale is just raining shots onto them?
It's just amazing. Even when they're on the back foot, they figure out a way to turn it around, and turn it around indeed. Dropping Slick down, but it's Arkham who goes down. 1v1, Epic Well versus CZR, and he has a massive health lead. So the decisions are his. Do I play it passive? Do I get Arkham up? Or do I just reload and go at it yet again as he's trying to take away the pieces, take away the options from CZR, who's going for the heal, and as soon as the elimination comes in, Epic Well is going to know the choices are even more so his, because now he can try to back off. He can play it safe, or he can continue to get aggressive.
Not only that, now that Slick has been fully eliminated, Arkham, or Epic Whale can play it a bit slower there. Play with Arkham, but doesn't even have to do that as CZR gets eliminated. Epic Whale now just going to close up the builds here. Be careful, though. Arkham, his HP is ticking down. It's ticking down quickly here. If the other duo decides to play aggressive, this could end up very poorly for Epic Whale, but he knows that, so he's playing it smart here, playing it slow and waiting to pick up Arkham as the duo disengages here, and it looks like he's going to be able to make it happen.
I absolutely love the way he waited, just like you said. Those audio visuals would have certainly gave away his actual position if he went for the revive, if he went for heals, if he tried to do anything other than just playing a patient game. There's just the echo. Even though it looks like he might be down, he's still in first with 10 total eliminations up until this point. But I gotta ask you, if your teammate is going off and is playing that well, does that put pressure on you, or does it build your confidence?
I mean, I think it hypes you up. You just saw your teammate get almost double-digit elims as a solo. You gotta say, it's my turn next game, right? Give me a bit of time. Let me get some of those eliminations, you know? So West right now might just want to do that as he is a solo. So will he be able to live up to his duo here? 49 points, 8th place spot. Problem is, he has to get through the Storm Surge threshold. There's 81 players up right now in the third zone. 55 seconds till it starts slowly closing, and only one more mini left for West. He really has to make an aggressive play here.
Yeah, he immediately knows that his resources and heals are running thin. There's only a certain amount of out healing you can do, especially with a few moments ago, there was 81 players, but instantly 4 more are getting dropped down to 77, 76 as they continue to get dropped. But Kika know he's there. They know he's taking Storm Surge, so they too could try to go in, put a shot in, and get 3 more elimination points. I think that's what they're gonna do. They drop down low, hip to hip, trying to take away the pieces, take away the covers, and they take away Western's chance.
There's only so much you can do, right? When you're out of shields, you keep getting ticked by Storm Surge. He had the floppers, but just one shot from the opponents. They know he has no shield, and the aggression will come out as Chicken Itza and his duo partner here also were below, but just about gonna get above here with the last tag. 79 above now. 3 players need to be eliminated for this Storm Surge to stop being active, and they've used a lot of shields here, and they also have to do quite the rotate. So if a duo kind of catches them off guard, finds them, it could be very dangerous for Chicken. But another team that's in danger here, Jacob, it's Victor V and Jaden.
Yeah, you can see the strategy change from game number 1 where they were getting a little bit more aggressive, willing to get their hands dirty. You saw when they landed towards the Joneses, they're just trying to rotate out, get towards the circle or as much close to the center as humanly possible. As Fabs and Snacky sitting pretty, have a little bit of height. They have a great loadout as well, a launch pad for rotation later on in the game. They just need to continue to kind of play calm, cool, collected, because that's one thing that was their downfall throughout the qualifiers. They started off hot, but slowly but surely fizzled away.
Arkham and Epic, though, looks like they both got cracked. They do have the chug splashes to heal back up, but they're not in zone yet. They still have to make a rotate, so I believe there might be some duos kind of keeping an eye on them, trying to hold them back here from this rotation, but they might just be able to get a little sneaky rotate here as Show and Poppy Blast are close by, are kind of taking peeks here, maybe looking for some shots, and they might just get a little aggressive.
Yeah, Arkham Epic quick to try to rotate on out, get right into zone, and immediately box up. And this is something that we saw during last season, honestly, that kind of content piece where Quinn's talking about there's no one way to play this style of zone. It all depends on the situation they're in. And Arkham and Epic, they get aggressive. They like to look for teams outside of the zone, and they got themselves another good spot. They have very few rotations to go before they're inside yet another zone.
You can even see that the zone pulled pretty close to them, so they really don't have to make that far of a rotate to be into the next zone. I mean, you can even see they just tunneled out a little bit, and I believe they're already inside this 4th zone. The question is, though, where's that 5th one gonna pull? But before we get to that, all the duos now on the north, on the west, and the south that are not inside of this 4th zone are gonna have to make a rotate, and how they do it is really crucial to the game. So I'm curious to see if they're going to be just using the ground rotates, if they're going to have to use some mobility, maybe even the river. You know, you can use so many of the environmental aspects of the game to get a nice rotate in, as we have Salco here in Kimchi. 1 elimination, 69 points, and they have to make a rotate.
A long rotate as well. They're seeing some teams on the left side of them. They do not see the team directly in front of them for now. Waiting in the box, that's Skytrex and Haritos, but they see him at the last moment, over peak and trying to edit in. They put the shots just to put pressure, just to get them to box back up so they can continue on their rotation. But it's going to get dangerous. It's going to get rough because look how many teams still have to not only get the rotation in, but will be sitting towards the edge in that exact location.
Zone is closing. 1 minute and 5 seconds until it's fully closed. So now Kimchi and Salco, they're going to get a little stressed out here. A little nervous, as Notch and Teed are not too nervous at all with 525 damage above the Storm Surge threshold inside of this 4th zone. But Kimchi and Salco, they're going to keep this rotate going. They got the damage, but do they have the positioning? Making sure they're using their materials here. Do not want to get tagged. Healing up when you're not in zone is not the best thing you could do, as it just really slows down your rotation, and you want to get inside zone as quickly as you can to heal up and continue on going, as we got Chickenitza and his duo partner who are still below the Storm Surge threshold.
Yeah, but everybody gets jam-packed in closer and closer together. The potential for shots is definitely going to be higher, at least the potential for targets being around you, but everybody's going to be boxed up, but he's trying to take advantage of that third party, seeing Salco and Kimchi take the high ground away from Pars and Rays, but they're just going to box up. They realize how chaotic this is going to be in a few short moments, especially when the next zone forces multiple teams to try to rotate around.
Chickenitza here trying to see if he can get some shots off with his combat SMG here alongside his duo partner. Good synergy. Looks like they're gonna actually make a push here. Storm Surge is gonna start ticking. They need to get that damage. It's elevated. It's JG. Will they be able to get those eliminations, or will they get taken out here as the first Storm Surge tick takes out Chicken now? It's all up to his duo partner playing out as a solo. He is in a 1 versus 1, gets straight into the box and actually takes him out. It's not enough damage though. Still has to get more. 157 below, down to 89 below, goes back up to 115. I mean, it's changing so quickly, Jacob.
Yeah, this just goes to show how much action is actually going down here in the lobby, as it does look like Kruyor and Bolts may have found at least something, whether not elimination or just a ton of loot. Either way, that's going to be a huge bonus for them, and they're sitting right next towards the zone as they're trying to put pressure down on the multiple players down below them. They know because the shield cake is out, the players might be weak, and that's Arkham under siege, forced to bounce around, and it does look like he's going to get out on a prayer, but no, he quickly gets spawned by Kruyor, who's going to get in the box and take out Arkham, and because he didn't go down, you got to imagine Epic Whale is out as well.
Both Arkham and Epic Whale are going to be eliminated here. 24 duos remaining, so that is quite a tragic place to go down, as Snacky has also been knocked. Poppy Blast getting knocked, and Favs, there it is. Snacky Favs are out. Arkham and Epic Whale are out. The veterans of the West region, Jacob, they're getting knocked out one by one.
It goes over to Victor V. A very, very young competitor, but the support of your family means so much. And that's something that's probably given him a huge boost of confidence day in and day out. He gets coached both in and out of the game by his dad. And honestly, gotta be a huge family moment every single time he plays so well. Just like Bolts and QR, they gotta be feeling so good, especially Bolts, who honestly, as an individual, is just performing so well. And as this team coming together, that natural chemistry is finding a way to shine bright.
Bolts and QR here, 58 points, 9th place. As the first moving zone will start closing in just 15 seconds. This is not a time you want to get into an engagement. You do not want to look for elims right when you have to rotate. You want to find that path, find that rotation. And then once you're in the zone, once you're started that rotate, you can look for damage, look for tags. There are 38 players up. 8 players will be needed to get eliminated here for Storm Surge to not get activated, as Notch is gonna have to rotate this one out as a solo.
And this is the zone though. This is the one that we were talking about, that we're kind of agreeing on, that you can kind of out heal it. This is where a lot of players, whether if it's rotation, Storm Surge, or just getting caught off guard, do begin to fall. You see Victor V and Jaden leading the charge, everybody else trying to recycle that launch pad to get in towards the zone. 116 above the damage threshold. All they have to do is make it to their destination and go ahead toward the next moving zone, as you see multiple players trying to do that same thing. Matt and Victim splitting those mats, so you got to imagine Victim is probably going to lead the way.
Currently, I don't see a duo that significantly has the high ground. Maybe Bolts and Kruger up at the front of zone are thinking about it, but they might just be able to have it if they decide it's the play, it's the route they want to take as Notch here. Still playing it as a solo, has secured an elimination, but is going to need more than that if he wants to clutch up a good amount of placement here. 859 above Storm Surge threshold. I mean, Notch and Salty, they've done the damage, but will he be able to stay up here? 19 duos up.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a hard one under siege, but still finding a way to get those resources. Because anything counts here at this point, as B-Dog just gets sliced down by Notch, who finds a big elimination. The Siphon, resources, armored walls. That's going to be a great recipe that he can use for his success late in this game. He's just trying to do it as a solo. 2 eliminations, but Bolt and Kruyor have the high ground. Baka 1 layer below, but he's a solo, and he's a quick target.
They've taken it. They saw the opportunity, and they secured it. Bolts and Kruger with the high ground. Will they be able to hold it, though, Jacob? That's the question as we switch over to BMD here with 2 eliminations, 1 for his duo partner, for a total of 3, as we have Nitrex still up as a solo, trying to see what he can make happen here. 7th zone, 15 duos, 20 players alive. There's still a lot of placement to be made in this match, and Nitrex knows that. As Victim, though, with his duo partner, they need some materials. They're looking for a refresh here.
Arkham and Epic going down earlier than they wanted. You see first place going over. Victim's gonna drop. Matten has to do it by himself with not a ton of resources, not a ton of HP, but 3 minis to his name. He's trying to look for a refresh here, getting into the box. That's Nitrex. He's finding a way to stay alive, and he gets chipped out by the zone. And with everybody being forced together towards the low ground, that allows Bolts and Kruyor the comfort of that high ground, just putting the pressure from above.
They've had it from 7th zone, and they've still got it. They're feeling happy now. They're getting a little nervous. They want to keep this high ground. They want to get that victory royale. We have Chickens duo looking for a shot, but Thoric quickly gonna take him out here. Raze now playing as a solo, trying to make it happen for Bars. He gets directly into the box, securing that elimination on Kika. Has 4 eliminations, Jacob, but he wants more.
Whether it's a solo or a duo, Pars and Raze are not one to be messed with, as Kevin with the men miss trying to make his way in. Raze is gonna have to do the same thing. Thoric with the sneaky play, unable to come out with the elimination, but he's still not gonna give up. But Bolt gets dropped down by Victor V. High ground possibly going over. You see Kruyor there as well. High ground is no more, as Pars is trying to use that for his advantage. He has stolen it away.
Victor V, I believe, has actually just secured an elimination on Bolter, his duo partner here, as Raze is looking to make something happen. It was Bolts, he got taken down. Now Kruyor is trying to make it happen as a solo, gets Story cracked, but is not enough to get that elimination. Trying to find the angle, trying to find the shot needed. 15-5 HP, making it out of the zone now with 0 materials, but still a possibility.
Jaden and Victor V from the Joneses, the young gun that I was talking about. I guarantee you right now, Takata, the whole family in the living room just erupted in tears for him.
Victor V and Jaden, they were having a little bit of trouble there in the early game. Jacob, they were contested. They were getting into early game engagements, but once they got into that late game, they made it happen. Victor V with 9 eliminations, Jaden with 2 eliminations. They did not just secure the victory royale, they did it with style.
Every single time I see him, he's making a name for himself, from contesting Arkham and Epic last season to going straight to the finals by winning a game. This kid is impressive.
And you know they're feeling good. They're going to be getting ready. They're going to watch the rest of these matches because they're going to be sitting out now that they have secured that victory royale and they've secured that golden ticket straight to the finals.
But who else is on the leaderboard? Where are they? Arkham and Epic fell early. I saw another team take first place. Clay, Panda, Kelly. What's our top 6 looking like?
Well, we're going to get to that in just a moment, but my goodness, I thought it was going to be a solo finish there, whether that was Reese or Courier, but up from the heavens instead, it was Jaden and Victor B with 11 eliminations. We always love it when we get those double-digit eliminations, and you know what? It's probably for the best that they grabbed the VR for the rest of the lobby, because that would have shot them up definitely to our top leaderboard. So as you can see, everyone, Jaden and Victor are going to be joining the rest of our VR winners in the finals next week. But of course, we got to be talking about some of those solos that I saw. Let's talk about Reese and Pars a little bit, or more specifically, Reese.
Yeah, Reese popped off. I mean, that's what you need to do when you're a solo. He found eliminations when there weren't really eliminations to be found, got into those placement points where he didn't really have the opportunity to. So let's take a look. This is where I believe one of them is going to take too much damage to go down. They took down 40R Storm, which is great. Right, they got a little bit too over-indexed there, and that's Pars falling. Physics on the backside. Beautiful awareness from Reese to go ahead and go back in the zone and try to grab that. And then look, just playing backside of the zone as a solo, exactly what you want to do.
It is, and Reese does a really good job of clutching up quite a few points here in these final moments. And it's going to be crucial points for consistency, because as you can see in this moment, it looked like they were potentially walking away with the second place. Obviously, until we see the leaderboard, we won't know for sure, but that was a lot of stuff happening in those final moments.
Also, how courageous of Reese as a solo, knowing that there's another duo in the competition to take height. I mean, there's not a lot of players out there that will take height successfully as a solo player.
It's more just for survivability, right? He had no mats. He didn't really have anywhere to go. Mantle up to high ground. Try to just survive for as long as you can.
And of course, we got to talk about Courier and Bolt. Clay, so close. You were holding your breath in the last moment there.
Let's take a look. So, took height in 7 zone. Now, for some players, that works out. For others, it doesn't. They only had 25 total builds after they took high ground, and that's when I was worried. They went down for those eliminations. They were able to grab a couple there, sitting on, I think, 3 there, but Bolt ended up falling down and getting blocked off. And that is where Courier had to try to operate as a solo. Almost able to get Thoric there on the other side, but just couldn't capitalize, Panda.
It was close, right? It looked like it was going to be a solid end game here for Bolts and Courier. We were literally up here, ready, hyped up for this team, and unfortunately they end up going down. But listen, there's still 2 more opportunities for these teams to climb.
Oh, and speaking of climbing, let's look at our leaderboard right now. Kicking out Arkham and Epic Will from first place. It's Nitrix and Caesar with 97 points, but just behind them, Pars and Reese moving up to that coveted second spot. Arkham and Epic Will, though, still top 3. We got Salko and Kimchi sticking with their 4th, and Bolt and Courier, your pick right there, jumping up into 5th. But of course, Krypus and Thoric going up 14 placements, Panda.
Listen, they deserve it, right? Again, a very special team, still getting their bearings, right? They're a newer team that we've talked about earlier, but this is a team that I want to see be successful here on NA West.
And that's momentum. We only got 2 more games, right? What better game to get momentum going into than game number 4? That's 14 places?
Yeah.
Holy.
But again, we have to recant the VR winners, everyone. That's Jaden and Victor B. And I feel like we were kind of paying attention to a lot of the solos. And then once we switched to Jaden, seeing him as like having 9 eliminations.
Yeah, I mean, he's the one that ended up taking down Bolts there. Look at that, caught him in the cone there. Perfect awareness. Now we see together, they just spray down high ground. They realize they're the only duos left. It's easy math in that moment to realize, hey, we've got the only duo. Perfect execution there of the play. And then look, Courier at the end, no HP to really work with.
Yeah, I mean, look, in those final moments, right, it looked like that game could have potentially skyrocketed them on the leaderboard. So even if they did, for whatever reason, fall early, they were still looking good in consistency. But, you know, it's always sweeter to have the VR.
And obviously, there's not too much time right now for a lot of these players to look at their game. There is no VOD review at this opportunity, but I guarantee you there's going to be players VOD reviewing that team right there before the next semifinals, because although we do have 11 teams moving forward today, everyone, we're going to have 11 new teams joining us tomorrow, and then after that, 12 more for day 3. So still a lot of opportunity, still a lot of chances here for these teams, but we got to talk about it, man. Arkham and Epic Whale, Favs and Snacky, one of the 2 best teams that we saw come out of game number 2, falling early in game 3.
Think what's happening, Panda, is they're letting it get to them. They're letting that hype get to them. They're saying, hey, you know what? We did really well. We got those games. Let's just keep going. And they're trying to be aggressive, and it's not working out.
Well, and look, this is what happened in the qualifiers, right? Snacky Favs, they have a great start. Arkham Epic Whale, not necessarily a great start in the qualifiers.
Qual 1,
Qual 1, let me rephrase that.
Yeah.
Qual 1, great, but Snacky and Favs just not catching that momentum like they need to.
Do you think it's because they got contested at the Collider?
Well, they were contested game 1 too, so I don't know that it made a dramatic difference, but maybe just not the team they were expecting. So we'll see how it continues to affect them in these next few games.
Well, yeah, guys, chat, we still have 2 more games to go here at the FNCS NA West, and we're going to be finding 11 teams moving forward into the finals in just a few moments. But guys, are you ready for the next game?
Oh, I am. Ben, are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. Listen, Arkham Epic Whale, it looks like that curse might be broken for Jacob.
I don't know.
It's looking good. See, this is what we love to see, right? The stories from our versions of the battle bus, so to speak.
Well, you know who might know? Our 2 casters, everyone. So let's head on over for game number 4. It's Jacob and Takada.
Thank you so much, Kelly. Great breakdown from the analysts, as always, Jacob. But I want to talk about that leaderboard. I believe there's only a difference of 3 points from the 3rd place spot to the cutoff in 6th place. I mean, you know the nerves are high getting into this 4th game, Jacob. Just 2 more matches and anything could really happen.
No, they wouldn't call it the Wild Wild West for no reason at all. But the prodigy Victor V kind of qualifying through that big victory royale, which leaves that close gap. And usually during last season, we saw a lot of our outside of the top 6 teams picking up that victory royale. This time around, they're going to need some big points. And luckily for them, game number 4 starts right now, and so do the points.
Just 2 matches left, Jacob. Game number 4 is about to begin here. The question is, who's going to be able to get that victory royale? Which teams are going to be able to make it happen on that consistency leaderboard as we're getting right into the Chonkers Speedway? I mean, we know how contested this drop is, how dangerous it has been in these first matches, and you can see just right off the start, we're already getting into some action.
Back to that original game plan. X-Rays, as soon as he sees a weapon up there, he lands it for the floor loot and immediate shots. And if he likes what he sees, you know he's going to try to get aggressive, but I don't think that was too many shots landed for him to feel that confidence to try to go on over. So he's going to stick to his loot path, try to get the resources, figure out what other tools he can use for the rest of this game. And it's actually going to be a little bit of a calm drop, just like last game. Everybody taking their piece of Chonker Speedway and going.
Calm for now, but for how long, Jacob? They've got their loot, but if you want more, if you want to get everything you can for that late game, you might just have to play a bit aggressive, play a bit risky, and go for some action, go for some eliminations. But just like we said in the last match, you got to be careful because you do have Chicken and his duo ready for the 3rd party. They're always keeping an eye out. They're like hawks, looking for the waiting for that moment to strike and get those eliminations. But so far, Physics, Sedna, they're playing relaxed. They're looting, they're farming. Chicken and his duo partner doing the same, and in the sleepy sounds here, looks like we are gonna get some action.
Typical gamer and Noah this time around, realizing we have to get aggressive, whether if it's boosting our points to get that top 6 or starting off the game hot to get that victory royale. We have to control as much of the destiny as we possibly can. And I like what he's doing. He's not immediately trying to go in the building. He's taking as much the pieces towards the outside, building so that way he can weave in and out and kind of edit, but it's Echo. He's trying to be sneaky, gets spotted out. Shot from Typical Gamer is going to rain off, but he gets down out. That puts the pressure on the Western yet again.
Western now gonna have to clutch it up for his duo partner Echo, as Typical Gamer has been boxed up. Will he be able to take that shot? Western missing the first one, just had to connect one shot onto Typical, but the third party is coming close. They're taking shots from afar. It's making it even more risky for West here, as Noah needs to protect Typical Gamer. Typical Gamer's just one little sneeze away from getting eliminated, but making good use of that med mist, has Mini slowly but surely recuperating his shield. But West knows if he takes too long, he's going to have not have the HP advantage and not have the player advantage in that 1 versus 2. So West looks for the shot, unable to connect the first one. Now going to disengage a little bit, but now Typical Gamer nowhere. They're going for the push. They're going for that elimination, and they're going to get it.
Yeah, and as you can see, as it ticks up, you see Noah plays 1 elimination. They only have 1. React from the north side of Sleepy Sounds put 1 burst shot into, I think that was Echo, and got the elimination. Stole it away from Typical Gamer and Noah. But 6 points, they need all these points, just like that duo. They might have to look to get a little bit more aggressive. They're inside zone. This is their opportunity before so many other teams begin to move in.
1 elimination might not have been enough for React and Remy here, as they're playing the sneaky game, Jacob. They're playing it slow, hiding behind a bush, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Just like I was saying, Jacob, they're like hawks right now, looking for their prey. Will they be able to wait for that perfect moment, jump onto their opponents? This could be it.
Still playing sneaky as can be. You can see the pre-edits are out from React, but he gets boxed towards his backside. Luckily, Remy's there to break the cover in the blink of an eye, and he doesn't have to go through that scary, scary possibility, but he's still trying to play aggressive with the pre-edits. They get separated for just a moment. That's a big tag, and he put on to Remy, but a bigger one on the Typical Gamer. They're going to trade down for down, but React is the one that's going back to the lobby, and that is revenge, saying, you take our kills, we're just going to snatch you up instead.
You take those eliminations, and Noah is going to come right back at you, helping out his duo partner, helping out Typical Gamer, getting both of those eliminations, plus the elim for the first duo, now for a total of 3. You know, Noah and Typical Gamer, they're feeling good, and they're going to go for that victory royale.
Kytrex and Doritos, they too a little bit lower down on the leaderboard than they would have ever hoped coming into this one, especially almost, you know, having a big performance in qualifier 3. They realized that the position that they're at, it's 5 games instead of 6, and this is game number 4, to where if you don't pick up a massive amount of points here, put yourself within contention of that top 6, game number 5, you have no choice but to go for the victory royale.
I mean, that's what we're talking about with the change in play style, right? If you're on the lower part of the leaderboard, you want to lean more towards that victory royale, that direct qualification to the finals. But if you're already in that top 6 spot, you want to play for that consistency. But looking at Fabs and Snacky, who are going for that consistency now in the number 8 spot, actually going to be taken out. Snacky is down. Fabs now is up as a solo. What is he going to do here? Is he going to play it slow? Does he have the reboot card for Snacky? Or is he gonna maybe just hide it out? Maybe even play aggressive. I mean, you can see how many duos are here. You've got 1 on the north side. You got 2 on the south side. They might even start an engagement here. So Fabs really has so many options, but which one's the right one?
Yeah, all the confidence while he's still going for those shots, holding on that little bit of a low ground. But you can see what these games are doing, from getting contested by Aiden and Moose, who got that game 1 victory royale, who leave the Collider. But so many teams are now contesting, making this a path that they're going through to get the Surge, as Coxie and Notorious towards the Daily Bugle. He gets dropped yet again, leaving Coxie as a solo. And this is at least the 2nd time out of 4 games total that Coxie loses his teammate and is forced to do it by his lonesome.
Coxie gonna see what he can do here. Has the med kit to recuperate the HP he's lost. Has the shields to make that comeback. But in the meantime, we're gonna have Quinn and Defiable getting into another engagement, possibly, maybe not though, as B-Dog and his duo partner decide to take that disengagement. They know there's still a solo up. They know this engagement could be risky, and if they already have 1 elimination, I mean, you know they have damage for this first Storm Surge, and they don't really have to be as worried for the upcoming zone. So looks like they're feeling good with loot, mats, damage. They're gonna keep the rotate going, and they're not gonna go for that early game engagement.
You can see a lot of pathing from multiple teams through the actual POIs. Everybody knows that they don't want to end up in a position where there's 81, 85 people alive, Storm Surge hits, you're below it. But everybody's boxed up. You can't find the shot, so you just start using your heals, and then you're fresh out, still below the Storm Surge threshold. Now forced to get aggressive. That kind of plays tricks like you're in a desert and you're seeing an oasis of sorts as Delta and Baka, 7th place, choosing to kind of get out of this one, get away from Landjock and Punisher. And hopefully what they're looking for is a slower side of zone where there's less and less players traveling.
I mean, even though they have 0 eliminations, they know how risky it is to go for tags when the zone is closing, when you're not in the zone yet, especially when there's only 1 minute left till this first zone closes. They do not want to put themselves into a risky situation, and they know that Landjock and Punisher are close. You can see already taking shots at them. Actually, might even be able to get some tags here as they have rotated early, so they're a lot closer to the zone than their opponents, as Reese here is looking to make a disengagement, possibly even a reboot, but unable to do it now as there are duos close by. So it's a little too risky for Reese. He might just have to box up here, wait it out, and see where these duos go. Will they play close? Will they move on? But right now, Reese really does not have too many options.
Yeah, and that same question you asked, does he have the reboot? Because honestly, West is doing good. We're behind EU overall, but we have a good number of reboots per game total, well above East, who doesn't seem to want to play that teamwork. 0.6 reboots per game. That's not something you want to see. You want to make that teamwork happen. I think West does a good job of knowing when to get aggressive in the early game, when to slow things down, and how to play those sneaky sides of the zone so they can get those reboots. But unfortunately enough, I'm still unsure if a team gets a reboot and a victory royale when it comes to West.
I mean, that's what I want to see, right? The reboot plus victory royale is so uncommon. And to see it in semifinals and to see, I mean, you get the victory royale, you get the qual to the finals, that would just make it so much more epic. As we have Favs here, still up as a solo, trying to see kind of what he can do here. There is a duo right above him. I'm surprised he's playing so close to them, knowing he's down a player. But Favs has that confidence. He's so skilled mechanically. He can really get out of any sticky situation, and he knows that, which is why he's playing with that confidence. But be careful as Angel gets the big 139 striker pump shot onto Favs. Just one more shot connected. It's going to eliminate him. Snacky and Favs are now out of this game in the 43rd spot.
And it's honestly concerning. The reason why it's concerning to me is because even though they are the reigning, defending FNCS duo champions, this is the same thing that was happening through the qualifiers. They start off good, victory royales, massive number of eliminations, but they slowly dwindle down, fall off at the top of the leaderboard as the games continue on. And honestly, Panda towards the back, he's looking to take first place away from playing the predictions. So he's gonna have to have some sort of a talk with Favs and Snacky. I don't know how he's gonna do it, but he needs to give them a good old pep talk, because I know as well, you know, he gave me a pep talk. I'm feeling fired up. I'm ready to go. So maybe that's the key.
Maybe that's the key to success, right? But a duo that does have that key to success, and maybe they'll be able to make it happen again. It's Arkham Epic Whale currently in the 3rd place spot, but they're just farming up. You know, they're doing a good job prepping themselves up for late game, as Pars and Rays in the 2nd place spot, just one above Arkham and Epic. Ooh, they're doing a good job here, getting tags, rotating. They have loot, they have mobility. They just need that positioning, right? It's so important, especially in the semifinals. And with a zone like this that pulls so far east, I mean, if you drop on the west side of the map, it's going to be an incredibly difficult rotate to get here and get here quickly. So Pars and Rays are trying to see if they can make it happen.
Yeah, and honestly, I do believe they land at the southern portion of Command Cavern, one of the most contested drops. They get their Storm Surge, or as much of it as they can, and they immediately rotate out. They're going for the passive side this time around, going all the way north to east, and then beginning to head south. And this is where they're going to be able to find a couple of teams that rotate, because you saw how active Daily Bugle was in the beginning of the game, but everybody's going to have to continue going south of Daily Bugle. As you can see already, Sanctuary is going to be in towards zone, but just like last game, that drop, as good as it may look, it's a little bit of a mirage in its own.
It's risky, right? If you end up getting tagged, end up getting cracked here, you could not just use a lot of shields, you could use a lot of materials and maybe even get knocked down, ending your match. But it looks like Victim might want more than the drop here as he slowly ramps up to this kind of hilltop where he could have a better position, but I'm not sure if he wants to take it yet. Maybe they're seeing what they can get from their drop. Get a quick launch pad, get some nice loot, and keep their rotate going here. They do need some damage, though. I saw that they were below 72 below the Storm Surge, now up to 84, so they do have to do damage. They have 40 seconds until Storm Surge starts ticking, but They don't want to get too scared here. They just want to play it calm, get the damage. Really only need to connect a few shots, could even trade shots with the duo up top. But anything too risky and they get knocked down, it could be the end.
Yeah, but I like what he's doing, him and Matten, using this bush. So that way, you know as well as I do, you see an edit pop up, you may not want to peek, you don't want to take that shot, or maybe you even risk the 50-50, but he's using the bush as cover. So that way, players beginning to rotate, like you saw some shots already, they're not going to see him, and they're not going to have a moment to react because he's not going to have to do the edits, but still sitting 139 below the threshold. 7 players need to go down, and they don't want to waste their heals in the process, so they're going to get aggressive. They see Salco, they see Kimchi, but that is a moment that they're going to regret as Matten goes down, and so does Victim. All those heals, all those resources go on over to them.
Perfect piece from Kimchi and Salco. You saw they had them boxed up. They thought they were safe, but just one wall blocked them in, trapped them, got them eliminated. I mean, they had to do damage, but was it worth it to play so risky, right? Play so all in. Maybe it would have been more beneficial to play the peaks, play the angles. But it really just depends. If they went all out and got those eliminations, it would have been perfect. But Kimchi now, looting up. I mean, they're looking great.
It looks like they found not one, but 2 different loot llamas on each side of the box. There's so many heals. I feel like they're just getting lost. What do I want to take? The choice is definitely ours, but Slick, he needs to start taking some shots on players. 39 below the damage threshold. He has only 3 minis, 1 big pot. Not a ton, especially when he's by himself. He's going for shots. Leave himself a little bit too open. That's Bo Crows and his teammate beginning to make him regret that decision. And Storm Surge is just right around the corner.
1 Storm Surge tick without having any shield, and Slick is going to be eliminated. He doesn't even have time to look for tags here. He'll be able to take 1 shot at his opponent, and now he's just 1 tick away. Either he pops a mini shield or he goes for the shot. He does not have another option here, and he hits the shot. 115, but it's not going to be enough to get that elimination as Ice Sweat is going to take Slick down. And we switch over to Bolts and Cruier. Clay's pick currently in the 5th place spot.
It's a good place, but not exactly where you want to be, but it's definitely a great spot because, yeah, 5th place, it's inside of that bubble, but it's just a quick second, a quick moment. 1 bad game, you go down early, that 5th place, you could definitely kiss it goodbye. So you need to make sure to continue to stay on the game plan that got you this far. Bolts knows how consistent he can be, along with Cruyor, especially with what little time they've actually spent together. And that's just impressive. That just goes to show that natural chemistry that they're building off of game after game is a great foundation for them to build off of.
We got Cesar here and Natrix, who are kind of corner zone, and not just that, they're actually in a little bit of an island here, but what a nice beam from Cesar here, getting a huge shot onto Kika, actually almost knocking him down. I believe he was just 1 shot away from making it happen. But now they might have a little bit of time to breathe as they look around, see where their duos are placed, see what rotation they can make depending on where this 4th zone closes.
They're the new team in 1st place. And if you're wondering why, they're the only team left in the lobby that has placed top 10 in every game so far. Consistency is definitely key, and even if they don't get that victory royale, they got to be banking on it, fitting into that top 6 as you see him peeking through the cone, trying to get the information, figure out, is this somebody we can go after? And honestly, I do believe he might be looking for the call depending on where next zone is.
Thing is, though, when you're already in 1st place, you don't need that victory royale. You just need to make it to the late game and get as many points as possible. That's why we saw Nitrex's duo partner get a huge laser on an opponent. They did not push it. They just took the shot, said, all right, we did some damage. Let's keep it happen. But I know Clay's ready to give us some info, so let's throw it on to him.
Yeah, I'm actually going to be talking about something similar. Look, just getting the damage right here below Surge for Sedna and Physics. They get some damage, get a little bit above, realize it's not enough, so let's go heal up a little bit. Let's grab a little bit more. They get a couple tags there as a duo, realize, hey, we're 130 above. Let's get out, let's go back to position, and let's get back into the game.
I love it. I love it. Gotta play that calm, cool, collected game. Just because you have players above you, just because you might see them alone on one side of the map, doesn't mean you just have to go for every single aggressive opportunity. They're taking the damage, and they're just continuing on with their journey. As far as in Rays, they're on Gilligan's Island out there. He's just gathering information. Where do I steer this ship?
Nitrex, though, has to be careful as he gets cracked, but on the contrary, takes down one of his opponents there. Kika gonna get knocked gonna get eliminated, and that's another elimination for our #1 team right now. But be careful as the zone has just started closing. They are not inside it yet. They have to make a rotate, and seeing their position, it is a risky rotation. You either have to swim or use a launch pad, and I'm not sure if they have that mobility, Jacob.
Definitely going to figure out soon as you see them just trying to follow that kind of outskirts, but honestly, they might be able to find themselves a good spot inside zone, but that's a gamble. That's a huge gamble, because if zone doesn't pull your way next in 5th zone, that is going to be a far rotation into a group of chaos that is on the other side of the map. As Arkham, Epicwell, 600 above the damage threshold. They're looking to stay consistent throughout this game, and they're hoping last game, game number 3, was a little bit of a fluke with how early they went down.
You can see how they adapted from that, Jacob. They got eliminated quickly. They played too aggressive, but now they have 0 eliminations, but they're 600 above. They've got the damage, but they haven't risked it for the elims, and now they know that they're in the late game, and they see that opportunity. They're looking for that elim. They know it can be so beneficial, but they do not want to play it too risky. Now that he does have those white tags, he has taken out the shield. Arkham now is looking to see if he can clean up an elimination here, but the zone is about to close. 5th zone has appeared on the map. It closes southeast.
They were just 600 above 2 seconds ago. They're now 1,000 above the threshold. It goes to show that they're ready to really get their hands dirty in this game. They're ready to take control of their destiny and qualify directly to the finals, whether if it's top 6 or a victory royale, dropping players down left and right, not even blinking, not even straying away from their game plan, because right now they're looking smooth as can be.
Arkham and Epic here, feeling good, just like you were saying, Jacob, kind of playing actively, right? Constantly looking for tags, looking for angles, looking for rotates. They're never just sitting in one spot waiting. They're always doing something, always something on their mind, and that what really differentiates them from their opponents here, as Arkham looks like he's gonna want to make the natural environmental mobility to his side, use it as a rotation, as Nitrex and Caesar do not have mobility, so they're gonna have to either recycle a launch pad or rotate on the low ground.
And I said, if Pars and Rays don't get that pull, they're gonna be in danger. Well, they have definitely been blessed right now. They get that short rotation, immediately find themselves into the zone, and go back to doing what got them to this point. They're just playing passive, just going for shots, just trying to take down everybody else's chances in the game. As Caesar and Nitrix sitting in first place, they don't have a ton of health. They don't have a ton of shields, but as soon as they find a moment to breathe, they can get those back up, but that moment is not now. Firing on from above, they're still struggling to get in towards zone, but the harpoon that you talked about, the many uses, one of them including breaking through covers in a blink of an eye. That'll get you to point A to point B quicker than you'd think.
I mean, I'm loving this rotate. They're really doing what they can with what they have. They don't have a launch pad. They don't have mobility. They just have materials and a rotate. Choosing a nice path on the corner, but look at B-Doll, look at his duo partner, look at the high ground that has just been dropped down. We have Notch and Salty continuously applying pressure to their opponents here. Meanwhile, there's duos battling it for the high ground, and we're about to get this 6th zone to start moving.
Yeah, B-Dog already did go down. You see Miles and Gord just trying to take away the loot with the harpoon. Jeters goes down above them as well. That's going to be another team back to the lobby, as Chris is going to be able to pick that one up. Salty and Knox thought they can go in and try to get the loot, but they might think twice, but they're not going to be done just yet. The zone has to pull here regardless, so they're going to continue to move forward. And there goes Gord's sweet, sweet loot.
Salty and Notch here, 6 below, just a little bit of a tickle on their opponent. It's going to be enough damage to get above that threshold, as we have all the duos here. You can see them rotating on the left side of the screen. Arkham and Epic, well, they're playing second height. They're doing what they like to do, looking above, waiting for that perfect moment to strike, as we have Salty and Notch. They're just waiting to make something happen.
Evo and On One staggering themselves back in towards the zone, letting everybody move up so they can get the most out of that jump pad. That was a brilliant play, but risky, that they're able to pull off, and that is going to allow them to get to the front side of zone towards the low ground, where they can recycle mats. But Arkham Epic making a play for the high ground. They're going to get it for now. Chris is going to go up as well and try to challenge him, but Yagvir had another player there, so they're separated in this short moment, but that's Arkham and Epic's chance to strike. The high ground continues to go over, but it's not going to go over easy, as it's still being fought for. Epic Whale's going to tag him from the side. Arkham's going to remain with the pressure of the high ground and could try to force these players down, which they will. So the high ground will be solidified by Arkham and Epic.
They made it happen. They dropped them down, and you can see Epic Whale was tarping in the front side of zone. Meanwhile, Arkham was going for those shots. Great positioning from both players, but Arkham is actually going to be knocked down by Chris here. Chris now might have that opportunity to take the high ground, as Epic Whale is playing as a solo, and he's going to go for that 2 versus 1. Takes down one. Will he be able to get the other 119? And he takes them both out.
Oh my God, that is a play of a champion, and that goes to show that they are on another level right now. That is something that can't be mimicked, as he's still getting shot from above. 3 eliminations, but you got to think with those eliminations, that was 6 more points to their total. Pars and Raze, though, are the team in first place. 121 points, looking good, splitting the mats, splitting the resources, and have a ton of hills as well.
Salty and Nox, though, feeling good right on that cutoff. 7th place. They need one more spot to get into the threshold. This actually Notch is going to get knocked down. Now it's all up to Salty playing as a solo, but he has 3 floppers. He has the chug splashes. He has what he needs to play inside of the zone here, making it happen. But you got to be careful. There's so many duos close by. Your positioning, your route is so important. It's crucial to staying up in this moving zone, as Salty is going to ultimately get knocked down there. But we got Evol and On1 on the high ground.
Looks like Pars might be here as a solo as well. Evo, like you said, on the high ground, still putting that pressure. So much light ammo between these two that the pressure will not stop until every player in the lobby is dropped, as Creep and Leo still from the low ground recycling the builds that they can. They spot Chicken floating through. They realize it's just a down body. We don't have to distract ourselves with it just yet. But finally, they're going to pick up the elimination, realizing nobody else is around.
Pars now playing it as a solo, has 130 points, has taken that #1 spot, and is looking to maintain it here, as he's just looking for an angle, looking for a shot he can take to get those eliminations. Currently has 2, but Evol and On1, they're still on the high ground in the 17th place spot. This victory royale could come in huge for them, as Creep and Leo, they are a full duo on the low ground. They have a med mist. They have 3 med mists, Jacob, and 3 floppers. They could play the heal off.
They just kind of toss it to one person. You said it yourself. Heal off is definitely possible, but it's not possible for Kimchi. But he gets the siphon, gets a little bit of a refresh, but immediately under siege, forced to bob and weave, jumbo all around to try to survive. But he's no longer a target from the high ground, but he's a target from that mid layer. But the pressure will not stop, like I said, until every player is dropped. Jeffers, Crimson towards the low ground. 3 teams alive.
3 teams alive, 6 players up. Jeffers here alongside Crimson, taking down 1. They got Leo. That's the duo that had the heal off. They could have played it out, but now will they be able to do it? Crimson is still up alongside his duo. It looks like it's the 2 versus 2 on the high and low ground. Creep has got the med mist, has got the flopper, so he's healing it out. He's playing it bit by bit, but now Evil and On1 got to make the decision. Do they battle that duo? Do they wait it out? What are they going to end up doing?
Yep, those are definitely a good amount of placement points if he can continue to out heal and put himself in that spot. But they know one player is still around. You see Jeffers trying to keep an eye, poke every single place as Creep. He's just letting the storm tick to utilize as much of the med mist as possible, staggering himself out slowly but surely, trying to move in, letting these 2 teams battle it out. But his run has come to an end. He is instantly spotted out by Crimson, who picks up that elimination, and 6 more points to their total, which leaves high ground versus low ground.
High ground, Evil and On1 in the 15th place spot, and we got Crimson and Jeffers on the low ground in the 4th place spot. Who is going to take this victory royale? It's high ground versus low ground, the classic in these late games. On1, though, 6 chug splashes, 4 floppers. Looks like he's going to play that heal off.
Yep. Jeffers only 1 med mist, though. You got to wonder what else is around. Crimson's going to drop. There's a ton of loot there. Evo's dropped as well. This is going down to a heal off. Floppers and splashes versus med mist. Evo's going to go out. On1 almost full HP. Jeffers is running out of opportunity here, but he's still continuing to find a way with all the heals that he have. But 2 floppers left versus so many med miss. Jeffers might actually come out on top with a big victory. He has to drop down. They have to be able to contest him, and you can see he's looking for him. On1 has no more choices. He has no more hope, but he finds a way to get the victory out after a long chase.
On1 makes it happen, from playing the heal off into zone to realizing I might not don't have enough splashes. I might not have enough floppers. How is my opponent still up and going? And he drops down, securing that striker pump shot alongside the combat SMG spray. And just like that, On1 and Evo are going to the finals.
That's something Jeffers is going to learn from right there. He's going to drop every single weapon, pick up all those heals, and run deep into zone as far as possible. They're going to say, run, run.
I mean, that was a close one. I can feel the nerves from those last two players healing off, saying, how is he still up? How many med miss, how many floppers, chug splashes does my opponent have? But ultimately, that aggressive play was really what got them the victory royale.
I almost got to imagine, though, Evo, he did go down early on, so he's probably calling out a lot how many heals he has left. And as soon as he probably called out that he was running low, he said, you got to drop down low. It's your only hope.
And I mean, I think Jeffers had so much heals because they took out Creep, the solo that was in zone for so long, and he still had 2 med mists on him. So they were able to tank it for so long. That was really a late game that I have not seen in ages.
Yep, with these two teams, first and second place, picking up a ton of points. One of them advancing directly to the finals. Where does everybody else stand? What type of highlights did we miss? Kelly, Panda, Clay, show us it all.
I mean, after game number 4, I don't think we can predict at all what our top 6 is going to go because so many top teams right there went down pretty early on. But oh my goodness, chat. Height versus low ground, 2v2. We think that's how it's going to go. No, wait, it's going to be a heal off. No, wait. He comes back in, goes for the elimination, and grabs the VR. Panda, that was probably one of the best plays we've seen all day.
Look, let's be honest. On1 was On1. He got the VR. It was an incredible way to finish it off. Honestly, Clay and I were standing here, right? We're looking at each other. We're like, no, he's going to win the heal off from the low ground. All of a sudden, we see On1 drop to the ground, get the elimination, and we just burst through excitement. I mean, look, these players, it was an interesting battle here in these final moments.
Yeah, and it was because they did get that elimination onto the player on the low ground who decided to run back towards the players that were eliminating him, and that left him with a lot of med mist on the ground, Panda.
It definitely did. So that was the thing, right? Obviously, the med mist, we're going to be able to carry him here through a lot, but would it have been enough? It did look like in those final moments, if On1 didn't drop down, it could have been the win factor, and here it is. Jeffers just holding on to the med mist. You see him refresh and swap to the 150, and then all of a sudden, without a chance, On1 drops down, gets the elim, and walks away with the VR.
That is what you want to see. And honestly, I don't think we see too many heal-off games like that. Go back for the aggressive. Usually they're just like, all right, these are the heals that I have. Maybe I'll try and look for more items. And rarely does it actually find the opponent that is healing you off. So incredible performance there from On1. Cannot wait to see you in the finals there with Evil. But we got to talk about some more teams. And you know what? Let's talk about Pars and Raise again. Because going down once again to a solo competition, and it looked like there was a chance for them to take it, Clay.
It was, and I'm just going to say it. Panda, you got to be regretting not picking them just a little bit here after this performance. I mean, look at Pars and Raise. They did really well, working box to box. I mean, come on.
Listen, I don't know what you're talking about. I've believed in them since the beginning. I don't know what you're talking about. Pars and Raise here, incredible team, and they're showcasing what they have to offer. Now, one thing I do want to mention here, they were really solid on eliminations, but a few mistakes were made. They end up falling yet again in the end game, but they're staying consistent nonetheless.
And I do want to give a shout out to Creep, joined by Leo there. We know that they definitely have the opportunity to make it into the finals, but we got to look right now. Pars and Raise. Who needs a VR when you have 130 points right there? Salko and Kimchi jumping up, potentially solidifying themselves into our top 6. Below them, it is Jeffers and Crimson jumping up 10 points. Nitrix and Caesar still on our top 6. So are Arkham and Epic Whale, but they're going down more and more and more. Krypus and Thoric are holding that 6th place spot with 102 points, but look how close the competition is, all the way down to 9th. That is only a 10-point difference. And what we just saw, we've already had a double-digit elimination game, guys. 10 points is nothing.
It really is nothing, and it's going to come down to the last game, Kelly. Panda, I cannot wait.
Oh, I cannot wait. I know you all at home cannot wait either. It is going to come down to this final moment. Will a team like Snacky and Favs walk away with the VR similar to what they did last season, or will a new team rise to the occasion and show us what they got?
Well, unfortunately, you guys are going to have to... I'm just kidding, everyone. Game number 5 is ready to go right now.
And that was honestly a great way to end that segment coming into game number 5, because the storyline still remains. The defending champions, Favs and Snacky, they didn't do that well during semifinals last season. It took them a heel off in game number 5 to qualify to the finals.
I guess what game we're going into, Jacob. We are going into game number 5 shortly here. So, I mean, anything can still happen. We've got some players that are already in that cutoff, in that top 6 on the leaderboard, but we have other players that might be a bit more behind, and they really got to play for that victory royale. So if the high ground's contested, I'm not going to be too surprised, and we are going to find out shortly because the battle bus is ready.
The battle bus is ready, Takada. But is everybody else? Because these are the final moments of semifinal day number 1, where everything is on the line. We have Moose and Aiden qualified, Jaden and Victor V, Ryan and Lemon. There are so many great opportunities for teams to go directly to the finals, but the last chance they're going to have here is top 6 or a victory royale in game 5.
I mean, will they be able to get it? As C3S here is actually going to annihilate his opponent out of the sky. They're knocking him down now. Has that player advantage, but are they going to play aggressive here? Are they going to go directly for the push? And it looks like that might just be the play here, but be careful. You don't want to risk it all.
They don't even know. They're saving the day of Sedna here for this moment with those shots from that third team over towards Chonker Speedway, but that's not going to slow him down. He realized you have to take advantage of this moment. And I do believe that's going to force Physics to leave Sedna down. This is almost like deja vu all over again of that last game. Sedna and Physics getting separated, and slowly but surely they hunted him down. But I think this time around they have different plans. They're going straight for that victory royale, so they don't want to contest a possible one player and then a third party towards the outside and have it all come crumbling down.
I mean, you can tell it's the last game. These players are playing extremely cautious, right? Even though they had the player advantage, they had the 1 versus 2 in Chonkers, they did not want to play that risky game of going for that elimination. But looking here at Quinn and Defiable dropping in Greasy Grove, and it looks like they're even contested by 2 other duos.
Talk about putting it all on the line. A huge switch up. Could be a mistake, or it could be the big brain play we know Rich Homie Quinn to have. Asalco and Kipchi do go down. They must go again tomorrow with their second opportunity. But you can't take those opportunities for granted, because you're going to end up on Sunday, game number 6 all over again, wondering what happened.
I mean, I'm not sure how much points they had, Jacob, but they were in second place spot when they got eliminated. So we'll have to find out if they're able to hold it, right? But remember, just like you were saying, if they don't make it today, they have another opportunity tomorrow. And if they don't make it tomorrow, they got another opportunity. So they're really just trying to make this qualification happen as soon as possible. And you can even see that the average points needed to qualify through consistency is 107 points. So you know Nitrex and his duo partner, they're feeling pretty good with 108.
I do believe Kimchi and Salco might have like 119 at the minimum, maybe a little bit more. But we're going to see a replay of how they did go down. Yes, it is going to be 119. Kimchi did fall early, and Salco, just too many angles, not enough builds, unable to overcome. But will 119 hold? That's going to be a big pressure for them. Can you imagine yourself sitting, going down early, and you have to watch and kind of hope for everybody else's demise?
Edge of your seat, biting your nails, trying to figure out, did you make it? Did you qualify to the finals? As Arkham and Epic Whale still have to make something happen here. 105 points in the 5th place spot. The average to qualify was 107, so they are 2 points behind the average here. Kind of cutting it a little close, so you know they most likely don't want to play too aggressive in the early game. They really just want to get as much placement points as they can and play that late game.
Yep. Keep bringing up that bubble here. Another team literally directly outside of that bubble. Bolts and Gruyore, 98 points. This is going to be like a pressure cooker for a lot of these teams, honestly, for a lack of better words, because when you're on that close to the bubble, it almost makes you, do I go for the victory royale? Do I continue to play the game? If you continue to fall down and you realize you're not finding the shots, you're down on surge, that puts even more pressure as Notch and T this time around. They have that uncontested Rocky Reel, so that's going to give them a lot of time to mat up. They should kind of leave this POI with max mats and maybe a ton of heals. I do believe.
Notch and Teed, I mean, you know, they're feeling pretty safe here. The problem is they're definitely nervous because they are out of that cutoff, but they do have a nice drop spot. They have loot, they have materials, and they have time to rotate, but someone that might be getting into a dangerous situation here, it's Thoric, who's going up against Typical Gamer and Noah W plays, but the question is, will they actually take that engagement? Just like we were saying before, Jacob, it's the last match of the day. It's game 5. So any risk you take in this early game could be crucial to your tournament. So it really just depends what your game plan is. And seeing that Krypus and Thoric, they're in the cutoff right now in 6th place, I'm sure they don't want to get too aggressive here in the early game.
Especially even if they know or whether you don't know. Typical Gamer and Noah have been playing aggressive game after game, and they're quick to kind of realize what is going on and why they're getting aggressive, because they're not in that top 6 bubble. They realize they're going to need a miracle, massive amount of eliminations and a 2nd place to get in the bubble. Obviously, a victory royale would be an auto qualification, and they're saying, hey, I don't want to bank on having to get, 10, 15, even 20 elimination with a 2nd place, so we're just going to go ahead and play a calm, cool, collected game, and hopefully we get the victory royale at the end of the day.
Nitrix here, 108 points, and this is not a situation you want to be in, Jacob. 4th place spot just on that cutoff. You could even see the 6th place team was not too far behind, so everybody here is just playing on that borderline. And when you're playing as a solo in the last match, it's really a hard decision. Do you go for the reboot? Do you just try clutching it up, as Chicken Itza and his duo partner here are in the same scenario here in 7th place?
See, they have almost everybody really staying alive except for maybe Sedna. And that's if Physics didn't get the reboot. It's gonna have to kind of force that of Chonkers Speedway. You see the Synapse Station teams beginning to rotate north as well, because this is a little bit of a northern pull. It's about Greasy, and between Greasy and I think right above Command Cavern, maybe a little bit more. And that's a big pull for these players that are towards the south side of the map. And that's a little bit of a slower side this time around. We see Landjock Punisher end up in big exchanges to where teams aren't going to have too much congestion, but that leaves them wide open for those surge shots.
Crew your bolts here. Clay's pick just on the borderline. I'm sure Clay's feeling a little nervous right now as they come closer and closer to the Coney crossover roads. And looking at the mini-map, seems that Arkham and Epic Whale might still be there, as there are 2 green arrows close by. But also Noah Plays is going to take out Echo, but I believe Echo's duo partner might still be up.
Yep, definitely is still up here in this one. And B-Dog, Cheaters trying to take whatever's left of Coney Crossroads. Jeffers and Crimson sitting in 3rd place, even though they didn't get that big victory royale to all to qualify. Hey, 2nd place, I believe, what, 28 points off of that alone. Got to be having that confidence boost, but you got to realize 109, you're on the bubble. Even though you're inside of it, you cannot give up and you cannot let up off the gas, because that is what another team below you is waiting for.
Jeffers, though, alongside Crimson here, 3rd place spot in the Rocky Reels. I see a lot of teams playing kind of safe here. We saw some early game aggression in the previous matches, but now you know that these duos really just want to make the most out of this last match, either play for the victory royale or play for that top 6 spot on the consistency leaderboard, as we have Snacky here in 13th spot. Alongside Favs, they do have a good loadout this match, though. They have the mobility, they have the loot. And I wouldn't be surprised if they played aggressive for the high ground in this late game, or maybe just like we saw in the qualifiers game 1, Snacky just going all out on that low ground, going for a Elim after Elim, as Madden here in Victim. Just looking for the tags, right? Nice 26 one. I mean, it's all little by little. It's what you got to do.
Noah Plays in Typical Gamer. I don't know if they're doing this on purpose, but they took out one player that landed Sleepy Sounds, and they just took out a full duo that landed towards Sleepy Sounds. That's what you call alpha-ing up here. Just like you see Victim at the top, tied, I believe it said 3rd place with most eliminations so far, but sitting in 12th place. That's because they're not able to match that aggression with the placement points needed now. They're gonna have to get even more eliminations with some placement, or just straight up the victory royale.
Nitrix, though, we talked about it in the early game. He was in such a risky situation playing as a solo just on the cutoff in 4th place here, but now he's going to go for the reboot. Has a flopper to heal up in the zone. We're going to see now where that 2nd zone closes, and I mean, it does close quite west on the map, and seeing that Nitrix is in Jonesy's, he's going to have to do one of the longest rotations from a duo today.
Yep. Either that or it's going to force out an early launch pad, depending on what heals he has towards his name. And I like Caesar immediately kind of using that reboot where you kind of get launched down to use it as mobility of sorts. He realizes you're not going to get a good amount of items down towards what you already looted, so might as well try to take the scraps while moving simultaneously in towards the zone and creep. Going southern towards Synapse Station, going for a reboot as well. That's 2 in a matter of minutes. West don't go down.
You can tell we're on West right now. I mean, reboot after reboot in the last match of the day, but what's a little concerning is they are so far in Storm for these reboots, so I really hope they have enough med kits, bandages, med mists, floppers, anything really to just tank the Storm and make it. As Jeffers and Crimson here from the Rocky Reels, continuing to rotate now on the corner of zone, but we saw where it closed. It's pretty midwest of the map, so they are going to have to do something here. Will they be going for the rotation, or will they be going for some tags? They do have 0 eliminations.
Yeah, because of where the zone is actually forcing a lot of the players to rotate to, if you don't get in zone earlier than later, that's a lot of high ground you're going to have to go up against. That's a lot of players that are going to be boxed up, already in positions, looking outside of the zone for any players straggling too far behind. But I like how Jeffers is kind of leading the charge. Crimson is making sure to keep everybody at bay. If you peek to shoot my teammate, you're going to regret it. I'm at least going to get a surge tag on you right back.
And we got Pars and Reese here, leaving a little bit of info that raises second in total elims with 11. I know at the start of the match, Echo was in that first place spot for elims, but now seeing the raises slowly but surely going up to that #1 elim spot. I mean, in the first place spot as well on the leaderboard. They're feeling more than good here as Arkham and Epic Whale going to be using a vehicle to rotate, but they realize that 362 above, I mean, they don't really need too many tags. They just need that positioning.
Yeah, and that's why you see them kind of just, instead of going for a high ground spot, risking a lot of damage on the actual car, maybe a pop tire or two, they're just content getting in towards the zone. They are literally the bubble team on the inside, 5th place at 105. You said it before, 2 points shy of the average total needed to qualified through consistency. And honestly, for them, they want to make sure to end this game strong, because you not only really set the tone, you set the pace, but you need to build that confidence right before finals.
And Nitrix and Cesar, I mean, they have the confidence, but do they have what it takes to make it into zone? Going all the way from Jonesy's now. You can even see the zone. I mean, it's right in front of them. They're really so close, but at the same time, they're so far. They do have the 2 medkits though, and I mean, if they really have to, they have a launch pad, but I'm sure there's more mobility they can find that they don't have to use as Crew Urine Bolts here. Do need to do a bit of damage. They have used the shield keg, so that could have been beneficial as Storm Surge is taken, but it looks like they're pretty confident they'll be able to do enough damage here. They're 34 above, so just a few tags, Jacob. That's all they need.
Yeah, I almost would rather see them kind of look at different angles though, but as soon as they're about to rotate, they're getting kind of shot from all around, forcing some builds out, but I like Bolts. He's immediately building up in wood, even though this isn't the final location I believe he's going to set himself up at, but he knows he still needs to get those shots for the surge, but unfortunately all those shots are landing on him. He's going to get dwindled down, but the shield keg is out. Now this is that perfect moment. We talked about it throughout the day where you can go for those tags, trade off those shots that you need.
And that's what Nitrix is going to have to do here once they make it into zone. I'm actually surprised they're only 8 below, as they've had to do such a long rotate. But right as he gets into zone, he gets that damage, 87 above. But you got to be careful, because that's going to drop down. It's going to drop down quite quickly, as there's 1 minute and 20 seconds left until the zone starts closing. But only 2 players have to get eliminated until Storm Surge starts ticking. So it's really a question of time here.
Yeah, and honestly, it's going to be a little tricky to try to battle through, but you're pointing at me. I know I hear it too. Player on Tilted Towers going for the reboot. I almost want to see every single one of those arrows immediately converge and just turn in a blink of an eye, realizing, hey, these are free shots. He's just floating down from above.
And that might just be what happened. You can see the minimap. The duos have turned around. They've taken a peek, and actually they've even knocked down Slick, which was the player that was rebooted in Tilted Towers. I mean, you called it. All the duos looked directly at that rebooted player and actually just knocked them down. So now the solo is going to have even more of a difficult time getting into zone, as they know there's still 1 person up and they have to rotate soon.
Yep. You see this Western and Echo with both the campfire and the shield keg. You can see them looking for the shots that they needed, but with the campfire going out and the shield keg being drained, they haven't found the opportunities that they need until now. That was Western, I do believe, who found the shot, seeing a player cannonball through the sky. They're still trying to go for more surge because they realize 22, that's basically nothing, but instead of being nothing, you're just barely above the threshold.
And that's what they got to do, right? Look for that tag, look for a little bit of damage, but they have time. They don't have to play too risky. I mean, they can lose a bit of HP, but you don't want to get eliminated. As long as you play it relaxed, get the shots that you need to get. You don't have to be 500 above. You just need to be, 100, 200 above. And then you can get more damage as the zone goes on, as you keep rotating, like Crimson and Jeffers are looking to do here, as Show and Poppy Blast are going to be right below them.
Probably looking to take advantage of those players towards the low ground, but they don't even know they're getting saved right now by a team towards the high ground. They have no idea how much help they just got. Crimson was just trying to line up a shot. They were going to 3-2-1 like New Year's and try to light up the sky, but they're still finding a way in towards zone. But this is where it's going to get tricky, because look at the mountain right in front of them on the mini-map. They have to go left or right or use a lot of builds to go up.
I mean, there's so many people up there, Jacob. It's just going to be incredibly risky. And we can see that Nitrex is actually going to be the one that knocked down Slick, but I'm not sure if you saw, but right before this replay popped up, Slick was up with CZR. So they were making it back to zone, and it looks like Nitrex might just be looking to get back into that action as he takes down one. Looks like it's going to be West here. Now it's allowed to Echo, but Echo is going to go down as well. And you can see Slick and CZR, they're up, and they're getting a bit of vengeance here onto Nitrex and Cesar as they're up and they're in the game.
From almost literally nothing, forced to get a reboot, to this, refresh, siphon, mats, everything they need to continue on the game like nothing happened. And honestly, if we didn't see it here live, I guarantee you they'd tell the story so. Nothing happened, guys. We were cool, we were calm, but we saw it all live here as you see Crimson now under siege, 4th place. This is not a time to go down, and they do. 110 points, Takata. That's gonna be burned in their memory.
Only 3 points above the average cutoff to qualify. Will it be enough? We'll just have to find out after this game finishes. But you can see Epic Whale Arca, getting a little dancing, feeling pretty happy, feeling motivated, seeing what they can do. As Landjock and Punisher, though, they're going to be close by, but they might also get a bit of focus onto them as they are continuing to rotate. They are placing down new builds, which is going to make you be focused by these players on the hill, right? It's a dangerous decision. You have to rotate late, so we'll have to see if they were able to make it out of that. But Kruger and Bolts looking back. Bolts actually has to pop some minis here, so now Kruger is going to be left alone to get the damage on these duos, which have to rotate in late.
And I like the interesting play to do it all without any variation of the striker, the drum, or the auto shotguns. He's ready to go in that CQC, or even take away high ground and put that pressure on from above, but you have to definitely make it there. And the closer this one goes towards the end game, the more you might want one of those variations over that striker burst AR.
Kruger Bolts here making sure to destroy the trees close by, because they could block their rotate when they have to do so. And Slick CZR, they've got it to zone right beside Nitrex, who's playing as a solo again. He's got the reboot, but he's back at it again, trying to clutch it up here. 99 above, but he's getting shot from multiple angles surrounding him now, just trying to secure those last little bits of placement. But he might just be able to get a refresh here, taking some shots onto CZR, but quickly going to take the disengagement. He's already above, just has to not get focused here, and he might just be able to keep himself up.
Yeah, here for him, even if he does go down, it's all about scraping as many points as you can as a solo. I see Noah plays, getting yet another one. Curior's gonna get dropped. Bolts is trying to backtrack. He's trying to get himself a comfort layer. Armored Wall is gonna go down, but he's still under siege on another angle. He cannot go for the revive just yet, especially knowing that team is right below him, waiting for the opportunity. The shots are gonna continue to fire off. Another Armored Wall is gonna be forced, but Bolts, with his back up against the wall, has no choice and almost has no exit because of those same Armored Walls, and he's gonna go down.
Combat and Buzo Fan are gonna take out Bolts and Kruger, but there's still so many duos that can make it happen here. Delta and Baka in that 7th place spot. I mean, there's just so many teams close to that threshold. Anybody can take it, but Delta has to focus on getting damage here. 21 above the Storm Surge. They have so much loot, so much materials, and now another elimination. elimination. That's 3 extra points.
The points that you were talking about them to burst within the bubble. This is our last game of the day. Only 5 games today instead of the normal 6. So this is the last chance these guys have to get the points, move into top 6. The last chance a team will have to get that victory royale and advance directly into the finals. As Notch and Salty sitting on the outside of that bubble. 97 points. You see them chopping down the builds so they can use a launch pad and get to zone so they don't have to worry and travel through all that chaos.
And you can see how many duos are rotating from south to north now to get into this 5th zone, but Salty is actually going to be taken out in the sky as he's rotating, but he's so quick to drop his loot for his duo partner. Now Notch might just be able to pick him up and get this revive. Will he have enough time, Jacob? He has 7 seconds, 30 seconds left till the zone fully closes, and he just might be able to do it.
He dropped his loot. He said, nah, what are you doing? Pick that up, boy. I'm keeping you in this game. We got more work to do here in this one. As Chicken and his duo running out of resource, we see giving over that launch pad, allowing Chicken to make the decision, and he immediately goes for the cone. And I see it so much, teams don't peek through to get that information. He's trying to figure out when, where everybody is being placed, so when they do get this moving zone, when it does appear, he can act in the blink of an eye.
Ooh, as Nitrex just acted there to get a nice bump shot, but it was traded. Now taken down to 16 HP. Gonna pop 1 mini, gonna pop 2. Will he be able to stay up here as Kika is just right beside him, 1 box away? If he makes this edit, will there be a duo looking at him? It's just so risky to be in this situation, but Nitrex, to be fair, has done a phenomenal job clutching it up all the way to the 2nd place spot with 121 points, now playing as a solo for the 2nd time in the same match. He's out of shields. All he's got is a striker pump, 1 combat SNG, and a med mist. Can he make it happen?
Yeah, and I see him. He doesn't want to give away his position by using the med mist. He doesn't want to give away the fact that he is low, he is weak, but he founds one onto CZR, but immediately goes down. And that's going to be a big one there as they get enough points. Pars, Raze trying to move in. Arkham, Epic using that launch pad as well. Everybody trying to find that sweet spot into zone, or at least as close as possible.
21 duos up, 40 players, but they are going down like flies as Chicken and his duo partner knocked down 1. Go for that elimination. It's Noah. Noah has been taken out. Now Typical Gamer forced to play it out as a solo, as Chris is the player with the high ground, but you have to be careful. This is the last match. This is the game where players are going to go for that high ground, go for that victory royale, but for now, Chris and his duo partner, they have it.
Arkham still doing what they can as well. Epicwell looking like he was going to attack, but immediately goes hip to hip with Arkham once more. They don't want to throw everything that they have right out the window. It almost seems like they're trying to gather as many points as possible. They know how to win, and they know how to get there, and that's the road that they're trying to take, and the road that Krypus has to do alone here as a solo. But 2 floppers, 6 minis, armored walls. He definitely has the tools for success as a solo.
Notch and Salty, though, they've got the splashes, they've got the shields, they've got the damage. But will they be able to get into that threshold? Top 7 right now. They're 1 place away with 107 points. And it looks like Chris and Jackveer, they still have that high ground, but the Titans are up. Snacky Favs, Epic Whale, and Arkham. We have the best of the best playing it out here as Pars and Raze. They launch padded, but wasn't the play as Raze gets cracked, almost taken down, but Notch is going to continue his wrath here, taking down Landjunk now with 2 eliminations.
Immediately trying to break those walls, get whatever they can. Chicken taking some damage along with his duo. Shields are being dropped, and it doesn't look like they have too many. Par's gonna get dropped along with Raze. Hopefully their point total's enough, sitting in first place as the aggression will continue. Elimination will be picked up, and that's Defiable going down. Rich Homie Quinn as well. Their chances are gone. Tomorrow they go again, but Chicken's gonna go out. It's all up to 1 player as a solo here on this team, and he's doing a good job. He uses both of the floppers, gets the med mist, allowing himself to stagger towards outside.
Great play there from Chicken's duo partner, using the med mist to keep himself up. You can see they're in the 5th place spot. They just might be able to clutch it up here as Cry passes at 3 HP, manages to get the Siphon, though, boosted up to 53, but ultimately getting knocked out as Epic Whale and Arkham, they're still up. They're still going for their eliminations. Epic Whale with 4, Arkham with 2. Could this be the game?
It could be. It definitely could be, but this is the first time in a while. There's 5 teams remaining. Everybody is a duo except for Snacky and Fabs. back to lobby. Epic Whale stealing one of those away along with Yagmir. We got our final 4 competitors in our last game of the day.
4 duos up, and it looks like they're all full teams, Jacob. It's 4 duos, 8 players, 1 on the high ground, the rest on the mid and low. Angel, Nigel looking to play it low here. Maybe gonna go for a drop, gonna go for an elim, but it's so risky to take an engagement here. There's 3 duos in this low ground. Just one misplay, it could be it as Angel goes down, and now Epic Whale gonna go in for that third party, gets the replace, gets the edit, gets the shot, taking down 1, taking down 2. Now there's only 3 duos up, 5 players.
Now this is what you call Fortnite Battle Royale here, as all that chaos ensued towards the low ground. But Yagmir and Chris, they wanted no part of that danger as Nigel's still on the low. He has to go through former FNCS champions Arkham and Epic Whale, who are looking for redemption here in the last game of the day, as they've taken away that first place to really cement themselves in towards the finals. But there's still 2 teams fighting for that same shot, and Nigel's not going to get it. It's up to Yagmir and Chris at the high ground.
Arkham and Epic Whale with double-digit eliminations. They've reached 10, but they want to make it more. Looks like they're going to go for that high ground. Chris has dropped at the same time. Now Arkham is up against Jagvir. Jagvir has gotten cracked here. Epic Whale still has shield, but Arkham is just 1 tick away as they start using chug splashes.
This is going to come down to the very wire here. All those resources, all that health is going to be used, but the high ground still is up to Yagmir and Chris, but they don't have any builds, so how long can they maintain it? Not for long, because they drop down low, and they're going for it, but it's Arkham and Epic. I talked about redemption, and they have secured their spot in the finals.
I am speechless right now, Jacob, on the last match of the semifinals. Arkham and Epic Whale not only securing the victory royale, but doing so with double-digit eliminations, getting both players at the same time. I mean, I know you're happy.
Whether it was first place, 12 eliminations, victory royale to end the game, they did so good. I feel like a winner right now. I feel like I just won game number 5.
I mean, we kind of said it, right? They were just getting the warm-up games in beforehand. You know, we had that prediction on lockdown, Jacob, from game 1 to 4. They got the consistency, they got the points, they got warmed up, and they made it happen in game 5.
But here's the thing. Here's the tricky spot. Arkham and Epic were in first place. They just got the VR. They are no longer in contention for the top 6. So somebody just got gifted a spot. Who that somebody is, only Panda, Kelly, and Clay can give us that information.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takada. And you know, we talked about it at the start, Panda. We saw in Chapter 2, Arkham, Epic Whale, and joined by Rex when it was trios, having a rough final set. And then for the last 2 games, grabbing those VRs. And not only did they grab the VR, not only did they do it from low ground, but each of them grabbed 6 eliminations. This is why they are the 6X champs.
No, look, you can't take away from the fact that they are incredible. They're immaculate, and they understand what they need to do in these high-pressure situations. Fortunately for them, they walk away not only securing the top spot on the leaderboard, but the VR. Like,
Can I just say, though, it was unnecessary, guys. Epic Whale, you were already in first place. Why couldn't you give my team, Chris and Jagvir, the win? Because they were in 16th place. There was no way they were going to get enough placement points. But you know what? They had an incredible performance. Epic Whale and Arkham deserve that VR.
They do. And honestly, going through their mind was probably leave no doubt, and they certainly left no doubt. Arkham, Epic Whale, not only making their way to the finals, but they're back, baby.
You know,
they're back.
We've seen them break up and rejoin so that they can get more practice. I claim it. This was all just practice. They all wanted to lure everyone into a false sense of security so that once they made it into the semifinals, they could do this. Obviously, we have to look to Snacky and Favs, Notch and Salty. So many top teams in that final moment. We were practically screaming in the green room, Panda, because it just seemed like all of the top teams were going down one by one, except for one team, Arkham and Epic Whale.
Yeah, and it's actually exciting, right? Because obviously we can have some like inclination as to what is going on with the leaderboard, but unfortunately right now, I have no clue. Kelly, I don't think you have any clue what's going on, because there was just so much that took place in those final moments. So many incredible teams still up there in the final moments. I don't even know where Snacky and Favs might have ended, because they had a ton of elims too.
But you know what we do know? Our 5 Victory Royales winners. So who better to recant them than our 2 casters, everyone? Takada, Jacob, run us through those VRs.
I mean, What insane matches, Jacob. From the heel off to the elimination to the solo clutches to finishing it off with Arkham and Epic Whale. But game one, we saw it. Moose and Aiden, who are actually contesting Snacky and Favs, making that spot open for the competitors.
Yep, then we have some unknown players, Lemon Ball and Ryan coming out big in game number 2. And honestly, one of my favorites outside of that last victory is Jaden and Victor V. I love to see these young competitors with the whole family supporting them succeed.
I mean, they made it happen, right? And another duo that made it happen was On1 and Evol, who secured that high ground and maintained it all the way through until they secured that victory royale. And I mean, we've talked about them for a while, Jacob. The Game 5 winners, Arkham and Epic Whale, making that comeback from the qualifiers to now getting that victory around the semis. I mean, I'm excited to see what they can do in the finals.
Like I said, it was a huge road of redemption for these guys. Arkham and Epic, former FNCS champions. They waited to the very last moment in day number 1.
But you know what everyone's here for right now? Our top 10 leaderboard. We saw that there was only a 10-point difference between 6th and 9th there. So let's see who has it on the big screen right there. We got Pars and Rays up on top with 144 points.
Wow. Listen, I believed in them from the beginning. I said, you know what? Pars and Rays, incredible team. But we got to talk about Thoric and Krypus as well. Look at them with that new team. That chemistry's coming together.
All right, I got to run through real quick, guys. We got Nitrix and Caesar, Notch and Salty Chicken, and Andy coming out on top. Salko and Kimchi beating out 7th place by 1 point. Jacob, that's how close it is.
No, but it definitely goes to show that maybe my curse is definitely broken. Not only did Arkham Epic get the victory royale, my secondary pick, Pars and Rays, 1st place. And these are why I'm talking to these guys. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to take your role. I'm trying to be a little bit of an analyst of my own. All these correct predictions are definitely wearing off.
I mean, it was crazy. We saw that Kimchi and his duo partner went down in the early game on that last match, and they still managed to clutch it up in that top 6 threshold, just barely making their way into the finals.
So, you guys have talked a lot about your predictions because maybe you just grabbed the last VR, but let's remind everyone in chat right now what our predictions were. The 2nd place team from Game 5 who could have grabbed that VR, Jack, Veer, and Chris. You know what? I still have hope for them tomorrow, though, Panda.
Yeah, look, I mean, same thing with Snacky and Favs, right? They fell just outside of that top 6. Unfortunately, not the performance we were looking for today. However, this team's going to come back tomorrow. I have faith. But Jacob, man, you guys must be feeling good. The curse is broken.
Yep.
You no longer are the caster who ends up cursing these teams. No, you guys have broken that, and you walk away with some good predictions today.
Finally, I get some points on the board, but you know, I couldn't have done without Takata. Teamwork makes the dream work. We've been talking about it all day, and I'm glad you went with me.
I mean, caster duos have to go with the prediction duo, right? It didn't go too well the first time we did it, but you know, we're not going to talk about that. It's for the semifinals and the finals, and we got to keep it going, Jacob.
You know what? We're a lot talking right now. There was so much action, so many upsets, but this is just day number 1. We still have 2 more days to go, everyone. 11 new teams are going to be joining us, but instead of 5 games, we're adding 1 more. That's right, 12 teams are going to be moving on tomorrow, and then it all ends on Sunday. But for everyone that is joining us right now, thank you guys for being a part of the broadcast. We had Europe on earlier, North American East, of course, and NA West. Do not miss it tomorrow, everyone, because it's going to be the best of the best.